Stricken by a terminal illness, Feng is reborn in the year 2000, a year when the school bell Muxi turns 18. Feng, may I borrow your pen for a moment? Did you not just borrow it yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Circumstances have changed. Do you understand? You certainly have a point. Fine, take it. Feng, could you tear off a piece of paper for me to use? Why are you tearing mine? Don't you have any? I do, but I prefer to tear yours. It doesn't bother me. You possess quite the logic. All right, here you go. Feng, what do you wish to borrow this time? I have nothing left. Hmph, just lend me your hand for a moment. What for? Oh, nothing. I merely wish to hold my boyfriend's hand. Chapter 61. Let us interview the first student to exit the examination hall. Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him. You scoundrelly Feng, you are taking advantage of me again. Why has this fellow recently developed such a penchant for physical contact? Is he openly and covertly taking liberties with me? I must find a moment to teach him a lesson. Hey, Muxi, do not slander me. I shall accuse you of defamation. Wang Tai, look, she is slandering me, Feng declared with a righteous demeanor. Wang Tai silently chuckled. Feng truly has a thick skin. I have learned something today. The trio was engaged in light banter when their homeroom teacher, Zhao, the formidable one, strode in, instantly silencing the classroom. Zhao rapped on the podium, surveyed the class, and spoke earnestly. Today marks the first day of the college entrance examination. Mathematics in the morning, followed by Chinese in the afternoon. Then comprehensive science tomorrow morning and English in the afternoon. Make sure you remember, do not forget. Prepare your admission tickets and exam supplies. Do not make any last-minute mistakes. Once we leave school, you will each proceed to your respective examination venues. Take utmost care on your way and do not be late. Is everything clear? The entire class chorused, clear. Zhao's expression softened as he revealed a warm smile. After the college entrance examination, the days you spend here will be few. Soon, you may part ways. I will miss you all dearly, but I wish you the best in achieving excellent results and a bright future. Zhao's heartfelt words were simple, yet profoundly moving, causing several sensitive girls in the class to discreetly wipe away tears. Feng silently mused, Zhao, the formidable one, is actually quite admirable. While he may be strict with students, he genuinely cares for them. He is indeed a good teacher. After imparting his instructions, Zhao allowed everyone to set off for their examination venues. Feng, Muxi, and Wang Tai all attended the same school, Tianhe High School, but they were not in the same classroom. The three rode bicycles to the entrance of Tianhe High School, where a considerable number of parents had gathered, watching their children enter the school as if they were soldiers heading into battle. The parents wore expressions of shared anxiety, their eyes filled with the same hopes. Upon entering the school, the three exchanged farewells. Hi, do your best, good luck. Feng encouraged as he patted Wang Tai's shoulder. I will, brother Feng. Wang Tai nodded. Though his grades were not stellar, he aspired to achieve a second-tier university, which would at least grant him a degree. Xiao, you must also do well. I will wait for you at the school gate after the exam. Muxi raised her small fist, brimming with confidence. All right, Feng responded with a smile. After parting ways, they each proceeded to their respective classrooms. Feng found his examination room and sat down according to his admission ticket. Soon, students entered the classroom one by one, each at their own desk. Once all candidates had arrived, a middle-aged female invigilator entered, and, as the exam time commenced, she began distributing the test papers and explaining the examination rules. With the ringing of the bell, the college entrance examination officially began. Students, you may begin the exam, the invigilating teacher announced, prompting the candidates to start writing fervently. After a thorough review of the mathematics paper, Feng felt a sense of assurance. This year's paper was not particularly difficult, and the major problems fell well within his area of expertise. With a bit of carefulness, achieving a perfect score should pose no difficulty. Feng smiled slightly and began to focus on his exam. Time flowed steadily. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. At the school gate, countless parents engaged in conversation, all eagerly awaiting. A news van from a local newspaper arrived, its engine noise disrupting the tranquility. A group of reporters disembarked, with a camera operator trailing behind a female reporter. The female reporter appeared to be in her early 30s, with shoulder-length hair, clad in a light gray professional suit that accentuated her slender figure and pleasing features. Her arrival stirred excitement among the gathered parents. Isn't that Nana, the reporter from Guang City Television's News Express? What brings her here? Hey, come interview me. I want to be on TV. Indeed, it is from News Express. They seem to cover the college entrance examination every year. I never expected them to come here today. Hurry, interview me. Yang Na, hearing the murmurs around her, remained unfazed. She indeed had an assignment today, but it was not the usual interviews with parents. Year after year, covering the college entrance examination by interviewing parents had become repetitive, lacking freshness. Thus, prior to her assignment, the production team held a brief meeting and decided to change their approach this year by interviewing students instead. She intended to interview the first student to emerge from the examination hall to gauge their feelings about the college entrance examination this year. How long has the exam been underway for Xiao Wu? Yang Na inquired, glancing back at her assistant reporter, Wu Gang. Wu Gang checked his watch and replied, Sister Na, it has been precisely 1 hour, with 30 minutes remaining until the exam concludes. Yang Na nodded, smiling, all right, let us prepare to go live at any moment. We shall wait right here at the entrance for the first student to emerge from the examination room. Sister Na, surely no one will exit so swiftly from the examination hall. Shall we perhaps take a moment to rest nearby? Wu Gang wiped the sweat from his brow. Today was marked by a blazing sun following a brief rain. The air was oppressively humid, akin to being in a sauna. Very well then, could you fetch 2 bottles of water? Yang Na, feeling the heat, waved her hand dismissively. Certainly. Wu Gang replied eagerly and dashed off to buy the water. Yang Na and the cameraman sought refuge beneath the shade of a tree, attempting to cool off. However, as soon as she settled down, she suddenly spotted a student emerging from the building, with no one following behind him. How could someone finish so quickly? Yang Na expressed her astonishment. Quickly, don't let him slip away. Hurry and interview him. With Wu Gang still absent, she wasted no time and approached the student with the cameraman in tow, effectively blocking his exit. Greetings, dear viewers. I am reporter Yang Na, here to interview the first student to exit the examination hall. Hello there. I am from the Guang City television station news transmission team. My name is Yang Na. How shall I address you? Yang Na beamed warmly, extending the microphone toward the student. Feng. Haha, greetings to you, student. First and foremost, I wish you success in your college entrance examination. Thank you. May I ask, student, how is it that you have completed your exam and emerged so swiftly? I finished early and didn't wish to remain inside, so I left. Feng replied with a smile. Yang Na was taken aback. What audacity. Well then, how do you find the difficulty of this year's mathematics examination? To be honest, it was quite simple, lacking in difficulty, Feng stated candidly. This was his sincere opinion. Had it been more challenging, he would not have exited promptly when time was called. It was significantly easier than he had anticipated. In fact, he had completed the exam in 40 minutes, but the examination rules stipulated that one must wait at least 1 hour before submitting their paper. He had spent 20 minutes idly twirling his pen, and as soon as the time allowed for early submission arrived, he promptly handed in his paper. The surrounding parents, overhearing Feng's words, displayed expressions of disdain. Which school does this student hail from? How audacious! Yang Na was left bewildered. This young man, though still in his youth, possessed an impressive level of confidence. Chapter 62. The Iceberg Goddess Muxi. This student seems to exude confidence regarding the college entrance examination. Let us wish him success. Yanaromarket Bolitali. Yet secretly speculated if this young individual might be merely skimming through the test, unable to write comprehensively. Those who submit their papers early are either exceptional scholars or remarkable underachievers. This young man appears to belong to the latter category. Thank you. Feng replied with a slight smile. Thank you to this student for agreeing to our interview. Yang Na addressed the camera. As soon as she finished, the cameraman switched off the equipment and inquired, Sister Na, should we continue filming? Of course, let us wait and interview a few more students. Yang Na nodded. After concluding the interview, Feng took a seat beneath the shade of a tree, awaiting the emergence of Wang Tai and Muxi. As the time for the exam's conclusion approached, numerous candidates began to exit. Yang Na promptly sought out more students to interview, accumulating material. When the official bell signaling the end of the examination rang, students surged forth in a dark wave. Yang Na scanned the crowd, searching for suitable interviewees. When suddenly her eyes lit up, she noticed a striking figure amidst the throng, drawing the attention of many male candidates. What a beautiful young lady. That's the one. Yang Na approached her, standing before her. Hello, I am Yang Na, the host of the news transmission program. Would you be willing to participate in a brief interview? She asked with a warm smile. Bystanders turned their heads, witnessing a stunning young girl clad in a white school uniform, her hair tied in a ponytail. Her skin as fair as snow, radiating youthful exuberance. 2 young candidates were so captivated that they forgot to watch where they were going, resulting in a collision with a lamppost, grimacing in pain. Muxi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the reporter and cameraman, quickly smoothing her hair and adjusting her appearance. Alricht, Muxi nodded. Oh my, am I going to be on television? A flicker of excitement danced in her heart. What is your name, classmate? Muxi. Greetings, classmate. Did you find this morning's mathematics exam challenging? Yang Na inquired as per custom. Muxi offered a wry smile. It was indeed quite difficult. Some of the later problems exceeded the scope of our curriculum and presented new challenges. Fortunately, with the help of friends, I recently brushed up on my math skills, so I should be able to achieve a decent score. Her demeanor was one of modesty. Yang Na chuckled. You also found it difficult, didn't you? Aside from the first student I interviewed, everyone else expressed that they faced challenges. It seems that the difficulty and standards of our annual college entrance examinations are on the rise. How do you feel now that you have completed the exam? Gu classmate. Gu Muxi smiled broadly. I feel right, my spirits are quite good. As she spoke, she glanced back, searching for Feng's figure. Are you waiting for a friend? Yang Na casually asked. Yes, indeed, Gu Muxi nodded. Gu Muxi. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind the cameraman. Gu Muxi tilted her head to see Feng stealthily hiding behind the cameraman, wearing a smug expression. Ah, Feng, how did you finish before me? Gu Muxi was taken aback. Yang Na turned to see Feng, realizing they were acquainted. Perfect. Let's conduct a comparative interview, she exclaimed. Haha, Gu classmate. This student was the first to exit the examination room. The first to come out? Feng, you're quite bold. Gu Muxi stared at him in astonishment. While others wished for an extension of the exam to meticulously check their work or recalculate to avoid omissions, he had the audacity to be the first to leave. Could he truly perform well? It was rather dull inside, so once I finished, I just came out, Feng replied, moving closer to her. Despite Feng being notably taller than Gu Muxi, their stature appeared harmoniously balanced. Hmph, if you don't do well, let us see what happens. Gu Muxi huffed, a hint of worry creeping into her heart. No worries, I will surely perform well. If I don't, I'll roast you. Feng wisst it. Hmph. Dare to roast me? Just wait until I dismantle you and roast you with chili and cumin. Gu Muxi retorted playfully, observing their camaraderie. Yang Na squinted her eyes and continued the interview. If you were to rate the difficulty of this mathematics exam on a scale of 1 to 10, what scores would you give? 8. 5. The pair responded in unison, offering divergent assessments. Feng shot her a sidelong glance. Gu Muxi, it was clearly not that difficult. It was undeniably challenging. Gu Muxi countered defiantly. Their eyes locked in a playful standoff. Yang Na chuckled inwardly, realizing she had ample material for today's news. The saga of a confident candidate's downfall. If she could interview him again after the results were released, the spectacle of his potential failure would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation and amusement. The news would surely garner significant attention. Thank you both for participating in the interview. I wish you success in your afternoon Chinese exam. Yang Na waved as the cameraman powered down the equipment. Gu Muxi asked excitedly, Am I really going to be on television? Will it air tonight? Yes, indeed. Tune in at 8 p.m. for the primetime news. Yang Na explained. Great. I'll be sure to watch. Gu Muxi nodded, then turned to Feng. Xiao, I'm hungry. Shall we find something to eat? Let us wait for Tai to come out, then we can go together. I just spotted a noodle shop at the intersection. We can eat there, Feng suggested. Glancing back just in time to see Wang Tai emerge, waving Tai, over here. Wang Tai jogged over, Feng Ge Gudak Suiwa. Hey Tai, how did it go? Feng inquired with a smile. Wang Tai sighed, scratching his head. The math was too challenging. I can only hope to scrape by. No worries, just do your best. Let us go have lunch, Feng patted his shoulder. The trio departed together, with Feng and Gu Muxi walking side by side, laughing and chatting, attracting envious glances from nearby male classmates. This fellow is quite fortunate. To be so close to a beauty of Gu Muxi's caliber is truly enviable. Arriving at the noodle shop at the intersection, they found it primarily filled with students, as the exam had just concluded. Many were standing with their plates, squatting at the entrance to eat, as seats were scarce. Feng Ge, it seems there are no seats available. Wang Tai surveyed the area. That's all right. It's just a casual meal. Eating while squatting is fine, Feng replied nonchalantly. Wang Tai glanced at Gu Muxi, hesitating to suggest that although they weren't in a relationship, she was still the school beauty of Taoyuan No. 1 Middle School. Should she really squat and eat noodles on the street? However, he kept this thought to himself. As long as Gu Muxi had no objections, Feng Ge would decide. After all, the moment Gu Muxi entered the shop, her stunning beauty captivated the attention of most male students, making her the center of focus. Many young men were left awestruck. How beautiful! Which school is she from? Is she from Taoyuan No. 1 Middle School? Wait, could she be Gu Schoolflower from Taoyuan No. 1 Middle School? Wow, it really is her. She is even more stunning than I imagined. Her beauty surpassed that of many female celebrities by 100-fold. The beauty and grace of her presence rendered her the belle of the school, no matter where she was. A stir erupted within the shop, accompanied by a flurry of discussions. Goddess Gu, you seem quite well known, Feng remarked with a smile. Hmph. I couldn't care less about such trifling fame. Gu Muxi retorted with a hint of pride. All right, you wait here. I shall fetch the rice rolls. Feng queued to purchase 3 servings of meat rice rolls, receiving 3 red tokens, commonly referred to as powder tokens. One simply needed to place the token on the corresponding number and await the call. After a wait of several minutes, Feng's number was finally called, and the 3 steaming servings of rice rolls were placed at the collection window. Feng and Wang Tai each took their share and squatted at the entrance to indulge in their meal. Adding a drizzle of tangy tomato sauce before turning her gaze around. The male classmates who caught her eye were utterly electrified, with many thinking simultaneously, "She is looking at me." Consequently, several young men sprang to their feet, offering their seats. "Here, classmate, please take my spot. I'm full. You can sit here." "Hey, my friend is done eating. Why not sit beside me?" One burly youth even kicked his companion aside. "What the? I just started eating," his partner exclaimed, baffled by the betrayal. Muxi, however, coldly replied, "Thank you, but no. It's the ice goddess. She can only be admired from afar, not approached." The aloofness of her stunning visage kept suitors at bay. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlooking boys, Muxi approached Feng. Mimicking his posture, she squatted by the door, heartily devouring her meal, shattering her previously pristine ice goddess image in an instant. The scene left the male classmates utterly dumbfounded. "No way." They gasped in disbelief. Who was that guy next to the goddess? How could he cause her to lose her composure like this? The sight of Muxi squatting at the shop entrance, relishing her rice rolls, had become a spectacle, drawing bewildered gazes from all around. Such a stunning girl, behaving so unceremoniously. She must have been led astray by that boy. Many male classmates felt a pang of regret. Feng, noticing the astonished and envious stares, whispered to Muxi, "It's all your fault. Even eating rice rolls has turned me into a spectacle." Muxi took a few bites, her lips smeared with tomato sauce, and nonchalantly replied, "I don't mind. Why should a grown man like you care? Why is this rice roll so tough? It's so hard to break with chopsticks." Feng rolled his eyes. "This is a thicker rice roll, a bit sturdier than usual. Can't you manage?" Muxi continued to struggle with the rice roll, her frustration evident. "How do I eat this if I can't break it? Here, let me show you." Feng extended his chopsticks, expertly grasping a piece from her bowl. The sight left the other boys astounded. Holy cow! This guy dares to pick food from the goddess's bowl. They wondered about their relationship. No way. Could they be a couple? As the realization struck, many hearts shattered. Feng brought the rice roll to Muxi's lips. "Now, open your mouth and gently bite down." Muxi paused, questioning, and then, "Well, you eat the whole thing, just like I do," he said, demonstrating by shoving a piece into his own mouth without a care for etiquette. "This is the best way to enjoy it. You should try." Muxi, though skeptical, mimicked his approach. Even if it was not the most graceful way to eat, it seemed the only way to savor the dish. Thus, she relinquished her goddess persona and, under the astonished gazes of her peers, began to devour the rice roll with abandon. The 3 soon satisfied their appetites and, upon finishing, stood to leave. With only 2 hours until the afternoon exam, returning home for a rest would be impractical. Given the sweltering heat, Feng suggested they take a break in a nearby park, where there were trees and benches. Upon arriving at the park, they selected a bench beneath the shade. "It's so hot. What should we do?" Muxi fanned herself with her small hands, perspiration glistening on her brow. However, her eyes sparkled with a mischievous idea. What to do? A cool dish would be splendid. The shade is a blessing. Feng reclined against the bench. "Hey, brother Feng, let me fan you," Wang Tai said eagerly, picking up a large leaf from the grass to wave it for Feng. "Little Tai, well done. You have my approval." Feng responded with a mock regal air. Muxi rolled her eyes at the exchange. "Xiao, don't you want something icy and refreshing?" "Like what?" "An ice pop." "Oh, I would love one." "You should go buy it." "Hmph. No way. Let us have a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser buys. Sound good?" Feng chuckled internally at the thought of her likely choice. "All right, let us play then," he shrugged. They placed their hands behind their backs, locking eyes as if trying to decipher each other's intentions. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. Muxi, predictably, chose rock, yet Feng also opted for scissors. "Oh yeah, huh. I won again. Xiao, you're no match for me in this game." Muxi exclaimed, leaping with joy, hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. Feng looked at her with affectionate amusement, saying, "Indeed, you've won again. So, how many do you want?" "Just one will suffice. Actually, I'll let you have mine too, so you can enjoy 2 ice pops." "Feng similet." Wang Tai immediately sprang to his feet, saying, "Brother Feng, stay put. I'll go get them for you." He clearly wished to avoid being a third wheel. "Little Tai, you're becoming quite perceptive." Feng remarked it, surprised bivant ties newfound tavernis. "Hee, it's all thanks to Brother Feng's guidance." Wang Tai chuckled, darting off to buy the ice pops. Muxi settled back down, mimicking Feng's relaxed posture against the bench. Feng glanced at her and suddenly noticed a mosquito perched on her chest. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed a pesky mosquito. "You dare invade my territory?" You signed your own death warrant. Should he inform Gumu Shi before making his move? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to alert her. Gumu Shi, don't move. What is wrong? There's a mosquito. Don't move, or we'll fly away. Shall I help you swat it? Okay. Gumu Yi posit, maintaining harsitidness. Her eyes filled with confusion as they turned toward Feng. He raised his hand and then swiftly brought it down. In that instant, their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Feng instinctively pressed down. The elasticity was impressive. Dam Feng. Gumu Yi regained her composure. Her delicate face flushing crimson as she forcefully swatted his hand away and seized his collar. Was this insufferable Feng deliberately concocting excuses to take advantage of her again? Just wait until I teach him a lesson. Stop. Gumu Shi, there really is a mosquito. Feng exclaimed, spreading his hand to reveal the squashed corpse of the mosquito. Gumu Shi stared at the insect's remains, momentarily stunned. He really did kill the mosquito. Hmph. Fine. I shall spare your wretched life this time. Only then did Gumu Shi unclench her fist and release him. However, that earlier slap had sent her heart into a frenzy, her little heart pounding furiously. That despicable Feng, how infuriating. She felt a sense of being tricked, yet found herself utterly powerless against him. Feng blew away the mosquito's carcass and clapped his hands, declaring, all right, the mosquito is dead. Shouldn't you express your gratitude for my life-saving act? Gumu Shi shot him a disdainful glance. It was just a mere mosquito. What else do you want? Life-saving act, my foot. Feng replied earnestly. Mosquitoes carry various pathogens and viruses. If you had been bitten, you could have contracted all sorts of diseases. If you fall ill, those viruses would wreak havoc within you. A fever could lead to shock, and if you were to go into shock, you might very well perish. See, isn't this a life-saving act? Gumu Shi retorted, you must be joking. Did you just round up 2 dimes to a billion? Go away. Gumu Shi yawned, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Yishao, what time is it? It's precisely 1:30. We have an hour left before the exam. Feng replied, pulling out his phone. As he turned, he noticed Gumu Shi's sleepy demeanor and affectionately ruffled her hair. Why don't you take a quick nap? No way. I haven't finished my ice pop yet. Gumu Shi recalled the unfinished treat, forcing herself to perk up. At that moment, Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Gumu Shi's home. He answered, and Li Wan's voice came through. Hello. Is it Xiao Feng? How did your exam go? It was fine, nothing major. As long as we stay steady, we should win, Feng replied with a smile. That's great. You all worked hard for the exam today, so I took 2 days off to prepare some delicious food for you. I made chicken soup and bought some oysters to make garlic oysters. They're great for replenishing energy. Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of garlic oysters. A dish he could never tire of. Wonderful. Thank you, Annie, he exclaimed joyfully. Make sure you all do well in the afternoon exam, and after that, come home for dinner, Li Wan encouraged with a smile. Sure. Feng hung up and turned to Gumu Shi, who leaned in to inquire, was that my mom? Yes, Annie said she's making us delicious garlic oysters. Feng replied, his face alight with joy. Awesome. I haven't had oysters in ages. Gumu Shi smacked her lips, her mouth watering at the mere thought. Gumu Shi's family had previously enjoyed a better standard of living than Feng's. But seafood was a rare treat, usually reserved for festive occasions and birthdays. There was a particularly renowned oyster-producing region in Guang Province, Zhan City, where the oysters were large and succulent. An absolute delight. In the nutritional lexicon of Guang City residents, oysters were considered a tonic, known for their ability to nourish vitality and blood, and were sometimes used in soups as well. As the two conversed eagerly about the oysters, Wang Tai returned with the ice pops. He had bought 3 pops and a bottle of sports drink. Bro Feng, you're not having an ice pop? I got you a drink, Wang Tai said, handing him the soda. Feng was somewhat surprised. Wang Tai had changed, becoming more astute and considerate. You're really thoughtful, Teasy, Feng said, accepting the soda and popping the tab, tilting his head back to gulp it down. Ah, refreshing. The familiar taste. Feng exclaimed. The icy soda instantly dispelled the summer heat, quenching his thirst. Gumu, she held an ice pop in each hand, alternating licks, her delicate little tongue sliding over the pastel-colored treat, utterly adorable. Seeing her relish the pops so joyfully, Feng felt tempted to taste one. Could I have a lick? Why should I let you lick it? Don't you have your drink? Gumu, she retorted, quickly turning away, wary of Feng trying to snatch her treat. How about I take a sip of your drink if you let me have a lick? Feng proposed. Hmph. No way. I've already licked it. Gumu, she shook her head vigorously. Feng grinned, I don't mind. Gumu, she shot him a glare. But I do. Just one lick, what do you say? If I let you lick, I promise to buy you another one next time. Feng patted his chest, deal. Hearing that she could have another one, Gumu, she felt tempted. Just one lick? Really? Really? Just let me have a lick. Fine. Gumu, she brought the ice pop closer to his mouth. Feng leaned down, opened his mouth wide, and bit off a large chunk, devouring nearly half the pop. Despicable, Feng. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Gumu, she glared at him, shocked and furious at the sight of the now half-eaten pop. She had been tricked by this insufferable guy again. I said just one lick. Feng mumbled through the ice, grinning foolishly, his mouth full of ice. Was that a lick? You promised I could taste it. You tricked me again. I'm going to strangle you. Gumu, she bit into her other ice pop, and, with one swift motion, pushed him down onto the bench. Wang Tai hurriedly moved aside with his own ice pop, avoiding the ensuing chaos. He watched as Feng was subdued by Gumu Shi, silently praying. Amiba, infinite reverence. Amen. Please protect him. Bro Feng, you've got to manage this yourself. I can't step in. Besides, it's not certain we could take her together. After finishing his prayers, he distanced himself, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. After a few minutes of playful tussling, Feng and Gumu Shi finally ceased their antics. Despicable Feng, if you dare bite my ice pop again, I'll bite you. Gumu Shi threatened, flashing her cute little tiger teeth. All right, let us stop the nonsense. You should eat your ice pop and rest a bit. Otherwise, you'll be exhausted for the afternoon, Feng suggested with a smile. Surprisingly taking his advice, didn't he linger on the licking and finished both ice pops in just a few bites. After devouring the ice pops and having a bit of playful banter, Gumu Shi felt rejuvenated, yawning and leaning back in her chair, her eyelids growing heavy. Before long, Feng heard her steady breathing, but as she began to doze off, her head tilted, jolting her awake. Feng shifted collusive, sitting beside her and gently resting her head on his shoulder. Sleep now, Mhm. Gumu, she murmured softly as she leaned against him, her eyes closing as she drifted into slumber. After a while, Feng could hear the faint sounds of her gentle sleep. He turned to glance at her, noticing the delicate smile gracing her exquisite features beneath her lustrous hair. A smile crept onto Feng's face. What sweet dreams is this little girl conjuring? Chapter 65. This evening's garlic oysters on this sweltering summer day. Under the blazing sun, the cicadas tirelessly serenade the season with their vibrant melodies. In the park, beneath the shade of the trees, two individuals lean against each other on a bench. Gumu Shi is lost in slumber, while Feng remains awake, engrossed in a game of Snake on his phone. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the phone rings. It is 2:10 p.m. Gumui sitis awake, grogide murmuring, sitinki Feng. What time is it? Silly girl, it's 10 past 2. Get ready. We need to head to the exam. Feng replies with a smile, glancing at her. Gumu Shi slowly opens her eyes, rubbing them. Is it already that time? Have you been here the whole time? Only then does she realize she has been resting her head on Feng's shoulder, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Of course, where else would I be? Hurry, wash your face and wake up. We need to go, Feng says, shifting his shoulders, which ache from remaining still for nearly an hour to avoid disturbing her. Oh, okay. Gumu Shi sits up straight, feeling a bit shy. Were you dreaming, just now? You looked so happy, Feng teases, massaging his shoulder. Gumu Shi recalls the dream she had, her face reddening further as she retorts, I was not. In truth, she is puzzled as to why she dreamt of swimming in a pool with Feng, just the two of them. The scene was peculiar. There were all sorts of images in her dream, but she wouldn't dare speak of it. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you. Let us go. Feng stands up. Teasy, let us go. He calls out to Wang Tai. Wang Tai quickly rises from the bench, responding, all right, Feng, go wait for me. The trio exits the park and re-enters the examination hall. In the afternoon, they're to take the Chinese exam. Upon receiving the test paper, Feng flips it over to glance at the essay topic. As expected, it mirrors his recollection perfectly. This makes things easier. It would be a shame not to achieve a perfect score after all the preparation he has undertaken these past few days. Feng picks up his pen and begins to write fervently. Time passes swiftly, and soon the opportunity to submit the paper early approaches. At the school entrance, Yang Na, having returned from her lunch break with her assistant Wu Gang and a cameraman, arrives once more. Sister Na, do we really need to film twice? Vu Gong in Koyus? Pursued. Why would you have breakfast today and still need dinner? Yang Na retorts with a smile. This morning was math, and this afternoon is Chinese. What essay crucial topic in our coverage of the college entrance exams? Have you forgotten? The essay. Yang Na enlightens him. Oh right. We need to report on the college entrance exam essay, and ask the candidates what the topic is this year. Wu Gang nods, realizing the importance. As usual, we'll catch the first student to exit the exam room. Yang Na states with a grin, secretly wondering if that young man would emerge quickly. After all, it's the Chinese exam. Wouldn't it be wise to take extra time to check for typos and refine sentences? Surely, No one would submit their paper too hastily this time. The heat is oppressive, and Yang Na takes a swig from her water bottle. Hey, Sister Na. It seems someone is coming out. Wugong exclaims excitedly. Yang Na puts down her bottle and squints into the school grounds, suddenly spotting a familiar face. She spits out her drink in shock. Cough, cough. How is it that he is the first one out again? Yang Na exclaims, astonished. For the second time, it is Feng who emerges from the examination room first. Parents gathered at the school gate also notice Feng, engaging in hushed discussions. How's he the first one out again? Perhaps he couldn't write well and just scribbled something before leaving. Ah, that might be a sign of giving up. There are few top students in this world, and many who struggle. It's understandable. Indeed, many who take the college entrance exam merely go through the motions, ending up working in electronics factories after graduating high school. That kid has no future in an electronics factory. Wu Gang whispers, Sister Na, should we still go interview him? Of course. He has come out first twice in a row. We must conduct a proper interview. Yang Na exclaims, suddenly excited as she senses a potential story. As Feng steps out the door, Yang Na approaches him once more. Hello, Feng. How did you find the difficulty of the Chinese exam this afternoon? She asks directly. Feng scratches his head. It was all right. Not as difficult as I imagined, just average. Yang Na and her colleagues are taken aback. Average difficulty? That is quite a bold statement. May I ask what this year's Chinese exam topic was? Our audience is very curious. Yang Na pauses before inquiring. Feng, you didn't miss the essay topic, did you? Feng laughs, of course not. The topic was the answer is colorful, focusing on how different perspectives lead to different discoveries. It's about viewing problems from multiple angles. Oh, so that's this year's college entrance exam essay topic. Thank you for sharing, Feng. Next, one last question. Now that all the subjects are finished, what are your plans once you return home? Yang Na asks with a smile. The ideal response would typically be something like, I'll go home and prepare for tomorrow's exam to strive for even better results. I'm going home to eat. Tonight, we're having garlic oysters. Feng licks his lips, looking like a hungry cat. Bang, Yang Na, Wu Gang. And the cameraman nearly topple over upon hearing his response. Cough, cough, is that so? It seems Feng is quite hungry, so we won't keep you any longer. Yang Na clears her throat awkwardly. She has never been so taken aback by such an answer. This young man certainly walks a different path. Chapter 66, Gu. The school bell. Xiao, you're going to be famous. Thank you, Feng, for agreeing to our interview. Yang Na regains her composure, smiling. Today, we have gathered valuable material for our college entrance exam news report. Truly, it's all thanks to you. It's no trouble, no need to be polite. Feng waves his hand. After the interview, Feng continues to wait in the shade for Gu Muxi and Wang Tai. As the bell, signaling the end of the exam rings, candidates surge toward the school gate. Gu Muxi and Wang Tai exit the school in succession. Yishou, Gu Muxi calls out with a bright smile, jogging toward him. Her youthful and vibrant figure attracts many gazes. How'd you do in Chinese, Gu Muxi? Feng asks as he approaches her. I felt pretty good. Certainly better than math. My Chinese has always been excellent. Gu Muxi replies proudly. Confidence is key. Your results should reflect that, Feng nods. Gu Muxi giggles before whispering, I believe I have a talent for Chinese. I write essays super quickly. And once I get to university, I want to try writing novels. Feng looks surprised. Writing novels? That's a treacherous path. Why do you say that? Gu Muxi asks, puzzled. If you're writing ISNT up to par, how could those handsome male readers and stunning female readers possibly support you? They'll only reward you if your work is exceptional. But writing well is truly challenging, Feng states earnestly. Rewards? If I write novels, I'll definitely publish a book. Just like Grandpa Jean, no need for rewards. Gu Muxi asserts with great ambition. Maple, Gu Schoolflower, what are you discussing? Aren't we heading home for dinner? Wang Tai inquired, jogging over with a puzzled expression. The thought of dining immediately reminded Feng of garlic oysters, causing his stomach to grumble in response. Yes, we'll talk about it later. Come on, let us go home and feast on oysters. Feng exclaimed with a wave and a grin. Upon returning to the staff quarters, Feng bid farewell to Wang Tai, and he and Gu Muxi swiftly secured their bicycles before racing up the stairs to the Gu residence. Mom, we're back. Gu Muxi shouted energetically as she entered. Feng followed closely behind, already catching the delicious aroma of garlic wafting through the air. It smells so good, he exclaimed, nearly drooling. Li Wan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of oysters, and said with a smile, Quick, wash your hands. Your father will be home soon. We'll eat together. Yay! Gu Muxi cheered. Darting into the bathroom, Feng followed her inside, sharing the faucet as they washed their hands. When Gu Muxi noticed, Feng had taken her spot at the sink. She shot him a glare. Could you let me wash first? We can wash together. It's not a big deal. He replied casually. No, it's too cramped. Just squeeze a little. There will be room. No way, you took my spot. Muxi, pass me the soap, please. No way. Then I'll just have to rub against you. Feng suddenly grasped both of Muxi's hands, which were slick with soap. So slippery. Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she attempted to break free, but Feng held her hands firmly, playfully kneading them. You're so annoying. You bully me, Feng. Let go. She protested, blushing as she glared at him. Well, now my hands are soapy too, he said with a smug smile, showing her the suds he had acquired from her. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Muxi smeared some soap onto his nose, covering it with foam. Ha! You wanted some, right? Here, more. She laughed triumphantly. Feng wiped his nose and declared, All right, let the battle commence. Muxi, prepare yourself. He lunged forward, hands lathered with foam, aiming for her face. Startled, Muxi dodged frantically. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she was about to fall into the bathroom. Quick as a flash, Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, leaving Muxi momentarily stunned. Are you all right? You think? Chuck it softly. Muxi felt her cheeks heat up, her heart racing. I'm fine, you annoying Feng. How long are you going to hold me? Feng grinned. Not yet. Muxi glared up at him and stomped her foot down. Ow! Muxi, you ungrateful wretch. Feng yelped, clutching his foot in mock agony. Muxi stuck her tongue out at him. What are you two doing in there? Are you done washing? Liwan's voice called from outside. Mom, I'm done. Muxi replied cheerfully as she darted out. Feng shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, this girl is truly fearless. After washing his hands, he sat at the dining table beside Muxi. With all the dishes served, Gu Xingzhong returned home, and they all sat down to eat. Feng had dined at the Gu residence many times before, feeling as comfortable as if he were at his own home, without a hint of restraint. He and Muxi devoured most of the garlic oysters, a familiar routine of theirs. After finishing their meal and taking a moment to relax, the clock struck 8. Gu Xingzhong turned on the television to watch the news, and the program news transmission was just starting. Dear viewers, let us take a look at today's candidate situation. The screen shifted to Feng's interview. Muxi exclaimed in surprise. Xiao, you're on TV. Feng merely smiled. He had grown accustomed to such attention. The following segments featured interviews with other candidates, whose responses were rather conventional compared to Feng's confident and quirky answers. Then came another question. Now that all subjects are done, what does the student plan to do after returning home? Of course, I'm going home to eat. Tonight's feast is garlic oysters. Muxi couldn't contain her laughter upon hearing his response. Oh my goodness. Xiao, your answer is truly eccentric. After this airs, you'll be famous. Chapter 67. Stinky Feng, congratulations on your graduation. Feng chuckled at his own interview, saying, it's not that exaggerated, just 2 short segments. I'm not interested in becoming an internet celebrity. Muxi paused, puzzled. Internet celebrity? What is that? Cough. It's something you wouldn't understand. Better wash up and go to bed. We have exams tomorrow, Feng replied as he stood up. Sitinki Feng. You better do well on your comprehensive science and English exams. Muxi called after him. All right, you too. He replied before bidding farewell to Muxi's parents and heading home. The atmosphere at home felt somewhat desolate. Feng recalled that his mother was scheduled for surgery in 2 days. He contemplated calling her, but hesitated, remembering his father's admonition against making calls until after the college entrance examination. He shook his head with a wry smile, deciding to visit the hospital after the exams. By then, his father would have no grounds for complaint. Once in his room, Feng opened his computer and resumed writing the antivirus program code. Though the task was not overly complex, it required optimization to ensure compatibility with a wide range of computer performances for effective protection. Having completed 80% of the project, he aimed to finalize it for internal testing before starting university. As he immersed himself in coding, he lost track of time, and suddenly it was 10 o'clock at night. Ding ding ding. A notification sound broke the silence. He opened the message to find one from Feng. Ever since Muxi added him using her alternate account, she had taken to pretending to be a northeastern netizen, engaging him in playful banter, though he often thwarted her attempts to tease him. Feng occasionally teased her back, once convincing her to try placing cucumber slices in sugar water on her face for beauty, only for her to be pursued by mosquitoes and ants all day. Feng. Hey handsome, what are you up to? Feng, just to clarify, I'm not small. Feng. How would I know how old you are? I've never seen you. Feng, would you like to meet? Hee. Feng. Let us not. It's too far. I'm up in northeast China. Feng simulkit. Glancing out the window. Northeast? It was just across the street. Still trying to play with me? Feng. Oh well, if you can't see me, that's your loss. Feng. I've realized you have quite a thick skin. Feng. Thank you for the compliment. So what do you need from me? Shuemu Fenghua, I want to share a post with you. It really made me laugh. Huh. She sent him a link to a post from Tianyao Forum. As he opened it, the title left him utterly bewildered. How should we evaluate the Gaokao candidate known as Oyster Brother? Do you all consider him a scholar or a slacker? The replies below have numbered in the thousands, and the post has even made it to the forum's hot topics. Upon careful scrutiny, it is indisputable that Oyster Brother is indeed a slacker. My younger brother remarked that such an arrogant candidate from last time is already tightening screws in a factory now. Haha, I also read the news. That fellow is truly a peculiar character. What on earth are the young people thinking these days? Is it a desire to stand out at all costs? The comments beneath the post are varied, filled with both praise and criticism. Feng shook his head with a smile, acknowledging that in this era of overwhelming information, even trivial matters find their way online. He remained unconcerned, recognizing that such discussions hold little significance, merely serving as casual dinner table gossip. Shuemu Fenghua, did you see that? It's Oyster Brother. What a hilarious nickname. That guy's too amusing. Huh. Muxi sat at her computer, typing away while secretly chuckling. Stinky Feng, at last, I've had a chance to poke fun at you. Hee hee. She had stumbled upon this post while casually browsing the internet, and hadn't anticipated that the news would spark such heated discussions online so soon. So, she deliberately shared the post, intending to irritate Feng. Feng, oh, don't you think he is handsome? Feng typed with a smile. Shui mu feng hua, handsome. More like a cricket. Feng, I saw in an interview that a girl stood next to him, and they seemed quite compatible. They might make a lovely couple in the future. Muxi's cheeks flushed as she quickly typed. Where's the compatibility? Are your eyes faulty? Who would like him? She added a final remark. Only a fool would like him. After sending her message, Muxi blushed, biting her finger while staring at the screen. For some reason, she felt a bit anxious. Could it be that stinky Feng recognized her? Impossible. I've hidden myself so well, he surely hasn't figured it out. Meanwhile, Feng chuckled to himself. He could already envision Muxi nervously biting her finger right now. Trying to play with me? What a joke. Feng, oh really? But why are you so agitated? That girl isn't you. Upon reading this message, Muxi felt a slight sense of relief. Aha! Stinky Feng truly doesn't know that he is chatting with me. This is so amusing. Shui mu Fenghua. I'm just standing up for her. She is so beautiful and naturally charming. Feng, yes, I know her. She is quite nice, though her choice of clothing is a bit scanty. Muxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Scanty? How dare this guy imply that I'm small? How infuriating. Muxi looked down at her outfit. I'm definitely not small. Hmph. Shuemu Fenghua. I don't think she is small. It must be your eyes that are faulty. Hurry and get them checked while you still can. After sending her message, Muxi logged off, puffing her cheeks in frustration. I'm definitely of normal proportions. Does Stinky Feng only prefer the larger types? Muxi glanced down again, lost in deep contemplation. Seeing her chat icon go gray, Feng realized that Muxi had likely logged off in anger. Little she, you can't compete with me. Feng chuckled to himself before returning to his programming tasks. The next morning, as usual, Muxi, the human alarm clock, woke him up. Yi Shao. Time to get up. All right, alarm clock Gu. Alarm clock? You're the alarm clock. Hurry up. Feng lazily rolled out of bed, quickly washed up, and went to Muxi's house for breakfast. Sitting at the dining table, enjoying his meat porridge, he was suddenly startled when Muxi emerged from her room, her hair tied in a ponytail. Good morning, Yi Shao. Morning. Feng looked up and nearly spat out his porridge. How has Muxi become so developed overnight? Has she matured in just one night? Muxi, noticing Feng's gaze, blushed, glaring at him. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen this before? Indeed, haven't. Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Muxi feigned calmness and sat down to eat breakfast, though she felt quite uncomfortable. To appear a bit more developed, she had added 2 sponge pads, which felt rather awkward since she was too used to them. The effect looked decent, but overall it felt strange. Oh well, I'll just take them off later. After finishing breakfast, Muxi dashed back to her room. Feng waited at the door, calling out, Muxi, hurry up, coming. Muxi exited her room again, and Feng was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Why does it look like it shrank again? He rubbed his eyes in confusion. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was it not as impressive as he thought? But with his keen eyesight, how could he be mistaken? It was truly perplexing. The fluctuations in size were utterly bewildering. Today marked the second day of the Gaokao, and the two of them met up with Wang Tai before heading straight to the examination hall. The morning was filled with science examinations, followed by English in the afternoon, and the entire process went smoothly. For Feng, these subjects posed no significant challenge, particularly English, which was quite simple for someone who had passed level 6. After the afternoon exam, students flooded out of the school, cheering and celebrating their completion. For them, this first major exam of their lives was finally over. The tension in their minds could finally relax. Without the pressure of exams, their spirits were naturally lifted. Yifeng waited at the entrance for Muxi, spotting her bouncing and running towards him, a joyous smile adorning her face. Yishao, the Gaokao, is finally over. Oh yeah, ha! Muxi exclaimed, twirling in delight like a joyful sprite. Yes, it's finally over, Yifeng replied calmly. He felt little excitement, more a sense of relief, as if the burden on his heart had finally lifted. His performance during the Gaokao had met all expectations, and he was quite satisfied with his exam condition. Estimating his score, he could easily surpass the first-tier university threshold. His parents would likely be very pleased once the results were in. Feng Yi, Wang Tai also rushed out, his face brimming with excitement. Look at how happy you are. Let us celebrate at the shop tonight. Yifeng patted him on the shoulder. Sounds good. Wang Tai nodded enthusiastically. The three of them returned to their class in Taoyuan No. 1. Classmates were animatedly discussing the exam questions, with some feeling triumphant, others frustrated, and many relieved, creating quite a ruckus in the classroom. After a while, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Shui, walked in briskly, and the classroom fell silent instantly as students hurried back to their seats. Zhao Shui surveyed the class and smiled with satisfaction. First of all, congratulations to everyone on completing your exams. After 10 years of diligent study, this day has finally arrived. Regardless of the final results, I hope you all keep your sights set on the horizon and pursue your dreams and goals. Today marks what should be your last class meeting. The next time you return to school, it will be to collect your graduation certificates. However, I want to congratulate you in advance. Congratulations on your graduation. As Zhao Shui's voice echoed in the classroom, it was met with enthusiastic applause. Every face in the room bore a mixture of exhilaration and reluctance. The excitement stemmed from the long-awaited graduation, a moment that signified the first step into the adult world. Conversely, the melancholy arose from bidding farewell to 3 years of high school, parting ways with teachers and classmates, and embarking on separate journeys. When they meet again, it is likely that time will have transformed them. Zhao Shui smiled gently and continued, I wish all my students a future filled with brilliance. As long as you thrive, that is the greatest wish of your teacher. Class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. The entire class stood in unison, bidding Zhao Shui a fond farewell. Once Zhao Shui departed, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise. Suddenly, a student from the adjacent classroom dashed into the hallway, shouting joyfully, I graduated. Following this, many students surged out of their classrooms, scattering papers and assignments in all directions. In an instant, the entire school was enveloped in joyous uproar, with countless voices celebrating their newfound freedom. Muxi turned her head and beamed at Yifeng. Stinky Feng, congratulations on your graduation. Thank you, Gu Xiaozhu. Same to you. Now that the college entrance examination is over, what are your plans for the 2-month summer vacation? Yifeng inquired with curiosity. Muxi tapped her lips thoughtfully and replied, I want to take a summer job to earn some tuition. That way, my parents will feel a little less pressure. Yifeng chuckled teasingly. Then come work at my shop and help me out. Your shop? Work for you? Absolutely not. Retorted. If I were to work for you, I might as well be exploited to the bone. Come on, do I seem like a blood-sucking capitalist to you? How could I possibly exploit you? If anything, you would be the one exploiting me. Yifeng countered it. Muxi proudly lifted her chin, declaring yes. If exploitation is to occur, it will be I who exploits you. Yifeng spread his arms dramatically, feigning a tragic fate. Then come on, squeeze me dry, trample me. Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she pushed against his chest, exclaiming, What are you saying? Go away. Yifeng smirked. So, tell me, if you're not coming to work for me, where do you intend to go? Muxi cradled her chin in her hands and said, I want to study architectural design in college. My mom has an old classmate who works as a supervisor in an architectural firm and said I could shadow them for a bit. Though I haven't started college yet, I still want to gain some experience. It won't really count as a summer job, more like a learning opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yifeng shrugged, all right. I know nothing about architectural design, but if you want to learn, then go for it. Muxi stood up, dusting off her pants. All right then. Let us go visit Auntie. Let us go. Yifeng agreed with a smile. Wang Tai joined them, exclaiming, Brother Feng, can I come along? You should head to the shop and buy some good ingredients to wait for me. Yifeng advised, patting his shoulder. Wang Tai grinned, nodding sure. I'll head to the shop first then. After leaving school, Yifeng and Muxi made their way straight to the hospital. In the hospital room, they found Yifeng's parents. Meng Xiaoyun lay in the bed, appearing somewhat better than before, her spirits lifted. Son, how did the exams go? Do you feel confident about getting into a second-tier university? Meng Xiaoyun asked with concern, holding Yifeng's hand. Jianjun teased from the side. Your mother, even in the hospital, is constantly worrying about your college entrance exam, fretting over whether you'll do well. A second-tier university? Mom, you underestimate me. Feng chucked it. Seeing her son so confident eased Meng Xiaoyun's worries. As long as you do well, I will feel at ease. Mom, don't worry too much. You need to rest well since you have surgery tomorrow. Feng comforted her. Yes, Annie, please take care of yourself. Muxi chimed in sweetly. See. I truly appreciate you looking after him these past few days. In the future, you must keep a closer eye on him. Don't let him run around aimlessly after the exams, especially not sneaking off to play all night online. Meng Xiaoyun instructed, grasping Muxi's hand. Muxi smiled brightly. Don't worry, Annie, I will definitely keep a close watch. That's good. If he dares to bully you, just tell me. And I will stand up for you, Meng Xiaoyun said affectionately. Watching the two women converse, Feng felt as if they were mother-in-law and daughter-in-law united against him. All right, Mom. I would never dare to bully her. It's she who bullies me every day. Feng protested. Muxi feigned a look of grievance. Annie, it's not me who bullies him. Meng Xiaoyun playfully tapped Feng on the head. How could such a sweet child like she ever bully anyone? You, being older than her, should be more accommodating. I absolutely refuse to be her brother. She will be my wife in the future, Feng declared emphatically. Muxi, not to be outdone, proudly retorted, Hmph, I want to be his sister. Feng raised an eyebrow and whispered, Then what do you want to be to me? Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. I want to be your enemy. Observing the playful banter between the two, Meng Xiaoyun found it amusing. All right, you two, go argue elsewhere. This is a hospital room. Let your mother rest. Jianjun waved them off. Okay, Dad, Mom, we'll take our leave now, Feng said as he took Muxi's hand and exited the room. Muxi, you should head home first. I need to stop by the shop. I want to be home for dinner tonight, so tell Annie, Feng said as they walked. All right, but you better return early. Otherwise, I'll tell Auntie you're out gallivanting. Muxi teased with a mischievous smile. Wow, you want to be my housekeeper already? Do you plan to supervise me for life? Feng joked, glancing back at her with a grin. Muxi's face turned as red as an apple, as she pulled her hand away, stammering. And no, who wants to be your housekeeper? How shameless. I'm leaving now, she declared, turning on her heel and striding away. Hey, wait for me, Feng called out, chasing after her. After parting ways with Muxi at the hospital, Feng rode his bicycle to the shop. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. A table had been set up inside, where Wang Tai and Han Nan were busy clearing dishes. Brother Feng is back, Wang Tai exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Feng. Brother Feng, Han Nan also chimed in, dashing over with open arms. Feng scooped her up, lifting her high into the air. Wow, Nan seems to have gained some weight. You're heavier now. It seems your brother is taking good care of you. He set her down, ruffling her hair with a smile. My brother buys me meat to eat every day. I can eat 2 bowls of rice in one meal. Han Nan proudly boasted about her appetite. That's great. You're still growing, so eat plenty. Where's your brother? Is he cooking inside? Feng asked, glancing toward the kitchen. Yes, my brother said that Brother Feng is coming for dinner today. So he specially bought half a chicken to fry. Han Nan replied obediently. She looked up at Feng with wide, admiring eyes. Though she was still young, she had learned a lot in recent days and understood that the good life she enjoyed was thanks to Brother Feng. In her heart, she held a deep gratitude for him. In the shop, she diligently lent her assistance, ensuring that every corner was meticulously cleaned, the glass sparkling without a speck of dust. She yearned to contribute her share. Just by inhaling this aroma, I can tell your brother is quite skilled, Feng remarked in admiration. Recently, the group had occasionally dined at the shop, and indeed, Han Pingyan had culinary talent. Though his skills were average and leaned towards home-style flavors. His proficiency was heart-wrenching given his youth. It was the reality of a child from a poor family, shouldering responsibilities early. Moreover, their family had long since vanished, leaving Han Pingyan to play both father and mother to his sister. At that moment, Han Pingyan brought out the last dish, a fragrant stir-fry of mushrooms and chicken. Brother Feng, it's time to eat, he respectfully announced as he set down the dish. All right, let us all sit down to dine, Feng replied with a smile. The 3 young men and their little sister gathered around the table, partaking in a modest meal of 3 dishes and a soup. As they ate, laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. During the meal, Wang Tai inquired, Brother Feng, now that the college entrance examinations are over, when shall we inaugurate this shop? After a moment of contemplation, Feng responded, in a couple of days, I suppose. Once we receive our diplomas, we'll need to pay a visit to the electronics building. My mother is undergoing surgery, and I doubt there's much money left. We cannot afford to purchase inventory outright, but must seek collaboration there. Perhaps we can persuade them to lend us some goods, like computer components and monitors. Wang Tai expressed his concerns. Brother Feng, if we don't pay, will they be willing to lend us their stock? It seems we have little to offer as collateral. Feng sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the issue. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. Without a supply of components, our shop cannot open. It would stand bare, and no one would believe we are selling or repairing computers. However, no matter how daunting the challenge, we must endeavor to try. This is entrepreneurship. We will inevitably encounter various obstacles. Our task is to maintain a clear mindset, identify the key problems, and address them one by one. We may lack funds, but if we desire components, we must engage with the electronics building. It would be ideal to convince them to lend us even a small portion of the parts. After a moment's reflection, Wang Tai suggested, Brother Feng, why don't we approach Boss Ning tomorrow? He has been at the electronics building for many years and should have some connections. Feng nodded, smiling. Yes, I've considered asking for his assistance. But not at this moment, nor should we approach him directly. I will arrange a meeting for a meal first. This matter is urgent. Yet we must tread carefully and understand his circumstances. TZ, remember that sometimes, when seeking assistance, one must first ascertain whether the other party is in a position to help. If they are, that is best. We can request their connections. If not, we must refrain from broaching the subject to avoid placing them in an awkward position or compromising their dignity. In business, maintaining relationships is essential for future dealings. Wang Tai, upon hearing Feng's words, appeared momentarily enlightened. Brother Feng, you truly are a seasoned veteran. Chapter 69. Gu Xiaozhu is indeed one of a kind. I've learned well. I shall follow your lead and make contact with Boss Ning. Wang Tai nodded. Feng smiled. In a couple of days, we'll head to the electronics building. If we can negotiate on our own, it will be preferable not to involve Boss Ning. It's never good to owe favors. As they continued their meal, Feng instructed Wang Tai to fetch 3 cans of beer and a juice. Wang Tai went to procure the drinks, assisting Feng and Hmph in opening the cans. Holding up a beer, Feng declared, Cheers, TZ, Pingyan. Let us celebrate our graduation. Let's raise a glass. We are adults now, and having graduated, we need not fear being caught while drinking. Wang Tai chuckled, realizing this was his first legitimate drink. He had sneaked a few sips with Feng before, but now it was all above board. Here's to you, Brother Feng. He toasted. To Brother Feng. Hmph raised his beer respectfully. Little Han Nan imitated her brother, lifting her juice for a toast, but her small hands couldn't reach, so she stood on tiptoe. Her earnest struggle to clink glasses brought laughter to all three. The little shop was filled with joyous laughter, gradually blending into the night outside. After they finished eating, Feng and Wang Tai moved 2 chairs outside the shop, continuing to drink and chat. Wang Tai, not accustomed to drinking, had turned red to the roots of his neck after 3 cans, displaying signs of inebriation. Feng lounged in his chair, gazing at the pitch-black sky, lost in thought. TZ, if we did not open a shop, where would you go after graduation? Wang Tai paused, surprised by Feng's question. Perhaps I would return to my mother's hometown. That gambler of a father often comes back for money. My mother planned to return to her hometown to avoid him once I graduated. A self-deprecating smile crossed Wang Tai's face. Sometimes, I truly don't want to admit that gambler is my father. Feng suddenly displayed a look of realization, understanding why it had been difficult to reconnect with him in the past. Yet everything had changed now. Does your father still come around asking for money? Feng turned to ask. Yes, he came once before the exams, and I gave him 300 to send him off. Wang Tai replied with a bitter smile. Feng frowned. Why didn't you mention this? I told you, if he dares to come back for money again, you must come to me. Wang Tai's face showed guilt as he quietly replied, Brother Feng, I was preparing for the exams. I didn't want to affect your studies. If anything happened that influenced your exams, I would never forgive myself. Feng sighed, understanding Wang Tai's feelings, but the unresolved issue would continue to haunt him. Tethered by his gambling father, Wang Tai's expression darkened, filled with sorrow and frustration. He lifted his beer and took another swig, seeking solace in alcohol. Feng reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, shaking one out and offering it to him. Want one? Without hesitation, Wang Tai accepted the cigarette and lighter. Click! The lighter ignited the cigarette, and Wang Tai clumsily took a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. The strong smoke choked him, causing tears to spill from his eyes. Cough. So harsh. It's killing me. This was his first experience with smoking. Feng, chuck it softly. Why did you take such a big puff? Take it slow. Some things cannot be rushed. You'll get there eventually. With that, he lit a cigarette for himself, taking a slow drag and expertly exhaling a smoke ring. The streetlight cast a dim glow, obscuring his features in the haze. Wang Tai imitated Feng, slowly inhaling, and finally adjusted to it, shaking his head and laughing. This really helps relieve stress. Brother Feng, yes. Thank you for having my back. We're brothers. It's only right. Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette, observing Wang Tai, who appeared to have matured significantly while smoking. Next time he comes back for money, you must tell me. I'll help you. Wang Tai's eyes glistened with tears, expressing his gratitude. Brother Feng, I understand. Feng patted his shoulder, comforting him. Why cry? A man must hold his tears. It's not easy to shed them. Wang Tai wiped his tears, revealing a goofy smile. All right, I'll listen to you. Indeed, my mother has frequently expressed her desire for you to visit our home, saying that since you have assisted me so much, we have yet to invite you over for a meal. She has also scolded me for my lack of consideration, having reiterated this several times. I have assured her that I am quite occupied with preparations for the college entrance examination, but she remains unconvinced. Feng chocolate, alright. Let us prioritize the opening of the business first. Once it's officially launched, we shall celebrate at your home. Wang Tai's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed. Really? That would be splendid. I shall have my mother prepare a feast. Let us discuss it then. By the way, TZ, have you thought about what major you wish to pursue in university? Feng inwidet suddenly. Wang Tai scratched his head, appearing quite puzzled. To be honest, I'm unsure of what to study. You know me, Feng Ge. I have never harbored grand ambitions. I'm also at a loss regarding what career I might pursue in the future. Feng shook his head, acknowledging that this confusion is a common plight among many candidates. After the college entrance examination concludes, they must confront the daunting task of selecting their preferred fields of study. Yet many remain uncertain about their choices. Lacking a clear vision for their future, they often find themselves adrift, resorting to the suggestions of family or relatives, ultimately enrolling in majors they know little about. Consequently, they may stumble through 4 years of university life, facing unemployment or shifting careers upon graduation. Feng hoped for better prospects for Wang Tai. He deserved a brighter future, yet the path he chooses must be determined by him alone. All Feng could do was provide gentle guidance, aspiring for him to discover his life as purpose. TZ, after you return home, take the time to reflect before you sleep. Contemplate the kind of person you wish to become in the next decade. Perhaps you already possess the answer. Feng smiled. Wang Tai nodded earnestly, stating, Feng Ge, I will give it serious thought. Now let us drink. Feng raised his beer, and the two clinked their bottles together, drinking deeply. At 10 p.m., Feng returned home. As he switched on the lights in his room, a series of thuds echoed from the window moments later. Drawing back the curtains, he found Gu Muxi still awake, standing behind the window in her nightgown, the evening breeze tousling her flowing black hair, rendering her akin to a spirit of the night. Yishao, why have you returned so late? Have you been out indulging in merriment? Gu Muxi teased. Feng gudinut. Leaning against the window, what, did you miss me so soon? With a haughty lift of her chin, Gu Muxi retorted, who said I missed you? I am merely fulfilling my supervisory duties. Do not forget that Auntie granted me the authority to oversee you. Is the esteemed supervisor waiting up for the little one to return? Feng saw, through her facade. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, stammering. I was simply unable to sleep. Suddenly, 2 thumb-sized cockroaches flew in through the window, startling Feng. What the hell? Such enormous cockroaches. The cockroaches, known scientifically as American cockroaches, are 2 to 3 times larger than the average cockroach. Cockroaches? Where? Let me squash it. Gu Muxi exclaimed excitedly. Feng miridisiget. Miss Gu is indeed quite unique. Yishao, are you alright? Did a cockroach fly into your room? Do not be afraid. Allow me to go and squash it. Gu Muxi urged, then swiftly exited the room. Feng smirked, amused by her affection for small creatures. He recalled a time when he was around 6 or 7 years old, and a group of children were playing in the community, when suddenly a caterpillar fell from a tree, causing everyone else to scream and scatter. Only Gu Muxi, curious as ever, poked it with a stick and showcased it to the others, declaring, what is there to be afraid of? She even took the caterpillar home, only to accidentally tear it in half while experimenting with its elasticity. After a while, there was a knock at the door. Feng opened it to find Gu Muxi rushing in. Where is it? Where's the cockroach? I am prepared. She raised the slippers in her hand, which she deemed to be a formidable weapon against the intruder. It should still be in the room, esteemed supervisor. I entrust the rest to you. Feng said with a smile. Fear not. Little Fengzi, lead the way, and allow me to deal with it. Gu Muxi declared proudly. Upon returning to the room, they discovered 2 cockroaches motionless against the wall, seemingly unafraid of their presence. This was characteristic behavior of American cockroaches. They are bold enough to move about freely in daylight. Such pests deserve to be eradicated. Gu Muxi narrowed her eyes, slowly raising her slipper as she stealthily approached. When she was merely a meter away, she halted and swiftly flung her slipper. The motion was clean and quick, striking one cockroach with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding smack, the slipper flattened it, its lifeless form falling to the ground. Feng stood in auge, utterly dumbfounded. Wow, that was incredible. A human weapon. However, the other cockroach, startled by the commotion, scuttled up the wall and began trembling in the corner of the ceiling. Muxi assessed the situation, her brows furrowing slightly. This one appears rather clever, knowing to retreat to a corner. It will not be easy to hit it now. If I miss, it may escape out the window. What shall we do? Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, she suddenly turned to Feng. Little Fengzi, I need your help. Me? How can I assist you? Feng queried, pointing at himself in confusion. I'm not tall enough. Lift me up so I can reach. Muxi shot him an exasperated glance. Ah well. Feng's gaze fell upon her loose nightgown, her fair, slender legs catching his attention. He gulped, chuckling. All right, I would be more than happy to help. Muxi paid him no mind, focusing solely on the remaining cockroach. She approached the wall and whispered, I am ready. You must hold me steady. Your strength is sufficient. Isn't it? Feng patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I've got this. Okay, let us begin. Muxi stated seriously. Feng positioned himself behind her, placing his hands on her slim waist. The moment they made contact, he realized just I don't want to either. Who made you gain weight? Not really. That's your imagination. Muxi, with his long hands, was barely able to hold on and gave a firm slap. Snap! The remaining cockroach was also flattened. Got it. Muxi shouted happily. But Feng's arms couldn't hold up anymore. He kept retreating and fell onto the bed. His hands were released, and Muxi fell down and hit him. Bang! Crunch! The bed board let out a mournful cry. Feng not only fell onto the bed, but was also pressed on his stomach by Muxi, almost spitting out everything he had eaten tonight. Ishao, are you okay? Muxi turned around and asked with concern. Feng's face turned purple as he spoke weakly. Can you come down first and talk about it? Muxi only noticed at this moment that he was sitting on top of him, chuckled dryly, and quickly stood up. It's all your fault for not being able to hold on. You can't blame me. Feng calmed down and chuckled. Didn't you eat too much? Definitely gained weight again. Muxi. Dish. Stinky Feng. Dare you say I'm fat? I think you're tired of life. Muxi grabbed his leg with one hand and twisted it backwards. Feng's whole face was turned over, and one leg was firmly restrained by Muxi. Loosen. Let go. Murder your husband. Muxi's cheeks burned, and he spat out. Bah. Damn husband. Shameless. But she still let go of his leg. Stinky Feng. Dare you say I'm fat? Mother, is this called fat? Clearly, the standard figure is impressive. All right. You can handle the body yourself. I'm going back to sleep. Muxi waved his hand, picked up his slippers, and left. Hey, Muxi. Can't you also handle the body? Take them away. Feng stood up and shouted. Muxi carried his hands on his back and turned around, looking like a lonely expert. This girl, only care about killing and not burying. After speaking, he walked out of the room without looking back. Feng couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really good at pretending. Never mind. It's better to tidy up by yourself. Feng used a broom to sweep away the cockroach corpses and then went to wash up. When he finished washing up, he saw that the lights in Muxi's room had already gone out. Is this girl asleep? Feng drew the curtains, turned on the computer, and prepared to continue using the antivirus software. Just as I hung up the buckle, I found that Muxi's account was online. Wow. It turns out that turning off the lights is stealing the computer. Drip by drop. Shuemu Fenghua sent a message. Feng opened it and took a look. Shuemu Fenghua. Hi, Fengzi, let me tell you a horror story. I saw it in Tianya. Feng what? Shuemu Fenghua. Once upon a time, there was a scholar who met a virtuous woman on the road. The scholar secretly said that this woman was really fat. Feng, and then what? Shuemu Fenghua. And then he was killed. Feng. Chapter 71, Stinky Maple, Shameless Stinky. Is this considered a yarn horror story? Feng typed a reply. Shuemu Fenghua. Doesn't it count? Oh, I just omitted the process of the scholar being brutally killed in the middle. I'm afraid it might scare you. Do you think there won't be a man like a scholar in this world? TSK. The outcome must be very unpleasant. On the other side, Muxi rubbed the face of the pink pig with both hands and stared at the screen with a frosty expression. Stinky Feng. Next time you dare to say I'm fat, I'll break you apart. Muxi said, kicking the pink pig onto the bed with one foot. Drip by drop. The button rings a message. She fixed her gaze on it. Feng, I don't think so. Anyway, I'm not. Muxi's eyes widened, almost spitting out blood in anger. Stinky Maple, shameless. The first day after the college entrance examination was the day when Meng Xiaoyun underwent surgery. Feng didn't go anywhere and waited with Muxi in the hospital. The surgery started in the morning and finally ended at noon. When the doctor comes out of the surgery and informs everyone that it went smoothly, everyone can truly feel at ease. After the anesthesia on the day after the surgery, Meng Xiaoyun regained consciousness and her mental state recovered well. During the ward round, The doctor advised on matters related to daily life and food, and stated that the surgical cure was very successful. If the recovery is good, the patient can be discharged in at least 2 weeks. However, after discharge, one still needs to rest for 6 months and cannot do heavy physical work. Only when the wound is completely healed can one work normally. After listening to the doctor's words, the stone in Feng's heart finally fell. 2 days later, Feng received his graduation certificate from school and took a class photo to officially graduate. This feeling is like a little bird in a cage finally achieving freedom, no longer burdened with the pressure of the college entrance examination and flying freely. After finishing their family business, Feng and Wang Tai went to the Dinka building early on Saturday morning. I found a company called Hmph e-commerce online, which represents multiple brands of computer accessories and is a first-tier distributor in Guangzhou. They represent numerous motherboard brands, such as Jijia, Ashrak, and the Ministry of Information Technology. In addition to motherboards, there are other graphics card brands, and this company also holds some weight in the electronic science and technology building. Feng brought Wang Tai to visit directly, and the front desk heard that they wanted to buy accessories, so they contacted a business manager. In a small meeting room, Feng waited for a while, but the door pushed open and a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, with oily hair, walked in with a smile on his face. Hello. I am the business manager of Hmph, and my name is Muxi. The middle-aged man took the initiative to extend his hand and greet. Hello, my name is Feng, and this is my business card. Feng took out his business card and exchanged it with the other party. Muxi saw this simple business card with only Feng Electronics and its name on it. He glanced at Feng and Wang Tai again, and they looked a bit too young, only around 20 years old. Are you doing business at such a young age? Please sit down, both of you. May I ask which accessories do you want to import? Our company is a first-tier city agent and has represented many brands. You can get the lowest price in the city by purchasing goods from here. Muxi sat down with a smile on his face and said. Feng pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, we do want to purchase a batch of goods, but we want to cooperate in a different way. Can't you ship some goods to us first? After we sell, we only need half of the profit, and the remaining profit can be shared with you. What do you think of using sales as a purchasing agent? Nixon was stunned. This kind of cooperation is not uncommon, but only powerful distributors dare to say so because they have multiple distribution channels, digest quickly, and receive payments quickly. How can an unknown store have the confidence to mention this method? If it cannot be sold, who is responsible for the damage caused by dismantling? If the payment cannot be collected, he is also difficult to explain. Muxi's face turned cold. This collaboration between the brothers really puts me in a difficult position. Feng smiled and said, Manager Nya, you may not have enough confidence in us, but I can promise you that if not all of this batch of goods is sold, we will buy the rest at your company's original price. We can sign a contract, which is beneficial for your company and also for us, as it can alleviate the pressure of payment. What do you think? Muxi heard that Feng was willing to sign a contract to guarantee the purchase of all unsold goods, which made him somewhat tempted. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Brother Yi's suggestion is indeed constructive. However, I cannot make a unilateral decision on this matter. We must consult our superiors and engage in discussions before pioneering this initiative. No worries. We eagerly await your good news. Feng smiled in response. Muxi cast a surprised glance at Feng, sensing that this young man was quite confident about the feasibility of the collaboration plan. Our company will notify Brother E at the first opportunity should there be any updates following our discussions. Muxi nodded, though his demeanor was somewhat aloof. He harbored little hope, primarily because Feng Electronics was relatively unknown. He had never heard of this establishment before, and taking risks by providing goods without assurance was perilous. Standing up, Feng chuckled. Then we shall await the good tidings, Manager Nya. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Take care, Brother E. They exchanged handshakes and bid farewell. As Feng departed Hmph company with Wang Tai, he was unexpectedly confronted by a familiar face. Well, if it isn't Feng, Zhao Xingye exclaimed, his face radiating with self-satisfaction. Ever since he had forced Feng out, his earnings had significantly increased. With only a small portion going to Gao Hongxing as commission, the rest was all his. This feeling was exhilarating. He believed that as long as he expanded his repair business, his career would surely ascend to new heights. However, encountering Feng in the electric science building was somewhat unexpected. What business could this young man have at Hmph company? Boss Zhao, it seems you're enjoying a rather prosperous life. Feng retorted with a cold smile, his hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to shake hands. Of course, it's all thanks to you, Zhao Xingye replied, a smug expression plastered across his chubby face. Feng merely smiled. It has only been a few days. I hope you're not celebrating too soon, Boss Zhao. As Wang Tai passed by Zhao Xingye, he shot a fierce glare at the portly man. Zhao Xingye's expression darkened as he turned to coldly observe the departing figures of Feng and Wang Tai. Huh, those two little brats think they can challenge me? I'll crush them. With that, Zhao Xingye strode back into Shengda Company, approaching the front desk. I have an appointment with manager Nye Xian. Please inform him that Zhao Xingye from Xingye Technology has arrived. The receptionist nodded. Certainly, sir, please hold on. She made a call, exchanged a few words, and shortly after, Nye Xian emerged from within, wearing a warm smile. Ah, Boss Zhao, congratulations on your prosperity. I've heard you've successfully expanded your repair business. Nye Xian complimented. Zhao Xingye chuckled. Just making a living, nothing more. By the way, manager Nye, what were those two young men here for? Nye Xian was taken aback by the sudden inquiry and replied, Oh, they're representatives from Xiang Phone Electronics, looking to procure a batch of goods through a consignment sales model. What's the matter, Boss Zhao? Zhao Xingye's lips curled into a cold smirk. Nothing much. Just hoping manager Nye could assist with a small favor. Chapter 72. Human Relations and Social Etiquette. Brother Feng, why is that fat pig here? He seems to be heading to Shengda as well. Wang Tai glanced back and asked in a low voice. Shengda is a city distributor. His presence there is likely just for procurement. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We'll visit Boss Ning shortly. Feng replied calmly. Although he spoke nonchalantly, a sense of vigilance lingered within him. Currently, he and Zhao Xingye were, without a doubt, direct competitors. Should Xiang Phone Electronics commence operations, it would inevitably encroach upon Zhao Xingye's existing repair and even complete computer business. In terms of computer repairs, both establishments would offer lower prices in the electric science building, competing on efficiency. This was a full-scale rivalry. The business world is akin to a battlefield. In the realm of similar competition, it's a matter of survival of the fittest. The harsh reality of commercial rivalry loomed large. Feng was internally calculating the potential advantages of Zhao Xingye's presence. One must tread carefully to avoid falling into the traps set by that rotund businessman, who was not known for his benevolence, but rather for his unscrupulous pursuit of profit to achieve his objectives. The two took the elevator down to the third floor. But Feng continued downward. Wang Tai reminded him, Brother Feng, Boss Ning's shop is on the third floor. Feng shot him a glance and chuckled. I'm well aware. Do you think I'd go empty-handed? Let us head downstairs first to make a call. If he yes in the shop, we'll bring him some gifts. Wang Tai suddenly understood, scratching his head sheepishly. Brother Feng, your thoroughness is commendable. Once downstairs, Feng dialed Ning Faping's number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, brother, what business do you have? Ning Faping's jovial voice resonated through the receiver. Brother Ning, I'm at the electric science building today for some matters and wanted to see if you were at the shop for a cup of tea. Feng replied with a smile. I'm here. You're always welcome. Just come by. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Feng and Wang Tai headed to a nearby tea shop, purchasing 2 large bricks of the pu'er tea. During their previous meal, Feng had subtly gauged Ning Faping's preferences and discovered his fondness for tea, particularly strong and aromatic pu'er. This pu'er was known for its rich aroma and pleasant aftertaste, surely a fitting gift. They spent 600 yuan on the 2 tea bricks, a steep price. Yet, Feng paid without hesitation. Brother Feng, this tea is rather pricey. I assent it? Wang Tai remarked in astonishment as they exited the tea shop. Feng shook his head with a smile. Not at all, it's just right. Remember, gifting is an art. If you give something too cheap, it lacks sincerity. If it's too extravagant, it burdens the recipient. It's essential to consider who the gift is for. For securing a significant project, one might need to present lavish gifts such as gemstones, watches, or antiques. If the recipient accepts, it's nearly a done deal. However, for Boss Ning, an ordinary gift wouldn't suffice, while something overly extravagant would be inappropriate. A few hundred yuan spent on tea is just right. You must remember this. Wang Tai listened intently, a dawning realization evident on his face. Brother Feng, I understand now. I'll keep this in mind. Feng nodded with a smile. Good. Let us head to his shop. The two ascended to the 3rd floor once more, arriving at Ning Faping's store. Ning Faping had been waiting at the entrance and greeted them warmly upon sighting Feng and Wang Tai. Haha, brother, has arrived. Feng raised the tea bag in his hand, grinning. I came specifically to share some tea with you. Look, I brought some for you to try. Ning Faping's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the tea. This young man is quite thoughtful. Oh, it's unnecessary to bring tea. I have plenty in stock. He exclaimed, You're being too kind. Feng chuckled. You can't expect me to arrive empty-handed, can you? Here, this is rare pu'er tea. Rich and fragrant. I hope you enjoy it. Ning Faping's eyes lit up with delight. Haha, brother, how did you know I love old pu'er? Pu'er is indeed excellent. Come in, let us sit down. Ning Faping led Feng and Wang Tai into the tea room of the shop. where the two initially exchanged pleasantries before embarking on a leisurely tea brewing and casual conversation about various topics. During their discussion, Feng subtly probed into Hmph superior dealer relationships. Eventually, he learned that Hmph was quite familiar with a Mr. Feng from a company called Nanjiao Trading, from whom he sourced both complete machines and spare parts. They occasionally went fishing together, making them somewhat of fishing buddies, thus deepening their connection. Feng listened attentively, refraining from hastily proposing his request for assistance. As their conversation meandered towards mealtime, Hmph glanced at the clock and remarked, "It's time for lunch, brother. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal." Feng chuckled. "How can I let you treat me? I already had TZ reserve a private room at a nearby restaurant. Shall we go and enjoy a couple of drinks together?" During their tea chat, he had already instructed Wang Tai to make the reservation. Hmph couldn't help but smile, increasingly admiring Feng. This young man displayed a remarkable level of sophistication and maturity that was uncommon for someone of his age. He sensed that Feng might have ulterior motives for seeking his assistance, but out of respect, he chose not to ask directly. If it were not an overly burdensome request, he would be more than willing to help, for he found interactions with this young man quite pleasant. In his eyes, Feng was brimming with potential, destined to achieve great heights. "Well, since you've treated me to tea, I shall indulge in your hospitality with a drink. Ha ha. Hmph lauket hertidi." The trio departed from the shop and headed straight to a nearby Cantonese restaurant for lunch. In a private dining room, as dishes and drinks were served, Feng and Wang Tai took turns to toast, with Hmph gladly accepting each one. After several rounds of toasts and savoring the dishes, Feng noticed that Hmph appeared to be slightly tipsy, and he seized the moment. "Brother Ning, to be honest, I sought you out today to ask a favor," Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hmph realized that Feng was finally getting to the crux of the matter. He replied with a grin, "I had a feeling you had something on your mind. But please, don't hesitate. If I can assist, I will certainly do my utmost." Feng felt a wave of gratitude at his sincerity. "As you know, my shop has been renovated and is nearly ready to open, but I'm currently facing some financial constraints due to a family matter. Thus, I wish to approach a dealer to procure some goods on a consignment basis. However, I'm not well acquainted with the major players at the Electronics Institute, so negotiating this on my own presents quite a challenge. I hope you might introduce me to someone." Feng expressed earnestly. Hmph suddenly understood and chuckled. "Ah, so that's the issue. I thought it was something of great importance. This is simple. I can introduce you to Mr. Feng Zhe of Nanjiao Trading another day. I know him quite well. Perhaps we can have a meal together and discuss it." Feng's face brightened with relief, and he raised his glass, saying, "Thank you so much, Brother Ning." Hmph clinked glasses with him, laughing, "It's a small matter. I wish you great success in your new venture. May customers flock to you. Then I shall take your kind words to heart, Brother Ning." Feng replied with a smile. They clinked glasses and drank heartily. Feng then thoughtfully remarked, "By the way, Brother Ning, I prepared the design plans for your shop's renovation. I'll have TZ deliver them to you." Hmp's face lit up with joy as he clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you so much, my friend. Ever since I saw your shop, I've been eager to create one of my own. Something with character. Don't mention it. It's merely a small gesture." Feng responded with a grin. Hmp's willingness to help with the introduction pleased him, and he was glad to return the favor with the shop design. Relationships thrive on reciprocity, after all. After their meal, Hmph and Feng agreed on a timeline for the introduction, which would occur in a day or two, with Hmph promising to notify Feng once he had finalized the details with Feng Zhe. Feng knew that Hmph was efficient and decisive. Once he agreed to assist, action would follow swiftly. After the meal, Feng accompanied Hmph back to the shop before returning with Wang Tai to his own establishment. Outside the shop, Feng slumped into a chair, feeling the effects of the alcohol, slightly tipsy. "Brother Feng, how are you feeling? Are you all right?" Wang Tai inquired, handing him a glass of juice with concern. Feng offered a wry smile. "I'm fine, just adjusting, feeling a bit dizzy." Vang tie, natising ypsiloni feunis intoxication. Expressed his worries. "Brother Feng, you and Boss Ning just polished off a whole Genobigio. I think you should just stay here for the night instead of going home." He wished he could take Feng's place in drinking, but given that it was just the two of them, it would be impolite for him to drink excessively. "No need. I'll just take a moment to recuperate." Feng waved his hand, continuing to lounge in the chair, gazing at the afternoon sunlight. "TZ, in business, one can never escape the drinking table when conducting negotiations. Of course, this excludes the top-tier businessmen, who no longer need to engage in such social drinking. What we should aspire to is to reach that level, where we can avoid drinking for health's sake. Until we reach that echelon, we cannot escape the drinking gatherings." Feng musit, his thoughts drifting as he reminisced about his former self, once standing at the pinnacle of the business world. Wang Tai nodded thoughtfully. Is that your goal, Brother Feng? Feng turned to him with a smile. Shouldn't it also be your goal? Wang Tai felt a surge of enlightenment in that moment. After pondering briefly, he nodded earnestly. Brother Feng, I understand now. Feng chuckled. Comrade, we share the same aspirations and the same path. Only with aligned goals can we journey further together. Wang Tai grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Well, I just hope to help you a bit and not hold you back. TZ, over these past few days, I've witnessed your growth firsthand. I believe your future achievements will be remarkable, Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Feng's acknowledgement, Wang Tai felt a surge of excitement and declared, Brother Feng, I will work even harder. Feng pressed his forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness. A Jin of Baijiu was no trifling matter. I'm going to rest on the sofa for a bit, he said, rising to return to the shop and lying down on the sofa in the customer lounge. As the effects of alcohol and fatigue washed over him, he drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and suddenly he heard Gu Muxi's voice nearby. Stupid Feng, how long do you plan to sleep? Honestly, you look like a pig. If you don't wake up soon, I might just leave. Feng froze momentarily. Was this a dream? He slowly opened his eyes, and the blurred surroundings gradually came into focus. Before him was a face of exquisite beauty. With a heart-shaped face, willow-like brows, skin as smooth as jade, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, her pair of sparkling eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with life. She emanated a youthful and innocent aura, her natural beauty unadorned. Feng was momentarily taken aback. Gu Muxi? Was Ti asleep in shop? How did she end up here? Gu Muxi puffed out her cheeks and shot him a glare. Finally awake, are we? Feng awkwardly smiled and quickly sat up, glancing around to find that it was already dark outside, and only Gu Muxi remained in the shop with him. How long have I been asleep? What brings you here? Gu Muxi retorted with a hint of irritation. I've already slept for over 4 hours. It's dark outside. Wang Tai had to return home to prepare dinner, expressing his concern for you. Hence he called me to keep an eye on you for a while. Yishao, quite impressive, getting utterly drunk in broad daylight. If it weren't for Auntie asking me to watch over you, I wouldn't even bother with you. Feng chuckled. Is that so? I truly appreciate your kindness, Gu Xiaozhu. How about I repay you with my life? Gu Muxi shot him a glare, her voice laced with indignation. You scoundrel! How can you think of repaying kindness with enmity? Feng coughed awkwardly. Ahem, Gu Muxi, is that really necessary? At the very least, I am a strikingly handsome figure, don't you think? Gu Muxi scrutinized him from head to toe. If those two idioms had even the slightest connection to you, it wouldn't be so utterly distant. Get up and go home. Have you just finished your college entrance exams and already indulged so recklessly? Despite her words, she handed him a bottle of milk. Drink this to sober up. We wouldn't want you to harm your stomach. Feng grinned as he accepted the milk. Gu Muxi can be sharp-tongued, yet soft-hearted. Perhaps she genuinely cares for me? He took a large gulp of milk and smiled. Will you give me a ride back? Gu Xiaozhu? I won't. If you ride alone, you'll likely end up in a filthy ditch. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. This troublesome Feng truly never makes things easy. Nevertheless, he was indeed diligent. Wang Tai mentioned he drank so much just to secure assistance for a successful business opening. That foolish Feng, consumed by work, doesn't fear for his health, drinking so much. Alas, who would have thought I'd be saddled with such a simpleton? I suppose I shall generously extend my care. Gu Muxi pondered, noticing Feng massaging his temples, his brow furrowed, seemingly uncomfortable. Yishao, are you all right? She inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit of a headache, merely a hangover. I'll be all right after a moment. Feng forced a smile. Gu Muxi recalled witnessing her father inebriated, and when he had a headache, it was truly dreadful. She remembered how her mother would press his head whenever he drank too much, perhaps to alleviate the headache. All right, let me help you with that. Gu Muxi sat beside Feng and gently began to massage him. Without saying a word, Feng felt an immediate sense of relief. The pain in his head began to dissipate. If only you could be a tad gentler. You nearly rubbed my skin off. Is this pressure sufficient? I'm quite nice now. Just a bit faster. Your demands are quite numerous. Is this speed acceptable? This pace works. It's quite soothing. Chapter 74. What do you think of me as a partner? What a nuisance. Gu Muxi pouted, her face displaying reluctance towards attending to Feng. Feng, having gained an advantage, teased, Gu Xiaozhu, your skills are truly remarkable. He found her fingers exceptionally soft and smooth, making the massage quite enjoyable. Gu Muxi huffed, intentionally applying more pressure to his temple. Ouch! Be gentle. Oh dear. My apologies, Yishao. I unintentionally exerted a tad too much strength. Feng winced. If you keep this up, I might just be consigned to the cold palace. I'm quite frightened, but before being cast into the cold palace, may I send you to the underworld? Sensing a hint of menace, Feng's demeanor stiffened, and he quickly chuckled. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Let us not escalate this. With his life in her hands, it was wise to tread carefully. Proud as ever, finally released his head, declaring, well, you seem energetic enough. You should be fine now. Let us go. She stood and walked toward the door. Feng hurriedly followed. Muxi, wait for me. Just outside the shop, they bumped into Hmph and his sister Nan returning with daily necessities. Brother Feng, Sister Shi, are you heading back? Nan asked with wide eyes. Brother Feng, hangover remedy. Hmph silently produced a bottle of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Feng. Feng accepted it without hesitation, smiling. Thank you, Ping'an. Please tidy up before closing the shop and head home to rest. Hmph nodded in agreement. Sure, Brother Feng. At that moment, Muxi called out from ahead. Yishao, are you coming or not? If not, I will leave without you. Hey, wait a moment, I'm coming. Feng replied, rushing out. Don't ride off yet. Wait for me. Don't make me leap onto your bike. Feng jumped onto the back seat of the bicycle. However, the sudden force disrupted the balance of the bike, causing both of them to tumble to the ground. You troublesome Feng, this is all your fault. Muxi scrambled up, hands on her hips, glaring at him with furrowed brows. No, it's your fault for not stopping. How infuriating. Take this. She playfully kicked at him. You can't reach. You wretch, you're driving me mad. Don't run away. Come catch me. And if you do, I'll let you have your way. Just wait. If I catch you, I'll dismantle your bones. The two of them chased and frolicked in front of the shop. Nan watched them, a bright smile lighting up her face. Brother, look how happy Brother Feng and Sister Shi are playing. Hmph rarely displayed a smile, remarking, indeed, Brother Feng is fortunate to have such a childhood companion. It's truly enviable. All right, enough of this. Feng, I'm done teasing you. I'm heading back. Muxi halted, huffing in annoyance. Fine, I'm done too. I'm feeling dizzy. Feng feigned a drunken demeanor, holding his forehead. Muxi shot him a disapproving glare. Still pretending? Weren't you just running about with glee? You just love to bully me. Muxi returned to the bicycle, propping it up, then called back. Feng, get on. All right. Feng laughed, happily settling into the back seat. Muxi began pedaling, moving forward. Suddenly, Feng caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, a blend of her hair and body scent. It was unique, fresh, and refreshing. Feng wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her closer. Feeling his embrace around her waist, blushed, her heart racing wildly. Do you really need to hold me so tightly? It's a bit ticklish, considering Feng was drunk. She worried he might fall off if she didn't let him hold on tight, so she resigned herself to his grip. As they rode, Feng gazed at the gradually receding city lights and playfully asked, Muxi, what is your favorite animal? Cats, she replied. Meow. Then I like dogs. Woof woof. Yishao, I've realized that your shamelessness is unparalleled throughout history. You're truly deserving of that title. Thank you for the compliment. Indeed, one must be utterly shameless to be invincible. Feng chuckled softly. Being invincible often feels rather lonely. Muxi huffed, then suddenly inquired, Yishao, do you wish to earn money quickly? Of course, if I don't make money soon, I'll grow old. As the saying goes, there is nothing difficult in the world, only a lack of wealth. With money, life becomes much simpler, Feng replied with a light laugh. In this world, nothing is insurmountable. It merely depends on the wealth one possesses. Young master, you truly have a way with words, Muxi chuckled. Isn't that the truth? Some are born into opulence, while others are destined to toil like beasts of burden. Without the diligence to earn money, one can only serve others, Feng replied calmly. Muxi pondered this for a moment, and, finding merit in his words, laughed. I didn't realize, young master, you possess such profound insights into life. Of course, if I were still enamored with the mundane world, I would have long sought refuge in a monastery, he retorted playfully. Yet, even as a monk, I would hope you would be next door as a nun, he added with a smirk, pulling her closer, wishing for this moment to last eternally. Muxi remained by his side, steadfast. How naive. I haven't even found a partner yet. How could I ever renounce the world? She declared with a touch of pride. A partner? What do you think of me? He inquired. You? Not much, she replied dismissively. Feng chuckled. Muxi, your tongue is quite sharp. Is it necessary to be so harsh? Young master, you could be quite the nuisance. She retorted with a playful pout. What do you wish to do then? They bantered, riding their bicycle, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Are these two youngsters from the Island of Treasures? They wondered. As the night deepened, the pair returned to the staff quarters, coming to a halt at the foot of the building. All right, young master, we've arrived. Dismount. Muxi turned to him. My dear consort, you performed splendidly today. I shall reward you handsomely in due time. Feng joked as he dismounted. Muxi rolled her eyes at him. Reward you? Hurry home and shower. I'm utterly exhausted. If you get drunk again, just wait until I leave you stranded on the road. Feng chocolate akardi. His stomach suddenly protesting with hunger. Having only had lunch earlier, he felt ravenous. He looked at Muxi with pleading eyes. Why are you staring at me? She asked, slightly taken aback. Feng blinked innocently. You wouldn't just let me starve, would you? Chapter 75. I'm merely observing my girlfriend. Muxi regarded him seriously, nodding. I would. Muxi, how can you be so heartless? He lamented. She shot him a glare. Spare me. If you're hungry, find your own food. My parents left some leftovers. Just heat them up. Feng grinned, knowing she would relent. All right then, I'll just eat at your place. They ascended the stairs together, entering Muxi's home to find her parents absent. Where Uncle and Annie? Feng inquired, surveying the room. They mentioned visiting the hospital and will return later. Muxi replied casually. Then I'll heat up the food, he declared, heading to the kitchen to fend for himself. In the kitchen, Feng warmed the leftovers and then noticed a half pumpkin in the cupboard. Why not make pumpkin porridge? He thought, aiming to warm both body and soul. Skillfully, he peeled the pumpkin, shredded it, and simmered it with the porridge. Having taken on household responsibilities since middle school, he had learned to prepare numerous dishes. In his past life, after marrying Liu Yao, he was the designated cook, striving to cater to her discerning palate, which honed his culinary skills. Cooking pumpkin porridge appears simple, but is laden with intricacies, particularly in managing heat and ensuring the right doneness of both the rice and pumpkin. Insufficient cooking leaves a raw taste, while overcooking dissolves the pumpkin's unique aroma and sweetness. The perfect pot of pumpkin porridge boasts a velvety texture, allowing one to savor the pumpkin's fragrant essence and delightful sweetness, leaving one thoroughly refreshed. As he adjusted the heat to medium, Feng kept a watchful eye on the porridge, occasionally stirring to check its readiness. Half an hour later, Muxi emerged from her room, curious about Feng's prolonged absence. Young Master what are you doing in there? Hasn't the food been warmed yet? She teased, only to be greeted by the alluring aroma of pumpkin wafting through the air. It smells delightful. What is that rascal Feng concocting? Almost done. He called from the kitchen, presenting a steaming pot of pumpkin porridge, the fragrant steam filling the room and making Muxi's mouth water. She hurried to the dining table, eyes wide with delight at the sight of the golden, luscious porridge. Leaning closer to inhale the aroma, she exclaimed, wow, it smells amazing. Young Master I didn't know you had such culinary talents. Feng, now holding a bowl of the freshly prepared porridge, savored a spoonful with satisfaction. Delicious, he proclaimed, thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. Watching him, Muxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could I possibly have a taste too? She inquired, her expression earnest. Feng, secretly amused by her eagerness, maintained a serious facade. That is feasible, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Muxi questioned, licking her lips. Later, you must massage my head for 20 minutes and adhere to my requirements. No way, she protested, tilting her head defiantly. Feng took another sip of the porridge, teasingly stating, it's truly delectable. Certain individuals may find themselves bereft of such delights. How infuriating. 10 minutes. She haggled. Deal, he replied, pleased at her concession. Muxi eagerly filled her bowl, seating herself beside him, ready to indulge. She took a spoonful of the porridge, blowing on it before tasting. The creamy rice melding with the distinct pumpkin, melting in her mouth and enveloping her senses in its sweetness. Her face lit up with surprise and delight. So good, she exclaimed, quickly finishing the bowl. Still craving more, she gazed longingly at the pot. Feng, with a look of indulgence, said, if you wish for more, go ahead. I cannot eat that much. All right, Muxi responded, seizing his words and serving herself another bowl. Seated at the table, they relished the porridge, too engrossed to converse. After feeling somewhat full, Feng set down his chopsticks, mindful that excessive eating at night could lead to insomnia. He turned to observe Muxi, her flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, partially obscuring her profile, creating an alluring image. Beneath the table, she swung her long legs, her joy at the delicious meal unmistakable. With a smile, Feng thought to himself how endearing Muxi truly was. Suddenly aware of his gaze, Muxi turned to glance at him. What are you staring at? Nothing, I'm just admiring my girlfriend, he replied candidly. Chapter 76. On account of the pumpkin porridge, I shall spare you. Feng propped his chin on his hand, unabashedly staring at her. Muxi, taken aback, swiftly slapped his forehead. You scoundrelly Feng, are you jesting with me again? Feng winced, clutching his forehead, and grumbled, Muxi, I now seriously suspect you have violent tendencies. Muxi let out a huff and immediately sprang to her feet, clasping his head with both hands, executing a deadly crosslock. You brought this upon yourself. Prepare to face my wrath. Wait. Gumushi, you just had pumpkin porridge. Are you really turning your back on me now? Feng iknaimet hastili. Gumushi glanced at the bowl of pumpkin porridge. Hmph, considering the porridge, I shall spare your life for the moment. But if you dare to make another jest, I shall tear you apart. She threatened, revealing her two little tiger teeth. Feng thought to himself, why is this girl reacting so dramatically? I nearly faced my demise at her hands. Clearing his throat, he asked, have you finished eating? Are you full? Gumushi returned to her seat, casting him an exasperated look. I still have a few bites left. What's it to you? Have you forgotten the condition you promised me earlier? A self-satisfied smile spread across Feng's face. Gumushi froze, recalling the condition she had agreed to in exchange for the pumpkin porridge, her spirits plummeting. All right then, I must admit defeat. She quickly finished the remaining porridge, tidied up the dishes, and took them to the kitchen to wash. When she emerged, she found Feng already standing at the doorway, beckoning to her. Cece, are you done? Come here. His flirtatious tone, combined with his mischievous expression, made him resemble a cheeky performer from the brothels of Guang City. Ugh, Feng, you're giving me goosebumps all over. Gumushi rubbed her arms, a look of disdain on her face. Nonetheless, she obediently walked into the room. Inside, Feng had swiftly leapt onto the bed, spreading his limbs wide. Come on, let us begin. I can hardly wait. Gumushi shot him a glare. You scoundrel, I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. I promise I want tea. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Whether you look like it or not, you inherently are. Ah, you truly understand me. Reluctantly, sitting at the edge of the bed, glancing at the clock, she stated just 10 minutes, and I'll be keeping track of the time. Can we extend the time? Huh? What do you mean by extending time? Absolutely not. Then what techniques do you possess? What techniques? Ice and fire, pushing waves, venomous dragon drills, and such. What kind of nonsense is that? I can't perform any of that. Then forget it. Just do it normally. If it weren't for your decent looks, I would have certainly lodged a complaint with the manager. Do you think this is some kind of service establishment? Insolent. Her cheeks flushed as she tugged at his ear. Ouch. That hurts, let go. Finally releasing him and continuing to massage his head. Feng closed his eyes, reveling in the sensation. Suddenly feeling unsatisfied, he said, Gumushi, could you help me clean my ears? Gumushi glared at him. Feng, don't push your luck. Just one old popsicle. Feng, is this really about an old popsicle? 2 popsicles. Deal. Gumushi licked her lips and went to fetch the ear-cleaning tool. Feng grinned, thinking there was nothing a single old popsicle couldn't resolve when it came to Gumushi. If there was, then it would take 2. She had a weakness for such things. Gumushi returned with the ear-cleaning tool and a tissue, but even with Feng tilting his head, she found it difficult to proceed. Could you shift a bit and lay your head here? Gumuyi patet hertaich. Surprised, Feng turned his head and asked, Really? Gumushi rolled her eyes. I've done this for you before. Why are you suddenly shy? Yes, I suppose I'm a little shy. As he adjusted his position, resting his head on Gumushi's thigh, he finally experienced the delightful sensation of resting on a beautiful maiden's knee. In the past, the monarch truly knew how to indulge. Feng sniffed, a delightful fragrance wafting into his nostrils, refreshing and soothing. Gumushi, you smell wonderful. Don't move around. Or, I might accidentally make you deaf, Gumushi cautioned. Understood, Feng replied. Gumushi carefully began to clean his ears, her movements gentle and cautious. Fearing she might hurt him, Gumushi, be lighter, just a bit lighter. You need to explore slowly, not too deep, just the right spot. Yes. Stir a bit more. That feels better. You have quite a few demands. Nevertheless, her movements became even more delicate. Feng, resting on her thigh, savored the service in silence, feeling a ticklish sensation in his ears, utterly comfortable. Perhaps due to the overwhelming comfort, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and after a while, he fell asleep. Gumushi was so engrossed in cleaning his ears that she didn't notice what Feng was doing. When she had finished one ear and wanted him to turn for the other side, she looked down and discovered he was softly snoring. Feng, having to be asleep again. Is the after effect of the alcohol that potent? Gumushi murmured, but she didn't shake him awake, allowing him to rest peacefully on her lap. After a few minutes, seeing that he seemed to have entered deep slumber, she slowly shifted his head off her lap. Feng, you're making my leg numb. Gumushi rubbed her leg, grimacing in discomfort. She pulled up a chair, sitting beside the bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Feng. His handsome face bore a hint of fatigue, evoking a sense of sympathy within her. Feng, why are you working so hard to earn money? Is your life not worth living? You drink all day long. Aren't you afraid of developing liver disease? She propped her chin on her hands, murmuring to herself. Suddenly, she recalled Feng's earlier joking words. her cheeks flushing. TCH, what girlfriend? If you want me to be your girlfriend, aren't you afraid of a future filled with hardship? You must have been joking, right? What are you thinking? This scoundrel is undoubtedly just jesting. Of course, that must be it. Feng never speaks a word of truth. Memories from her childhood flickered through her mind. The year they were 6, in Feng's living room, his mother, Meng Xiaoyan, had gifted him a set of playhouse toys, building blocks that could be assembled into a house. They played house in the living room. Feng, with a runny nose, pointed to a square block and declared, "This is Daddy. I want to be Daddy. I'll be Mommy." Muxi, with her adorable braids, raised her hand enthusiastically. Feng wiped his nose and replied earnestly, "My mom says you can only be a mommy if you have a baby. You don't have a baby, so you can't be a mommy. That's not fair. I want to be a mommy. How do I get a baby?" Muxi asked, hands on her hips, feigning anger. Feng scratched his head, naively responding, "My mom says you get a baby by kissing." Turning her cheek towards him. "Then hurry up and kiss me. I want a baby too." "Oh." Feng leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. "All right, you'll be a mommy soon." Muxi jumped with joy, exclaiming, "Yay, I'm going to be a mommy. Can we start playing now?" "Sure. I'll be Daddy, and you'll be Mommy," Feng replied, casually wiping his nose with his sleeve. Later that evening, Muxi proudly announced her intention to be a mommy in front of both their parents, causing everyone to burst into laughter, much to her embarrassment. Reflecting on it now, she felt utterly mortified, wishing she could bury herself deep beneath the earth. Muxi felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks as she shot a glare at the slumbering Feng, muttering under her breath, "It's all your fault. You wretched Feng." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Oh no, it seemed her parents had returned. "Knock, knock. Xiaoxi, I brought back some fruit for you. Would you like to have some?" Her mother, Li Wan, inquired from the other side of the door. Muxi hurriedly blocked the entrance, hoping to prevent her mother from coming in. No, it's fine, Mom. I'm just going to rest," she replied. Resting so early? All right then, take care," Li Wan said, her brow furrowed in mild confusion, before departing. Muxi listened as the footsteps faded away, letting out a silent sigh of relief. She turned her gaze to the still sleeping Feng. Should she wake him up and send him back to his own place? However, seeing the exhaustion etched on his face, her heart softened. Very well, let the wretched Feng stay here for the night. But then, a grave concern struck her. Where would she sleep? The following day, Feng awoke groggily. Just as he was about to roll over and doze off again, he suddenly felt something cold brush against his face, and a splash of icy liquid fell upon him. Hiss! Cough, cough! The shock of the cold water jolted Feng awake, and he groped at his damp face in bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Upon focusing, he saw Muxi beside him, and the source of the cold was a water cup. Realization dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Muxi, is this really necessary? Do you think I'm some kind of beast? The commotion stirred Muxi from her slumber. My heavens! You wet the bed, you wretched Feng, she exclaimed, feeling the damp sheets beside her. You're the one who wet the bed. Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Coming to her senses, Muxi noticed the fallen cup and understood that it was her water cup. But still, my sheets are soaked. Vidichet Feng. You must help me wash the sheets. Me? Why must I do it? It's all your fault for making a mess. Hey, that was your water, all right? What does it have to do with me? It is my water, but you were the one who spilled it. Who told you to be so reckless? The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. In the end, Feng relented. All right, since I slept on your bed, I shall wash the sheets. A gentleman does not quibble with a woman. Muxi bared her small fangs in a playful yet fierce manner. That's more like it. You fell asleep reeking of smoke and alcohol, without even showering, and now my comforter and sheets are all stinking. Feng took a sniff of the bedding and realized she was right. Acknowledging his fault, he smiled. Fine. I'll take them back and wash them for you, including the duvet cover and sheets. Muxi crossed her arms, satisfied. Now, that's more like it. Feng glanced at her nightgown and suddenly felt his face heat up. Muxi, perhaps you should cover up a bit? Muxi was taken aback, following his gaze only to discover that her nightgown had hiked up without her noticing. Vidichet Feng. Arg. With that, she kicked him off the bed. An hour later, Muxi changed into a snug pair of joggers, hands on her hips, standing at the doorway, watching Feng as he disassembled the bedding, looking every bit like a stern supervisor. Hurry up. How can a grown man be so slow? I'm already pretty quick. Could you please stop rushing me? Not a chance. All right, I concede to your persistence. What did you say? Nothing. Feng obediently gathered the duvet, cover, and sheets in his arms. All right, I'll take them back to wash. Muxi glared at him, commanding, wash them quickly, and remember to wring them out well. Otherwise, they won't dry for days. Sure, I got it, Boss Gu. Did you know you're acting like a capitalist right now? If you say one more word, I'll show you the ruthlessness of a capitalist. Feng dashed out with the betting, deciding it was best to escape this contentious situation. As Muxi watched Feng's flustered retreat, she couldn't help but chuckle. Wretched Feng, look at you now. Once Feng returned home, he took a shower and washed Muxi's sheets, hanging them on the balcony to dry. After finishing, it was already noon, and as he prepared to visit Muxi's home for a meal, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was a call from Hmph. Upon answering, he was greeted by Hmph's jovial laughter. "Ha, my dear brother I have splendid news. I've arranged a dinner with General Manager Feng and mentioned your situation to him. He has agreed to join us." The dinner was set for the next afternoon at 6 o'clock at Lianxianglu, and he urged Feng to remember the time. Feng felt a surge of joy. Hmph had indeed secured the meeting. It was a positive sign that General Manager Feng was willing to dine together, indicating that half the battle was already won. However, since Feng had not given a definitive response to Hmph, it seemed the remaining opportunity would still require Feng's own efforts to seize. "Thank you so much, Brother Ning. Your assistance is invaluable." Feng expressed his gratitude. Hmph laughed heartily. "Oh, it's just a small matter. Whether you can grasp this opportunity depends on you, but I have every confidence in you." Feng smiled slightly. "All right, I'll be there on time. By the way, who else will be at this dinner? Is it just the three of us?" "Not quite. General Manager Feng will bring 3 friends along, so including you and me, there will be 6 people." Curiosity piqued. Feng wondered who these additional guests might be. Who are these friends of General Manager Feng? Hmph replied. "Oh, they are all dealers from the same circle, and one of them is a beautiful lady, General Manager Feng's secretary." Feng nodded in understanding. It seemed that General Manager Feng was indeed considerate of Hmph. Bringing along fellow dealers meant that if Feng could secure a partnership with Feng, the other 2 dealers might also follow suit. This was a significant favor granted to Hmph. It appeared that Brother Ning had some connections after all. After pondering for a moment, Feng concluded, "All right, brother, we shall meet at Lianxianglu tomorrow." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up. Feng stroked his chin, his expression turning serious. The dinner tomorrow would be crucial. The possibility of expediting the opening depended on this very meeting. Chapter 78. The Art of Gift-Giving. That afternoon, Feng summoned Wang Tai to his home to discuss the dinner arrangements for the following day. Wang Tai pulled out a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Feng. "Here, Brother Feng, have a smoke." Feng looked at him in surprise, then accepted the cigarette with a smile. "So now you carry cigarettes with you?" Wang Tai chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Well, since I'm out working, how can I not bring some?" Feng glanced at the Hong Shuangxi in Wang Tai's hand, a brand costing 5 yuan, and shook his head with a smile. "Next time, bring along a pack of Furongwei. We can keep the Hong Shuangxi for ourselves. I'll give you some money to buy a carton for the shop, and you can carry some with you when you go out." Wang Tai grinned. "Sure, Brother Feng, I understand." He took out a lighter, lit Feng's cigarette, then lit his own. After taking a puff, Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, "Teasy, let us go buy some gifts, 5 gifts in total. Boss Ning has kindly offered his assistance regarding our matters, and such enthusiasm warrants our heartfelt gratitude. As for Mr. Feng, he is the individual we must strive to cultivate a relationship with, necessitating careful consideration regarding the gifts we intend to present. We must not overlook the other 2 distributors either. Neglecting them while bestowing gifts upon Feng, could lead others to perceive us as miserly and disrespectful. It is also prudent to prepare a token for Mr. Feng's secretary, though there is no need for it to be excessively extravagant. A modest yet exquisite trinket would suffice, as opulence might inadvertently create undue pressure." Wang Tai, cigarette in mouth, diligently noted these points in his small notebook. "Brother Feng certainly possesses meticulous foresight. What gifts should we procure?" Feng pondered for a moment while inhaling his smoke, his mind racing with calculations. He recalled every detail discussed during a meal with Hmph regarding Feng, hoping to piece together insights into Feng's character and preferences. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Hmph shared a mutual interest in fishing with Feng, and a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts regarding the gift. A suitable fishing rod would be an excellent choice. It need not be exorbitantly priced. An overly lavish first-meeting gift could be perceived as overly ambitious. Yet it should not be something too commonplace. Something distinctive is required. Thus, a fishing rod for Feng, a canister of tea for Boss Ning, identical sets of the 4 treasures of the study for the other 2 executives, and a fine pen for Mr. Feng's secretary seemed appropriate. Feng exhaled a plume of smoke. Wang Tai pondered these suggestions intently, and, with a sudden epiphany, exclaimed, "Brother Feng, your thoughtfulness is commendable. I believe this arrangement is quite sound. What have you deduced?" Feng asked with a squint and a smile. eager to test him. Mr. Feng enjoys fishing. Boss Ning appreciates tea. The other two executives are unfamiliar to us. Thus, gifting them the same 4 treasures of the study signifies our equal regard. And a modest gift from Mr. Feng's secretary is sufficient. Wang Tai inquired earnestly, resembling a diligent student. Feng chuckled and shook his head. You're correct. Yet not entirely so. If we consider the value of our gifts, the fishing rod for Mr. Feng and the tea for Boss Ning should align in worth. Followed by the secretary's gift, and lastly, the gifts for the other 2 executives. Wang Tai, astonished, queried, Brother Feng, why place such emphasis on the female secretary? Reclining in his chair and exhaling a smoke ring, Feng glanced at Wang Tai and replied, Do you recall that Boss Ning mentioned Mr. Feng is a family man? With a wife and children? His child is in middle school, so Feng Zhe is likely nearing 40. He is successful in his career, yet accompanied by an alluring secretary. This is certainly a matter deserving of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's expression shifted to one of realization. Could it be? Feng raised his hand to halt his speculation. Even if you suspect something, it is prudent not to voice it. We must remain grounded in reality and await the actual circumstances to make judgments. This situation merely indicates that Mr. Feng trusts his secretary, allowing her to accompany him to such gatherings. Wang Tai swallowed his words, nodding in agreement. Brother Feng, your reasoning is sound. I have learned something new. He promptly recorded Feng's insights in his notebook. After finishing his cigarette, Feng extinguished it in the ashtray and declared, Now that we have settled our plans, let's prepare the gifts. One cannot expect to catch a wolf without first letting go of one's children. We must spend wisely. Wang Tai extinguished his cigarette as well and quickly stood up. All right, Brother Feng. The two departed the community, riding their bicycles to explore nearby markets and shopping districts. Fortunately, post-surgery, aside from hospital expenses, they had a surplus of 20,000 yuan. This amount, while insufficient for a grand opening, allowed for the purchase of gifts without excessive frugality. After an afternoon of shopping, Feng and Wang Tai finally acquired all their gifts. For Feng Zhe, they selected a fishing rod priced at 700 yuan, a classic limited edition from Guangwei, crafted from quality materials and notably rare in the market, requiring Feng to scour multiple markets before discovering the last one available. For Ning Feiping, they procured a 600 yuan Wui Shui Xian, a relatively prestigious tea known for its unique flavor. For Mr. Feng's secretary, they chose a 280 yuan gold-plated, intricately designed pen, which resembled a work of art, combining both aesthetic appeal and functionality. Lastly, they secured a set of refined 4 treasures of the study for the other 2 executives, valued at around 100 yuan, affordable yet elegant. In this day and age, even nouveau riche individuals seek to practice calligraphy to enhance their cultural refinement. If not for practice, such treasures would still exude an aura of sophistication in one's home. After all, with wealth comes the desire to appear less rustic and more cultured, graceful, and refined. The pursuit of elegance is a common trait among the affluent, as those without financial means are preoccupied with making a living, leaving little room for refinement. This too serves as a delineation of social stratification and identity. The following afternoon, Feng and Wang Tai brought the gifts to the store for meticulous wrapping, purchasing several attractive gift bags for presentation. After tidying themselves up and donning short-sleeved shirts and slacks, they set out with the gifts in hand, taking a taxi to Lianxiang Tower by 5 o'clock. At Lianxiang Tower, 5 individuals were already seated in the Tianke private room. The head of the table was occupied by a middle-aged man in a white shirt, slightly portly with slicked-back hair, to the left of whom sat Ning Feiping. Brother Feng, are you worried I might stand you up for this meal? You're already here before work is done. Ning Feiping desert. The middle-aged man, slightly portly in a suit, was none other than Feng Zhe, the owner of Nanjiao Trading. I barely ate at noon, specifically to save room for your meal. I'd be starving by the afternoon if I didn't tea, Feng Zhe joked. By the way, when will that younger brother of yours, Feng, arrive? You've sung his praises in front of me. I'm curious to meet this remarkable individual. Ning Feiping chuckled and replied, I just called him. He should be here shortly. My little brother is truly impressive. Wait until he arrives, and you'll see for yourself. Feng Zhe laughed. You're keeping me in suspense. Aren't you? At that moment, a stunning young woman seated to Feng Zhe's right, dressed in a light blue professional suit and sporting delicate framed glasses, spoke with a soft smile. Mr. Ning, now you've piqued my curiosity as well. I'm eager to see what kind of talent we're discussing. Chapter 79. Finally. Elaudi has arrived. Haha, Secretary Lon, you jest. My brother is quite humble and wouldn't dare to label himself a genius. Ning Feiping spoke favorably of Feng, hoping to leave a good impression on both Feng Zhe and Secretary Lon. Secretary Lan smiled warmly, recognizing Ning Faping's intentions, but chose not to elaborate, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Feng Zhe. Understanding her cue, Feng Zhe nodded and turned to Ning Faping. In today's world, young people who exhibit humility are indeed rare. Isn't that right, Mr. Chung and Mr. Jiao? He continued, addressing the two middle-aged men in suits seated to Secretary Lan's right, one of whom was rotund with a round face, while the other, sporting a receding hairline and gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication. Both were distributors from the Electric Science Building, Chung Bo and Jiao Tongxing. Indeed, Mr. Feng speaks the truth. Chung Bo's round face crinkled into a smile, reducing his eyes to mere slits. Quite so in this day and age. Those who are humble tend to fare better. Jiao Tongxing adjusted his glasses and added with a grin. Just then, Ning Faping's phone rang. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Feng Zhe exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Ning Faping glanced at the caller ID and hesitated. It's Wan Lao-san. Wan Lao-san, as he is commonly known, can be considered a familiar acquaintance, yet the depth of their relationship is merely superficial, rooted solely in commercial dealings. His real name is Wan Tuliai, a moniker he deems somewhat antiquated. Thus, he prefers to be addressed as Wan Lao-san. Reflecting his position as the third child in his family, Wan Lao-san operates several computer stores in the Ueshio district of Guangzhou and has procured multiple batches of complete systems from Ning Faping. It was through Ning Faping's introduction that he became acquainted with Feng Zhe, subsequently sourcing computer components from him, which gradually helped him establish his business. Ning Faping has always perceived Wan Lao-san as a rather unsophisticated individual, harboring a narrow-mindedness that dissuades him from seeking a friendship with him. Nevertheless, Wan Lao-san frequently makes the effort to call him, occasionally bringing gifts. However, the gifts he offers are often rural pumpkins or fruits picked from his hometown, which Ning Faping finds overwhelming and often has to dispose of when they spoil, proving to be quite bothersome. Upon answering the phone, Ning Faping calmly inquired, "Hello, Mr. Wan. What prompts your sudden call? Is there a business matter to discuss?" "Ah, Ning Zong, I have an urgent matter to consult with you. Where are you at the moment?" Came Wan Lao-san's voice. "I'm dining at Lianxiang Tower," Ning Faping replied. "Lianxiang Tower? How fortuitous. I happen to be just down the street. Who else is present?" "Mr. Feng and Mr. Chung are here as well." "Mr. Feng is here? That's splendid. Which private room are you in?" "I'll be there shortly." Ning Faping furrowed his brow. Realizing he hadn't even extended an invitation, yet Wan Lao-san had already taken it upon himself to join. Reluctantly, he acknowledged, "Very well, we are in the Tianke private room." After hanging up, Ning Faping shook his head with a smile, stating, "Wan Lao-san is nearby. He will be joining us shortly." "Wan Lao-san? The fellow from Asia?" Feng Shi inquired. Ning Faping nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is him. Oh, if he wants to come, let him. Dining together is no trouble," Feng Zhe remarked nonchalantly, fully aware of Ning Faping's intentions for this gathering. The presence of Wan Lao-san was undoubtedly an unexpected turn, and had Ning Faping intended to invite him, he would have informed Feng Zhe beforehand. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a gray suit, with a dark complexion and a buzz cut, entered the room. "Hello, esteemed leaders." Wan Lao-san greeted the assembled company with a beaming smile, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lan Tsai, before quickly recovering with a lewd chuckle. "Mr. Wan, what brings you here today?" Chamboy inquired jovially. "Ah, I genuinely have an urgent matter to discuss with Mr. Feng. I had also intended to invite Ning Zong for a meal, but fortune has smiled upon me today, ha ha." Wan Lao-san chuckled, pulling a pack of soft cigarettes from his pocket and extracting several. Ning Faping anticipated that Wan Lao-san would offer him a cigarette first, but to his surprise, Wan Lao-san bypassed him and approached Feng Zhe directly, offering him a cigarette instead. "Come, Mr. Feng, have a smoke," he said with a congenial smile. Feng Zhe glanced at the unoffered Ning Faping, silently shaking his head in disapproval. Wan Lao-san's failure to offer the intermediary, Ning Faping, a cigarette was a classic case of burning bridges. Nevertheless, he accepted the cigarette graciously, responding, "You're too kind, Mr. Wan." After distributing cigarettes to the others, Wan Lao-san finally turned to Ning Faping, saying, "Here you go, Ning Zong, have a cigarette." Ning Faping maintained his composure, smiled, accepted the cigarette, but did not light it, instead placing it behind his ear. "You mentioned an urgent matter earlier, Mr. Wan?" he probed. A hint of distress crossed Wan Lao-san's face as he sighed. "I wonder if this is my year of bad luck. Just a few nights ago, a torrential downpour collapsed my warehouse, ruining all the complete computers and components inside. I sustained a loss of 80% of my inventory. The problem is a batch of damaged computer components was meant for delivery soon. The deadline is fast approaching. Yet I have nothing to deliver. If I breach the contract, I will incur substantial penalties. Mr. Feng, I implore you to assist me." Wan Lao-san turned his gaze toward Feng Zhe, recognizing that only he possessed the influence to rectify the situation swiftly. Feng Zhe remained unfazed, smiling amiably as he replied, "No need to rush. Let us enjoy our meal while we converse. Faping, please have the dishes served." Ning Faping nodded, urging Wan Lao-san to take a seat, and then called Feng. The call connected promptly. "Hello, Laudi, have you arrived? I'm downstairs. I'll be there shortly." "Great. I will have the waiter serve the dishes now," Ning Faping cheerfully noted. He then proceeded to inform the waiter to bring out the food and drinks. Before long, a knock echoed at the private room door, followed by a waiter entering with Feng and Wang Tai. Ning Faping, upon seeing Feng, beamed with joy and rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Laudi, you finally arrived. Brother Ning, you're quite inconsiderate. We agreed on 6 o'clock. Yet here I am at 5, making me the latecomer. Were you hoping I would pour myself a couple of drinks as penance? Feng visst. Blumma mister. Feng for that. It's not my fault. Ning Faping lauket hertidi. Come, sit beside me. I'll introduce you to everyone." Ning Faping introduced Feng to those present in the private room, while also presenting Feng to the others. "My young brother here has opened his own shop at such a tender age, and it is a marvel, designed by him personally. Not only does he excel in store renovations and interior design, but he's also a master at computer repairs. If his skills were showcased at the Electric Science Building, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. The attendees expressed surprise at Feng's proficiency in computer repairs, recognizing that Ning Faping's praise must hold substantial weight. It is indeed rare to encounter someone so young with such a venture. Feng Zhe and Lan Cai's gazes converged on Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Feng Zhe's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for Feng and Wang Tai appeared remarkably youthful. Despite their mature attire, they could not conceal the slight naivete in their features. Could this young man truly be as capable as Ning Faping claimed? As Feng Zhe assessed him, Feng suddenly turned to meet his gaze, their eyes locking momentarily. "Good day, Mr. Feng. I have heard many commendable things about you for Brother Ning. It is indeed an honor to meet you in person," Feng greeted with poise. "Ha, Xiaoga, you are quite the dashing young man yourself. To have your own shop at such a young age is commendable," Feng Zhe replied with polite flattery. Feng offered a smile, before turning to acknowledge the others one by one. When he greeted Wan Lao-san, the latter merely responded with indifference, failing to meet his gaze. Feng instantly understood the dynamics at play. From the brief exchanges, he discerned whom to cultivate relationships with and whom to disregard. Particularly, he noted Ning Faping's somewhat frosty demeanor towards Wan Lao-san, indicating a certain discontent. Realizing it was best to disregard Wan Lao-san entirely, Feng remarked, "Brother Ning, I did not arrive empty-handed today. I couldn't possibly mooch off your generosity. I brought a little something as a token of my appreciation." With a smile, he retrieved a gift bag from Wang Tai and presented it to Ning Faping. The implication of his words subtly hinted at Wan Lao-san. Upon hearing the words, Wan Lao-san's face displayed an unmistakable awkwardness. Indeed, he had arrived empty-handed, leaving him with no choice but to sit in silence, too timid to speak. Lan Cai adjusted her glasses, her gaze fixed with keen interest on Feng. This young man exhibited a remarkable aptitude for his endeavors. Quite intriguing. A smile flickered across Ning Faping's face. What need was there for gifts when one merely came to share a meal? How absurd. Accept it, for it is hardly a lavish offering, merely a canister of tea. Feng pressed the gift bag into his hands. Thank you," Ning Faping exclaimed as he retrieved a finely crafted sandalwood box from the bag, opening it to reveal a canister of Wui Shui Xian tea. "Oh, Wui Shui Xian?" A glimmer of surprise danced in Ning Faping's eyes. Although he and tea consumed it frequently, he held a fondness for its uniquely aromatic flavor. The fact that Feng had chosen such a tea reflected his thoughtfulness. "Indeed, take it home to savor. Just don't finish it too quickly, as I would like to sample it when I visit your shop next time," Feng remarked with a smile. "You're always welcome," Ning Faping replied cheerfully. Listening to their exchange, Feng Zhe increasingly perceived the extraordinary eloquence of Feng, whose approach to befriending Ning Faping was seamless and utterly natural, devoid of any overt intention. Unlike Wan Lao-san, who bypassed intermediaries, Feng's gesture of presenting a gift to the intermediary demonstrated his appreciation and adeptness in social interactions. This young man has remarkable capabilities. No wonder Ning Faping holds him in such high regard. It is well deserved. Noticing additional gift boxes in Wang Tai's hands, Ning Faping inquired, "What are those?" These are small tokens for General Manager Feng, General Manager Cheng, and General Manager Jiao," Feng explained humbly. "As it is our first meeting, I hope to receive guidance and support from the esteemed seniors in the future." "And for us?" Feng Zhe expressed surprise. not expecting Feng to bring gifts upon their initial encounter. The gesture was indeed thoughtful. They're merely small tokens, Feng replied with a smile, handing a gift box to Feng Zhe. Upon opening it, Feng Zhe's eyes widened in delight as he beheld an exquisite dark brown fishing rod. A fishing rod, and a limited edition from Guangwei. This is quite rare, he exclaimed. Ha! Thank you, brother E. This fishing rod is truly exceptional. How did you know I enjoy fishing? Surely, Feiping must have mentioned it. Feng Zhe inquired, admiration evident in his tone. Ning Feiping paused. I only mentioned it in passing. I had no idea you would remember. Feng smiled nonchalantly. Oh, I just have a good memory. Subsequently, Feng presented 2 sets of the 4 treasures of the study to Cheng Bo and Jiao Tongxing, who were equally taken aback, expressing their gratitude and engaging in warm conversation with him. Ah, there's one last gift, Feng stated as he retrieved another item. Wan Laosan immediately straightened up, hand raised to accept it. This is for Secretary Lan, Feng said with a smile. Wan Laosan's hand froze awkwardly in the air. Ning Feiping observed this with amusement, chuckling inwardly at Wan Laosan's embarrassment. Wan Laosan's complexion darkened, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. How could a mere secretary receive a gift while he, a small business owner, was overlooked? This young man truly lacked insight. Lan Sai, caught off guard, accepted Feng's gift. Upon opening it, she discovered a remarkably crafted fountain pen, adorned with peach blossoms and sparkling gemstones, resembling a work of art. A smile of delight illuminated her face. What a beautiful pen! Thank you, she exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. It was evident that she, like most women, had a fondness for exquisite gifts, and she was no exception. You're welcome. It's just a small gift, Feng replied with a smile. Turning his attention to Wan Laosan, he said with genuine regret, I apologize, Wan Zong. I had no prior knowledge of your attendance today. Otherwise, I would have prepared an additional gift for you. Next time, I shall certainly make it up to you. Wan Laosan's expression was peculiar, tinged with dissatisfaction as he retorted. Oh, no need for such formality. The words, cloaked in politeness, implied a subtle distance. He was not inclined to foster closeness. Feng discerned the underlying meaning, merely smiling in response, choosing to disregard it. He remained standing, casually retrieving a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Ning Feiping and lighting it for him. Ning Feiping chuckled as he accepted the flame. This small detail deepened Feng Zhe's admiration for Feng. He understood the importance of acknowledging those who paved the way for him. Though younger than Wan Laosan, he displayed a far superior acumen. Compared to Feng, Wan Laosan appeared almost foolish. Feng distributed cigarettes to the others, and surprisingly, Lan Sai accepted one, lighting it without hesitation. Secretary Lan smokes? Wan Laosan exclaimed in disbelief. You didn't offer me one, so if there is a cigarette available, of course I'll smoke, she replied, half-jokingly. Wan Laosan's face flushed with embarrassment, his demeanor growing increasingly awkward. Feng Zhe attempted to lighten the mood. Now that he has arrived, let us not forget the food and drink. Everyone, please take a seat, and let us enjoy while we chat. Wan Laosan shot a glance at Feng, feeling discontented that his moment in the limelight was being overshadowed. In a sarcastic tone, he remarked, Does he also indulge in alcohol? Or shall I start you off with a bottle of milk? This comment subtly mocked Feng's youth, insinuating immaturity. Ning Feiping frowned, retorting, Wan Zong, do not underestimate my younger brother Yi's capacity for alcohol. I doubt you could drink more than he can. Wan Laosan was taken aback by this rebuttal. He had intended to express anger, but found himself stifled by the presence of Ning Feiping. My drinking capacity is hardly remarkable. However, it does depend on one's company. If I were to drink with Ning, I would certainly indulge until inebriation. Haha. Feng, la fit heartily. Lan Sai stifled a giggle. This young man cleverly insinuated that Wan Laosan was unworthy of sharing a drink with him. His skill in veiled commentary was impressively refined. Though youthful, his wit was sharp and undeniably entertaining. Feng Zhe, a seasoned fox, perceived the nuances in their dialogue, but chose not to engage, preferring to maintain his position of authority. Let us fill our glasses and commence. Today is a day of celebration, so let us drink to our heart's content, Feng Zhe proclaimed, taking the head seat and guiding the atmosphere. The others responded in kind, rising to clink glasses. As the group chatted, discussing trivial matters and industry dynamics, Wan Laosan grew increasingly frantic, his mind preoccupied with the pressing dilemma at hand. If he failed to deliver a substantial quantity of computer components, he would face significant penalties, potentially leading to bankruptcy. In this moment of crisis, he found little joy in the festivities. His expression darkened as he joined the others in raising a few glasses, his heart far from light. Casting a glance at Feng Zhe, who was engaged in jovial conversation with Lan Sai, Wan Laosan clenched his jaw and approached with a drink in hand. General Feng, I truly must implore your assistance with my matter. I raise this glass in your honor, Wan Laosan declared, tilting his head back to down the drink in one go. Feng Zhe maintained his composure, still wearing a smile that radiated warmth. Of course, since you and Fei Peng are old friends, you are my friend as well. We must assist one another. The implication behind Feng Zhe's words was a subtle reminder to Wan Laosan, suggesting he should not forget the intermediary, Ning Fei Peng. Bypassing him to seek help from Feng Zhe was inappropriate. However, Wan Laosan, being straightforward, failed to grasp Feng Zhe's underlying message and eagerly declared, Ah, General Feng, it is my honor that you consider me a friend. Allow me to toast to you. Behind him, Ning Fei Peng's expression grew noticeably colder. Wan Laosan filled his glass to the brim, ready to clink cups with Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe chuckled. How can we drink solely together? You ought to first raise a glass with Fei Peng and the others. This marked Feng Zhe's second hint to him, and this time, the suggestion was even more explicit. To his surprise, Wan Laosan waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, the matter of toasting Ning is not urgent. General Feng, you must give me a definitive answer. I am in dire need of goods, and the entire Guang City can only replenish stock with your help. If you do not assist me, my brother, I shall be in deep trouble. Ning Fei Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Wan Laosan would utter such words. He cursed inwardly, frustrated, and retreated into his drink. Feng Zhe secretly scoffed, thinking, what is it to me if Wan Laosan finds himself in trouble? How dare he come before me to lament his plight? Truly, Wan Laosan is a fool, utterly devoid of wit. I've hinted twice already, and he remains oblivious. How can someone like him succeed in business? Failure is only a matter of time. In this fiercely competitive market, who among the successful is not astute? With that dull mind of yours, Wan Laosan, you might as well abandon hope. Despite these thoughts, Feng Zhe maintained a facade of cordiality. Very well, very well. Later you can discuss with Kai Yi regarding the goods you need. Alas, the warehouse stock has been mostly reserved. There may not be much left. So prepare yourself for that. Feng Zhe preemptively set the stage, ensuring that if he were unable to assist later, he would bear no blame. In truth, Feng Zhe had no genuine intention of helping him. What tangible benefit could he gain? The goods were merely on loan, not for sale, which was akin to lending money. Repayment would be manageable, but should Wan Laosan fail to pay back, it would become a liability. Indeed, however, I believe that as long as General Feng lends a hand, this matter will surely find resolution. Laughed Wan Laosan, overjoyed at Feng Zhe's willingness to assist. Lan Kai interjected, Wan, perhaps you should sit down first. This matter cannot be rushed in just a day or two. Let us enjoy the festivities for now. Certainly, Wan Laosan replied, turning to return to his seat. Feng, however, shook his head in silence, thinking that Wan Laosan might be celebrating too early. With a glint in his eye, he raised his glass to Ning Fei Peng, saying, Brother Ning, I must sincerely thank you today for introducing me to General Feng and the esteemed Mr. Cheng. Though aimed at Ning Fei Peng, his words encompassed Feng Zhe and the others, prompting everyone to respond accordingly. Not at all. Yishao Ge, you flatter us. Ha ha ha. Chan Bochukov, narrowing his eyes in mirth. Ah, I will certainly be relying on all of you in the future, so let us toast first. Feng lifted his glass, prompting others to follow suit. Thus, the gathering fell under Feng's influence. After downing a glass, Feng did not rush into business discussions, but instead engaged in light conversation, weaving through various topics. With his keen business acumen and insights into the future, the dialogue flowed from the economy of Guang City to the global market, enlivening the atmosphere at the table. Feng Zhe and Lan Kai exchanged occasional glances at Feng, whispering a few comments. Feng Zhe grew increasingly appreciative, quietly remarking to Lan Kai, Look at this young man. He speaks with such eloquence and possesses a unique understanding of economic trends. He is indeed a talent. Lan Kai, pulling out a cigarette, placed it between her lips and smiled. General Feng, I believe he is not as simple as he seems. His words and actions are meticulous, akin to a cunning old fox. With such competence at his age, his future is boundless. Feng Zhe nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Business people are a breed of individuals continually generating ideas. For such ideas to flourish, communication is essential. It has been enlightening to converse with several esteemed colleagues today. I truly have gained much. Feng raised his glass in invitation, not forgetting to elevate others in his praise. The camaraderie had grown so strong that terms like brother and mate were exchanged freely. Come, Ilao Di, let us have another. Jiao Tongxing, flushed from drink, found delight in Feng's words, raising his glass repeatedly. The others joined in again, clinking glasses and downing their drinks. Wang Tai also participated, though he remained largely silent, attentively absorbing Feng's speech, gestures, and demeanor, aspiring to navigate social gatherings as skillfully as Feng. As the hours slipped by, the table became a chaotic mess of empty bottles and plates, yet each individual still had a bottle of Fei Xiaoyi before them. Feng glanced at Ning Fei Peng and Feng Zhe, noticing they had indulged significantly and were showing signs of inebriation. It seemed the moment was ripe. Feng turned to Ning Fei Peng with a sigh, saying, "Brother Ning, my new store is set to open soon, but I lack the funds to stock it and cannot procure goods to fill the shelves. It's quite the predicament." Ning Fei Peng, ever the loyal friend, upon hearing of Feng's trouble regarding the funds, immediately clapped his chest and declared, "Do not worry, my brother. I have goods in my store. I can lend them to you without hesitation. And remember, my brother Feng is here too." Turning to Feng Zhe, Ning Fei Peng continued, "Brother Feng, Yilao Di is my little brother, someone trustworthy. He is in desperate need of funds to acquire goods. Perhaps you could consider a consignment arrangement to provide him with stock?" Feng Shi smiled knowingly. Before coming to the banquet, he was aware of the gathering's intent, which was to solicit his assistance in supplying Feng. He did not immediately acquiesce, recognizing the inherent risks. He needed to ascertain what manner of person Feng was before deciding whether to lend support. However, after the evening's discourse, he had begun to form a preliminary impression. This young man was no ordinary individual. His words were precise, his approach comprehensive, and his business foresight exceptional, long-term thinking without pretense. Such a young person surely had a bright future ahead. Thus, regarding a young entrepreneur like him, Feng Zhe was more than willing to assist, considering the potential for further collaboration down the line. No problem at all. If you need those computer components, just send me a list, and I will personally ensure they are delivered to you, operating on a consignment basis. If you cannot sell them, it's no issue. As long as they remain unopened, you can return them to me," Feng Zhe said with a smile. Lan Kai, stifling a laugh, chimed in, "It appears that General Feng holds a high regard for Xiao Go. Assisting young entrepreneurs is indeed commendable." Feng Zhe feigned an air of righteousness. Feng, undeterred by the sincerity of Feng Zhe's offer, recognized that since he had already acquiesced in front of Ning Fei Peng, the deal was likely secure. He promptly stood and raised his glass, addressing Ning Fei Peng and Feng Zhe. "Thank you very much, Brother Ning and General Feng." "Not all," Feng Zhe replied, squinting with a smile as their glasses clinked. Cheng Bo quickly raised his glass, exclaiming, "If Yilao Di requires any goods upon opening, do not hesitate to let us know. We will surely lend a hand." Indeed, we are all on the same side. There is no need for formality." Jiao Tongxing was quite inebriated, his vision blurred and his speech slurred. Beside him, Wan Laosan observed the scene with a bewildered expression. "Damn it, I sought your assistance. Yet none of you utter a word, always dodging and evading. Now that this fellow calls upon you for help, you all respond with such alacrity. What on earth can this lad offer you?" Wan Laosan seethed internally, opting to drink alone in silence. Ning Feiping noticed and scoffed softly, "What a petty character. You've brought this upon yourself." The others clinked their glasses. The atmosphere remained lively, with Feng taking center stage while Wan Laosan faded into the background, unnoticed. After an hour of drinking, they finally set their glasses down around 9 in the evening to engage in conversation. This gathering had lasted over 3 hours. Wan Laosan, sensing the drinking had reached its peak, stood and approached Feng Zhe. "Mr. Feng, we shall be counting on you in the future. I await your good news. This toast is for you." With that, he downed a drink. Feng Zhe chuckled. "Wan, you are too courteous." Wan Laosan replied with a smile, "Tonight, it's my treat." He called to the waitress standing at the entrance. "What can I do for you, sir?" she asked. "How much is the bill for this table?" The waitress consulted her notebook, responding, "A total of 2,700. "All right, I'll take care of it. Bring me the bill and put on my tab," Wan Laosan declared grandly. However, Ning Feiping, Feng Zhe, and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Ning Feiping's face bore a hint of anger. Feng Zhe shook his head with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, while Cheng Bo observed coolly, as if watching a monkey perform tricks. "Mr. Feng, this man is beyond redemption," Lan Sai murmured. This dinner had been hosted by Ning Feiping, yet Wan Laosan had the audacity to snatch the bill, and in front of so many witnesses, no less. Was he implying that Ning Feiping's contribution meant nothing? Furthermore, questioning the price of the meal before everyone, did he think they had overindulged? Wan Laosan's eagerness to pay the bill was a grave miscalculation. Just then, Feng chuckled lightly, saying, "Wan, let it go. An hour ago, I had Tai Dao take care of the bill. This meal is a favor I owe to Brother Ning, so there is no need to trouble him over such a trivial matter." The expressions of Ning Feiping and the others shifted in surprise. They had not anticipated Feng had settled the bill so early, and his words were quite eloquent. Ning Faping felt a wave of relief wash over him, his demeanor softening as he chuckled. You, my dear brother, are quite clever. Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration for Feng. This young man truly understood the nuances of social interaction. Wan Laosan's face was a picture of shock. You've already settled the bill? He stammered, and embarrassment washed over him. Ahem, I must apologize for imposing on you. How about I treat everyone to a sauna later? We can all relax together. What does that sound? Men should shed their shirts and meet openly. Wan Laosan suggested. Feng's expression turned cold as he waved his hand dismissively. I want to be joining you. If you wish to go, feel free. But I have matters to attend to. With Lan Sai by his side, he found Wan Laosan's words nonsensical. Even the cunning Feng Zhe was losing patience with him, his face betraying a hint of annoyance. Wan, I'll pass on the sauna. It's not my preference. You can invite Cheng and Jiao instead, Ning Faping stated bluntly. Ah, Wan, I would love to join, but it's getting late, and I must head home. Let us reschedule for another day. Cheng Bo found an excuse to stand and leave. Jiao Tongxing had no interest in the sauna, either, and also began to take his leave. Though he stumbled as he walked, Wan Laosan was left standing there awkwardly, rejected repeatedly, looking rather foolish. He and T expected everyone to decline the sauna invitation. At that moment, Feng stood and addressed Wang Taidao. Taidao, please escort Brother Cheng and Brother Jiao downstairs to catch their ride. Ensure the driver is careful. Of course. Brother Feng. Wang Taidao nodded and helped Jiao Tongxing down the stairs. Feng then turned to Ning Faping and Feng Zhe. Before I arrived, I had Taidao reserve a tea room nearby. How about we go enjoy some tea and take a moment to rest? This was an excellent suggestion. Tea could help clear the alcohol. Ning Faping, who adored tea, perked up at the mention of a tea room. Feng Zhe smiled slightly and agreed. Sounds good. Let us go for tea. He cast a disdainful glance at the still awkward Wan Laosan, his eyes reflecting contempt. Wan, you truly can't measure up, even to a young man. Have you lived your life like a dog? The group began to gather their things to leave. Feng casually asked, Wan, are you joining us? Wan Laosan, suppressing his anger, replied coldly, you all go ahead. I want to be joining. Oh. Feng smiled broadly and turned to depart. Wan Laosan glared at Feng's retreating figure, his rage boiling beneath the surface. What was so special about that kid? How infuriating. Today he had truly outshone him. Chapter 83. Delivering Gifts to Secretary Lan. After exiting Lianxiang Building, the group crossed the street to an elegant, upscale tea house. Led by a waitress clad in a cheap how, they entered a private tea room filled with an air of antiquity. The bookshelves and furniture were crafted from mahogany, adorned with various antiques and jade pieces, creating a rich ambience. In the center of the room was a tea table where a woman in a cheap how was preparing tea. Each private room in the tea house has a dedicated tea master, allowing guests to simply savor the tea. However, Feng preferred privacy for their discussions. Miss, you may leave. We'll brew our own tea. Feng smiled. The tea master nodded and exited. Feng took the seat of honor at the tea table. Addressing Ning Faping, Brother Ning, you've brewed tea for us in the past. Tonight, you've had quite a bit to drink, so let me take over. If you don't mind? Ning Faping, slightly tipsy and supporting his forehead with his hands, nodded in agreement. Given his current state, he could barely manage to enjoy tea, let alone brew it. You know how to brew tea too? Feng Zhe asked, somewhat surprised. Just a bit, learn a thing or two from Brother Ning. Hmph. With that, he expertly held the teapot, tilting it and using his finger to control the flow of hot water, thoroughly rinsing it. When he set it down, steam rose from the purple clay teapot, leaving everyone astonished. Ning Faping marveled, did I teach you that? This is hardly what I showed you. Feng Zhe's eyes widened as he recognized Feng's tea brewing skills were remarkably refined. Just a bit, he thought to himself. Having frequented tea houses, he had never witnessed anyone brew tea with such expertise beyond a professional tea master. Today was indeed a first. Feng moved with calm precision, executing each step, warming the teapot, rinsing the tea leaves, high pouring, skimming the foam, shaking the leaves, and serving the tea, effortlessly and seamlessly. Feng first poured a cup of tea and handed it to Feng Zhe. This initial offering was extended to the individual of the highest standing present. As a gesture of respect, your tea-making skills are truly exceptional, my young brother, Feng exclaimed in admiration. You flatter me, Mr. Feng. Please, enjoy your tea. Feng replied, gesturing that he would serve the others before finally pouring himself a cup. Feng Zhe lifted the teacup, first inhaling its aroma before savoring a sip. This raw pu'er tea is indeed of high quality, though it seems somewhat different from what I've tasted before. Perhaps the brew is a touch too weak? Feng Zhe discerned after just one sip. Indeed, a lighter raw pu'er can mitigate intoxication, while stronger brew may have the opposite effect, Feng chuckled. As he spoke, he retrieved a small jar of honey from the tea cabinet, scooping a teaspoonful into the kettle and shaking it to dissolve. He then poured it into the teapot to brew. The second cup, now honey-infused pu'er, was served to Feng Zhe and the others. Lan Sai took a sip, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "What a splendid tea! The sweetness of the honey dances on my palate, enhancing the tea's fragrance. Adding a touch more honey transforms the flavor entirely. Honey tea aids in detoxification and accelerates alcohol metabolism. Indulging a bit more is certainly beneficial," Feng added, also savoring the warm tea, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. As they chatted over tea, Ning Faping soon succumbed to fatigue. Feng instructed a server and Tizi to escort him to a room for rest. This left only Feng, Feng Zhe, and Lan Sai in the tea room. Feng glanced over to see Lan Sai and Feng Zhe engaged in hushed conversation, their proximity suggesting an intimate rapport. Lan Sai had her legs crossed in an inviting manner, leaning toward Feng Zhe, her gaze imbued with a flirtatious charm, occasionally revealing emotions in their exchanged glances. Feng felt a newfound clarity regarding their relationship. Romantic entanglements are indeed commonplace among the business elite, he mused. Many successful middle-aged men, while achieving success, find themselves discontented with their loyal spouses at home. In contrast, the women outside are youthful and alluring, forming mutually beneficial arrangements. When faced with such temptation, how many men can genuinely resist? Feng, though aware of the connection between the two, maintained a facade of ignorance, choosing not to acknowledge it. "My young brother, I have just instructed Secretary Lan. Please prepare a list for me, and I will ensure she delivers the goods to your shop within 2 days. No need for concern," Feng Zhe said with a smile. Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. "I am truly thankful, Brother Feng. I sense you aspire to more than merely opening a computer store. Am I correct? You do not strike me as one with limited vision," Feng Zhe complimented. Feng poured more tea for him, saying, "Every businessman aspires to expand. I am no exception. This store serves as my testing ground, and should fortune favor me, I plan to establish a chain throughout the city. Thus, I aim to standardize pricing, charging protocols, and a high level of service. Additionally, talent planning and reserves are crucial. Business fundamentally revolves around people. The same endeavor can yield varied results depending on who undertakes it. In essence, there remains much to accomplish for now. I seek to navigate each step with care." Feng Zhe's face lit up with admiration. "Indeed, my young brother is a genius. I eagerly await the day you launch your chain. I believe it is not far off." Feng raised his teacup, smiling. "Then let us toast to Brother Feng's auspicious words." The trio continued their conversation over tea, engrossed until the clock struck midnight. Noticing Lan Sai's growing fatigue, Feng Zhe rose to take his leave. "It has been a delightful evening with you, my young brother, but it is late. I must retire. We shall indulge in merriment again soon." "Ah!" Feng stood to escort them, saying, "Very well. I shall not keep you. Allow me to see you off." He accompanied Feng Zhe and Lan Sai to the entrance of the club, watching as they departed in a car before returning to the tea room. Wang Tai entered once he confirmed the absence of others, producing a fresh pack of Furong Wang cigarettes and offering one to Feng. Surprised, Feng accepted new. Wang Tai chuckled, "Indeed, this is the 5th pack. I was responsible for the cigarettes during our dinner, and to my astonishment, we finished 4 packs so swiftly." Feng rubbed his aching head and chuckled. "It seems we indulged too much tonight." Nevertheless, as Wang Tai lit his cigarette, Feng took a puff, feeling slightly more alert. "Finally, the negotiations have borne fruit. Our efforts were not in vain," he remarked, sinking wearily into a chair. Wang Tai lit his own cigarette. Sitting beside him, "It is all thanks to you, Brother Feng. Had it been me, I surely would have botched it. Ye Feng sitrektenit, jigarete in mot." Turning to Wang Tai with encouragement, "Have confidence, Tizi. You performed admirably today. I am certain you will soon be capable of managing independently." "Indeed, Brother Feng. I shall strive to improve," Wang Tai affirmed with a determined nod. Feng took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. His gaze distant as he contemplated the path ahead. Suddenly, he spoke, "Tizi, tomorrow when I present the order to Mr. Feng, would you deliver a gift to Secretary Lan on my behalf?" Brother Feng, not to Mr. Feng?" Wang Tai inquired, puzzled. Feng shook his head with a smile. "No need. A gift for Secretary Lan will suffice. Mr. Feng will be pleased." Wang Tai scratched his head, still somewhat confused, but asked, "What should I give Secretary Lan?" Feng replied with a mysterious smile, "A luxurious set of cosmetics." Chapter 84. Rise and Shine, Lazy Pig. High-end cosmetics? Brother Feng, why such a gift? Don't girls prefer jewelry? Wang Tai questioned, bewildered. Feng chuckled softly. As he said, "They are girls. However, Secretary Lan is not merely a girl, but rather a mature woman. They prioritize their appearance, as it is their avenue to societal standing and the material comforts that surpass ordinary existence, reliant solely on their beauty and physique. Should they lose their youthful allure, their fates could be worse than those of neglected wives. In truth, many mistresses do not fare well. Very few achieve success. Wang Tai's expression shifted to one of realization. Brother Feng, that makes sense. I understand now. Let us proceed with this plan. Tomorrow afternoon, I will bring the order, and while I meet with Feng Zhe, you could discreetly deliver the gift to Secretary Lan. Feng proposed with a smile. Wang Tai nodded eagerly. All right, Brother Feng, I will ensure it is done. Feng checked the time on his phone, noting it was nearly 1 a.m. It is late. We should return home to rest. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and left the tea room with Wang Tai. Upon arriving home, Feng, still under the influence of alcohol, skipped his usual nighttime routine and collapsed in a bed. Uncertain of how long he slept, he was abruptly awakened by noises outside his door. Groggily opening his eyes, he was greeted by bright sunlight streaming through the window, indicating that it was well past morning. Feng pulled out his phone to check the time, shocked to discover he had slept until 11 a.m. My head. A sudden wave of pain surged through his temples, a hangover's aftermath. He lightly tapped his forehead before rubbing his temples in an attempt to ease the discomfort. Waking up after a night of intoxication is undoubtedly the most excruciating experience. Who could be making such a ruckus outside the door? Could it be my father returning? Hey, Feng, are you awake? Came a melodious voice of Mu Xi from beyond the threshold. Feng, with a sly roll of his eyes, opted to remain in bed, shutting his eyes and feigning sleep. After a brief interval, footsteps approached, and with a creak, the door swung open, revealing Mu Xi armed with a broom. Why are you still asleep? I thought you'd be awake by now. Honestly, all you ever do is smoke and drink. Huffed. Her hands planted firmly on her hips, cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at Feng, who lay sprawled on the bed. Why on earth does my mother send me to clean up after you? Does that lazy Feng lack both hands and feet? Ugh. He spends his days in a drunken stupor, incapable of accomplishing anything. As she continued her tirade, Mu Xi began to tidy up Feng's disheveled room, muttering about the pervasive stench of smoke and alcohol. Should I just toss him out onto the street? She mused, but quickly dismissed the perilous thought, deciding instead to freshen him up a bit. Meanwhile, Feng cracked one eye open, stealing a glance at Mu Xi as she swept the floor. Dressed in form-fitting jeans and a crisp white shirt, her luxurious black hair cascading down her back, Mu Xi's silhouette radiated youthful vitality. Feng found himself pondering the unexpected kindness of her helping out. Suddenly, as if sensing his gaze, Mu Xi turned, prompting him to hastily shut his eyes once more. You're such a heavy sleeper, aren't you? She remarked with a hint of amusement. After gathering the trash, Mu Xi exited briefly, only to return moments later with a towel in hand. Feng, still in a daze, recognized it as his own. She perched herself on the edge of his bed, and a wave of her unique fragrance enveloped him. Smells delightful, he thought, as she proceeded to wipe his face with the cold towel, sending a shiver through him. Are you trying to freeze me to death? Yet in that moment, he was fully awakened. Huh, you're still asleep? Get up, you lazy pig. Mu Xi called out, but Feng continued to feign slumber. With a roll of her eyes, Mu Xi pondered her next move, declaring, I'll just check on the computer. Rising, she tossed the towel onto his face, effectively covering his mouth and nose. Startled, Feng realized he couldn't breathe. Is this little girl attempting to murder her husband? He thought, unable to resist the urge to pull the towel away. In the next instant, his gaze locked onto Mu Xi's, who stood by the bed, arms crossed, staring at him with a cold expression. Ah, so you really were just pretending to sleep? Yishao, she teased. Feng, embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile. Good morning. With hands on her hips, she shot back, good morning. It's already past noon. What do you mean by noon? He replied, confused. Have you lost your mind? Get up already. She pressed. Must you be so insistent? I'm not exactly brimming with energy. Excuses. Can't you just summon some motivation? I'd love to, but my body is protesting. Well, Yishao, who told you to drink so much? Look at the mess you're in now. Life in the world can be unpredictable, you know? Have some understanding. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Can I take my time? The sound echoing in the air. If you don't get up, I can assist you. Wait. I'll get up. Feng scrambled out of bed. With a haughty tilt of her chin, Mu Xi replied, assist? You think you deserve my help? Feng chuckled. Of course I do. Talking is far better than fighting. If I were to speak, you'd be in even greater trouble. Feng, Herr Lucius sleeps, no did earnestly. Indeed, I would be utterly defeated. Rolling her eyes, Muxi insisted, "Get up and shower. You reek of smoke and alcohol. All right, just give me a moment." Feng sprang up, rummaging through his wardrobe for clothes before dashing to the bathroom. Inside, he felt a surge of joy, whistling as he bathed. Upon finishing, he reached for a towel, only to find it missing. Suddenly, he recalled that Muxi had taken it into the room, opening the bathroom door just a crack. He called out, "Muxi, can you bring me the towel?" "Seriously, Feng, you shower without a towel?" "I forgot. Just help me out." "How troublesome," she replied. Yet she retrieved the towel nonetheless. Upon reaching the bathroom door, Muxi noticed that Feng had only opened it a sliver, making it impossible to pass the towel through. "What are you doing, Feng? Open the door wider, so I can hand it to you." With a nervous chuckle, he replied, "I just didn't want to accidentally expose myself and frighten you." Extending his hand through the narrow opening, he signaled for the towel. "Scare you? There aren't many things in this world that can frighten me. Besides, I've seen you in your youthful days. I know exactly how many hairs you have." "Really? Then tell me how many hairs I have," Feng teased, raising an eyebrow. "Perhaps you'd like to come in and count them properly?" Her cheeks flushed. Muxi shot him an exasperated look. "I'm not that bored." With that, she turned on her heel and left. Feng chuckled, closing the door and continuing his leisurely bath. After thoroughly refreshing himself and changing clothes, he felt somewhat rejuvenated, though his stomach was now a different story. Skipping breakfast and lunch had left him ravenous. "Muxi, let us go. I'll treat you to some noodles," he called out to the living room. Muxi, puzzled, responded, "Feng, what with your sudden generosity? Did the sun rise in the west today? Come on. I'm not that stingy. You cleaned up after me this morning. I should at least show my gratitude, right? So, are you coming or not? If you don't eat, I'll go by myself," she teased, a playful glint in her eye. "Of course I'm treating. Why would I let a free meal go to waste? I'm hungry too. Let's go, Ishao." Together, they ventured out, arriving at a noodle shop at the entrance of the staff quarters. It was peak lunchtime, and a considerable crowd had gathered, but fortunately, a number of tables and chairs were available outside. Navigating through the throng, Feng approached the counter. "2 bowls of pork offal noodles, please. That'll be 6 yuan." The shopkeeper, swift in her actions, collected the payment and promptly moved to serve the next customer. Feng placed the tickets at the queue window and then patiently awaited his turn to be called. Muxi found an empty seat at the entrance and sat down to wait for him. The crowd today is indeed overwhelming. Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The midday heat combined with the throng of people had everyone sweating profusely. Seeing him drenched, Muxi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Look at you, young master E. Are you made of water? How can you sweat so much?" Feng shot her a sidelong glance and replied with a grin. "Aren't you the same? How can you even call me out? Women are made of water, after all. Just look at you. Your pants are soaked." Muxi glared at him and retorted, "I had no idea it would be this hot today. Had I known, I would have changed my pants before coming out." As they bantered back and forth, they suddenly heard someone calling out a number. "Number 36. Feng responded, coming. He rose to fetch the noodles from the counter, making 2 trips before finally being able to satisfy his hunger. With a hearty slurp of noodles, he felt immense satisfaction. "Here, have some." Muxi added a piece of noodle sausage to his bowl. Feng smiled, picked out the liver from his bowl, and placed it into Muxi's. This was a long-standing habit between them. After exchanging their food, the two of them began to feast heartily. At that moment, 4 bicycles came to a stop by the roadside outside the shop, and 4 middle-aged women entered to enjoy their noodles. After purchasing their food, they sat at the table behind Feng. "Hey, have you heard? Our 3rd steel plant seems to be getting acquired by Who Steel." One of them exclaimed. "My husband, Liu, told me, but I don't know if it's true. He said that once the acquisition happens, we'll all be out of jobs." "No way. What'll we do then? My family is counting on Zhao's salary." Among these women, one wore a red floral shirt and wide-leg pants. She was stout with a round face, thin lips, and a rather harsh demeanor. "I also heard that the deputy factory director in charge of the acquisition negotiations is that Gu Xingzhong. People say he has taken bribes from Who Steel to sell our 3rd steel plant at a low price." Upon hearing this, Feng and Muxi paused their eating in unison. Muxi's eyes gleamed with barely suppressed anger. She could not abide anyone speaking ill of her parents behind their backs. At that moment, another woman gasped, "No way, the deputy factory director? That is utterly shameless." The woman with thin lips snorted. "I've long suspected that Gu Xingzhong had questionable character. If he truly accepted benefits from Who Steel, it wouldn't surprise me at all. The problem is if he sells our 3rd steel plant cheaply, it'll harm the interests of all the workers. That old scoundrel Gu Xingzhong is hardly fit to be called a deputy factory director." A woman in a blue dress quickly asked, "Aunt Sang, what are we supposed to do? Are we just going to stand by and watch that old scoundrel sell us all out?" Upon hearing the name Aunt Sang, Yifeng suddenly realized who they were talking about. This woman was notorious in the workers' community for her loose tongue, often concocting various rumors, and many feared crossing her. They would go out of their way to avoid her. If it weren't for her husband being the director of logistics at the plant, she would have likely been beaten countless times by now. This is outrageous. Muxi felt that their words had crossed a line and wanted to slam the table in anger, but Yifeng restrained her first. Wait a moment. Yifeng turned to glance at the four women, then calmly said to Muxi, "Let us listen to what Aunt Sang's intentions are in spreading these slanders." The woman called Aunt Sang wore a self-satisfied expression as she said, "In 2 months, the plant will promote a new deputy factory director. When that happens, you all should encourage your men at home to support our old Xie. If old Xie handles the negotiations with Steel, that is far better than that traitor Gu Xingzhong." The other women nodded in agreement. Muxi could no longer tolerate Aunt Sang referring to her father as a traitor, and she stood up abruptly. "Enough! How dare you slander my father behind his back? What has he ever done to you? Why do you insult him like this? You claim my father sold the factory. Do you have any evidence? If you don't, you're just spouting nonsense. And I heard? From whom? I also heard that your mothers have passed away." Muxi showed no mercy in her retorts, her fierce demeanor rendering the four women speechless and their faces turning an ominous shade of purple. She glared at them, pointing her finger, and continued to berate. "You're all just idle, aren't you? Your tongues are longer than those of the Grim Reapers. Why don't you just go somewhere and stay out of sight? I'm truly astonished by your audacity. Even wearing gas masks wouldn't shield you from your foul mouths. Each of you prancing around in your floral shirts, pretending to be something you're not, but the moment you speak, it's clear you're nothing but dogs." The four women, utterly taken aback by Muxi's fierce tirade, trembled in anger, pointing at her, but unable to retaliate as the words stuck in their throats. Surrounding diners stared in disbelief at Muxi, completely stunned. This girl has a way with words. Her tongue is truly sharp. Who would have thought such a beautiful girl could have such a knack for confrontation? Yifeng silently gave Muxi a thumbs up. "You're incredible. You little brat." Aunt Sang trembled with rage, suddenly gasping for breath as if she could hardly catch her breath, nearly toppling over. The other women hurried to support her, helping her regain her composure. Muxi, with an air of triumph, huffed, "Young Master E, let us go. I've lost my appetite seeing them." With that, Muxi turned to leave, and Yifeng quickly followed suit. Aunt Sang was nearly driven to madness, while surrounding diners began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. Yifeng glanced back at the scene and then took Muxi's hand, whispering, "Come with me." "Where to?" Muxi was puzzled. Yifeng grinned mischievously, pulled out a small knife from his pocket, and said, "I'm going to let some air out of their tires. If they dare to slander my future father-in-law, they want to know what hit them." Muxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sounds good." Holding her hand, Yifeng pretended to stroll past the four women's bicycles, stealthily using the small knife to puncture the back tires. With a satisfying pop, he deflated all 4 tires and then swiftly led Muxi away. He thought to himself, what a thrill to puncture their tires and escape. Ha! The two of them dashed back to the community building, panting heavily as they shared a glance, bursting into laughter. Who would have thought, young Master E, that your mischievous brain would finally be put to good use? Muxi chuckled, taking deep breaths to steady herself. Yifeng shot her a playful look. Muxi, is that meant to be a compliment? Just letting the air out of their tires is already a testament to my magnanimity. If it were anyone else, they would have resorted to violence by now. If the rumor about Gu Xingzhong being a traitor spreads, it could be a significant blow to him. After all, public opinion can be quite damning. He might even lose his position as deputy factory director. Merely deflating their tires is a mild reprisal, had they succeeded in their slanderous schemes. Yifeng had never contemplated letting them off lightly. I must remind my father to remain vigilant. We cannot allow that meddlesome woman to prevail. Her husband is vying for the position of deputy factory director, and I suspect her actions are deliberate. Muxi puffed out her cheeks in indignation. It's all for fame and fortune. If she manages to become the deputy director, offending your father, who currently holds that position, will be of little consequence. Let us just ensure your father remains alert to this matter. Yifeng consoled her with a smile. Oh, I'll head home first. Shall. Aren't you returning? Muxi inquired with curiosity. Yifeng chuckled. I have matters to attend to with Wang Tai, so you should go on ahead. I'll return later. Don't wait for me for dinner. Muxi shot him a glare. Just don't drink too much again. All right, I understand. You're truly like a nagging housekeeper. Yifeng replied with a laugh. Who's your housekeeper? I can't be bothered with you. Retorted, turning on her heel and heading upstairs. Yifeng shrugged and promptly dialed Wang Tai. In the afternoon, Yifeng and Wang Tai bearing gifts. arrived at the Electric Science Building, locating the offices of Nanxiao Commerce on the top floor. After informing the receptionist of their appointment with Feng Zhe, she escorted Feng to the chairman's office. Just before entering, Feng exchanged a glance with Wang Tai, signaling him to locate Secretary Lan. Wang Tai nodded in understanding. The receptionist knocked on the door and announced their arrival, to which Feng Zhe's voice responded, "Come in." Feng entered with a smile. "Greeting, hello, Chairman Feng." Feng Zhe rose to greet Feng with equal courtesy. After exchanging pleasantries, they both took their seats on the sofa in the reception area. "Chairman Feng, I have personally brought the shipping list. I will leave the rest to you," Feng stated, retrieving the document from his pocket and handing it to Feng Zhe. Upon receiving the list and glancing at the components, Feng Zhe chuckled. "It seems you don't require much, Xiao Ge. Heh, just enough for the grand opening. If we open additional branches, we will need even more computer parts." Feng replied with a grin. Feng Zhe nodded. "Very well, let us proceed with the consignment purchasing arrangement. I will have Secretary Lan draft the contract shortly." In the secretary's office adjacent to the chairman's, Wang Tai knocked on the door. "Guomin." He entered with one hand holding the gift and the other opening the door. "Hello, Secretary Lan, good afternoon." Wang Tai greeted with a grin. "Oh, Wang Xiaoge, what brings you here? Do you need something?" Lan Kai appeared surprised to see him, knowing he typically accompanied Feng to the company, likely to see Chairman Feng. "Secretary Lan, Feng Ge mentioned that our Feng electronics collaboration with Nanxiao Commerce owes much to your support, so I'm here as a representative to express our gratitude," Wang Tai said, placing the gift bag on her desk. "It's a modest gift, but I hope you will accept it." Lan Kai glanced at the logo on the box, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was an exquisite set of cosmetics, worth over 1,000, more than her 2 months' salary. Although she had received luxurious cosmetics from Feng Zhe, a woman can never have too many cosmetics. With a delighted smile, she accepted the gift, but then hesitated, looking at Wang Tai. "Wang Xiaoge, isn't this gift a bit too extravagant?" "Oh, it's not extravagant at all. As Feng Electronics aims for a long-term partnership with Nanxiao Commerce, your assistance is invaluable. This token of appreciation is nothing in comparison." Wang Tai waved his hand dismissively. "Is that so? Just like that?" Lan Kai relaxed a bit, realizing Feng was indeed quite astute. Since it was his kind gesture, there was no need to refuse. "All right, I will accept it then. Please thank Xiao Go on my behalf." She smiled, placing the cosmetics into her drawer. "Of course. I will definitely convey your thanks." Wang Tai replied courteously, then excused himself, closing the door behind him. Lan Kai chuckled softly, finding Feng an intriguing young man. Suddenly, the phone on her desk rang, and she promptly answered. "Kai, please prepare the consignment purchasing contract. We are officially collaborating with Feng Electronics today." With a beaming smile, Lan Kai responded, "Understood, I'll bring it over shortly." 10 minutes later, she walked into Feng Zhe's office with the contract in hand. She observed Feng Zhe and Feng enjoying tea and chatting amicably at the side table, appearing very harmonious and familiar. "Chairman Feng, here is the contract." Lan Kai approached and handed out the documents, one for each of them. Feng scrutinized the contract thoroughly, finding it quite standard, without any biases. It was evident that Lan Kai had made slight adjustments to favor him. "Excellent. No issues here. I have complete faith in Secretary Lan's work," Feng praised. Feng Zhe smiled slightly, nodding. "Since all is in order, let us proceed with the signing." "Indeed," Feng replied, and Lan Kai distributed the pens to both men. They began the formal signing of the contract. Once completed, Lan Kai neatly placed the documents into folders. Feng Zhe stood, extending his hand. "I wish Xiao Gu great success in your entrepreneurial endeavors. As you grow stronger, our collaboration will surely flourish." "Haha, I appreciate your kind words, Brother Feng." Feng shook his hand. "Wishing you a smooth opening, Xiao Gu," Lan Kai added, extending her hand with a smile. Feng shook her hand as well. Narrowing his eyes with a grin, Secretary Lan not only possesses beauty like a celestial being, but is also remarkably capable. You are truly Chairman Feng's invaluable assistant. He turned back to Feng Zhe. "Brother Feng, having such an excellent assistant like her is truly enviable." "You flatter me, Xiao Ge." Lan Kai replied with a sweet smile. Feng and Feng Zhe resumed their tea and conversation for another half hour, with Lan Kai accompanying them. After 30 minutes, Feng rose to take his leave. Feng Zhe escorted him to the company entrance, watching Feng's departing figure, deep in thought. "Do you believe this Feng will achieve success?" Feng Zhe turned to inquire of Lan Kai. "If a person as shrewd as him cannot prosper, who in this world can?" Lan Kai replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Feng Zhe grasped her wrist tightly, causing her pain. "So, is this why you adjusted the contract? You hold him in such high regard?" Is it because he is young and handsome that you're taken with him? Feng Z's expression darkened, his gaze piercing. You're hurting me. I merely thought it best for us to maintain a long-term partnership with someone like him. Adhering to the previous contract would only leave him with a negative impression of us, which is why I made adjustments, Lan Kai explained, her brow furrowing as she endured the pain in her wrist. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhe released her wrist, his demeanor returning to its usual warmth and friendliness. I apologize. I misjudged you. I must have hurt you just now. I'll get you some ointment. His mood shifted faster than one could turn a page. Chapter 87. Shifeng Electronics officially opens after obtaining the contract. Yifeng and Wang Tai return to the store to inform Hmph and of the news. Feng Yi, does this mean we can prepare for the grand opening? Hmph asked excitedly. Yes, once the components arrive in a couple of days. We can officially open our doors. Yifeng nodded, brimming with enthusiasm. Wang Tai rubbed his hands together, eager to embark on their venture. Feng Yi, what shall we do next? Shall we distribute flyers and promote our business? With a mysterious smile, Yifeng replied, no need for that. Offline advertising is far too cumbersome and incurs greater expenses, yielding a low cost-effectiveness. Then how shall we promote it? Wang Tai inquired, puzzled. We shall take the online route and engage in marketing activities. The results will be far superior. Do you recall my mentioning a certain entity known as a search engine portal? Yifeng chuckled it. Yes, I remember, Brother Feng. That portal only launched this January. And aside from searching, it seems to offer little else. Wang Tai scratched his head, confused. That's merely because you're unaware of its potential. If we were to create our own portal site and optimize it for SEO, while simultaneously conducting community marketing on other portals, we would achieve the best results with the highest cost-effectiveness. Yifeng remarked with a smile. SEO? What is that, Brother Feng? Wang Tai asked, his curiosity piqued. SEO stands for search engine optimization. It is a burgeoning technology that few in the domestic internet realm comprehend, aside from Qiandu. Qiandu has only been around for less than half a year and hasn't garnered significant attention yet. We could be among the pioneers. Yifeng leaned back on the sofa, eager to begin. Wang Tai scratched his head again, still not fully grasping the concept. But his instincts told him this was a formidable marketing strategy, and Yifeng understood this technology. Naturally, he placed his unwavering trust in Yifeng and promptly responded, well, I'm not versed in technical matters, so I might not be of much help. Yifeng straightened in his seat, snapping his fingers, TZ. There is another crucial task I need you to undertake. I've been rather busy lately, and it falls to you. It's of utmost importance. Wang Tai asked earnestly, Brother Feng, what is this important task? Register a company using this address as a sole proprietorship and name it Shifeng Technology. Spend a little money to hire a business firm to assist with the application. Your main role is to oversee the process. Aiming to have it completed before the university semester begins, Yifeng instructed solemnly. Currently, opening a business primarily requires obtaining an individual business license, not a corporate license. Individual businesses can be established more swiftly, which is sufficient to commence operations. However, if we plan to expand our business later, we will need to shift to a corporate structure. The entire process is rather intricate, but we can commence parallel operations during this period. Understood. I will take full responsibility. Wang Tai nodded firmly. Yifeng patted his shoulder, smiling, great, let us give it our all. The day after tomorrow, we shall open for business. 2 days later, following extensive preparations, a truck from Nanjiao Trading delivered an entire load of brand new computer components. Acquiring new parts wasn't challenging. The real difficulty lay in securing the most suitable low prices. Nanjiao Trading had primary sources for major brands, and their prices were the lowest across the network. This meant that Yifeng could achieve higher profits on the components. For instance, an Asus TX 97 motherboard could be procured at a wholesale price of 650 yuan from Nanjiao Trading, while it could sell for up to 1,200 yuan in the market. And genuine new stock was scarce. Money alone wouldn't guarantee availability. Yifeng planned to price it at 1,100 yuan, ensuring a profit of 450 yuan per unit, which was quite substantial. After unloading the goods at noon, Yifeng, Wang Tai, Hmph, and Han Nan worked together to stock the shelves and placed a grand opening floral arrangement at the entrance. At that moment, Ning Feiping's voice boomed from outside the store. Haha, congratulations, congratulations. Brother E, on the opening of your new store. Ning Feiping strode into the shop with a hearty laugh. Welcome, welcome. Having you here, Brother Ning, truly elevates the occasion. Yifeng greeted him with a broad smile, feeling elated on this opening day. Ning Feiping turned to point at the entrance, where several individuals were setting up floral arrangements, while others were transporting a complete set of computers into the store. Brother E, I brought you the complete systems you requested. Feel free to sell them. If they don't sell, you can return them to me. Ning Feiping grinned. Yifeng's heart soared. The profit margins on these complete systems were impressive, all pre-assembled from Ning Feiping's own shop. Each system, priced around 8,000 yuan, offered at least a 30 profit, stemming from both component profit and pricing negotiations. For systems exceeding 10,000 yuan, the profit could reach 50. Thank you so much for your support, Brother Ning. Yi Feng bolet repeatedly ingratitude. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed at the entrance. Congratulations, Boss E, on your grand opening. May your business flourish. Lan Sai entered, dressed in a chic black and white professional outfit, her figure striking. Secretary Lan has arrived. Thank you for your support. Yi Feng approached her with a smile. I'm here on behalf of General Feng. He insisted I come to show support, but he had to go on a business trip today, so I'm here as his representative, Lan Sai explained, gesturing to two individuals at the entrance holding a floral arrangement. General Feng is truly thoughtful. I'm very grateful. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Yi Feng invited. Han Nanan took on the task of serving tea and distributing it among the guests. Lan Sai sat in the lounge area, her expression one of astonishment as she admired the store, finding it quite novel. What do you think, Secretary Lan? Do you find this store beautiful? Ning Feiping inquired with a grin. Indeed, it's stunning. The design is unlike anything I've seen, exuding simplicity, modernity, and a sense of technology. The ambience created by the furniture and lighting is simply delightful. This is the most beautiful store I've ever encountered. Lan Sai offered high praise, continuously expressing her admiration. She had never witnessed such innovative design before, even surpassing that of stores abroad. After a while, Chung Bo and Jiao Tongxing sent someone to deliver floral arrangements to congratulate Yi Feng on his opening. Brother Feng, it's time to cut the ribbon for the grand opening. Wang Tai called from the entrance. All right, I'm coming. Yi Feng responded, then joined the others in exiting the store to the entrance. A considerable crowd of neighbors had gathered outside, filled with curiosity and excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Feng's heart raced. This day had finally arrived. His career was about to take flight. Originally, he would have cut the ribbon alone, but Yi Feng invited Ning Feiping and Lan Sai to join him, a gesture of respect. The three stood at the store's entrance, red scissors in hand. Yi Feng glanced around, smiling. Right, you two, let us count down together and cut the ribbon. Sure. Ning Feiping nodded, his mood visibly uplifted. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Feng Electronics on its grand opening. With a snap, the red ribbon was severed, and confetti erupted on both sides, cascading down in a celebratory display. Congratulations, Brother E. From now on, should I start calling you Boss E? Ning Feiping yisted. Brother Ning, please don't jest. I'm hardly a boss, just trying to make a living. Yi Feng homebe replied. Lan Sai covered her mouth with a laugh. Oh, Boss E, no need to be modest. It's only a matter of time before you leap over the dragon gate. She had always felt that Yi Feng, despite his youth, possessed remarkable acumen and daring ambition, destined for great achievements. Please, Secretary Lan, spare me the flattery. I know my own capabilities well enough. Shall we head inside for a chat? Yi Feng gestured. Brother E, I can't stay. It's a work day, and I have several matters to attend to at the office. I must return, Lan Sai replied with slight regret. Hey, Brother E, I too must return to handle renovation matters. Today is your opening. I'm sure you'll be quite busy, so I won't linger. Ning Feiping added. Secretary Lan, shall we return to the Dienka building together? Ning Feiping suggested cheerfully. Lan Sai nodded, and the three exchanged farewells. Yi Feng watched as the two departed before returning to the store for a moment of respite. He glanced at Wang Tai, who was diligently attending to customers. Sir, take a look at this graphics card, the GF256 SDR, the world's first GPU. With a memory frequency of 166 Hz, it undoubtedly reigns as the new generation's card monarch. This graphics card is the latest masterpiece from Company N, retailing at 3,100 yuan. However, in celebration of our grand opening, we are offering it at a mere 2,500 yuan, a price unmatched throughout the entire Guang city. If you miss this opening discount, the boss may revert the price back to 3,000 yuan in a couple of days. Under Wang Tai's persuasive and compelling sales pitch, the young man hesitated only briefly before finalizing his purchase. Han Pingyan, lacking the eloquence required for sales, had been assigned to the cash register, where he adeptly employed the methods Yi Feng had previously taught him. Meanwhile, Han Nanan, being younger, was relegated to simpler tasks such as greeting customers and serving tea, yet she approached her duties with earnest diligence, showing no signs of slack. The four of them in the shop donned matching red maple leaf uniforms, radiating a vibrant energy. Thanks to Yi Feng's guidance in streamlining processes and delineating roles, they were now functioning in harmony, each fulfilling their respective responsibilities. Wang Tai observed the young man complete his transaction and courteously escorted him to the door. thanking him for his patronage and inviting him to return. As there were still 2 customers experiencing the assembled computers, Wang Tai excitedly approached Feng. Brother Feng, did you see that? We've had a fantastic start. 2,500 yuan for the GF256 graphics card. Ha! Wang Tai was elated, feeling that his hard work was finally yielding results and rewards. To familiarize himself with computers and their various components, he had diligently practiced and memorized a script Feng had written about computer parts, reciting it even in the restroom until he had nearly mastered the majority of the component's advantages and core parameters. He planned to spend the next 3 days memorizing every component and the functions of the assembled machines, ensuring he could answer any customer inquiries. Wang Tai believed he should not only be able to respond, but should do so eloquently, viewing it as an opportunity to hone his speaking skills. He felt it essential to immerse himself fully in his work to excel. You're doing quite well. It's clear that you've practiced my script effectively. Keep up the good work and apply it flexibly, Feng encouraged. All right, Brother Feng, I will continue to assist. There are still 2 customers looking at the assembled computers. Wang Tai replied with a smile before turning back to attend to the guests. Feng realized that he was somewhat overwhelmed and would need to hire additional staff. He decided to recruit 2 more, and depending on the marketing activities and customer flow, he estimated that the store would require at least 10 salespeople. Suddenly, a voice with a mocking tone pierced through the atmosphere of the shop. Bossy, business seems to be thriving. Feng looked up to see the source of the voice, furrowing his brow as he recognized Zhao Xingye, known colloquially as Fatty Zhao. It was surprising that he had found their store's location and chose to visit on opening day. What an unwelcome guest. Wang Tai also spotted Zhao Xingye, his expression darkening as he stepped forward to confront him. Fatty Zhao, what brings you to our store? Please leave. You are not welcome here. Zhao Xingye scoffed. TZ, is this how you greet customers on your opening day? You think you're a customer? Wang Tai glared back at him. Meanwhile, the 2 young men who had been experiencing the computers sensed the tension and promptly exited. Hey, wait, Wang Tai exclaimed, desperate to keep them from leaving. But they had already pushed through the door. Now, the shop was left with an unsettling quiet, devoid of customers. This is all your fault, Fatty Zhao. Wang Tai shot him a glare. Zhao Xingye smirked triumphantly. I came to celebrate your opening, and somehow, I'm the one being blamed? You. Wang Tai recognized that Zhao was deliberately trying to provoke him, wishing he could land a punch to send him flying. TZ, calm down, Feng interjected, stepping out from behind the counter with a composed demeanor. Brother Feng, this old rascal. I know, just tidy up a bit, Feng interrupted, moving closer to Wang Tai. Wang Tai shot one last glare at Zhao Xingye before turning to organize the display of assembled computers. TSK, Boss E, some of your employees certainly need further training. Whatever happened to service etiquette? Zhao Xingye mocked. This is our own business. We don't need your concern, Feng replied coldly. Zhao Xingye, hand behind his back, surveyed the shop with disdain. This place is decently decorated. I wondered why you wouldn't agree to collaborate with me to seize the computer repair market. It seems your plans to go solo all along. While you may be adept at fixing computers, being a business owner is no easy feat. One can easily find themselves out of business. I see your store's business scope also revolves around computer repairs, so we shall now be competitors. Bossy, do you truly think you can outdo me? Zhao Xingye laughed derisively, fixing his gaze on Feng. A cold glimmer flashed in Feng's eyes as he replied calmly. It seems, Boss Zhao, that you are quite confident. However, I believe your downfall is inevitable. With Zhao Xingye's narrow-mindedness, he was fated to achieve no greatness. If he dared to engage in underhanded tactics, Feng had various means to ensure his disgrace. A mocking grin spread across Zhao Xingye's face. Bossy, who knows who will falter first? You lack customers and resources. Do you think those clients came to you by mere chance? They are the result of my years of building relationships. What do you have besides a storefront? You have nothing. What gives you the right to profit? Without those customers, your skills are of no use. I hope your store lasts long. Don't close down too quickly. If you fail, I might be willing to take over and help you stem the losses. Chapter 89. The antivirus software officially launches. You need to concern yourself with that, Boss Zhao. Rest assured, my store will thrive. Closing down is out of the question, Feng replied with a slight smile. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Zhao Xingye sneered before turning to leave. Once Zhao Xingye exited, Wang Tai muttered under his breath, that old scoundrel truly is shameless. He ruined 2 potential sales. I suspect he is here with ill intentions. Brother Feng, don't you think? Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I'm pondering another matter. We never informed him about our opening. How did he discover our location? Wang Tai paused, then clapped his hands in realization. Right? How did he find out? A gleam of insight flickered in Feng's eyes as he smiled. Someone must have informed him. However, very few people knew about our new opening. As Zhao Xingye left the alley, A car awaited him at the street's edge. He opened the passenger door and took a seat inside. Hey, Boss Xiao, how is it? Did you check out their store? A middle-aged man in the driver's seat asked with a grin. Manager Nya, I have observed the store. The decor is quite commendable. However, it seems to be merely a gathering of inexperienced youths without any clientele, and I suspect it won't last long. We shall wait to witness their downfall. Zhao Xingye remarked with confidence. By the way, Manager Nya, we shall see how you fare then. Zhao Xingye turned to Nya Xin. Heh, no problem. It's a trivial matter. Nya Xin chaked softly. Zhao Xingye laughed in return and courteously suggested, Come, Manager Nya, allow me to treat you to a full-body massage. I recently discovered a new establishment, and the girls there are delightful. You will undoubtedly be pleased. Upon hearing this, Nya Xion's eyes glinted with mischief. Oh, Zhao boss is treating? Then I shan't hold back. The car started and drove away from the alley. On the first day of opening, there were not many walk-in customers, and only 2 transactions were made. Before leaving in the afternoon, Feng convened a brief meeting with a few individuals. TZ, tomorrow you will go to the human resources market to post a recruitment announcement. We need to hire 2 more sales assistants, with a monthly salary of 500. We require young women, preferably attractive and of good character, Feng instructed. This salary is slightly above the average, as the requirements are also a bit more stringent. At the very least, they should possess notable looks. As the additional salary accounts for the economics of beauty, historically, those who are handsome or beautiful tend to earn more than the average person. This is an objective truth, as they possess resources that ordinary people lack, their appearance. A pretty face can evoke a sense of aesthetic pleasure and joy. Understood, Brother Feng. Shall I screen candidates and arrange interviews? Wang Tai inquired. Yes, arrange for them to come to the store for interviews. I will personally oversee the selection. Feng, replied solemnly. All right. Wang Tai nodded in agreement. Feng turned to Han Pingyan, saying, Pingyan, the store will be entrusted to your care. During your free time, please memorize the documents I prepared. If customers inquire, you should be able to respond. Han Pingyan nodded earnestly. Brother Feng, I have memorized them, though I may be somewhat inept with my speech. He bore an apologetic expression. Feng chuckled and patted his shoulder. No worries, you will improve with time. Han Nanan raised her hand. Brother Feng, I will also strive to memorize them. You are truly obedient, Nanan. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with a lollipop. Feng affectionately ruffled her hair. He then addressed everyone. Upon my return, I will commence building the website and planning marketing activities. I can establish a website quite swiftly within a single night. Once the site is live, I will implement SEO optimization before officially launching the marketing campaign. I already have the activity plan ready. It is merely awaiting execution. If all goes well, our store shall soar to great heights. Upon finishing, Feng revealed a mysterious smile. The others felt invigorated upon hearing this. They understood that Feng never made empty boasts. He spoke only when he possessed substantial confidence. If Brother Feng says we will soar, then we absolutely shall. Wang Tai laughed heartily. After the meeting, Feng returned home and immersed himself in his room, opening his computer to begin working. In this era, establishing a site using HTTPS technology posed no challenge for Feng. A straightforward portal website comprised simple images and color schemes. The more minimalist, the more it accentuated the focus. Feng concentrated on the layout of the content structure. Upon entering the website, users would experience an avant-garde UI aesthetic, a refreshing interface, and outstanding UI interaction, rendering his portal website exceptionally pleasing to the eye. After completing the site, Feng proceeded to optimize for search engines. Baidu search was now officially in the public eye, on the brink of explosive commercial potential. Consequently, by searching for computer-related keywords on Baidu, Feng's Shifeng Electronics portal would appear alongside various sub-business pages. Utilizing a few technical strategies, he managed to position the portal on the first page of multiple computer keywords by that very evening. Keywords such as computer, computer accessories, computer repair, computer maintenance, computer viruses, Guangshi computers, and computer hosts were all thoroughly addressed. Once everything was completed, Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Glancing at the time on his computer screen, 3 a.m., he was astonished at how swiftly time had passed. The sensation felt all too familiar. Feng murmured to himself, chuckling softly, no wonder working in technology is so exhausting. Next, Feng opened the marketing activity document titled, Give Your Computer a Free Checkup. This free checkup marketing initiative was a well-considered strategy Feng had devised during this period. The campaign was primarily based on the heuristic antivirus engine he had developed, a piece of antivirus software. He planned to disseminate promotional posts through community portals, financially incentivizing moderators to boost visibility, and employing software to simulate follow-up posts to elevate engagement. This initiative would undoubtedly create a significant impact. Users who clicked to experience it would download the antivirus program, and upon usage, be redirected to the Feng electronics portal site. To unlock additional features of the antivirus program or activate proactive computer defense for more complete functionalities, they would require an activation code from Feng Electronics. This activation code could only be obtained through the purchase of Feng Electronics products. Thus, it was a dual-purpose marketing strategy that not only promoted the antivirus software, but also marketed Feng Electronics. Feng named the antivirus software 361 Computer Security Guardian, a heuristic antivirus engine that would lead the current security technology and transform the existing landscape. Feng rewrote the core content of the document into a post, disguising it as a technology enthusiast sharing of intriguing tech. People are generally skeptical of commercial promotions, yet are highly receptive to seemingly innocuous posts, such as human nature. Direct advertisements often evoke annoyance, with the immediate reaction being that the business seeks to profit from them. However, when encountering cleverly disguised educational posts, they tend to trust them wholeheartedly, believing the poster to be merely an ordinary netizen. Little do they realize that the poster is actually a business, and the post is just a cleverly disguised soft advertisement masquerading as informational content. This method proves to be highly effective, hence its frequent use. In the early hours, Feng posted various threads with different styles and wording, but with the same core content across multiple portal forums, including local Guangshi forums and activated software to simulate replies, generating buzz around the posts. By the time he finished, it was already 6 a.m. After a sleepless night, Feng finally felt drowsy, shut down his computer, and climbed into bed to sleep. Meanwhile, while he slumbered, these posts began to quietly circulate throughout the internet, brewing a new storm. The 361 Security Guardian officially entered the public consciousness, poised to create a tremendous sensation. Chapter 90, Penguin Company. Early the next morning, at a humble company on the third floor of the Siping Technology Park in Huaqiang South, Shenzhen, the hour was too early for employees to arrive. Two men sat at their respective computer stations. Old Ma, I discovered something fascinating on Tianya last night. A slightly plump, youthful man in his late 20s, sporting pronounced dark circles under his eyes, stared intently at the screen, his face brimming with excitement. It appeared he had stumbled upon some groundbreaking revelation. The old Ma he referred to was seated beside him, dressed in a checkered shirt and wearing glasses, exuding a quintessential nerdy vibe. What is it? What intriguing discovery have you made? Ma Teng leaned in closer, adjusting his glasses as he gazed at the screen. Last night, a post on Tianya suddenly gained immense popularity, as a user shared an event offering free computer health checks, which introduced a powerful antivirus software known as 361 Computer Security Guardian, a name that truly resonates. While at home, I had already downloaded the program. Do you know what technology it employs? Zhang Jibei teased. What else could it be? ISNT antivirus software, fundamentally based on broad-spectrum signature technology? Ma Teng shook his head with a smile. Presently, all antivirus software relies on signature technology, designed to identify and eliminate viruses based on specific mechanisms. No, old Ma, you are mistaken. This is a novel technology, and I am aware that it is still in the experimental validation phase. I never imagined someone would commercialize it so soon. Zhang Jibei exclaimed with excitement. Being a technologist and the CTO of this company, he is acutely aware of various internet technologies. Upon discovering the application of a new technology, he experiences a profound sense of desire and exhilaration. What new technology? Ma Teng inquired, taken aback. Heuristic scanning technology. Zhang Jibei pronounced each word with gravitas. What? ISNT that's still under research? How could someone possibly commercialize it? Ma Teng was astonished, quickly rising from his seat and moving closer to Zhang Jibei to scrutinize further. Indeed, the 361 Computer Security Guardian software was running on his computer, initiating a scanning procedure that had already detected multiple anomalous programs suspected to be viruses, which were highlighted in red. A gleam of excitement flickered in Zhang Jibei's eyes as he declared, "Ha, did you see that? The programs listed are all simulated virus programs I casually created. New, lacking any execution characteristics, yet this antivirus software identified them nonetheless. Thus, I can confidently assert that this is heuristic scanning technology, which necessitates an exceptionally robust underlying inspection mechanism. This marks a revolutionary advancement in antivirus software. I would wager this software is bound to become immensely popular." Ma Teng gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Talent in our country truly lies hidden. Heuristic scanning technology has already been implemented. Who developed and released this software?" Zhang Jibei smiled, saying, "You'll find out shortly." After the scan concluded, a pop-up appeared. Unlock more features by using an activation code. Below were the methods to obtain the activation code by making a purchase at Hmph Electronics. One could acquire a set of activation codes upon reaching a certain spending threshold. Subsequently, another web page popped up revealing Hmph Electronics portal, showcasing prices for computer components and primarily offering repair services. Ma Teng's eyes lit up at this series of operations, impressed by the business model. What kind of company is Hmph Electronics? I haven't heard of them in the internet industry. Jibei, have you heard of it? Zhang Jibei shook his head. I have not heard of this company either. Perhaps it is the brainchild of some genius in the country? Creating heuristic scanning technology is no small feat, and I consider myself incapable of such ingenuity. After pondering for a moment, Ma Teng remarked, I must take the time to engage with Hmph Electronics. I have a strong premonition that this antivirus software is destined to soar in popularity. It may even reach a wider user base than our company, Penguin. In the future, it could become a dark horse. Zhang Jibei asked curiously, Olma, are you suggesting you want to acquire them? Mateng chakol doppler acquire. What funds do I have for that? We can barely afford to buy servers at this point. Our accounts only have 100,000 left. If we do not expand our servers soon, we want to be able to sustain OACQ in 2 months. OACQ, also known as QQ, has been experiencing a surge in registered users every month, with online users reaching new heights daily. Penguin S servers are nearing their breaking point. Without resolving financing and expanding our servers, a collapse is merely a matter of time. The two fell into silence upon addressing this issue. The initial stages of this instant messaging project have been incredibly costly, with no immediate returns in sight, and they have yet to fully grasp a viable profit model. Furthermore, the current internet bubble has made financing exceptionally challenging, with many fearing a financial crash. Additionally, Penguin has yet to establish a clear profit model, leading to numerous investor rejections. Old Ma, if we can't hold on any longer, what do you propose we do? Zhang Jibei suddenly inquired solemnly. Ma Teng's face displayed a look of anguish, followed by a heavy sigh. If, one day, we truly cannot continue our operations, we should sell the company. It should fetch around 600,000 to 700,000, right? Zhang Jibei also smiled wryly, stating, if it comes to that, I would genuinely feel a sense of regret. QQ is the product of my and my colleagues' hard work, crafted line by line of code, representing the culmination of years of dedication. This project is akin to a child to me, watching it grow day by day, witnessing its online user count soar past 100, 1,000, 10,000. I have spent countless nights tirelessly updating the software, fixing bugs, ensuring it improves continuously. Whenever someone praises this software, I take immense pride in sharing that it was developed by my colleagues and me. The entire goal of Penguin is to create the first and largest instant messaging software in the country, with everyone striving toward this aspiration. Everyone wishes to become the next internet giant, yet while aspirations are grand, reality can be stark. As the user base expands, they increasingly feel a lack of joy, replaced by mounting anxiety. The company can no longer afford to add new servers. Currently, there are only two paths. First, secure financing to continue expanding the servers and operations. Second, sell the company to a more financially robust entity and exit entirely. Ma Teng and Zhang Jibei undoubtedly lean towards the first financing option, unless absolutely necessary. They will not part with the company. If it truly comes to that, there will be no other choice. Ma Teng returned to his seat, gazing at the dim, still dark sky, his expression resolute. Indeed, I too am unwilling to surrender so easily. Jibei, I believe our company will survive. Chapter 91, a sensation across the internet. Meanwhile, in the Shanghai stock market, on the 18th floor of the Feng building, an urgent meeting was convened within a portal website company's technical department. Superviso Guy, our servers are under a DOS attack. The majority of computers in the public relations and technical departments are being held hostage by a virus. This virus, known as the Trojan Horse, is a formidable foreign program, challenging to break. The virus replicates rapidly, and our firewall has failed. Users are reporting they cannot log into the website. Technical personnel exchanged anxious words, their faces etched with tension. This virus attack is unlike any previous incidents. Computers are rendered uncontrollable, either shutting down or freezing. What is the status of the technical department as computers? The technician named Kai inquired with a grave expression. My computer has become unusable. Mine too. Yes, I can't use mine either. This virus is despicable, and it seems the attackers are aware of our technical department's internal network address. My computer has also crashed, and without a functioning device, we are utterly incapable of restoring the server. How infuriating! Within the conference room, the majority of the technical personnel were seething with rage. their computers having been commandeered by a virus. Supervisor Kai, visibly incensed, slammed his hand upon the table and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Is there not a single computer in our department that remains operational?" Suddenly, a young intern sporting round glasses timidly raised his hand. "Supervisor, I believe my computer is still functional." The room turned in unison to regard the intern, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. The intern head bowed, let out a nervous chuckle, and explained, "I stumbled upon a post on a forum earlier this morning, which shared a particular antivirus software. The post claimed it was quite effective, so I downloaded it and gave it a try. To my surprise, it seems to have successfully eradicated the virus." The technical staff exchanged astonished glances. What antivirus software could possibly be so formidable as to detect and eliminate a Trojan horse? Supervisor Kai widened his eyes in disbelief and urgently inquired, "What is the name of that software?" The intern scratched his head, looking bewildered, and replied, "It's called 361 Computer Security Guardian." In Nanhai, at the Wanghai Technology Industrial Park, the Tianya Forum's administrative department consisted of merely 3 employees. Since its establishment 2 years prior, it had always been overseen by this small trio, never exceeding that number. Despite the limited staff, their workload was not burdensome. In fact, it was rather relaxed. They did not closely monitor the discussions taking place on the Tianya Forum, relying instead on the self-regulation of netizens from across the nation to maintain order. This particular morning, Qin Wenhua arrived punctually at work, booted up his computer, and then went to brew a cup of coffee, preparing for a leisurely day. As he hummed a tune while waiting for the water to heat, his colleague Suka rushed in, seemingly flustered. "Qin, have you checked the forum?" Qin Wenhua poured hot water over instant coffee, stifling a yawn as he replied, "Not yet." "What's the rush? Stay calm. There's rarely anything of significance happening there. It's mostly just people chatting and boasting." "No, it's not that, Qin. You don't understand. This year, the entire forum is abuzz with a single topic. It's almost being flooded with posts." "Shouldn't we intervene?" Suko asked earnestly. Surprised, Qin Wenhua responded, "What is causing such a commotion? Flooding the forum?" He recalled that such an event had only occurred once since the forum's inception, during a heated argument between 2 users that drew considerable attention. "I checked the records. Early this morning, a user claiming to be a tech enthusiast posted a thread about giving computers a health check, sharing an antivirus program called 361 Computer Security Guardian. The post garnered over 100,000 views within just a few hours, with thousands discussing it. By morning, it seemed many had downloaded the software and were now discussing it. The entire forum is overwhelmed with this topic. I even noticed it trending on Xena." Suka relayed the details. "How many views did you say that post has?" Qin Wenhua suddenly asked, his tone incredulous. 100,000, Suka replied, bewildered by the question. "But we don't even have 100,000 users online at this hour." Qin Wenhua exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" Suka was left dumbfounded, his expression one of confusion. Later that morning, after rising, Gumushi's first action was to fling open her window and shout towards Feng's room, "You lazy pig, rise and shine." However, no response came from the other side. Gumushi poked at Feng's window with a closed drying rod. Yet still, there was no sign of movement. Could it be that this scoundrel isn't home? She pondered, tilting her head in confusion. "What on earth is Feng up to?" she murmured, pouting slightly before closing her bed and changing clothes to head out for her morning routine. It was a Sunday, and Gumushi's parents were at home, enjoying a day of rest. Liwan brought out the freshly prepared meat porridge for breakfast, and, noticing Gumushi preparing her bowl, asked with a smile, "Mushi, when can we check the exam results?" Gumushi licked her lips and replied, "The teacher said it should be around next week, usually at the end of the month. But I don't know the exact date yet. Anyway, once the results are out, the school will notify us." Liwan expressed her hope. "I wish for good news next week. If you get into university, our family will finally have a bona fide college student. Rest assured, Mom, I'm certain I'll get into university." Gumushi replied cheerfully. Liwan nodded, knowing her daughter consistently ranked in the top 10 of her class, making university admission highly probable. "By the way, where's Xiaofeng? Didn't you invite him for breakfast?" Liwan asked, puzzled. "I did, but it seems Ishao isn't at home," Gumushi casually replied while scooping her porridge. "That shouldn't be. I thought I saw his light on this morning. What if something else happened?" Liwan mused, wiping her hands on her apron and untying it before heading out to check. A moment later, while Gumushi was enjoying her breakfast, a sudden realization struck her, and her expression changed. "Oh no, my sheets and duvet cover are still hanging at Feng's place." She slapped her forehead, anxious that her mother might misinterpret the situation. Surely it won't lead to any misunderstandings, right? It's just the bedding hanging there. It shouldn't raise any suspicions, Gumushi thought to herself, harboring a sliver of hope. If she were to rush over to explain, it would only draw more attention to it. With that thought, she shook her head and continued sipping her porridge, though unease lingered in her heart. Meanwhile, Liwan arrived at Feng's doorstep and knocked gently. "Is Feng home?" she called out. After a brief wait, hurried footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open. Good morning, Auntie," Feng greeted, rubbing his sleepy eyes with a smile. Liwan observed his disheveled appearance and chuckled. "Why are you just waking up now? Did you sleep in after the exams?" "I was working late last night and ended up sleeping in," Feng replied, ushering her inside. Upon entering, Liwan noticed the sheets and duvet hanging on the balcony, pink with teddy bear prints, and froze momentarily. "Isn't this Muxi's bedding? Annie, please sit." "I'll get you some tea," Feng said, turning toward the kitchen. Liwan approached the balcony, scrutinizing the items closely, confirming her initial suspicion. Indeed, it was Muxi's bedding. But how did it end up at Feng's house? A look of doubt crossed her face as a sudden realization struck her. Could it be that these two children have crossed a line? Perhaps they got the bedding dirty and, fearing her discovery, brought it to Feng's house to wash and dry. The possibility seemed quite plausible. Liwan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her expression clouded with concern. Those two, surely they didn't take any risks, did they? It seems the time has come for me to have a talk about safety with them. With her thoughts racing, Liwan returned to the living room, pretending not to notice the bedding on the balcony to avoid any awkwardness. At that moment, Feng emerged from the kitchen with a cup of tea. "Andy, here, that's your tea." Feng placed a cup of tea before her. Liwan pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring, "Feng, have you and Cici perhaps engaged in some rather ill-advised activities over the past few days?" "Not exactly ill-advised, but rather actions that might be deemed somewhat inappropriate." Feng was taken aback, his heart sinking as he thought, "Oh no, does Annie know about the argument I had with Muxi and the incident with the punctured tires?" It must have been that meddlesome Asang who spread the word, and it had reached Auntie's ears. Annie, we did partake in something, but it was entirely my idea and has nothing to do with Muxi." Feng immediately took the blame upon himself, eager to shield Muxi from any reprimand. "Huh? You did something? And it was your idea?" Liwan was momentarily stunned. So these two children had indeed acted. Moreover, Feng was quite audacious in his admission. Hearing his candid response, Liwan felt a tinge of embarrassment. The children had truly grown up. Yet, it was also the case that when she was Muxi's age, she too had been in a relationship with Gu Xingzhong. Having a partner at this age was not unusual. "Ahem, have you made any preparations?" Livanin Kidat, trying to be indirect, not daring to ask too straightforwardly. "Preparations? Not at all. It was all quite spontaneous. Auntie, if you must place blame, then let it rest on my shoulders. It was entirely my idea," Feng earnestly declared. Liwan's eyes widened in shock. The children had certainly not made any safety preparations. No wonder there were sheets hanging on the balcony. This was far too dangerous. What if something serious happened? It seemed imperative to educate the children about safety. I don't blame you. After all, you are both grown up now, and I cannot oversee everything," Liwan said with a smile, shaking her head. Feeling a bit sheepish, Feng scratched his head, genuinely remorseful for the worry he had caused Auntie due to the Asang incident. "Auntie, we won't do that again. We promise not to engage in such activities," Feng assured her. Liwan chuckled softly. "You youthful ones, how could you possibly refrain? However, I just want to say, do be cautious." Feng looked bewildered. Okay, I understand, Annie." Although he was somewhat perplexed by her meaning, he felt it was essential to heed his elder's advice. Upon hearing this, Liwan finally relaxed, took a large sip of tea to calm her nerves, and added, "Feng, I've prepared some meat porridge. Please come over later to eat. There's no need for you to make breakfast yourself. Don't be polite with me. We are family now." Feng felt a warm surge of emotion and nodded vigorously. "Okay, Annie, I'll come over after I freshen up." Liwan acknowledged him, then rose to leave. Returning home with a heavy heart, she found Gu Muxi still at breakfast, while Gu Xingzhong sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper. "Darling, could you come here for a moment?" Liwan beckoned to Gu Xingzhong. He set down the newspaper, puzzled. "What's the matter? Is something wrong? Come in first, and I'll explain." Liwan glanced at Gu Muxi. Gu Xingzhong understood her glance, set down his paper, and followed her into the room. Gu Muxi looked up at her parents, confused. "What's going on? Are they hiding something from me? How infuriating." Inside, Liwan recounted what she had seen at Feng's house regarding the sheets and briefly summarized her conversation with Feng. Gu Xingzhong was left utterly speechless, his expression one of shock. "Wait, Xiaoxi and Feng. Did he really say that?" he asked incredulously. Liwan nodded, affirming, "Yes, he did say that. It's clear those two children are trying to keep their relationship hidden from us." Given that they've already done this, they must be in a relationship. Gu Xingzhong sighed, a rueful smile creeping onto his face. Well, the children have grown up. Thankfully, it's Xiaofeng. If it were any other boy, I'd be far more concerned. Xiaofeng is someone we've watched grow up. I know what kind of person he is. He is a good kid, ambitious, skilled at fixing computers, and even has a knack for business. If Muxi is with him, I feel somewhat reassured. I was worried they were too familiar with each other to end up together, but it seems my concerns may have been unfounded. He said this while a satisfied expression broke across his face. Li Wan chuckled lightly. Indeed, Xiaofeng is quite a remarkable young man. He and Gu Muxi have grown up together and get along well. If they were to marry, I believe they would manage quite well. And if they have children, we can help look after them. Hey, darling, what do you think would be a good name for their child? Gu Xingzhong replied, dumbfounded. Dia, don't you think you are getting ahead of yourself? Li Wan laughed awkwardly. It does seem a bit premature, doesn't it? By the way, since they wish to keep this from us, let us pretend we know nothing. Do you understand? We shouldn't put too much pressure on the children. Let them enjoy their relationship. If we intervene too much, it could backfire. Remember, darling, keep this to ourselves. When we go out, let us act as if nothing has happened. If Muxi knows you're aware of their situation, she might even distance herself from us further. In due time, they will surely come to us when they feel it's appropriate. Li Wan earnestly instructed, fully considering Gu Muxi and Feng's perspective. Gu Xingzhong nodded, finally understanding. I get it. I'll know how to proceed. After a moment as contemplation, Li Wan added, however, we must educate the children about safety. They are still young and haven't finished university. If they aren't careful, it could lead to complications. While I don't mind, it might affect their future studies. Darling, I'll take care of Muxi's perspective so you can focus on Feng. Just don't be too direct. Find a flexible approach to make them aware of the importance of safety. Gu Xingzhong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right, I'll find a time to talk to Feng. Meanwhile, after freshening up, Feng arrived at Gu Muxi's home, finding her sipping porridge. Good morning, Miss Gu. It's not morning anymore, Xiao. The sun is already high in the sky. You've only just woken up? You must truly have a life of leisure, Gu Muxi quipped without mercy. Feng took a bowl and chopsticks, sitting down. Hey, don't say that. I hardly have a leisurely life. It's more like a life of toil. I've been working late into the night. Gu Muxi turned, startled. Working late? What have you been up to? It's just some business at the store. We had an event, and I was busy until about 5 or 6 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking. I'm utterly exhausted now, Feng replied, yawning. Gu Muxi scrutinized his eyes, noticing the dark circles beneath them, and continued to tease. Look at yourself. You're practically sporting panda eyes. Do you aspire to be a national treasure? You should take better care of your health. It's concerning. I've heard that men who stay up late often suffer from kidney issues. Feng chuckled, playfully raising an eyebrow. Gu Muxi, are you already planning for our future happiness? Rest assured, I'm in perfect health. He deliberately elongated the word happiness, leaving it open to interpretation. Upon hearing his insinuation, Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him an indignant glare. You shameless Feng, always so unrefined. What impropriety do you speak of? I have always been a person of decorum. Feng replied with a shrug and a chuckle. Is that so? It seems you have concealed it too well. I couldn't discern it at all, Gu Muxi retorted, her face still aglow. Feng let out a mischievous laugh, ladling some porridge into his bowl. After taking a whiff, he exclaimed, the meat porridge your aunt makes is simply delectable. Well, if it's so delicious, eat your fill. I'm already full. Gu Muxi said as she set down her spoon after finishing the last bite. There is still so much left. Aren't you going to eat any more? Feng asked, bewildered. Leaning back in her chair, Gu Muxi rested her hands on her flat stomach and murmured, having been home all day without school, eating and sleeping, I've already gained weight. I can't indulge any further. Feng scrutinized Gu Muxi from head to toe, failing to notice any weight gain. Dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, her figure was curvaceous and striking. Such a physique was the envy of many. How could she possibly think herself overweight? Oh, no. If you lost any more weight, you'd be skin and bones. You're really not overweight, he insisted. I've definitely gained weight. She countered. Have you weighed yourself? How much have you gained? 4 kilograms, she replied. Feng smirked, is that all? Why the need for a diet? Gu Muxi, you never seemed to care much about your weight before. What's changed today? Have you taken some strange medication? Gu Muxi shot him a glare. You are the one who has taken the wrong medication. I'm happy. What business is it of yours? With a narrowed gaze, Feng suddenly inquired. Is it because I mentioned you seemed heavier last time? Gu Muxi's eyes flickered momentarily before she regained her composure, lifting her chin defiantly as she declared, and no, your words hold no significance. I don't care. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Feng realized his guess was nearly spot on. He affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling, Gu Muxi, you silly girl. I never imagined you would take my jest so seriously. Hmph. What are you doing, treating me like a child? Muxi blushed, swatting his hand away. Yet, her heart raced wildly. Shameless Feng, I'm not bothered by your words. She insisted, puffing out her cheeks. I don't care. All right. I won't tease you any longer. I'm hungry. Let us focus on filling our stomachs first, Feng said with a smile, beginning to gulp down the porridge. The warm porridge filled him with comfort, as if all his organs had been awakened. Indeed, nothing could surpass a bowl of hot porridge after a night of sleeplessness. Yishao, my mom bought a variety of nuts. I'll grab some for us. Would you like some? Muxi announced as she got up. Yes, I certainly would. Feng called out eagerly. As Muxi entered the kitchen, she returned shortly, cradling an assortment of nuts including raisins, walnuts, and cashews. Here, this will complement your porridge, she said, placing the nuts on the table. While Feng sipped his porridge, he munched on the nuts, exclaiming, This life is truly delightful. Muxi, your family is well off. Does that mean I'd be considered a son-in-law? Feng, look it. Muxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a glare. What nonsense. Dream on. Only a fool would like you. There's no room for you as a son-in-law. Feng playfully stirred his porridge, mumbling, How about you move in as my daughter-in-law? I would mind. Muxi. Yishao, just focus on your porridge. Can't you refrain from talking? Feng grinned, suddenly turning to gaze intently at her. Muxi, don't move. Caught off guard, Muxi touched her face, wondering if something unsightly marred her complexion. What's wrong? Leaning closer, Feng scrutinized her, their faces barely a fist's distance apart. Don't move. It seems there's something in your eye. What? What is it? Muxi quickly wiped her eyes. Your eyes. They contain me. Chapter 94 begins to unravel. Your eyes hold me, Feng stated calmly, his gaze unwavering. Muxi was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought before her cheeks flushed again. Who has you in their eyes? Yishao, don't flatter yourself. Seeing her flustered, Feng grinned mischievously. Look, your face is as red as a monkey's bottom, and yet you deny it? Shameless Feng. Your face is the one resembling a monkey's bottom. Muxi retorted, vexed, and stood up, ready to confront him. But Feng was quick, having anticipated her move. He seized her wrists to resist her efforts. However, Muxi was stronger, swiftly pinning Feng down onto the chair. Then, she gracefully seated herself on his lap, effectively immobilizing him. The two found themselves in an unusual position, staring each other down. Shameless Feng, Muxi, neither was willing to relent. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Shishi, what are you two doing? Li Wan and Gu Xingzhong stood frozen at the doorway, taken aback by the sight. Gu Xingzhong appeared utterly bewildered. Had the two become so brazen? Well, given the circumstances, it was hardly surprising. Muxi and Feng both froze, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Muxi stammered, her face turning an even deeper shade of red as she hastily stood from Feng's lap. Cough, Mom. We're just playing around. Muxi explained. Oh, Li Wan replied with a knowing look. Enough of the antics. Once you finish eating, go out and have some fun. The summer vacation is the perfect time to relax before university, where you have such freedom. Gu Xingzhong maintained a stern expression. Muxi stuck her tongue out playfully. All right, Dad, I understand, but I want to have much time to play during the summer. In a couple of days. I have to work for my mom's classmate. Li Wan laughed. You chose to study architectural design. I went through great lengths to find this connection for you. Aren't you excited? Muxi trotted over to her mother, linking arms with her as she pouted. No, I'm not unhappy. I'll report in the day after tomorrow. Li Wan turned to Feng, asking, Little Feng, have you been busy with the computer shop lately? Yes, Auntie, Feng nodded. I see you've been working so hard that you've hardly had dinner. You really need to take care of your health. If you're not home for lunch, I can have Shishi bring you some. Eating at home is much better and gives you peace of mind, Li Wan said kindly. Mom, why do I have to deliver lunch to him? Muxi protested, visibly displeased. You can rest at noon. Look at how thin little Feng has gotten lately. He must not be eating well out there. You're going home for lunch anyway, so why not take some for him? Divan chi dit hergenti. Muxi grimaced, but ultimately relented. Fine, I understand. Feng similit gratefully. Thank you, Auntie. With that, Feng shot a smug glance at Muxi, reveling in his victory. Muxi shot him a glare, thinking to herself, shameless Feng, don't celebrate too soon. After finishing breakfast, Feng had just returned to his room when he received a call from Wang Tai. As Feng connected the call, he had yet to utter a word when he was greeted by Wang Tai's exuberant voice. Brother Feng, what did you do last night? This morning, we've received a flood of consultation calls. Some want their computers repaired, others are looking to purchase computer parts, and there are those desiring complete machines. Ping is still on the line with customers. It hasn't stopped. Feng chuckled, realizing that the surge in orders had commenced. The efficiency of the internet is truly remarkable. Since the rise of the internet, earning money can indeed transpire overnight. He reminisced about a past e-commerce project he had led, where through marketing campaigns and channel promotions, the sales soared past 10 million in a single day, surpassing the company's total annual sales. With the advent of live streaming e-commerce, it has become commonplace for top streamers to earn millions daily, and monthly incomes reaching tens of millions or even over 100 million are not unheard of. This immense power of the internet can amplify profitability by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, which elucidates how the three tech giants that have achieved trillion-dollar valuations in a mere decade. A decade and $1 trillion valuation is unfathomable in traditional industries, yet in the realm of the internet, it is far from impossible. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a marketing activity that got our website to rank first for keywords, Feng replied with a smile. Wow, Brother Feng, you're amazing, Wang Tai exclaimed in admiration. Don't get too excited. This is merely the beginning. There will be even more profits to come, Feng cautioned, giving him a psychological heads up. Teasy, you all keep busy. I'll be there shortly. All right, Brother Feng. Feng ended the call and opened QQ, only to be greeted by an incessant stream of notifications. Countless friends were adding him, seemingly from the website or the 361 computer security manager. With so many customers, Feng found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Opting to set aside the influx and first download the prepared activation code software onto a USB drive for later use. Upon arriving at the store, he was met with the sight of over a dozen customers already inside, many of whom had brought their computers for repair, while others were selecting parts. Brother Feng, Wang Tai waved him over. Feng approached with a smile. How is it going? There are quite a few customers, and I can't attend to them all. This morning, 8 customers came in for repairs, and I've noted down all their issues, just waiting for you to fix them. Wang Tai was both excited and exasperated, thrilled by the number of customers but frustrated by the lack of manpower. Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, I'll oversee things here. You should head to the talent market now to recruit some help. I'll print the recruitment documents for you shortly. Just follow the instructions to hire. Wang Tai, impressed, thought to himself how meticulous Brother Feng was. He responded eagerly, Sure, I'll go right away. Feng printed the recruitment documents and handed them over before attending to the customers. As time passed, the influx of patrons continued to grow, with more customers seeking parts and activation codes. The sales of parts were brisk, while computer repairs required customers to leave their machines at the shop for a few days. At the peak, Feng found himself managing over 20 customers simultaneously. Despite the chaos, he maintained composure, deftly addressing all inquiries. Additionally, due to Feng's promotional activities, the prices of computer parts in the store were slightly lower than those in the market, assuring customers of brand new, genuine products, which heightened their purchasing desire and led to swift transactions. During lunchtime, as the customer flow dwindled, Feng barely had time for a meal before commencing interviews for new employees. The enticing monthly salary of 500 yuan proved to be quite alluring, attracting numerous fresh graduates, including high school, vocational, and even university students. By lunch, over 50 female candidates had lined up outside, many of whom were quite attractive, of above-average looks. After a rigorous interview process, Feng successfully hired a pair of twin sisters from the 50 applicants. Though both were visually appealing, their temperaments differed significantly. The younger sister was vivacious and charming, while the elder exuded grace and poise. The elder sister was named Zhuo Qingqing, and the younger sister was Zhuo Qianqian. Hailing from a rural background, they were studying at a vocational college in Guang City. Zhuo Qingqing was majoring in English, while Zhuo Qianqian pursued fashion design. They were the only 2 university students from their village, with their tuition for the first 2 years funded by their fellow villagers. This year, having struggled to find suitable internships, they eagerly applied for the 500 yuan monthly job they spotted at the talent market. When Feng informed them that they had passed the interview and could start work the following day, the sisters were overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Zhuo Qianqian, with her twin ponytails and flushed cheeks, bowed deeply to Feng. Thank you, boss. We will work hard. Zhuo Qingqing, wearing glasses, spoke earnestly, showing a maturity that contrasted with her sister. Feng smiled gently. All right, after that, you will need to complete your onboarding paperwork, and I will have Ping provide you with some documents. Please review them carefully. They contain rules, job responsibilities, and a guide manual for your roles. Zhuo Qingqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated Feng's thorough preparation, which exceeded even that of large corporations. This arrangement ensured that they would not feel lost upon their arrival. As long as they could comprehend and remember the materials, they would not lack direction. Understood, boss. The sisters chimed in unison. I will also have TZ arrange a few sets of uniforms for you, so that you can work in coordinated attire. Feng added with a smile. The sisters nodded vigorously, their expressions earnest as if they feared disappointing him and causing him to change his mind. Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at their naivety. They were truly novices in the professional world. However, he was not concerned about hiring inexperienced individuals. As long as they possessed good character and a willingness to work hard, these novices would swiftly evolve into seasoned professionals. As he interacted with them, he discerned that the sisters had commendable personalities and had received a solid education, indicating a capacity for learning. Yet, their ability to quickly adapt to the job would depend on their future performances. Feng instructed them to complete their onboarding processes before he headed off to repair computers. The counter was stacked with 20 computer towers, all awaiting repairs. Feng gazed at the towering pile of machines, feeling both exasperated and elated. The sheer volume of work indicated long hours ahead, but the realization that each unit represented potential income invigorated him. He slapped his cheeks, urging himself to stay alert and motivated. Today marked a significant surge in orders. He would push forward with vigor. Chapter 95. Soaring from today. Feng lifted a computer tower onto the repair workstation, commencing his diagnostics and entering a focused work mode, even forgetting his hunger. Brother Feng, have something to eat. Tizi brought lunch, Han Nan exclaimed, presenting a meal with her sparkling eyes fixed on Feng. All right, little Nan, just place it here. I'll eat in a bit. Feng replied without turning, engrossed in his task. Han Nan puffed out her cheeks, insisting no way. Brother Feng, you always forget to eat when you get busy. It's happened several times. You must eat, or your tummy will be sad. I want to see you eat. Upon hearing this, Feng turned to look at Han Nan, scratching his head and chuckling. All right, may I eat now? Undananans voiceover. Feng hastily devoured a box of rice before returning to his work. Meanwhile, after completing their onboarding procedures, the Zhua sisters collected their respective documents and took their leave. Once outside the Feng electronics store, the younger sister, Zhua Qianqian, glanced back and asked, Sister, what do you think of our boss? Quite amiable indeed. He seems rather pleasant. Zhua Qingqing replied with a smile. Zhua Qianqian twirled in delight and remarked, Yes, I think he's a genuinely nice person. And he looks so youthful. He must be under 25. Zhua Qingqing pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. Perhaps he's a senior who graduated before us. But he does seem rather fresh-faced. Haha, regardless, it's truly wonderful to work there. The Feng electronics store is the most beautiful and stylish shop I've ever seen. Zhua Qianqian dreamily envisioned her future job. Indeed, let's call home once we get back and tell them we both found jobs. It will surely put their minds at ease, Zhua Qingqing suggested with a smile. Absolutely. If our parents knew we each earned 500 yuan a month, they would be overjoyed, Zhua Qianqian exclaimed with excitement. Previously, they had sought numerous jobs, most of which offered monthly salaries around 300 yuan, with very few reaching 400, given that the median salary in Guang City was only 400 yuan. Some media outlets predicted that the average monthly salary in Guang City would surpass 1,000 this year. However, this was merely an average. After all, an ultra-rich billionaire's wealth, averaged with that of a beggar, would still yield 2 billionaires. Zhua Qianqian felt fortunate to secure a job with a salary of 500 yuan. Well, let us go make that call. Then we can return and thoroughly review our documents. We must not squander this opportunity. If we don't perform well, we could certainly be dismissed. We must strive to excel. Zhua Qingqing adjusted her glasses, speaking earnestly. She harbored grand aspirations, wishing to remain in the city, to take root, and carve out her own niche. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Tai, after bidding farewell to the last customer, hung a closed sign at the entrance and returned to the break area, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. Oh dear, today has truly drained me. My calves are shaking from standing all day, Wang Tai said with a wry smile. Brother Tai, would you like a cup of tea? I can fetch you one. Han Nan scampered over, her demeanor sweet and obedient. Wang Tai smacked his lips, replying, Nan, you may call me Brother Wang or Brother Tai, just not Teasy Brother. But I am indeed a bit parched. I would appreciate it. With a playful laugh, Han Nan said, All right, Brother Teasy, I'll get you some tea. A little while later, Han Nan returned with a cup of warm tea. Thank you, Nan. Wang Tai grinned widely, accepting the tea and taking a hearty gulp, feeling satisfied. By the way, where's your brother? Wang Tai glanced towards the cash register, but did not see Han Ping'an. My brother is behind the counter. He mentioned he was busy with the accounts, Han Nan replied, nibbling on her finger. Wang Tai stood and walked over, finding Han Ping'an diligently jotting down notes. Ping'an, I didn't realize you could keep accounts. Wang Tai expressed his surprise, as Han Ping'an had only completed middle school. It's a method that Brother Feng taught me. He said it's the simplest way to keep accounts, easy for anyone to grasp. Han Ping'an replied without lifting his head. Ah, Brother Feng is truly remarkable. Wang Tai exclaimed in admiration. Is Brother Feng still fixing computers? It seems he hasn't had dinner yet. Wang Tai glanced towards the repair area. Brother Feng said he would eat after finishing, Hmph said. Just then, Feng emerged from the repair area, stretching and revealing bloodshot eyes. Phew, finally done. 25 machines nearly exhausted me. I worked from noon until 9 in the evening, a full 9 hours, with only brief breaks for meals and restrooms. Fortunately, Feng worked efficiently, adeptly handling the tasks at hand. The issues with the machines were minor. Many were merely due to dust accumulation on the motherboards, causing occasional short circuits with the graphics cards or memory. Given the poor condition of modern cases and fans, combined with a dusty environment, such problems were common. Most people were hesitant to clean their machines themselves, lacking the knowledge and tools. After all, computers are valuable, and few would risk damaging them. However, Feng was quite skilled in resolving these issues and could clean out dust in just a few minutes. Brother Feng, you haven't eaten yet, have you? You should go grab something to eat. Don't neglect your health. Wang Tai expressed his concern. Feng waved his hand with a smile. It's fine. I'll just have some noodles later. As he spoke, Feng sat beside Hmph and inquired, Ping, have you finished the accounts? Yes, Brother Feng, I've completed them, Hmph replied, exhaling heavily. Feng chuckled, asking, today must have been quite fruitful, right? Wang Tai leaned in with anticipation. How much? How much? Hmph took a deep breath and stated, today, including both parts and complete machine sales, we processed a total of 103 orders, with a sales revenue of 219, 100 yuan, and a gross profit of 53, 200 yuan. This does not even account for the revenue from the repair of the 25 computers. Wang Tai's eyes widened in shock upon hearing these figures. What? How much? We made over 50,000 yuan in just one day? My goodness. Brother Feng, we struck gold. Ha ha ha. We made it. Wang Tai was utterly exhilarated, leaping and hugging Feng. He had never seen so much money before, let alone earn such a sum in a single day. Feng contained his excitement, chuckling, indeed. We were set to take off from today. This amount was within his expectations, even slightly less than anticipated. Nonetheless, he thought, it's best to take it slow. Suddenly, Feng's phone vibrated. Who could be calling at this hour? He picked up the phone and furrowed his brow upon seeing the caller ID. It was Hmph, the business manager from Shengda. Chapter 96. My she is not bad either. Why is Hmph calling so late? A few days prior, Feng had reached a cooperation agreement with Shengda, making them one of his suppliers. Maintaining multiple suppliers had always been part of Feng's strategic plan. While he enjoyed a good relationship with Nanxiao trade, he would not place all his bets on a single channel. Only by diversifying sourcing channels could he ensure a stable supply and mitigate risks. As Feng answered the call, his expression shifted, adopting a cheerful demeanor. Haha, bradernie. What brings you to call so late? Shall go. How has business been lately? Xin inquired with a smile. Not bad. I'm just managing to scrape by. Feng, replied. Beside him, Hmph and Wang Tai struggled to contain their laughter. Earning over 50,000 a day was quite a decent living. You've only just begun. Take your time. I'm calling you so late to share some good news. Our Shengda company has procured a batch of specially priced product from our provincial distributor, just like the last batch, officially released, and at an attractive price. Xin exclaimed heartily. Feng raised an eyebrow in interest. Oh, another batch? Is it similar in price to the first? Yes, quite similar. Some brands of power supplies and graphics cards will even be considerably cheaper, Xin confirmed. Feng pondered for a moment. The promotional products from Shengda, indeed, boasted highly competitive prices, with certain items priced even lower than those from Nanxiao by a couple of hundred. Lower costs translated into greater profits. However, Xin's unwavering enthusiasm raised a veil of suspicion. Trust was not easily garnered. In this world, there exists neither unprovoked animosity nor unconditional affection. When someone suddenly showers you with kindness, they either covet your wealth or desire your presence. Feng approached his endeavors with caution. Even if a chance to earn 100% profit loomed before him, he would content himself with a 60% gain. Thank you, Brother Nya, for your continued support. However, I still have a considerable amount of inventory that remains unsold. I won't require too much from this second batch. I shall prepare a list for you tomorrow, Feng remarked. Well then, do think it through. Miss this opportunity, and there may not be another one like it. Regardless of how much you need, I'll reserve it for you, but the remaining stock will likely be snatched up swiftly tomorrow, Xin cautioned. Alas, my humble shop cannot accommodate such a quantity. I wish I could take it all, but my resources simply do not permit it, Feng replied with a self-deprecating smile. Very well, send me your order tomorrow, and I shall dispatch the goods, Xin affirmed. After exchanging pleasantries, they concluded the call. Wang Tai promptly inquired, Brother Feng, why is Shengda Company so eager? It's merely a matter of business commission. However, we should not procure too much from Shengde. Aim for a 2-to-8 ratio with Nanxiao commerce. My understanding of Shengde is limited, so I cannot risk overstocking from them, yet I cannot forego their supplies entirely. We'll have to tread lightly to maintain equilibrium with Nanxiao. Feng contemplated. Currently, Feng Electronics relied on only 2 distributors for computer components, and he aspired to expand this to 3 to 5 in the future to mitigate supply chain risks. Wang Tai nodded thoughtfully. You are right, Brother Feng. It is essential to balance the risks. TZ, please inform our clients tomorrow that their computers are repaired and ready for collection. Payment details are affixed to the main unit, so ensure everything is in order. Also, the 2 twin sisters will start work tomorrow. I need you to train them adequately in their business skills, Feng instructed. Understood. No problem, Brother Feng. I will ensure they are well trained, Wang Tai responded earnestly. After such a busy stretch, I have yet to eat. I appreciate everyone's hard work. Tonight, I shall treat you all to a late-night feast in celebration. Feng exclaimed, rising with a smile. Hooray! Wang Tai cheered at the prospect of a late-night meal. Han Nan joyfully bounced around, expressing her desire for barbecue. The group tidied up, locked the store, and headed straight to the bustling night market downtown. In these recent days, Feng had been tirelessly occupied from dawn till dusk, rising at 6 in the morning to rush to the shop, only to return home around 11 or midnight for a hasty wash before bed. The foot traffic at Feng Electronics had been steadily increasing, and if this trend continued, plans for a branch would soon be on the horizon. To his surprise, the online demand for components was also considerable. Consequently, Feng launched an online store for Feng Electronics. The e-commerce platform was straightforward. Users could select the components they desired and place orders. However, payments could only be made via bank transfer to the Feng Electronics merchant account. Upon confirming receipt of the funds, Feng would then dispatch the items through the post office. Interestingly, the volume of online orders surpassed those from in-store visits. Nevertheless, the postal service's logistics efficiency paled in comparison to that of express delivery. Shipments could take anywhere from 2 weeks to a month, and the entire process lacked oversight. Since establishing the online store, Feng had become acutely aware of the inadequacies in the current internet infrastructure, ranging from the lack of telecommunication facilities to the absence of online payment systems and the void in express logistics, all of which rendered online shopping a formidable challenge. Yet, he recognized these challenges as opportunities for growth within the burgeoning internet landscape. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunities presented by the domestic internet boom, encompassing payment systems, e-commerce, social networking, gaming, and telecommunications, an expanse teeming with potential. After a week of relentless activity, Monday arrived, and Feng set out early to the hospital to pick up Meng Xiaoyun upon her discharge. After more than 2 weeks of recuperation, she was finally well enough to leave, although she still required 6 months of rest at home to ensure complete recovery. Feng escorted his parents to the entrance, where Gu Xingzhong had set up a fire basin. Come, step over the fire basin to ward off misfortune, he cheerfully instructed. Jianjun looked somewhat taken aback and chuckled. Old Gu, since when did you become superstitious? Ah, it's not about superstition, merely a gesture for good fortune. Gu Xingzhong replied with a laugh. Brother Gu, you're truly thoughtful. Thank you so much for taking care of Xiao Feng during this time. Meng Xiaoyun expressed her gratitude. Li Wan warmly added, Oh, sister, no need for thanks, it's only natural. We are all family here. After some friendly exchanges, Feng supported his mother as they crossed over the fire basin. Once the rituals were completed, Li Wan had prepared a feast for everyone to celebrate Meng Xiaoyun's return home. The bond between the two families was stronger than that of siblings. Having shared over 20 years of camaraderie, they were as close as family. During the meal, the conversation shifted to the topic of the college entrance examination. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoyun inquired, Son, when will the exam results be released? Given the time frame, it should be in the next couple of days. We're simply waiting for the school to notify us. Once the results are out, they will call to inform us to collect the score report, Feng replied. Oh, how exciting. I don't expect you to score exceptionally well. Just getting into an undergraduate program would satisfy me. If you do, I'll go to the temple to give thanks, Meng Xiaoyun said, her face alight with hope. Li Wan chimed in, Xiaoyun, don't worry. Xiao Feng has always been bright. He should have no trouble getting into an undergraduate program. Moreover, his computer store is doing quite well. CC mentioned there are many customers at noon. With Xiao Feng's success, you two will soon reap the benefits. Yi Feng modesty replied, Hehe. Aunt, you flatter me. As long as I can achieve something, that is enough. If I can get into university, that would be even better. It would be ideal to find a partner as well. Yi Vianjun laughed heartily. Gu Xingzhong tapped the table and jested. Hey old Yi, is it really necessary to rush Xiao Feng into finding a partner? Besides, my daughter CC is quite lovely. Everyone turned their attention to Muxi, who was diligently focused on her meal. Huh? Muxi blinked in surprise, her innocent eyes wide. Why is everyone looking at me? Dad, what is going on? Muxi asked, glancing at her father, Gu Xingzhong. Li Wan shook her head, chuckling helplessly. Muxi, you should eat slowly, with how you're devouring your food. One might think I haven't fed you in days. Ah, Sister Wan, it's a blessing that Muxi can eat well, Meng Xiaoyun remarked approvingly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Muxi realized she had been too engrossed in her meal, quickly setting down her bowl and using her chopsticks to eat more thoughtfully, adopting a demeanor of grace and poise. Feng found her struggle amusing, secretly amused by her attempts at being ladylike. The two families shared laughter and enjoyed their lunch together. After the meal, Muxi and Feng, now freed from their study obligations post-exams, were assigned the task of washing the dishes. Feng was tasked with washing the dishes using dish soap, while she stood nearby, rinsing them with clean water. Feng, aren't you heading to the store today? Casually inquired. I'll have to go over shortly. Things have been quite hectic lately, and there are several computers that need repairs, Feng replied as he scrubbed the dishes. What is this? Is the esteemed Gu reluctant to see me go? Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, You narcissistic fool. Do you think I'd hesitate to toss you out like a ball? Feng paused his work, grinning mischievously. I do not believe you would. How could you bear to part with me? Hmph. Muxi scoffed, then swiftly seized him by the neck. Applying a death grip, Feng, caught off guard, exclaimed, Wait. This isn't fair. You, a woman, have no honor in your tactics, ambushing a dashing gentleman like myself. If you have the guts, let me go. Releasing her hold, Muxi raised her chin defiantly. Feng, I won't grant you any leniency unless you show me what you've got. Bring it on. Feng chuckled. Watch me unleash my lightning-fast 5-hit combo. With that, he flung the suds from his hands at Muxi, splattering her face. How infuriating. Muxi wiped the sticky substance off her face, her frustration evident as she lunged to catch him with both hands. Auntie, do we have any dishcloths left? Feng shouted suddenly. Yes, let me find one for you, came Li Wan's voice. Muxi glared at Feng. For goodness sake. Feng, you shouldn't be so shameless. Li Wan entered the kitchen, handed Feng a fresh dishcloth, and cast a concerned glance at Muxi. Shishi, why are you just standing there? Get to washing. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the task easier. Cooperate well with Xiaofeng. Muxi rolled her eyes. All right, Mom, I know. Once Li Wan left, Muxi raised her hand to pinch Feng. He quickly retreated, laughing. Muxi, you won't dare? I'll scream. Realizing how increasingly brazen Feng had become. I'll remember this. Next time, I'll deal with you. She shot him a glare and resumed her task. Muxi, how is your internship going? Not bad. Although there's no salary, I've learned a lot. What have you learned? Just how to draw blueprints. It feels quite complex. You chose this path, so you must see it through, no matter how difficult. Don't underestimate me. I'll design the tallest building in the country. To fulfill that ambition, I suppose I must reluctantly take on the role of your client. BFF50, Feng. It's still daylight. Don't fall asleep. Do you have any idea how much it costs to build a skyscraper? Of course I do. You don't have a clue. As they continued washing dishes, they engaged in light-hearted banter until they completed the task. Afterward, Feng and Muxi returned to the room to rest. Being in the living room would inevitably subject them to parental inquiries, lectures, and various moral teachings, making the tranquility of their room all the more appealing. Muxi sat in a chair, cradling a plush pink pig, her smooth legs dangling in the air. Feng leaned against her headboard, surrounded by the fragrant essence of Muxi's pink-themed room. Muxi, do you have a nail clipper? Feng stretched and casually asked. Muxi, having just opened her laptop, immediately discerned his intention. Feng. Don't think I'll help you with your nails again. I refuse. Feng feigned surprise. How did you know? Are you some kind of parasitic worm in my belly? Feng, if you can't make a proper metaphor, then don't try at all. You are the one resembling a worm. Besides, I know all your little schemes. I can tell just by the way you wiggle. Muxi declared proudly. Feng then turned, lying on the bed with his rear end raised, asking, Well, guess what I'm planning to do now? I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to surf the internet. Why is my computer freezing? Is it crashing? Muxi suddenly stared at the screen in disbelief, pressing various keys to no avail. The mouse was also unresponsive. Let me take a look, Feng said as he rose to assess the situation. He discovered the computer had indeed crashed. It was completely unresponsive. This machine was a second-hand internet cafe model with mediocre specifications, Any additional desktop applications would slow it down significantly. Furthermore, she lacked the knowledge to optimize the system drive, likely causing the memory to overload. Feng, what is happening? Is it broken? It's been getting slower lately. Muxi looked utterly helpless. Feng chuckled. It's just a minor issue, but it can be fixed. However, I can't work for free, can I? Muxi glanced at him, noting his smug expression, unsure of what devious plan he was concocting. Feng, are you trying to bargain with me? Have you forgotten who brings you lunch every day? Feng replied earnestly. A deal is a deal. Yeah, Ms. Gu, I'm sure you wouldn't want your computer to just break down, would you? Chapter 98. I am ready. Ms. Gu, I'm sure you wouldn't want your computer to just break down, would you? Feng squinted, scrutinizing Muxi, his gaze lingering. Muxi felt uneasy under his gaze, her cheeks warming. What do you want? Feng, you better calm down. If you make any outrageous demands, I'll make you experience the taste of my death grip. Feng grinned. I have no outrageous demands. Just clip my nails, and I'll fix your computer. Can't you use your own hands? Muxi retorted, her face flushed, puffing her cheeks, and glaring at him. You do it better than I do. Will you agree? Feng said, his tone triumphant. Feng, just fix the computer first. Muxi felt utterly helpless, realizing Feng had the upper hand. Darn it, I'll make sure to take my revenge next time. All right, I'll fix your computer first, Feng stated. In truth, all it took was clearing the memory and cleaning up the computer's junk files. However, Feng pretended that the repair was quite complicated, fiddling with it for a good 15 minutes. There, all done. That was exhausting. He feigned exhaustion. Muxi approached, tried it out, and found the computer was functioning smoothly again. Wow, it really works now, she exclaimed joyfully. Feng sat at the edge of the bed, raised his hand, and in a deep, resonant voice proclaimed, I am ready. My dear consort, come and trim my nails. Muxi shot him an exasperated glare. Feng, don't get too cocky. There will come a day when you'll find yourself at my mercy. Feng smirked. I'd willingly submit to you for a lifetime. Muxi's face turned crimson as she muttered a curse. Get lost. Yet her heart raced. Feng was becoming increasingly outrageous, daring to make such jokes. She casually picked up the nail clipper from the table. Sit still and keep your hands low. Feng complied without hesitation, sitting cross-legged on her bed and extending his hand to her. Muxi let out a disgruntled huff, but gently grasped his hand, beginning to trim his nails with meticulous care. Feng felt a surge of joy as she clasped his hand, her touch delightfully soft. Muxi's fingers were exquisitely delicate, slender, and smooth, radiating an undeniable aesthetic charm. This young lady would be wasting her striking hands if she did not pursue a career as a hand model. Who knows? She might even score a juicer in the process. As this thought flitted through Feng's mind, an idea suddenly struck him. Why not invite Muxi to endorse Feng Electronics? With her exceptional looks, she could easily outshine the majority of actresses in the entertainment industry. Her beauty truly captivating. This notion holds promise. Yet it would be prudent to wait until Feng Electronics reaches a greater scale. While Feng indulged in these reveries, he couldn't help but chuckle foolishly, emitting a sort of pig-like snort. Muxi, hearing the noise, glanced at him and retorted with a hint of annoyance. Xiao, are you out of your mind? Why are you laughing so lewdly? Are you thinking about that beauty again? Feng grinned and admitted, indeed, I was contemplating a beautiful girl, and you've guessed it correctly. Haft. Pressing him further, is it Luo Feier from our class? Or Wei Ming from the next class? Feng noticed her scrutinizing gaze, sensing a hint of jealousy. Why would you think of them? I assure you, we are entirely innocent. Heaven bears witness. He declared playfully. Oh, Gu Xiaozhu, you seem rather concerned. Muxi was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stammered. I am not. Why would I care about you? Only a fool would concern themselves with whom you are dating. It has nothing to do with me. She turned her head away, feigning indifference, yet moments later, she returned to trimming Feng's nails. Feng winced at a sudden sting. Whoa, Muxi, be careful. You nearly clipped my flesh. Oh, really? My apologies. Xiao, I wasn't paying attention. She feigned contrition, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. Stupid Feng, let us see if you dare to instruct me again. Watch out, or I might just snip away your flesh. Despite this thought, she swiftly finished trimming his nails before darting off to play on the computer. That was fast. Feng lamented, unwilling to part so quickly. Do you always work this quickly? Countered. Am I really that fast? Indeed, I know you too well. Muxi, don't make baseless accusations. Stupid Feng, stop being so unreasonable. As long as I finish cutting your nails, that's all that matters. The two engaged in a playful standoff, their eyes locking in a comical glare. Feng shrugged, chuckling. All right, I concede, you've successfully stolen a march on me. With that, he got out of bed, stretched lazily. I'm heading to the shop. Enjoy yourself. Goodbye. No need to see me off, Muxi replied, not even glancing back. Feng shook his head with a smile and stepped out. Once in the living room, he bid farewell to his elders, preparing to leave. Meng Xiaoyan called out, Xiao Feng, your great aunt heard I was discharged from the hospital and is coming over tomorrow. Remember to buy some tea. We seem to be out. All right, Mom, I'll bring some back tonight, Feng replied. His great aunt was the elder sister of Yi Jianjun, and he had only seen her a few times as a child. Since moving to Guang City, he had only visited during the New Year for greetings. Yi Feng Musit, wondering why his great aunt suddenly wished to visit his mother. Oh well, I'll see what happens then. He left the house and rode his bicycle down to the shop. Upon arrival, he saw Zhuo Qingqing and Zhuo Qianqian attending to customers. The sisters, clad in work shirts adorned with red maple leaves and pink skirts, were statuesque and graceful, their appearance enhanced by light makeup that made them quite pleasing to the eye. The customers, a group of young men, were clearly enjoying their shopping experience, thanks to the sisters' attentive service. After a short while, 2 male customers made swift purchases of a graphics card and motherboard. Feng observed with admiration, recognizing the sisters' earnest efforts and their adept sales techniques. Brother Feng is here, Hmph greeted. Whereas TZ? Feng scanned the room, not spotting Wang Tai. TZ went to handle some company registration matters. He should be back shortly, Han Ping'an replied. Just then, he spotted Wang Tai striding in with a cheerful demeanor, a briefcase in hand, looking quite the part of a manager. Brother Feng, I'm back, Wang Tai exclaimed, his joy evident as he grinned widely. Feng smirked and teased, Oh, Manager Wang, what's the occasion? You seem particularly jubilant today. Wang Tai scratched his head, grinning, Hee Brother Feng. I actually have 2 pieces of good news. Oh, do share. Let me partake in your happiness, Feng replied, intrigued. Wang Tai raised 2 fingers. Firstly, after my relentless efforts in urging the business company, our company, Feng Technology, has finally been registered. Here are the registration documents. He placed the briefcase on the counter, producing the paperwork, business license, and company seals. Feng's heart soared with delight as he patted Wang Tai on the shoulder. Well done, TZ. That's swifter than I anticipated. The business company is like that. If you don't keep a close watch, they will delay things. I monitored them daily, pushing them to process everything quickly. Otherwise, it could have taken at least a month. Wang Tai chuckled. Excellent, TZ, you've got the hang of it. This is impressive. Feng, Pides. What's the other piece of good news? Wang Tai beamed with a blissful smile. Su Shaoling agreed to date me. From now on, I'm officially taken. Feng genuinely rejoiced for him, patting his shoulder. That is fantastic, TZ. How did you manage to win over Su Shaoling? Hee. This morning I gave her a box of chocolates, then gathered my courage to ask her out. To my surprise, she said yes. Wang Tai exclaimed with excitement. Feng paused, surprised that Su Shaoling was so easily won over. Could it be the Shies just teasing Wang Tai? Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, as it was Wang Tai's personal affair. After seeing off the last customer, Feng called for a brief meeting, announcing, I have good news to share. Our company is officially registered as Feng Technology, and we are now an organized entity. Zhuo Qingqing and Zhuo Qianqian clapped enthusiastically, wishing our boss great success. Zhuo Qianqian cheered. Feng nodded, smiling. This is merely the beginning. There remains much to be accomplished. I will assign tasks, so please take note. Everyone eagerly pulled out notepads and pens, ready to jot down the information. After 2 weeks of operation, Feng Electronics has made a promising start, with recent sales figures looking quite favorable, especially in our online business, which has stabilized. Now, we have amassed sufficient profits to sustain our ongoing expansion. First, I shall promptly secure the company's operational address and seek a larger storefront to serve as our flagship location. I shall take full responsibility for these matters. Second, we must continue to recruit diverse talents. I will draft a recruitment list and entrust it to TZ, who will be tasked with sourcing candidates from various talent markets. Third, I intend to leverage our existing resources to establish a cyber cafe division, primarily focusing on the management of internet cafes. Undoubtedly, this sector will become one of the most lucrative and rapidly profitable undertakings. We must seize this opportunity. Fourth, the 361 computer security guardian servers have reached their capacity limit. To scale up, we require a substantial number of servers as support, which necessitates considerable funding. I will explore avenues to secure financial backing to expand our network security division, centering on the 361 Computer Security Guardian product. I am confident that once the funds are in place, this product will swiftly dominate a significant portion of the computer security market. It is a product with boundless potential. The aforementioned outlines are forthcoming directions. However, To generate additional cash cows, the endeavors of Hmph Electronics and the cyber cafe division must progress concurrently. These are our primary revenue streams. Should financing encounters obstacles, the revenues from these two sectors will suffice for the development of other initiatives, albeit at a slower pace. In this rapidly evolving internet era, I naturally aspire to secure funding for accelerated growth, for the early bird catches the worm. Subsequently, Feng discussed various aspects of company welfare policies, regulations, and financial matters to ensure that everyone comprehends their roles and the company's future trajectory. After all, this is not merely an individual's endeavor, but a collective undertaking. No matter how capable one may be, their energy is finite, and individual prowess cannot rival that of a unified team. It is akin to computer repairs. Currently, Feng shoulders the burden alone, tirelessly working from dawn till dusk, unable to attend to any other responsibilities. Without the introduction of new members or a fresh team, it would be challenging to capture the substantial market for computer repairs. In Guangzhou, if Hmph Electronics could establish a chain of stores, the daily revenue from repairs would be remarkably substantial. Yet, where shall we find the necessary personnel? Feng pondered, while others busily took notes. Suddenly, he recalled someone, Feng, a teacher from the employment office at Guangzhou University of Science and Technology. An idea sparked in Feng's mind. It seems a visit is in order. At that time, Zhao Xingye had invited him for drinks, recognizing the potential of his connections in academia and business, hoping to collaborate on computer repair services. They had engaged in pleasant conversation during their meeting, as Huang was quite down to earth. However, after Feng's fallout with Zhao Xingye, their collaboration on computer repairs had fallen by the wayside. Now that Hmph Electronics has commenced its journey, reaching out to Huang he is essential for further expansion. Brother Feng, are internet cafes truly profitable? Wang Tai inquired, puzzled. Feng smiled confidently and nodded. The next decade will witness a rapid rise in internet cafes, marking a golden era. Opening an internet cafe is akin to collecting money. There is a saying that will inevitably materialize. If you wish to become wealthy, open an internet cafe. With the enhancement of internet infrastructure, the plummeting prices of computers, and the lowered entry barriers, there exists a widespread demand for internet access among urban and rural residents. Internet cafes will emerge as the primary entertainment venues for this generation of youth, surpassing the previous frenzy surrounding arcade halls. This is the opportune moment. Once you position yourself correctly, even the humblest of creatures can soar. Wang Tai contemplated this for a moment and nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, I've noticed that people are quite fond of online gaming. Opening an internet cafe is truly an opportunity. I trust Brother Feng's vision. Feng replied with a smile. Trust me, our Hmph technology will undoubtedly flourish and achieve greatness. Chapter 100. The college entrance examination results are out. After concluding the meeting, Feng set to work, counting the computer towers stacked behind the counter. 8 computers remained unserviced, and he anticipated another long night ahead. Let us get to work. As long as I don't exhaust myself, I'll push through. Feng rolled up his sleeves and dove into the repair cubicle. As he busied himself, time slipped away unnoticed. When he finally emerged from the cubicle, he found that night had completely fallen. Pingin, what time is it? Feng stretched his aching arms, although he had been seated. The precision required for repairing these intricate devices was taxing on both hands and eyes. Brother Feng, it's 8 o'clock, Han Pingin replied. Goodness, how swiftly time passes. It's getting late. I should head home. Where's TZ? Feng scanned the room, but did not see Wang Tai. Brother TZ mentioned he had some matters to attend to and left early. He looked as if he was off on a date. Han Pingin mused. Feng chuckled. Indeed, TZ was now in a relationship. All right then, I'll return home by myself. Pingin, please tidy up and head back as well. Brother Feng, I'll clean up and then leave. Han Pingin handed over the revenue ledger. Feng glanced through it, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, even on a weekday. The gross profit is 45,000, which is quite commendable. After reviewing the sold components and complete systems, Feng realized it would soon be time to restock. Upon leaving the store, Feng rode his bicycle home alone. On the road, he occasionally saw cars speeding past, stirring a twinge of envy within him. In the future, he would need to acquire a vehicle. Otherwise, negotiating business without one would be rather unseemly. Sometimes, a car represents a businessperson's status. The more luxurious the vehicle, the stronger the indication of financial prowess, thus enhancing one's credibility. Vehicles, beyond their utilitarian value, carry significant social implications. However, he must first enroll in a driving course. Before he knew it, he arrived home at 9 o'clock. His parents had already retreated to their rooms for the night. He tiptoed into his own room, careful not to disturb his mother's rest. The next morning, unusually, He was awakened not by the clamor of the Muxi alarm clock, but by the sound of laughter from outside his room. Feng opened his bleary eyes and rubbed them. Who could be visiting so early? He turned over, picked up his phone, and checked the time. Goodness, it's nearly 10 o'clock. He had not anticipated sleeping so long. No wonder he had dreamed twice. One dream was pleasant. He dreamt he was undergoing a medical examination, and the doctor informed him he had stomach cancer and would require part of his stomach to be removed. He was momentarily stunned, but then the doctor clarified it was a misdiagnosis, and he felt immense relief. The other was a nightmare where the doctor later found he actually had liver cancer, and it was confirmed. In the dream, Feng had warmly greeted the doctor's female ancestors before being jolted awake, listening to the noisy chatter outside his door. Feng slapped his face to rouse himself. Rising from bed, he emerged with disheveled hair, clad in flip-flops. As he stepped outside, he noticed several gazes directed at him. In the living room, in addition to his parents, were two middle-aged women and a bespectacled young man. Ah, you must be Feng, right? You've grown so tall in these 2 years. One of the middle-aged women, dressed in a black dress, smiled at him. The smile seemed somewhat insincere. Feng, waking up at this hour? How can the young one sleep for such extended hours? An older woman clad in a red dress scrutinized Feng up and down. Feng recognized these two individuals. They were none other than his paternal aunts, the daughters of his grandfather's cousins. His father, Jianjun, maintained only a superficial relationship with these relatives, seeing them primarily during the New Year festivities back in their hometown, with little to no contact otherwise. So, come here and greet them. This is your elder aunt and your third aunt. You should remember them. His mother, Meng Xiaoyun, gestured. Yes, I remember. Feng shrugged and approached to offer his greetings. Following a round of insincere pleasantries, Feng seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of brushing his teeth and washing his face. He was not well acquainted with these relatives, lacked common interests, and had no vested stakes in their conversations, which rendered the dialogue somewhat awkward. Moreover, his elder aunt, Xiaoxiao, always adopted a condescending demeanor, speaking forcefully and aggressively, prompting Feng to wish to avoid her altogether. Yet, what was the purpose of their visit? Surely, they weren't genuinely here to see Meng Xiaoyun. They had never even exchanged a greeting in the past. Why would they suddenly drop by? Feng pondered as he finished his grooming and overheard them discussing matters of import. After taking a sip of tea, Xiaoxiao remarked, Jianjun, I came mainly to check on Xiaoyun, but I also wish to discuss a matter with you. You still have that 5 mu piece of land by the river, right? You haven't returned to farm it in years. It's become quite overgrown. Why not sell it to me? I plan to build a temporary loading dock there. The location is just perfect. It would be a case of resourceful utilization. Otherwise, it will remain neglected. Upon hearing this, Jianjun frowned slightly. That might not be appropriate. I promised my father that the ancestral home and the land are not to be sold. Oh, little brother, leaving the land to lie fallow is not a good idea. I assure you, the compensation 1 TB meager, 800 yuan per mu. What do you think? Xiaoxiao pressed on, unwilling to relent. Elder sister, this truly cannot be. It's not merely a matter of money. The land is our lifeblood, and I cannot sell it, Jianjun replied firmly. Hearing this, Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. She turned her gaze and happened to notice Feng standing behind her, beckoning him over. Feng, come here for a moment. Uncertain of her intentions, Feng nonetheless approached and seated himself on a chair. What is it, elder aunt? Today the results of the college entrance examination should be released. How do you think you performed in the mock tests? Are you confident about getting into college? It doesn't have to be a university. A vocational school would suffice. Yixiaoshi inwit it. Feng responded nonchalantly. It went fairly well. The exams were not too challenging. A hint of disdain flickered in Xiaoxiao's eyes as she scoffed. Fairly well? That won't suffice. If you fail to enter college, you'll suffer greatly from a lack of education in the future. Beside her, the third aunt chimed in with a laugh. Indeed. Just look at your cousin, my sister's son. He ranked in the top 20 in a mock test before the college entrance exam. I believe he surpassed last year's admission score, right? The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses and smiled. Yes, I exceeded it by 10 points. Getting into a university should be manageable, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Xiaoxiao is indeed impressive. He is destined for academic success. Sister, you'll have blessings to enjoy, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, repeatedly waving her hands in a feigned modesty, though pride subtly colored her expression as she cast a triumphant glance at Feng. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with an incoming call, and she quickly answered, her face lighting up with excitement. What? Teacher, the college entrance exam results are out? How did Xiaoxiao perform? What? Really? Thank you so much. After hanging up, she turned to the youth known as Xiaoxiao, exclaiming with fervor, son, your exam score has been released. 508 points. successfully surpassing the university admission line. At this, the third aunt eagerly flattered. "Ha, congratulations, elder sister. I always said Xiao Shui was destined for academic excellence. Xiao Feng, you should learn from your cousin here." Xiaoxiu's expression swelled with pride as she remarked, "Sister, excelling in academics requires not only hard work, but also a touch of innate talent. Sometimes, mere rote learning won't yield favorable results." Though her words seemed to offer comfort to Feng, they implicitly suggested he lacked the necessary talent. How could Feng possibly compare to her son? Since middle school, she had enrolled her son in various tutoring programs, enabling him to achieve such commendable scores. Given the domestic context, merely gaining admission to a university was already an impressive feat. Securing a place in a bachelor's program ensured a brighter future in the job market. Graduates from universities are indeed precious commodities. Indeed, elder sister speaks truthfully. One must rely on talent. The third aunt continued to flatter. "Xiao Shui is so gifted in his studies, and you earn so well, sister. You truly are fortunate." Xiaoxiu basked in the praise. Glancing at Jianjun, she smiled. "Little brother, please consider what I proposed earlier." Jianjun's countenance revealed his inner conflict. If he refused, he would be accused of being unapproachable. Yet acquiescing would weigh heavily on his conscience. "Elder aunt, there is no need to deliberate over the land. Grandfather explicitly instructed us never to sell the land or the ancestral home, regardless of our financial situation." Feng interjected suddenly, recognizing his father's distress and understanding that he must be the one to refuse. After all, he had little to lose in offending these relatives with whom he had minimal contact. Xiaoxiu's expression darkened as she glanced between Jianjun and Feng, realizing that with Feng present, her plans were likely thwarted. This child truly lacks manners. In the presence of adults, where do you find the gall to speak? Though she was a guest, it would not be prudent to lash out immediately. "Well, Xiao Feng, your exam results must have been released as well. How did you fare?" Xiaoxiu asked with a smile, hoping to broach a topic that would put Feng in an awkward position. At that moment, Muxi entered through the doorway. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Feng replied. "I wouldn't know my score. I'm still awaiting the notification. By the way, Muxi, did the school call today?" Exhausted, Muxi sank into the chair beside Feng, lamenting, "I'm not sure. It seems the home phone is broken, and I took it for repairs early this morning. It likely won't be fixed today. If it's not, we should visit the school this afternoon." Muxi's arrival caused Xiaoxiu's eyes to light up. What a stunning young lady, dressed in a white shirt and jeans. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded around her delicate features, which radiated the freshness of early spring, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. Her son, the youth named Xiao Shui, was left dumbfounded upon seeing Muxi, utterly captivated. "Why you hello, I'm Luo Shanshui," he stammered. Adjusting his glasses, his cheeks flushed as he attempted to greet her. "Oh, hello," Muxi responded casually, her demeanor cool and detached. She had no intention of feigning warmth, as they were not relatives, and such pretense would be disingenuous. "Who is this lovely young lady?" "Yixiao Marvelit, had admiration genuine," Meng Xiaoyan replied. "She is the daughter of our neighbor, the deputy factory director, Gu. We often visit each other. We are practically family. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, and this sentiment was perfectly exemplified in their relationship." Upon hearing that Muxi's father was the deputy factory director, Xiaoxiu promptly donned a warm and enthusiastic smile. "Oh, I see. I was wondering how this child could be so extraordinarily beautiful, resembling a celestial being, so full of spirit." Muxi managed a smile in response, expressing her gratitude for the compliment. However, she then turned to Feng, pouting slightly, and said, "Xiao, you have no idea? This morning, while I was cycling out, a wild dog suddenly leaped out at me, giving me quite a fright and causing me to tumble." Her tone bore a hint of playful petulance, making her utterly adorable. She even showed Feng the bruise on her elbow where she had fallen, the skin slightly scraped. "How careless of you, truly." Feng exclaimed, taking hold of her arm to inspect the wound more closely. Fortunately, it was not severe, only a few traces of blood. "Let's go to my room. I shall apply some ointment for you." "Oh, he. Muxi beamed sweetly. Their intimate interaction did not escape Luo Shanshui's notice, piercing his heart like 1,000 needles. He was consumed by envy and resentment. How infuriating! What is the nature of their relationship? Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Feng led Muxi back to his room. "Ahem, these two children seem to share quite a bond, akin to siblings," Xiaoxiu remarked with a forced chuckle. Initially, she believed Muxi would be a good match for her son, but seeing the familiarity between Muxi and Feng diminished that notion considerably. If this girl were to date Feng, then later on, Should Xiao Shui marry her? Wouldn't that be akin to picking up someone else's discarded treasure? No, that simply cannot be. I shall never agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, in the office of Taoyuan No. 1 High School, Zhao Shui was leisurely sipping tea. Old Zhao, today the college entrance exam results are released. I imagine quite a number of your students will be admitted to university this year. Chakut Montak Fai, the head teacher of another class. Based on the simulated test scores, perhaps only about half, Zhao Shui replied with a shake of his head and a sigh. Taoyuan No. 1 High School is ranked among the top 10 in the entire Guang city, yet the acceptance rate for the college entrance examination hovers around 50%. Half is already quite good. I fear our class may not even reach that, Hmph joked self-deprecatingly. As they conversed, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Bang! The door was thrust open with force, startling the teachers inside, who quickly turned to see what was happening. Standing at the threshold was the silver-haired principal, Su Rue. Zhao Shui. Has teacher Zhao from class 1 arrived? Su Rue called out anxiously. Principal, I'm here. Zhao Shui replied, hastily rising from his corner. Su Rue approached him with palpable excitement, grasping Zhao Shui's hand firmly and expressing his gratitude. Teacher Zhao, I cannot thank you enough. You have brought glory to our school. Huh? What? Zhao Shui was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the situation. How had he suddenly brought glory to the school? Ah, Teacher Zhao, I knew I had not misjudged your teaching abilities. This year's college entrance examination has yielded a tremendous surprise from you. Su Rue exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Principal, what exactly is going on? I'm quite lost. Zhao Shui inquired, his confusion evident. Taking a deep breath, Su Rue solemnly stated, Teacher Zhao, I have just received the exam results for our students. The highest scorer among our school's candidates is from your class. The total score for the college entrance examination is 750, and our highest score is 721. Zhao Shui and the other teachers in the office were left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, with several teachers rising to their feet in shock. What? 721? 3 teachers exclaimed in unison. Chapter 102. Muxi, you smell delightful. This figure struck like a colossal meteorite, stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of all present. 721 points. What a divine score. Since Taoyuan No. 1 High School's establishment, this was the highest score ever recorded. This score might very well be the top in the entire province. Zhao Shui was utterly stunned, completely flabbergasted. 721 points? And from a student in his own class? How had he been unaware of such an exceptional student? Could it be Su Tianyu, who often ranked first? Yet his simulated test scores only surpassed 600. Principal, who is this student? Zhao Shui asked urgently. As a head teacher, you should have a good idea. The name is Feng. Yes, Feng, Su Rue replied. What? It's Feng? Zhao Shui was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the student achieving such a score would be Feng. Though there had been significant improvement in later tests, surpassing 600, he had never expected that the official examination would yield such results. It was utterly beyond his expectations. Haha, congratulations, Teacher Zhao. Don't just stand there. Hurry and congratulate Feng. He is surely the top student in the province. Montak Fai remarked enviously. Right. I'll call him right away. Zhao Shui hurriedly searched for a contact number, but found himself unable to get through. After several attempts, he still could not connect. Su Rui urgently urged, if you can't get through, don't waste time. Hurry and go to the child's home. I'm off. Zhao Shui dashed out in a hurry. Just as he exited, a phone call came through on Su Rui's phone. Picking it up, he saw the caller's name, and his expression turned serious. It was a call from the higher authorities. Hello, Director Zhang. How are you? Su Rui griti de fusivedi. Ha! Old Su, congratulations. Your school has produced a provincial top student this year, scoring 721 points. Impressive. I suspect universities will be scrambling to recruit your students. Director Zhang laughed heartily. Upon hearing the phrase provincial top student, Su Rue instantly confirmed that this score was indeed the highest in the province. Provincial top student. Thank you, Director Zhang. Su Rue exclaimed with excitement. The other teachers in the office could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration upon hearing provincial top student. Such an accolade is awarded only once a year. To think it would happen at Taoyuan No. 1 High School is a tremendous honor. After hanging up, Su Rue's excitement had not yet subsided. He was eager to meet this remarkable student. I must go see him in person. He dashed out to catch up with Zhao Shui. The other teachers watched in astonishment as the 50-something principal demonstrated such vigor. Back in the room, Feng was gently applying red medicinal alcohol to Gun Muxi's wound. Be a little gentler, please. She pleaded. I assure you, I am being very gentle, he replied. If you go any slower, it might sting a bit. All right, I shall proceed with utmost caution. Yishao, do you really need to apply this much? A little more moisture is preferable. There's no harm in excess. Feng continued to apply the ointment with meticulous attention. Muxi stole glances at his profile. From this angle, Yishao appeared rather charming. Could it be that a serious man is the most handsome? Why had she never noticed his attractiveness before? Perhaps it was due to their familiarity. Seeing him daily had made her overlook his appeal. Muxi felt a twinge of confusion. All done, Feng announced, lifting his head with a smile. Muxi glanced down and noticed he had even carefully placed a band-aid over her wound. Thank you, Yishao, she said with a beaming smile. Is that all you wish to say? Is there no action to signify it? Feng chocolate disdainfully. Muxi glanced at him in confusion and inquired, what sort of action do you desire? Feng leaned in closer, presenting his right cheek. Then how about a kiss as a reward? Get lost. Bang. Feng was unceremoniously kicked off the bed. Muxi, this is how you repay kindness with malice. Stinky Feng, this is how you take advantage. Feng rubbed his backside, grinning through the pain. Muxi, just wait until you realize what long days ahead truly means. Heh, I'm looking forward to it, Muxi responded with a playful grimace. By the way, Yishao, are those two women outside your relatives? Feng got up to tidy the medicinal liquor on the bed and replied, yes, my aunt and my third aunt. They are relatives I only see during the new year. Let us just stay in here. I can't be bothered to greet them, Feng said, lacking enthusiasm. After putting everything away, he lay back down on the bed. Muxi imitated his posture and lay down, her chest rising and falling gently. A captivating fragrance wafted into Feng's nostrils. It was a unique scent of Muxi. Could it be that she had truly infused herself with the essence of soap? Muxi, you smell delightful. Do you honestly use perfume regularly? Feng inweeded. Perfume? Why would I need such a thing? I don't smell bad. Muxi lifted her left hand to sniff her own scent. There's no strange odor. Just a hint of shampoo. Yet I always feel there's a mysterious fragrance about you. Can't you smell it? Feng asked curiously. Muxi shook her head, indicating she couldn't detect it. No way. I must take a closer whiff, he said as he turned to look at her. Muxi also turned her head, and they found themselves lying on the bed, gazing into each other's eyes. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped them, and their gazes intertwined, causing both to momentarily freeze. Muxi's heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed. What is happening? Why is my heart beating so fast? I truly can smell that fragrance, an indescribable scent. Feng's voice suddenly shattered the tranquility between them. Muxi sniffed again, and to her surprise, detected a pleasant scent emanating from Feng as well. It was not perfume, but a strangely familiar aroma. I can smell it on you too. Your shampoo doesn't have this scent. Have you changed it? Feng shook his head with a smile. Nope, I haven't changed it yet. But the next bottle will be one that smells like yours. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Little Feng, there are guests outside who say they're here to see you. Is it a friend of yours? Meng Xiaoyun's voice called from beyond the door. Feng stood up, astonished. Someone is looking for me? I should go see who it is. He opened the door, and she got up to follow him. Upon reaching the entrance, Feng was taken aback to see a middle-aged man clad in a suit and spectacles. He had never encountered this person before. The suited man's eyes brightened upon seeing Feng, and he greeted him enthusiastically. Excuse me, are you Feng, classmate? Yes, I am Feng. May I ask who you are? Feng scrutinized him with curiosity. The man appeared refined and cultured, not unappealing at all. Hello, classmate. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of the admissions office for Stanford University in Guang Province. My surname is Song Wenbin. Song Wenbin's eyes sparkled with warmth as he shook hands with Feng. Stanford University? Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening as she covered her mouth. This was a prestigious university ranked among the top 10 globally. Why would they suddenly visit? Xiao and her son were equally stunned. No way. Why would someone from Stanford University come here? Is this person a fraud? Mom, don't say anything. This person is definitely a scammer. Luo Shui asserted confidently. Song Wenbin's face turned slightly awkward, and he hurriedly explained, No. I am truly a Stanford University admissions officer. I'm here primarily to offer classmate a special admission. Oh, please spare me. Special admission to Stanford University? Why will my cousin be eligible for that? Top 10 in the national exam? Luo Shui scoffed, as if he'd just heard joke. Little brother. I can tell he is definitely a scammer. Just here to swindle money. Xiao nodded in agreement. Jiangua scratched his head, feeling skeptical about the middle-aged man before him. Song Wenbin, growing anxious, pulled out a business card and an admission letter. I'm really not a scammer. Look, this is my business card, and here is the admission pamphlet. I'm here because classmate is this year's top scorer in the Guang Province College entrance examination with a score of 721, wiping sweat from his forehead. Song Wenbin hurriedly clarified. What? A score of 721? Meng Xiaoyun gasped in disbelief. 721. Everyone present, except Feng, was left dumbfounded. Jian Jun's mouth hung agape in shock, as if he could swallow his fist. Excuse me, how much did you say my little Feng scored? Jian Jun grasped Song Wenbin's shoulders, shaking him vigorously in excitement. Ahem, Mr. Yes, it's 721 points, absolutely correct, Song Wenbin managed to reply, nearly losing his breath. 721 points. Jian Jun released him, tugging at his own hair in disbelief as he turned to Feng. He never anticipated Feng could achieve such a high score. It was utterly unexpected. Muxi was equally flabbergasted. She suddenly covered her mouth, fearing she might exclaim in excitement. Oh my goodness, 721 points. Stinky Feng actually scored so high, and he is the top scorer in Guang Province. How incredible is that? Xiao and her son were in a state of shock. 721 points? The top scorer in Guang Province? How can that be? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xiao asked in astonishment. Song Wenbin opened the admission letter and stated, no mistake at all. It's this address, Steel Factory Employee Community, Building 3, Unit 1, Feng. We would never be mistaken. Everyone gathered to see, and indeed it was the correct address. Luo Shanshui suddenly raised an eyebrow, questioning, wait, this can't be right. How do you know the scores so quickly? My cousin hasn't even received the school's notification yet. How did you find out ahead of time? Song Wenbin chuckled awkwardly, explaining, actually, I learned about it yesterday afternoon, on the day the scores were released. For top-tier universities like ours, we have our own methods. So, you really managed to achieve such a score? Meng Xiaoyun turned to Feng, seeking confirmation. Feng shrugged, smiling, it's not much different from my estimated score. I expected this result. Upon hearing this, the crowd stared at him in astonishment. Expected? Is this something one would say? Ha ha ha. Son, you truly are remarkable. Meng Xiaoyun unconditionally believed Feng, her excitement overwhelming as she embraced him tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. In that fleeting moment, she felt that no matter how arduous her efforts were, they were all worth it. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Who could it be? Muxi hurriedly dashed over to open it. Old class, Teacher Zhao. Principal Su? Muxi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitors. Muxi, is Feng at home? Is he here? Teacher Zhao inquired hastily. Yes, teacher, please come in, Muxi responded, still in a daze, stepping aside. Teacher Zhao and Principal Su swiftly entered the room, and upon spotting Feng, their faces lit up with excitement. Teacher Zhao rushed over, grasping Feng's hand, exclaiming, Feng, congratulations. Your scores are out. 721 points, the highest in Guang Province. You are this year's top student in the college entrance examination. I am so proud of you. Principal Su also approached Feng, beaming, Feng, you have brought honor to our school. On behalf of the institution, I would like to award you 20,000 yuan as a token of our appreciation. You are indeed the pride of Taoyuan No. 1 High School. Jianjun was taken aback, exclaiming, what? 20,000? That's quite a substantial sum. It should cover Feng's university tuition. Song Wenbin straightened his attire and stated with gravity, you see, I wasn't mistaken. Feng truly is the top student in Guang Province. Feng, I am here to formally extend an invitation from Stanford University for you to study there. We can waive all your tuition fees for the duration of your studies and provide you with an annual scholarship of 50,000 to cover your daily expenses. Furthermore, we promise to offer you the best research environment and various resources. Everyone present, except for Feng, was left utterly astounded. The conditions were simply too favorable. Not only was tuition waived, but there was also an annual scholarship of 50,000 and the best research resources. Such an offer would be an irresistible temptation for any student. Xiao was dumbfounded. She never expected this to be true. Feng truly was the top student in Guang Province, and now he was being specially recruited by a prestigious foreign institution. She felt like a clown in comparison. Ahem. Little Feng, congratulations, she managed to say awkwardly, wishing she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Luo Shanshui's expression darkened. Her sense of superiority repeatedly shattered, and she felt a surge of envy towards Feng. Muxi genuinely felt happy for Feng. Attending one of the world's top 10 universities was a dream for so many. Yet, her heart tightened painfully. If Feng accepted the offer to study at Stanford, he might have to go far away, potentially not returning for a long, long time. Congratulations, Stinky Feng, Muxi forced a smile. her eyes betraying an undeniable sense of loss. How about it, Feng? Our school is one of the world's top institutions, boasting the finest resources. I believe you would thrive there. Song Wenbin gazed eagerly at Feng. In an instant, all eyes converged on Feng, awaiting his response. Chapter 104. To the place where you are? Feng's expression remained calm as he smiled slightly. Thank you for your kind offer. However, studying abroad is not my aspiration. Therefore, I must respectfully decline the invitation to attend Stanford University. At his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Teacher Zhao clutched his hair in disbelief. What was Feng doing? He had just turned down a top-tier university? My goodness, he has missed a tremendous opportunity. Completing his studies at Stanford would have positioned him as an elite in society upon his return, with countless companies vying for his attention. How could he refuse such a chance? He felt a rush of anxiety, yet could say nothing, only feeling regret. Xiaoxiao and the others were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend Feng's outright rejection. It was simply unbelievable. Yet Gu Muxi's eyes sparkled with joy as the earlier gloom faded away. Stinky Feng really turned it down. You better not go back on your word. Song Wenbin quickly asked why. Feng, this is such an amazing opportunity. Why would you decline? Feng turned to look at his parents, smiling as he said, There's an old saying, while parents are alive, do not wander far. Should you wander, do so with purpose. Traveling abroad feels too distant for me. Furthermore, my parents are getting older and are not in the best of health. Life is fleeting, and in the remaining years, I simply wish to stay by my parents' side. He did not desire to repeat past regrets. He did not yearn for wealth or fame. He only wished for his parents' health and happiness, a life free from worries. That was enough for him. Feng's words moved everyone present, especially Meng Xiaoyun and Jianjun, who both wore content smiles. Meng Xiaoyun affectionately ruffled Feng's hair, saying, Son, you don't need to worry about us. We will take care of ourselves. Just pursue what you want to do. Mom, I don't want to go abroad. Feng shook his head. All right, dear, I respect your choice. Little Feng, you have grown up. You are a man now, and you should make your own decisions, Meng Xiaoyun encouraged. Feng gently embraced his mother, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Mom, I understand. Song Wenbin, witnessing this, felt a lump in his throat. Indeed, with parents around, why venture far? He discreetly wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and chuckled. Since Feng has made his choice, I shall not press further. However, should you change your mind, please feel free to contact me. He handed Feng his business card. Feng smiled, accepted the card, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket. Feng, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Song Wenbin bowed slightly and turned to leave. Take care, Teacher Song, Meng Xiaoyun called out. After Song Wenbin departed, Teacher Zhao lamented. Feng, you have turned down Stanford University. You may have missed the greatest opportunity of your life. The future is uncertain. How can you be so sure, teacher? Feng replied with a smile. Teacher Zhao fell silent for a moment before chuckling. Well, perhaps I was overthinking it. After all, who can predict tomorrow? Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Not just one set of footsteps, but many. A middle-aged man rushed upstairs, entered the room, and immediately introduced himself. Is this Feng's home? I am Teacher Li from the admissions office of Huaqing University. Congratulations to Feng for becoming the top student in Guang province. We wish to. Before he could finish, a slightly plump middle-aged man interrupted. Hello, Feng. I am Teacher Zeng from Jingbei University. And I am from Shanghu University. I am Teacher Chun from Guangshi University. One after another, admissions officers flooded into Feng's home, nearly trampling the threshold. Principal Su and Teacher Zhao watched the scene with amused smiles, while Meng Xiaoyun stood in bewilderment, unsure how to greet them. Xiaoxiao and her son wore expressions that could only be described as dismal, as the room was filled with representatives from renowned universities across the nation, including the prestigious 985 and 211 institutions. Huaqing University and Jingbei University stand as two of the most prestigious institutions in the country, universities that countless aspirants fervently dream of attending. However, the quota for each province is limited, resulting in fierce competition among many candidates. Presently, the esteemed faculty from these renowned universities are vying to recruit Feng, underscoring the remarkable prestige associated with his title as the top scorer in Guang province. With a wry smile, Feng raised his hand to gently quell the excitement, saying, Esteemed professors, please remain calm. Let us sit down and discuss matters at a leisurely pace. Absolutely, that is precisely my intention, exclaimed Teacher Zeng from Jingbei University, promptly taking the prime seat on the sofa. Feng and Gu Muxi graciously served tea to the professors, ensuring their comfort before settling down to converse. Although Feng had a particular university in mind, He saw this as an opportunity to establish connections with these prestigious institutions. It is essential to recognize that these are elite universities. Even a fleeting acquaintance with their faculty could prove advantageous in future interactions. This is the subtle, yet powerful network of relationships that Feng was determined not to overlook. Throughout the conversation, Feng adeptly steered the dialogue, occasionally posing questions about the universities, which made even the professors from less renowned institutions feel respected and valued. Each university presented Feng with exceedingly generous offers, including waivers for tuition and miscellaneous fees, along with substantial scholarships. Some even assured him that upon successful graduation, he could secure a place in a direct doctoral program. These enticing propositions left Meng Xiaoyan greatly tempted, almost eager to commit, at least between Huaqing University and Jingbei University. However, Feng remained unhurried, continuing to discuss admission criteria without rushing to make a decision. After engaging with the admissions officers for over 2 hours, Feng graciously saw them off, expressing his intent to carefully consider their offers. Once everyone had departed, Xiaoxiu also rose to take her leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed to remain. "Aunt, why not stay for lunch with us?" Meng Xiaoyan called out. "Cough, cough, perhaps another day." Xiaoxiu responded with a forced smile, hurriedly ushering her son away. After the guest had left, Meng Xiaoyan collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing her temples, and asked, "Son, have you decided where you wish to pursue your studies?" Feng stole a discreet glance at Muxi and replied with a smile. "Not yet, Mom. There is no rush in making such a decision." He continued, "Dad, Mom, I'll handle the applications and school choices myself, so you needn't worry." Meng Xiaoyan smiled. "All right then, our son is all grown up. I'll leave it to you. I'm a bit tired and will rest in my room." Jianjun assisted Meng Xiaoyan back indoors, leaving only Feng and Muxi in the living room. Muxi sat on the sofa, hugging her knees, her jeans accentuating her captivating curves, showcasing her flawless figure. She brushed a strand of her lustrous black hair behind her ear, her sparkling eyes gazing at Feng. "Feng, have you really not decided where to go yet?" Seating himself beside her, Feng replied, his gaze fixed upon her. "Oh, I have made my decision." Where to? Huaqing or Jingbei?" Muxi inquired eagerly. Feng looked at her with affectionate indulgence and replied with a gentle smile, "Neither. I plan to go wherever you are." "Wherever I am?" Muxi exclaimed. "You cannot be serious, Feng. I cannot accompany you to Huaqing or Jingbei. I would be content just to gain admission to a local university." She continued, "But you're the top scorer in the province. You should seriously consider Huaqing or Jingbei." With a pout, Muxi stood up from the sofa, stating, "All right, I need to check if my phone is repaired and also to look at my scores." Feng chuckled. "Don't bother. It won't be fixed that quickly. Just use my phone." He produced his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. Muxi accepted the phone, exclaiming, "Feng, having a phone is such a joy. Do you want one?" "Of course. Just say the word, and I'll gift it to you." "Gift it to me?" "Feng, are you really that kind-hearted? Just so you know, I will only sell my talents, not my body." "Sell your talents? Then by all means, sing a couple of songs for me." "Feng, are you trying to become a Buddha?" "What Buddha? The one with a head full of bumps?" Muxi, please calm down. Do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil." At that moment, Muxi set aside her phone and called her school. After a brief wait, her expression transformed with joy upon hearing her exam results. "Really? Are you sure? Thank you, teacher." After hanging up, she exclaimed, "Feng, guess my score? 615 points?" Feng replied with a squinting smile. Muxi was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Oh, I was just guessing. I didn't expect to be right," Feng replied nonchalantly. Muxi tilted her head, her expression skeptical. "Really? Can you guess so accurately?" Feng adopted a pretentious demeanor, declaring, "Please call me Master. Thank you." "Huh, Master, you're a big joke." Muxi rolled her eyes at him. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Feng asked as he approached to open the door. Upon opening, he was greeted by 3 somewhat familiar figures. Feng paused, recognizing the journalist Yang Na, who had previously interviewed him. Feng, good to see you again." Yang Na greeted warmly. "Congratulations on being Guang Province's top scorer." Wu Gang handed over a bouquet of flowers, placing them into Feng's hands. Feng was taken aback by their timely arrival. "What brings you here?" "Feng, we are here specifically to interview you. You are now the pride of Guang Province, truly deserving of your title as the top scorer," Yang Na stated earnestly as she firmly shook his hand. "All right, please come in." Feng welcomed them with a smile. Establishing connections within the media industry could undoubtedly be beneficial in the future. Yang Na, along with her assistant Wu Gang and the cameraman, entered the room. After a brief respite, they commenced the formal interview. The questions primarily revolved around his study habits, how he achieved high scores, and his future plans. Feng answered effortlessly. drawing from his past experiences with numerous interviews, thus feeling at ease and knowing precisely what answers they sought. The essence of the interview was to inspire future students to work hard and study diligently. Just as Yang Na's interview was concluding, other media representatives arrived, including those from the Guang City Daily and Life Daily. Gu Muxi observed as the living room filled with reporters and exclaimed, Feng is about to become famous. I bet the newspapers and television news will cover his story in the next few days. In truth, every year, the top scorer undergoes this process, becoming the subject of extensive media attention. The interviews continued from noon until the afternoon, and Feng, having not eaten a morsel, finally decided to schedule the remaining media for another day. Once he dealt with the reporters, Feng slumped onto the sofa, massaging his temples and chuckling. Repetitive conversations can be rather exhausting. Gu Muxi, observing from the side, felt fatigued just watching him, let alone Feng, who had not paused for a moment. She naturally settled beside Feng, gently massaging his temples as she complained, How exhausting. Can't you just refuse them? Refuse? Why would I do that? This is a rare opportunity for self-promotion. Turning it down would be a grave mistake, Feng replied, shaking his head. Self-promotion? What does that mean? Gu Muxi asked, momentarily taken aback. Self-promotion, in other words, is akin to self-packaging. However, the term promotion encompasses a broader significance. Beyond mere packaging, it involves marketing one's personal philosophy to the public and crafting impressions. The advantages of self-promotion are numerous, under equal circumstances. Those who excel at self-promotion tend to gain the trust of others more readily, thereby achieving commercial success. This explains why so many individuals adorn themselves with a plethora of titles, such as association presidents, clan council members, calligraphy artists, and so forth. They actively participate in various media promotions, and over time, people inevitably form a lasting impression of them, leading to greater trust in their products and words. Feng endeavored to elucidate this concept in the simplest terms possible. Gu Muxi appeared to grasp only a fraction of it, and blurted out, Isn't that akin to waving a tiger's skin to hoist a flag? Well, that captures part of the essence, but it's not entirely accurate. Feng replied with a slight smirk. Hey, in any case, I don't really understand. As long as you think it's good, that's what matters. However, it seems you're going to have to deal with these reporters a lot more in the coming days, Gu Muxi remarked with a pout. As she spoke, she continued to massage his temples, softly inquiring, How does that feel? Is it better? Much improved, Gu Xiaozhu. Your massage technique is becoming increasingly refined. Feng reclined comfortably on the sofa, relishing Gu Muxi's delicate ministrations. Hee, Xiao, if it weren't for your pitiful state, I wouldn't bother to help you at all. Gu Muxi replied with a touch of pride. Indeed, I am quite the pitiful one. Feng feigned a woeful expression, attempting to nestle closer to Gu Muxi. Her cheeks flushed, Gu Muxi playfully pushed his mischievous head away. Sit still. Don't move around, or you'll have to massage yourself. Okay, I'll sit obediently, he replied, grinning. Where are your eyes wandering? Ahem, nowhere. I'm not looking at anything. Still denying it? I could see that lecherous gaze of yours in an instant. You're mistaken. That was an appreciative glance. Do you understand the concept of admiration? How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? Hmph. Still attempting to argue? Oh, that hurts. Gu Muxi, let us discuss this calmly. Only then did Gu Muxi ease her grip, triumphantly stating, Hee, Xiao, do you recognize your error now? Error? What have I done wrong? Feng hastily freed his head from her grasp, countering. Oh, you still refuse to admit it? Just wait until I deal with you. With a playful flourish, Gu Muxi tackled Feng onto the sofa, seizing his cheeks and contorting his face into various comical shapes. Ha! Let us see if you dare to argue now. Help! Save me! Yell all you want, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. No one will come to rescue you. Hoarse throat, hoarse throat. Gu Muxi, what are you thinking? Even if your throat is hoarse, it won't matter. Perched atop Feng, Gu Muxi began to tickle him. Suddenly, the door swung open as Meng Xiaoyun and Jianjun returned from grocery shopping. However, the moment they stepped inside, they froze, staring in astonishment at Gu Muxi and Feng. Jianjun asked in bewilderment, What are you two? Meng Xiaoyun interrupted him. Lao, it seems we've forgotten to buy something. You two carry on. We didn't see anything, she said, pulling the dazed Jianjun back outside. Gu Muxi, it's all your fault. Stinky Feng. Feng, how is it my fault? Chapter 106. The Efforts of Adult Education. That evening, to celebrate Feng becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Guang province, Gu Muxi, who had also passed, joined the and Gu families for a lavish dinner. A grand table was laden with delicacies, roast duck, roast goose, poached chicken, steamed fish, and other festive treats that one would typically enjoy during the new year, all prepared for this special occasion. Gu Xingzhong raised his wine glass, beaming, "Come, everyone. Let us toast to celebrate these two children properly. They are truly promising, especially little Feng, the top scorer in Guang province. This is an honor we never even dreamed of. Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in response. Noticing that Feng's glass contained juice, Gu Xingzhong couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Feng, you're all grown up now. No need for juice anymore. Have some liquor." "Indeed, little Feng, today is a happy occasion. You should have a drink with your Uncle Gu." Jianjun added, pleased. He wasn't a rigid parent. Now that Feng had graduated and reached adulthood, it was time to enjoy some drinks, aware that his son was stepping into the business world where drinking and smoking were essential skills. "All right, since it's a joyful day, I'll indulge and have a few drinks with Uncle Gu." Feng no longer pretended and poured himself a generous glass of liquor. Meng Xiaoyan smiled and gently cautioned, "Just drink to celebrate. Don't overdo it, okay?" Yes, I understand, Mom," Feng replied with a grin. Gu Xingzhong cheerfully assured, "Xiaoyan, don't worry. It's a happy occasion. He won tea, get drunk. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses and celebrate the two children, wishing them a smooth journey in life." Everyone clinked their glasses together, the atmosphere lively. The two families chatted and drank, reveling in the joy that even the New Year couldn't match. After several rounds, Gu Xingzhong turned to Feng and asked, "Little Feng, have you decided which university you want to attend?" "I haven't quite decided yet. I'll be filling out my application next week, so I have some time to think," Feng replied. "Oh, if only you and Cici could attend the same university. You've been together since elementary school. How wonderful it would be if you both went to the same university and could look out for one another." Gu Xingzhong expressed candidly, "Lao Gu, little Feng is the top scorer in Guang province. He will surely be attending Huqing or Jingbei University. How could he possibly attend the same school as Cici? While Cici's grades are commendable, it would still be a bit challenging for her to get into Huqing or Jingbei," Li Wan lamented. Upon hearing this, Muxi smiled faintly. Her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment as she focused on her meal, lost in thought. Feng interjected, "Auntie, while Huqing and Jingbei are excellent choices, I would prefer to stay in Guang City, closer to home. This way, I can come back on weekends to have dinner with my parents." Li Wan's face lit up with delight as she praised, "Little Feng, you truly are filial." Meng Xiaoyan chuckled, "Little Feng is grown up. I can't interfere much anymore. He can decide for himself, and we will support him." Jianjun nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, little Feng can make his own decisions." At that moment, the two families seemed to reach a tacit understanding. No words were necessary. They were on the same page. Regardless of whether Feng chose to go to Jing City or remain in Guang City, they would support his decision. The meal continued in a jubilant atmosphere for over 2 hours. Gu Xingzhong was in high spirits, frequently clinking glasses with Feng. Initially, it was expected that Feng would end up inebriated, but instead, it was Gu Xingzhong who became tipsy, leaning over the table and demanding to sleep. Though Feng had consumed more than a gene of liquor and was showing signs of inebriation, he still managed to maintain his composure. "Really? How could I get drunk just from drinking with little Feng?" Li Wan observed, both amused and exasperated. "Cici, lend a hand and help your father back to bed." Just as Gu Muxi was about to rise, Feng quickly grabbed her arm, saying, "I'll take him back. I'll escort Uncle Gu. Are you sure you can manage, Shao? You've had quite a bit to drink too." Gu Muxi cast a few glances at Feng. How could a man claim to be incapable? Feng patted his chest, indicating that he was up for the task. He then proceeded to assist Gu Xingzhong, helping him to his feet as they made their way to the Gu residence. Li Wan and Gu Muxi followed closely behind, ever ready to lend a hand. Nevertheless, Feng successfully escorted Gu Xingzhong back to his room, where Li Wan busily tended to the inebriated man. Honestly, every time he gets drunk, his shoes end up all over the place. "Look at you, your collar is stained with vomit. How utterly filthy. You drink and drink. Yet you refuse to heed my advice to cut back," Li Wan chided, all the while gently wiping his face and neck. Feng and Gu Muxi stood at the door, watching the scene unfold, and couldn't help but share a smile at Li Wan's nagging. Despite her incessant complaints, her love for Gu Xingzhong was ever present in her actions. Perhaps this is what ordinary love looks like, a love to be envied. Suddenly, Feng felt a wave of intoxication wash over him. The after effects of the liquor were kicking in. "I can't take it anymore. I need to rest," he muttered as he stumbled out, inadvertently making his way into Gu Muxi's room and collapsing onto her bed. Gu Muxi hurried after him, hands on her hips, exclaiming in annoyance, "You scoundrel, Feng, you're lying on my bed again." "Oh, come on, Gu Xiaozhu, don't be so uptight. Just let me rest a bit." "I'll be fine," Feng replied, refusing to get up and resorting to playful stubbornness. Gu Muxi was both exasperated and amused, yet she found herself at a loss against the drunken Feng. Fine, but you better wash the sheets tomorrow, she retorted with a pout. All right, no problem. I can wash sheets for a lifetime, Feng boasted shamelessly. Muxi's cheeks flushed at his words, and she shot him a glare. Who said you'd wash them for a lifetime? Conceited. With that, she turned to leave the room, intending to fetch him a glass of warm water. It had become a habit for Feng to drink warm water whenever he got drunk. As he would put it, replenishing fluids after drinking was essential for protecting the stomach and preventing dehydration caused by vomiting. In the living room, Liwan emerged just then to prepare hot water. Upon seeing Muxi, she whispered, She, is Xiao Feng in your room? Yes, that guy drank too much and is hogging my bed. Muxi replied. Puffing out her cheeks, Liwan stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with mischief as she hesitated for a moment before asking, She, although you're both adults now, there are still some matters to be cautious about. Safety first. Huh? What matters? Muxi was bewildered, unsure of what riddle Liwan was presenting. Oh, come on. Xiao Feng already told me. I'm not an old-fashioned mom. You can rest assured I'm quite open-minded, Liwan said with a knowing smile. Muxi was even more confused. What on earth did her mother understand? Liwan thought she was simply shy and reluctant to speak up. But she felt it was time for some adult education. After pondering how to phrase it nicely, she cleared her throat and began, She. It's about wearing protection, you know? Remember to put it on. It's much safer. Protection? Oh, Mom, I get it. Liwan's face lit up with relief at her daughter's realization. Finally, her efforts paid off. Don't worry. We'll remember to bring it if it rains tomorrow. Safety is paramount. Liban. Chapter 107. I'll take a loss and devote myself. After becoming inebriated, Feng lay on Muxi's bed and unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. He had no idea how long he slept, but he eventually woke up naturally to find it was drizzling outside. Judging by the light, it seemed quite late. Feng mused silently, rubbing his aching head as he sat up and glanced at the wall clock. It was already 11 in the morning. Goodness, I actually slept this long. No wonder I woke up once. It turns out I slept through 2 cycles. He exclaimed to himself, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. There was no help for it. Muxi's bed was simply too comfortable. He got up and left the room, spotting Muxi lounging on the sofa, clad in black shorts and a white t-shirt, her long, smooth legs strikingly appealing. Good morning, Muxi. Feng greeted with a chuckle. Morning? Is it really morning? It's nearly noon, she retorted. And about last night? How do you explain hogging my bed? I had to sleep on the sofa all night. Feng scratched his head and laughed. Well, what can I say? I didn't occupy you. I merely claimed your bed. How about I take a loss and offer my body in return? What do you think? He suggested playfully. Muxi rolled her eyes in disdain. As if anyone would want your body. It wouldn't fetch much even if sold. Oh, Muxi, don't underestimate me. Just because I'm small doesn't mean I lack energy. Feng declared, raising his right hand to show a meager hint of muscle. Muxi burst into laughter, teasing, All right, Xiao, you can keep that little muscle to yourself. Feng felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face and quickly changed the subject. Do you have breakfast at home? I'm starving. My mom specially made meat porridge for you and saved a boiled egg. I only had plain porridge and pickles this morning. Clearly upset about her mother's preferential treatment. Mom, I'm your biological daughter. Why you treat that scoundrel so much better? Feng chuckled. Auntie is so kind to me. Thank you. He hummed a little tune as he headed to the kitchen in search of food. After finishing breakfast, Feng noticed a slew of unfamiliar numbers on his phone, likely from media circles spreading his contact information. Xiao, what are your plans for the next few days? I'll be working in the shop and doing interviews, he replied. You're quite the busy bee, aren't you? Why do you ask? Looking to schedule a date with me? Huh, how about a date to practice judo? I think I'll pass. I'd like to live a few more years. 5 days flew by in a blur. Aside from repairing computers at the shop and selecting a company address, Feng was home conducting interviews with various media outlets. After 5 consecutive days of interviews, he finally had a moment's peace, but his name had made headlines across multiple newspapers, even being featured twice on the prime news slot in Guang Province. It could be said that the top scorer of the Guang Province College entrance examination had become a sensation in no time. The forum post originally by Oyster Brother had been pinned by the moderator, leading many netizens to fervently comment and debunk the original poster, making it the most significant turnaround post of the year, becoming a topic of conversation for many. This series of news reports inadvertently promoted Feng's computer repair shop, with business thriving and the online store finally revamped and launched, expanding online sales. Feng's career had taken its first steps onto the right track. Yet the gap in talent was becoming increasingly evident. Relying solely on himself for computer repairs was becoming a daunting task. There was an urgent need to expand the team and establish a suitable organizational structure and corporate policies, allowing him to extricate himself from the mundane tasks. On this Sunday, Feng had contacted Huang He from the employment office at the University of Science and Technology the day before, hoping to invite him out for a meal. Huang He was delighted to receive Feng's call, but suggested that instead of dining out, he would prefer to host Feng for a simple meal at his home. Upon hearing that the gathering would take place at home, Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such an arrangement signified a fundamental level of trust. He promptly agreed, scheduling his visit for 6 in the evening. At the designated hour, Feng arrived at Huang He's residential community, gifts in hand. Following the detailed address provided by Huang He found himself at the threshold of the home and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came the voice of a middle-aged woman from within. "Hello, Annie, I am Feng," he replied courteously at the door. "Ah, please wait a moment, I'll be right there," replied the woman. Her footsteps hurried. The door swung open to reveal a graceful middle-aged woman clad in an apron. "You must be Feng, this year's top scorer of the Gaokao in Guang province. What a fine young man you are," she exclaimed with a warm smile, her admiration evident. "Gomein, Gomein." Feng, ever modest, responded, "Oh, Andy, you flatter me. I merely had a stroke of good luck." He presented her with the small token of appreciation he had brought. The woman chuckled. "Why bring gifts for just a visit? Really, it's not necessary. One cannot visit a teacher without a gift, can they? If my parents found out, I would surely hear an earful." Feng replied with a smile. "Besides, as your student, it is only right that I offer you something." His words effectively established a closer rapport between them, framing their relationship as that of a student and teacher. The middle-aged woman's smile widened, exuding a newfound warmth. "Very well then, I shall accept it," she called out. "Lao Huang, our little Feng has arrived." The shift to calling him Little Feng indicated her growing fondness. Huang He emerged from a nearby room, grinning as he greeted, "Ah, Little Feng, aren't you eager to taste my tea? Let us head to the tea room for a cup before dinner is ready." "Indeed, I've been looking forward to tasting your tea for ages. I shall gladly oblige." Feng responded enthusiastically. "You both enjoy your tea. I will prepare the meal and call you when it is ready," the middle-aged woman said cheerfully, her admiration for Feng apparent in her eyes. Feng nodded gratefully, then followed Huang He into the tea room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious, elegantly decorated space, with a grand mahogany tea table that exuded a sense of sophistication. Come, Little Feng, sit down. Today, you shall sample my prized aged pu'er tea, which I procured from a tea factory in Pu'er City during my business trip to Nanyang province 2 years ago. This is top-grade tea, exclusively sourced. Ordinary folks seldom have the chance to taste it, Huang He said with a smile, retrieving a cake of aged tea from a jar behind him. Feng bowed it. Yet he contemplated the implications of Huang He's words. While many would take them at face value, Feng was well-versed in the subtleties of business dialogue. Some individuals speak with intent. Huang He, with his clever wording, subtly revealed the breadth of his connections, not boasting, but rather implying his influence. Engaging with this shrewd individual required a degree of carefulness. "Teacher Huang, you truly possess an extensive network. It's impressive to acquire such exclusive items," Feng complimented, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Huang He. After accepting, Huang He appreciated Feng's gesture with a gentle pat on the back of his hand, acknowledging the thoughtfulness behind it. "Ah, I am but an old man. There's nothing extraordinary about me. Yet you, Little Feng, are the top scorer of the Gaokao. Your prospects are boundless. From the moment I met you, I sensed you would achieve remarkable things in the future." Huang He praised, his admiration evident. Feng lit a cigarette, releasing a puff of smoke, and humbly replied, "Teacher Huang, the title of top scorer is merely a superficial accolade. I have much to learn from you." Huang He chuckled, his esteem for Feng growing. This young man exhibited a commendable character, humble and composed, indicative of someone destined for greatness. Collaborating with such an astute individual was indeed a fortunate opportunity. In business, the caliber of one's partner significantly influences success. Should one partner with a fool, financial losses are inevitable. Conversely, if the partner is talented, the synergy leads to effortless collaboration and triumph. Huang He personally poured Feng a cup of tea, presenting it to him. "Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Should you encounter any challenges or require assistance, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Though I may be older, I am more than willing to help wherever I can," Huang He said, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Feng. His words implied an invitation for Feng to express his needs. Feng sipped his tea, pondering before smiling and saying, "Teacher Huang, to be candid, I have encountered some difficulties recently. As you may know, I operate a computer repair shop that has seen significant business. However, I am the sole technician. To expand, I require additional skilled personnel. Feng continued. The market for computer repair technicians is quite scarce, making recruitment exceedingly challenging. After much contemplation, I believe you're the only one who can offer me valuable advice on this matter. He sensed the underlying intent of Feng's visit, having discussed similar topics over the phone previously. During a dinner hosted by Zhao Xingye, they had conversed about the computer repair business. Zhao had proposed that Feng provide technical guidance and training for repair personnel, while he would fund the expansion, establishing a chain of computer repair shops throughout Guang City, sourcing suitable technical talents through employment agencies to ensure they were ready for immediate deployment post-training. Upon hearing this proposal, he found it quite feasible. However, after the dinner, he realized that Feng and Zhao Xingye would eventually clash due to their differing goals and philosophies, rendering collaboration impossible. Thus, he had deliberately distanced himself from Zhao, preferring instead to ally with Feng, whose technical prowess at such a young age was commendable, coupled with a thoughtful and adaptable demeanor. It was surprising that Feng had managed to establish a thriving business so soon after the Gaokao, yet faced challenges in recruitment, a delightful dilemma, indeed. Given that it was graduation season, this issue was not insurmountable. He refilled Feng's cup, leaving his thoughts half-expressed. His implication was clear. The matter was not difficult for him to resolve, but would depend on the conditions Feng was willing to propose. Feng, recognizing He's shrewdness, was prepared with a strategy, awaiting He's response. Should He demand unreasonable terms, he would have to explore alternative avenues. After a moment of contemplation, Feng offered He another cigarette. If you could assist me with this matter, it would be greatly appreciated, and I trust that it should not pose a significant challenge for you. We are both in business. After all, a businessman is someone who continually devises ideas. If you have any suggestions, I would be more than willing to express my gratitude, Feng said, retrieving a piece of paper from his bag and handing it to He. Upon perusing the contents of the paper, He first exhibited an expression of astonishment, which was soon supplanted by a calm demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he set the paper down and, with a wry smile, remarked Xiao Feng, "You are indeed quite magnanimous, aren't you? Is this truly your proposal?" The moment he laid eyes on the plan, he was taken aback. Feng, upon hearing his words, chuckled softly, realizing that his terms indeed surpassed He's expectations, which also implied that this old fox was astute enough not to be overly greedy. Sometimes, those who are insatiably avaricious prove to be the most foolish. "Indeed, it is my proposal," Feng replied, sipping his tea and nodding affirmatively. "A 10% salary is already substantial, and you wish to grant me an additional 10% in business dividends?" He queried, bewildered. Feng rose, clasped his hands together, and addressed him earnestly. "Teacher Huang, I believe in the philosophy of sustainable business practices, seldom engaging in one-off transactions. If a venture is to be undertaken, it ought to be enduring. The same principle applies to interpersonal relations. Only through steady and gradual progress can one achieve lasting success. Moreover, I regard you, Teacher Huang, as a highly trustworthy elder, deserving of my utmost respect. Thus, this condition is not excessive." Although Feng's words were delivered with grandiloquence, his true intent was merely to bind He to a long-term partnership through mutual benefit. Only with a profound intertwining of interests could they be considered as rowing in the same boat. In precise terms, it was about drawing He onto his proverbial pirate ship, securing him tightly. This was Feng's strategy, a well-calibrated maneuver. After finishing his statement, Feng continued sipping his tea, discreetly observing He's expression. He remained composed, gently tapping the table with one hand as he appeared to contemplate Feng's proposal earnestly. He understood the implications of this arrangement. Should he consent, their fates would be intertwined, with the rise and fall of their business interests mutually affecting both parties. After a period of reflection, he ceased his gestures, refilled Feng's cup with tea, and smiled. "Xiao Feng, you are indeed thoughtful. Come, let us toast. I shall raise a cup to you in place of wine. From now on, we must communicate frequently. I believe that with our joint efforts, we shall overcome difficulties together." Upon hearing this, Feng's heart settled. It was done. The old fox, He, had agreed to the proposal. He suppressed his inner joy, raised his teacup, and gently clinked it against He's. "You are right, teacher. We should communicate more often, and I shall certainly seek your guidance frequently. I hope you won't find me bothersome." He laughed. He, squinting with a smile, replied, "Not at all. How could I ever find you bothersome? I will be delighted." He then added, "Here's to your prosperous business, Xiao Feng." Chapter 109 could indeed describe him as a prodigy. "Let us take that blessing from Teacher Huang," Feng said with a slight smile before finishing his cup of tea. This is indeed excellent tea. Splendid. Feng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. In essence, he was expressing his satisfaction with the partnership they had just forged, deeming the tea worthy due to the successful collaboration. If you enjoy it, do come by often for a cup. Huang he invited with a grin. Absolutely. Feng replied, squinting his eyes and nodding in agreement. The two then discussed the subsequent hiring processes. After listening, Feng grasped the underlying principles. The employment office could guide and assist graduates in finding jobs. They could even establish employment agreements with companies, facilitating the placement of outstanding graduates who match the company's needs. The decision regarding this collaboration rested firmly in Huang He's hands. Huang he instructed Feng to prepare to establish a partnership agreement with Guangzhou University of Science and Technology under the name of Hmph Technology Company, which would subsequently allow him to channel student resources toward Feng through his network. In this manner, Feng could remedy his current shortage of talented personnel. After understanding the operational framework, Feng nodded and handed Huang his cigarette. Teacher, I will arrange for the materials to be delivered to you tomorrow. I will leave the rest in your capable hands. Huang he smiled and replied, no problem. Just ensure the venue is prepared. After pondering for a moment, Feng stated, I already have a target location in mind, and I will need about 3 days to set up the company. Great. I look forward to your good news, haha. When the company opens, don't forget to inform me. Huang he chuckled. How could I forget you? I will definitely call you at the first opportunity, Feng assured, patting his chest. The two continued to engage in casual conversation about daily life, when suddenly, the voice of Huang He's wife, Yu Ting, echoed from outside. Dinner is ready. All right, we're coming. Huang he responded, promptly rising and gesturing for Feng to follow. Xiao Feng, please. I have a rare bottle of Moutai at home. Today calls for a celebration. Let us enjoy a few drinks together. Feng also stood, smiling very well. I shall accompany you for a few drinks. Together, they exited the tea room and made their way to the dining table. Where is Xianxian? Why hasn't she returned yet? Huang he asked, frowning. Alas, she is probably out having fun. She called me at noon and said she wouldn't be home for dinner. Yu Ting sighed helplessly, clearly exasperated by their daughter's antics. That stubborn girl truly gives one no peace. Huang he exclaimed in frustration. Feng simply observed, remaining silent and refraining from picking up his chopsticks. This was Huang He's family matter, and he chose not to involve himself. Ah, old man, we have a guest, Yu Ting softly reminded him. Huang he turned to Feng with a wry smile. I apologize for the disturbance. My daughter is driving me to the brink of exasperation. Feng chuckled. No need for concern. It is natural for young people to enjoy themselves. Huang he shook his head with a sigh, lamenting. If only my daughter possessed half of Xiao Feng's sense, I would be content. Her college entrance examination results were mediocre, and she shows no ambition. Spending her days out playing and ignoring my words. I, being soft-hearted, have nearly lost my temper several times, but ultimately restrained myself. However, at this rate, she will surely be the death of me. Huang he rambled on with his grievances, while Feng simply listened, refraining from offering any opinions. He recognized that Huang he had only one daughter, and from his words, it was evident that both parents were rather indulgent toward her. However, perhaps due to this overindulgence, their child had grown somewhat spoiled. Nevertheless, Feng had no desire to meddle in Huang He's family affairs and opted to remain a passive listener. Forget about her. Come, Xiao Feng, let us drink. Huang he poured Feng a drink and raised his glass in invitation. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. During the meal, Feng deftly steered the conversation towards the dishes prepared by Yu Ting, lavishly praising her culinary skills, which caused her to cover her mouth in delight. Beaming with joy, with Feng's encouragement, the atmosphere at the dining table finally returned to a lively state, filled with laughter and chatter. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, during which Feng and Huang he polished off a bottle of Moutai. Although they were not overly intoxicated, they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. After the meal, as Yu Ting cleared the table, Huang he and Feng stepped outside for a smoke and continued their conversation. Xiao Feng, it's nearly time to fill out your college applications. ISNT it? As this year's top scorer, which school do you plan to attend? If you're considering Hucking or Jingbei, that would be quite far. Have you thought about coming to our University of Science and Technology? We are also a 211 institution. Huang he inquired cheerfully. He was undoubtedly eager for Feng to enroll at their university. Securing the top score would be a significant achievement. Feng did not shy away from expressing his aspirations, stating candidly, I have set my sights on a goal. It may be Guangzhou University or perhaps Nanhua University of Science and Technology. Ultimately, the choice will depend on which one Gumu she selects in the end. Huang he paused for a moment, then, with a hint of regret, responded, I see. Since you have your own ambitions, I shall refrain from further commentary. Both institutions are commendable, with robust programs in computer science. The two continued their conversation, sharing cigarettes for over an hour. As Feng glanced at the clock, he realized it was already 10 o'clock at night, and promptly rose to take his leave. Huang He and his wife personally escorted Feng downstairs, watching him depart. Lao Huang, this young man, Xiao Feng, is undoubtedly destined for greatness. You ting exidema, in all my years of teaching, he is the most composed and astute of all my students. Huang He replied, if only he were truly my student. He is a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Do you know what that means? Only one such outstanding student emerges each year. Countless schools vie for talents like him, and just based on his academic achievements, his future is boundless. Huang He sighed, suddenly turning to his wife. Do you know what he is currently engaged in? Isn't he repairing computers? You ting inquired, pursued. The computer repair shop is merely the beginning. He has already registered a physical enterprise. Today, he sought my collaboration to address talent recruitment challenges. His next ambition is to establish chain stores throughout Guangzhou, potentially extending to surrounding cities. His ambitions are indeed grand. Huang He spoke with admiration. Without ambition, one cannot achieve greatness. However, ambition alone is insufficient. One must also possess commensurate abilities, and Feng embodies both qualities. Such a young man has a promising future ahead. Yu Ting was taken aback, her mouth agape. He just graduated and is already aiming for such a monumental business? That kind of audacity is rare. Huang He clasped his hands behind his back, sighing indeed. To call him a prodigy would not be an exaggeration. During our conversation, he subtly hinted that the monthly gross profit from his current shop might surpass 1 million. The synergy of offline and online operations is developing rapidly. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that the myth of overnight wealth through the internet could manifest through him. As the internet continues to proliferate, numerous stories of individuals striking gold online have been unfolding. Some manage to amass millions in just a few months. The internet amplifies the potential for profit immensely. He has an inkling that the model of online sales may very well become mainstream in the future. Yu Ting's heart raced, her hand covering her mouth. What? Monthly gross profit exceeding 1 million. Is that true? Huang He shrugged with a smile. I would estimate it's quite accurate. This young man has already left his peers far behind. The ambitious target, to capture the Penguin Company. Feng returned home at 11 o'clock at night, freshened up, and opened his computer, preparing to work on the server backend. The daily download count for 361 Computer Security Guardian was steadily increasing. Although the program operated locally and required minimal server resources, the growing user base would inevitably strain server capacity, necessitating regular optimizations to ensure the program's functionality. Habitually, Feng logged onto QQ and was surprised to find Gu Muxi's avatar lit up, along with a message from her. Shui Mu Nian Hua. Hello, Xiao Gige. Are you there? Why haven't you logged in yet? Have you gone out to have some fun? Smiley face. Feng felt a twinge of surprise. How is this girl still awake? Feng, I'm back. Why are you still up? After a brief moment, Shui Mu Nian Hua replied, I'm having trouble sleeping tonight, researching schools. Feng felt a spark of interest and asked, have you settled on a school and major? Shui Mu Nian Hua replied, not yet, still undecided. You have difficulty making choices? He teased. You're the one with problems. I'm simply being cautious, all right? Fine, when you do decide, let me know. Why should I tell you? I want to tell you. Gu Muxi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Yishao, this time I'm in the shadows, and you're in the light. Let us see how I can tease you. Feng, indeed, from our chats, I can already guess you must be quite the sturdy girl. Seeing you might indeed take me by surprise. Gu Muxi's eyes widened in indignation. How dare you say I'm sturdy? Where am I sturdy? You are the one who's sturdy. Shui Mu Nian Hua. I am not sturdy. I am as beautiful as a celestial being. Gu Muxi huffed with pride. Though she was not vain, she held a fair degree of confidence in her appearance. Feng, I don't believe it, unless you send me a photo to prove it. Feng chuckled. You think you can outsmart me? Shui Mu Nian Hua. I don't have a photo, and even if I did, I wouldn't show you. Bye. Gu Muxi promptly logged off QQ, sulking in her chair. How can that annoying guy be so infuriating? Honestly, but he doesn't even know that the person he has chatting with is me, right? He probably has no idea. Feng noticed her avatar had turned gray and chuckled to himself. Gu Muxi, always plotting against me. You'll never outsmart me. Feng. Suddenly, a new message pinged on QQ. Ilusiong Bei. Good evening, Feng Shun. When will 361 update its version? I have a new idea. What if we implement a virus database plan in the new version? By collecting data on user attacks and gathering characteristics of virus programs, we could update the server to prevent the spread of viruses on other devices. What do you think? Feng was taken aback by this message. This guy had accurately guessed his next update plan. Ilusiong Bei was a recent acquaintance he met online, possessing exceptional programming skills and being quite adept at development. The two often discussed network security and the evolution of the internet, with Lu Xiangbei being impressed by Feng's technical prowess and vision for the future of the internet, often referring to him as Feng Shen. Feng, you guessed correctly, this will be part of my next update, although it may take some time. Lu Xiangbei, Feng Shen. You could collaborate with a tech company to develop 361. I believe this application has the potential to become a phenomenon. It could easily rival the domestic version of OKTA. Feng smiled, typing back, which tech company do you think is capable of that? Without a distinct vision, no company could effectively operate such a security software. Lu Xiangbei, there is one, the Penguin Company. To be frank, I am with the Penguin Company. If we develop 361 together, we could quickly proliferate the program across the entire network. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected this acquaintance to be associated with the Penguin Company. At this moment, the Penguin Company was still a small entity, rapidly expanding yet struggling with profitability. The operational costs were high, and the founder, Ma Teng, had even contemplated selling the company at one point. Isn't this the perfect moment to engage with Penguin Company? Feng, the future titan of the Chinese internet. One of the globally high-valued internet enterprises, reigning supreme in scale and profitability among the bat giants. If one could seize the opportunity to collaborate with Penguin, how exhilarating that would be. A spark of excitement flickered in Feng's eyes. The prospect of aligning with such a formidable future enterprise is nothing short of thrilling. Goodness, if this opportunity materializes, it would be remarkable. Feng took several deep breaths, attempting to quell his exhilaration and regain his composure. He pondered carefully. Given the capabilities of Lu toward the north, the individual standing at Penguin Company must be quite significant, at the very least a technical supervisor. His intention to collaborate on the 361 project stemmed from a keen interest in the cybersecurity market. However, Feng was resolute in his decision not to delegate this project to another company. Instead, he planned to assemble a dedicated technical team for its development. In the future, computer security will be an absolute necessity. Whether for enterprises or personal PCs, no computer can function securely without protective software. The importance of computer security is akin to the necessity of air for human beings. Feng did not wish to co-develop the project with Penguin, but he was fervently eager to invest in and gain full control of Penguin. Such an opportunity must not be missed. If he waited until Penguin weathered its current challenges, it would be infinitely more difficult to secure a stake in the company. Feng's thoughts raced as he typed. Joint development? Your proposal is quite intriguing and merits consideration. Lu responded immediately, really? Are you genuinely considering it? If possible, I would love to meet with you, Feng Shen. Just for a meal. It would be an honor to get to know you. A smile graced Feng's lips as he replied. Sure. You must be in the Shenzhen market, while I am in the Guangzhou market. It shouldn't be too far apart. Lu, great. When are you available? Feng Shen. I will come to see you. Feng, I am free next weekend. When you arrive in Shenzhen, just give me a call. Here is my number. Feng sent his phone number, and they exchanged contact information. Lu assured him he would definitely come over that weekend, filled with anticipation for their meeting. After discussing some technical topics, Feng logged off. At that moment, in the deep of the night, within the Shenzhen Saipeng Technology Park, the Penguin Company was the only building still illuminated, housing numerous diligent technical staff. Zhang Jibei rushed into the office, foregoing the customary knock and pushing the door open. Ma Teng, I bring good news, splendid news. Ma Teng looked up, noticing Zhang Jibei's excitement, and inquired curiously, what news is so delightful? The genius behind the 361 Computer Security Guardian is willing to meet us. We've arranged to meet next weekend. Furthermore, he has expressed interest in potentially collaborating with Penguin Company to develop and operate the 361 security software. Zhang Jibei was exuberant beyond measure. He sensed that this could be a turning point for Penguin Company. Securing the 361 security software project could potentially yield substantial revenue for Penguin. Ma Teng, upon hearing this, was equally ecstatic, rising to his feet and exclaiming, "Excellent. Let us go together next Sunday to meet this Feng Shen." Chapter 111. Broaden your horizons a little. Feng burned the midnight oil, maintaining the server and drafting the organizational structure and regulations for Hmph Company, tirelessly working until 5 in the morning to complete his tasks. He glanced out the window, noticing the first light of dawn, then looked at the time, letting out a wry smile. Who said being a boss isn't tiring? In order to get the company on track before the semester begins, he had to maximize his productivity during the break. Otherwise, time would become scarce once university commenced. Feng surveyed the myriad of regulatory documents on his desktop, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that he had managed to complete all of them in just a few days. These cultural constructs, strategic plans, management protocols, business divisions, and top-level design of job responsibilities were all distilled from experiences of his past life. They embodied advanced corporate management that transcended the times, serving as vital developmental documents. Although these documents could not be fully implemented at once, since each phase of corporate development brings forth new challenges and necessitates new regulations, these core documents were sufficient to support the initial developmental requirements of Hmph Technology Company, facilitating its autonomous operation. After saving all the files, Feng returned to bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was unaware of how long he had slumbered, but when he awoke, he found the sunlight streaming in through the window, dazzling and bright. Checking his phone, he realized it was already noon. Feng rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to shake off the remnants of sleep and prepare for a new day of work. Upon exiting his room, he noticed Muxi in the living room, with no sign of his parents. Muxi, what are you up to? Feng waited, puzzled. I'm filling out my college applications, Muxi replied, her head bent over her work. Xiao, why did you wake up so late? I saw you were asleep and didn't want to disturb you. Besides, your choices aren't the same as mine. Feng chuckled lightly and casually remarked, oh, go ahead and fill it out. Once you're done, let me borrow your answers. Muxi suddenly lifted her head, staring at him in disbelief. What? Borrow my answers? You want to copy mine for such an important decision? Feng went to pour himself a glass of water, laughing as he said, after all, I don't plan on going out of town. My business is still here in Guangzhou. If I went elsewhere, who would look after my affairs? I've invested so much effort. I can't just abandon it. Muxi paused, then realized there was little for him to copy. After all, he was already a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Wherever he wished to go, he could easily gain admission. Muxi, what is your first choice? Feng asked. Nanhua University of Technology. It should be the best in Guang province, she replied. Bingo. Then let us both attend Nanhua University of Technology. It's settled. Feng snapped his fingers, shrugged, and smiled before turning to head to the bathroom for his morning routine. Muxi stood there in shock, unable to fathom that Feng would so readily forego the opportunity to attend prestigious institutions like Hmph University or Jingbei University. Although Nanhua University of Technology is also among the top tier in the nation, it still lags behind in reputation and stature compared to Hmph and Jingbei. However, being able to attend the same university as Xiao is certainly a delightful prospect. Muxi felt a weight lift from her heart, and a smile crept onto her lips. After Feng finished his morning routine, he and Muxi completed their applications together before hurrying out the door. He still needed to finalize an office location for the company. Feng took a taxi directly to Tianjin City. Upon arrival, guided by the agent, he revisited the previously selected office building. Ultimately, Feng decided on the office space in CITIC Plaza. This skyscraper, completed in 1993, boasts 80 floors and stands at a towering height of 391 meters, earning the title of Asia's tallest building at present. It features 2 underground parking levels, while the 4 lower floors house a shopping mall, hosting several listed companies and various consulate offices, making it one of the notable commercial landmarks in Guangzhou. Outside the main building, there exists a magnificent glass wall waterfall, affectionately dubbed by the citizens as the Silken River of Heaven, which has become a favored destination for tourists. In the wake of the Asian financial crisis of 1998, an oversupply of office spaces plagued the entire continent, leading to a dramatic decline in rental prices that reached historic lows for 2 consecutive years. It was not until 2000 that a slight recovery began, yet the vacancy rates remained stubbornly high. Currently, the rental rate stands at 15 yuan per square meter per month, presenting an opportune moment for Feng to secure a lease. Delaying for another 2 years could potentially result in rental costs soaring 4-fold or even 5-fold. Through the mediation of an agent, Feng successfully negotiated a rental price of 12 yuan per square meter for a 500 square meter office space, amounting to a monthly rent of 6,000 yuan. This rental level is considerably high compared to other ordinary office buildings, where the rent for spaces ranging from 400 to 500 square meters typically hovers around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Given the current cost of living, 6,000 yuan is sufficient to sustain a family for 2 years. This rent falls within Feng's financial capacity, as this is a premier office building in Guangzhou, and the premium is justifiable. In contrast to other listed companies that often lease over 1,000 square meters or even entire floors, Feng's 500 square meters can only accommodate approximately 80 personnel, categorizing it as a small company. However, this size is indeed suitable for the next phase of West Maple Technologies development, which currently has plans for 3 core business areas. The first is the sale of computer accessories and repair services, primarily reliant on physical storefronts, with expansion focused on increasing these outlets. The second is the internet cafe business, which aims to capitalize on a golden decade of growth within the industry, necessitating rapid expansion of offline internet cafe locations. The third is the 361 Computer Security Steward Service, which requires a multitude of technical talents in computing and represents a critical entry point for Feng into the internet sector. This is the only area that necessitates the use of this office space. Currently, Feng is dedicating his primary efforts to these three business ventures, ensuring they're all firmly established before contemplating further expansion. With the accession of Dacia to the World Trade Organization in 2000, the economy began to soar, with opportunities abounding in every sector and rapid growth across industries. There is no need for haste. Taking overly ambitious steps can lead to missteps. On that day, Feng signed a 2-year rental contract, paying a total of 144,000 yuan upfront. Once the office space was secured, he engaged a commercial firm to procure all necessary office supplies in one go, including cubicles, desks, and coffee tables. In the afternoon, he returned to hang the custom-made company sign, finally giving the office a semblance of a proper establishment, although it appeared rudimentary compared to the opulence of publicly listed companies. Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Simplicity and functionality were sufficient for now. At 10 o'clock that night, Feng, accompanied by Wang Tai and Hmph, arrived at the office. As he flicked on the lights at the entrance, the interior illuminated, showcasing the sign, West Maple Technology. The lights behind the 4 characters glowed. Drawing attention, Wang Tai stepped inside, surveying the rows of cubicles. Although the space remained empty, his heart swelled with excitement. Wow, incredible! Is this really our company? It's so vast, he exclaimed, astonished at the size of the office for the first time. Feng chuckled, flushed. In this building, it's rather modest, compared to other companies. We're still quite small, but for now, it suits us perfectly. We don't need a larger space. Wang Tai, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Hey Feng Ge, once we hit it big, we can rent an even larger place." Feng pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering him one with a playful grin. "Teasy, your vision is still too limited. We should aim higher. Renting? One day, we will buy a building or even construct one ourselves." Wang Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. Buy a building? Construct one? Feng Ge, that would require a fortune, at least several million, right? Feng rolled his eyes, laughing. Several million? You're dreaming. It would take at least $1 billion, and for a decent building, at least $2 or $3 billion. Wang Tai was taken aback by the figures, dropping the cigarette in shock. What? So much money? Perhaps we should reconsider. That amount could sustain us for many lifetimes, he said, shaking his head with a smile. Feng patted his shoulder, smiling. To us now, that seems like an unfathomable sum, but I believe that in the future for us, several billion will merely be pocket change. Wow, Feng Ge, you're amazing. Wang Tai marveled, deeply admiring Feng's talent and ambition. For him, earning a few $100,000 would be the height of luxury, yet he sensed that Feng never seemed to view millions or even billions as anything significant. Feng turned to Hmph, stating, "Pingyan, with the office now established, your internet cafe business must commence as well. Start with location scouting and simultaneously recruit staff. Conduct your research on the area using my methods and compile a list of potential store locations for me. I will handle the computer equipment. I have already prepared the recruitment signage, hiring protocols, and daily management procedures, which I will send to you. All you need to do is familiarize yourself and execute accordingly. Furthermore, I have crafted a management guide, which I will provide to both you and Wang Tai. You must study it thoroughly and apply it in daily management. Once you grasp it, managing a department or addressing business challenges will be manageable. Should you encounter uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me at any time." Hmph diligently took notes, nodding, "Understood, Feng Ge. I will strive to excel." Wang Tai also solemnly affirmed, "Feng Ge, rest assured. Though we may not start from a high point and have much to learn, we are not daunted by difficulties, nor are we afraid of learning." Feng felt a wave of reassurance. The greatest fear is not the inability to learn, but the unwillingness to grow. He was heartened by the eagerness and proactive learning attitudes of both Hmph and Wang Tai. Particularly, Wang Tai had made remarkable progress, transforming from a clumsy, naive individual into someone far more astute and thoughtful, an embodiment of the power of growth. Hmph, though introverted and less adept in social interactions, exhibited exceptional learning and execution capabilities. He memorized the sales pitches overnight, adeptly responding to customer inquiries, much to Feng's astonishment. Though neither of them were the most skilled managerial talents at present, Feng held great faith in their potential. convinced that one day they would ascend to the ranks of the most esteemed CEOs. Subsequently, Feng assigned tasks to both of them, while his primary focus shifted to recruitment, expanding the team to fill departmental positions. 2 days later, He facilitated Feng in hosting a dedicated recruitment event at the school's employment office. Due to the competitive salaries and benefits offered, numerous fresh graduates eagerly signed up, resulting in over 200 candidates attending interviews on the first day. The recruitment event spanned 2 days, during which Feng interviewed over 500 individuals, ultimately hiring 52. Among the 52 individuals, aside from the 4 financial clerks from the finance department, 4 from the human resources department, and 4 from the administrative department, totaling 40 remain. Among these, 30 are technicians from the computer maintenance department, while the remaining 10 are programmers specializing in various fields such as UI, backend, front-end, and desktop application development, among others. This is merely the preliminary recruitment undertaken by Feng. Subsequently, he will continue to allocate resources, particularly directing outstanding graduates towards Feng. However, future recruitment efforts will be coordinated by the Human Resources Department, which will meticulously sift through candidates before Feng conducts the final interviews, as he harbors a preference for his own judgment over that of the HR department. Once the team is preliminarily assembled, Feng will immerse himself in the demanding pre-job training. Apart from the 3 service roles, the most intensive training will be directed at the computer maintenance technicians and the various programmers. Feng anticipates that after undergoing rigorous training for approximately 12 hours a day over the span of a week, these exceptional graduates from 211 universities will be ready to commence their roles. While academic credentials are not the sole measure of personal capability, they do reflect learning aptitude. It is only with sufficient intelligence and strong learning abilities that one can gain admission to a 211 university, thus making education a significant component of personal competence. As time passes amidst Feng's busy schedule, Sunday arrives. Early that morning, before he is fully awake, the vibrations of his phone rouse him from slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he recognizes the name on the screen and instantly becomes alert. It is Zhang Zhibei, the chief technology officer of Penguin Company, calling from the north. Finally, the moment has arrived. Their eagerness is palpable as they reach out first thing in the morning. Feng smiles faintly and answers the call. "Good morning, Feng Shun. I hope I'm not disturbing your sleep," comes Zhang Zhibei's voice from the other end. Feng, still rubbing his eyes, replies with a grin, "Not at all. I've been awake, waiting for your call." In truth, he was awakened by the phone, but he says this to convey his respect for the caller. Engaging with others often requires a delicate balance of honesty and pretense. We drove straight here from Shenzhen this morning, and our boss, Ma Teng, is with me. Zhang Zhibei continues. Feng's eyes gleam with excitement at the mention of Ma Teng, the man destined to stand atop the Chinese internet hierarchy. Once the wealthiest in Daxia, the prospect of meeting him face-to-face is thrilling. "All right, when do you expect to arrive?" Feng manages to suppress his enthusiasm and inquires. "In about an hour. Feng Shun, you should head to the White Swan Hotel, where Boss Ma has reserved a private room for us to gather," Zhang Zhibei informs him. Feng can't help but chuckle. Ma Teng is indeed generous, as the White Swan Hotel is one of the few 5-star establishments in Guangzhou with considerable expenses. Clearly, they take the 361 computer security steward very seriously. "Okay, I'll see you in about an hour," Feng responds. After hanging up, he rises, freshens up, and meticulously dresses in a white shirt and tailored trousers, styling his hair appropriately. Satisfied with his appearance after checking the mirror, he heads out. An hour later, Zhang Zhibei and Ma Teng arrive early at the White Swan Hotel, parking their car and waiting in the lobby for Feng. "Seems we might be a bit early. Shall we rest in the private room for a while?" Zhang Zhibei yawns, feeling a bit fatigued from the early drive. Ma Teng shakes his head with a smile. "Let us wait here. We are here to discuss a partnership and should adhere to basic business etiquette to leave a good impression on Feng Shun." "Fair enough. I'll sit over there and take a break," Zhang Zhibei agrees, finding a chair nearby. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Zhibei checks the time, noting that it is just right for their scheduled meeting with Feng. "Where's Feng Shun?" He wonders aloud, scanning the entrance, though having never seen Feng before. He cannot recognize him. Ma Teng squints, observing each person entering, when suddenly, a figure in a white shirt catches his eye. It is a young man, impeccably groomed with a neat hairstyle, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Ma Teng's eyes sparkle with recognition. "That must be Feng Shun. What? He is here? Where?" Zhang Zhibei hurriedly looks around, but cannot identify Feng. Ma Teng gestures towards the approaching young man in the white shirt, smiling. "If my instincts are correct, that should be him." Following Ma Teng's gaze, Zhang Zhibei finally spots the young man in the white shirt, who is simultaneously making a phone call. After a moment, his phone rings. Hello, Feng Shun? Zhang Jibei answers the call, locking eyes with Feng, confirming that this young man is indeed the developer of the 361 software. However, he is astonished by how youthful he appears, seeming no older than 20. Surprised yet enthusiastic, he strides forward to greet him. Huh, good to meet you, Feng Shun. Zhang Jibei exclaims, extending his hand. Feng shakes his hand with composure. Hello, Jibei. My name is Feng. You can simply call me Feng. Feng Shun feels too formal. Feng takes a moment to assess Zhang Jibei, immediately recognizing him as a tech enthusiast, complete with round glasses and a checkered shirt, an archetype of a programmer. Huh, it's great to meet you, Feng. I never imagined you would be so young. Truly remarkable. Zhang Jibei responds with genuine admiration, impressed by Feng's ability to develop heuristic antivirus software at such a young age. Allow me to introduce you to our boss at Penguin Company, Ma Teng. Zhang Jibei says, gesturing towards Ma Teng. Don't listen to his exaggerations, Xiaoga. I'm merely a partner. Yes, the true boss here. Without Jibei, there would be no Penguin Company as it stands today, Ma Teng interjects, stepping forward to shake hands with Feng, scrutinizing him carefully. Feng reciprocates the gesture. Ma Teng wears glasses, has a square face, and exudes an air of refined elegance, somewhat reminiscent of a scholar rather than an engineer. This is the future wealthiest man in Daxia, Ma Teng. He was indeed somewhat handsome in his youth. However, Feng does not know much about him. Such a person may possess considerable cunning. Whether they can collaborate remains uncertain. Hello, Boss Ma. I'm Feng. He introduces himself. Huh, Jibei often speaks highly of you. To independently create the 361 software is truly a stroke of genius. Ma Teng expresses, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Jibei suggests, let us not linger here. Let us head to the private room and chat over tea. Sound good? Feng agrees with a nod. The three of them walk side by side to the upstairs private room. Once there, they take their seats, with Ma Teng graciously offering the main seat to Feng, while he and Zhang Jibei position themselves on either side. Feng is taken aback by Ma Teng's humility. He is evidently not a proud individual, but rather considerate in his dealings. It makes sense. Such traits are essential for someone destined to become the wealthiest in Daxia. As teas and delicacies are served, the trio engages in light conversation, exchanging pleasantries and compliments to break the ice. In social gatherings, expressing admiration for one another's virtues undoubtedly fosters intimacy and strengthens relationships. This is precisely why many business leaders greet others with a smile, engaging in a veneer of cordiality that has become second nature. As long as one speaks kind words, even those with a modicum of emotional intelligence are unlikely to target or complicate matters for you. If one has exhausted all flattery, yet still faces hostility, it can only imply that the other party is either foolish or there exists some enmity between them. As Feng and Ma Teng exchanged compliments, the atmosphere was remarkably pleasant, almost as if a few drinks could cement a brotherly bond. Meanwhile, Zhang Jibei, who was not as adept in social situations and spoke little, merely played the role of a supportive listener, occasionally chiming in. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After having communicated with Feng online for quite some time and feeling a closer rapport, he could not comprehend why the two of them appeared to be long-lost brothers upon meeting. It baffled him greatly. After several pots of tea and half of the breakfast consumed, Ma Teng sensed that the atmosphere was ripe for discussing serious matters. Brother developing and operating 361 independently must be quite arduous for you. It's not an easy task. Only someone with your caliber could handle it. For others, it would likely be a struggle, Ma Teng remarked with a smile. Feng discerned the underlying implication in his words. It would be exhausting to manage alone, and it would be preferable for them to collaborate. Indeed, it is quite taxing. I have considered bringing someone on board to share the load, to alleviate the pressure and make things easier for myself, Feng responded calmly. Ma Teng's spirits lifted at this, realizing there was potential for collaboration. His objective in meeting Feng was to persuade him to work together on 361. He had a mature technical team and substantial user resources from QQ. If they transitioned 361 to a paid model, it would undoubtedly yield significant profits. The earnings could then be funneled back into the QQ project to sustain its growth until they secured further investment. The 361 Computer Security Manager enhances computer protection, and if they were to charge ordinary users a modest fee, essentially a protection fee, they could easily attract millions of users, potentially even tens of millions. This does not even account for the revenue from the enterprise sector, the B2B side. The revenue model for 361 was crystal clear, unlike QQ, which was currently enhancing its free social services. Transitioning to a paid model would be akin to self-sabotage. especially since they had yet to discover a suitable revenue model and were burning through cash rapidly, nearly exhausting their previous funding. Without additional income, it was uncertain whether they could survive until the next round of financing. With a smile, Ma Teng continued, "Indeed, with a mature team collaborating, you would surely find it much easier. Have you considered our company, Penguin? We have a ready-made, experienced technical team, over 50 skilled professionals. We could jointly develop the 361 Computer Security Manager. The terms of cooperation are flexible." Unable to contain his eagerness, Ma Teng finally expressed his intentions. However, Feng, with a smile, gently declined. President Ma, let me finish my thought. I do wish to find partners for the 361 project, and I have indeed assembled a small technical team through my efforts. Although it consists of only a dozen or so members, it is currently adequate. By the way, amidst our conversation, I haven't handed out my business cards. Feng produced his new business cards and distributed them to the two men. Ma Teng's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he received the card. Chairman of Hmph Technology Company. My goodness, brother. I had assumed you were an independent developer, but it seems you're already a company leader. Although surprised, Ma Teng felt a pang of disappointment. He realized that Feng had established his company to commercialize 361. This visit might yield no fruitful outcome after all. Zhang Zhibei also expressed his regret. I had hoped to work alongside you in the future, but now that you are a CEO, it appears that possibility has vanished. Feng glanced at the two men, discerning their thoughts from their expressions. Was it matter, CEO or not? I am merely a humble entrepreneur, he stated. President Ma, Brother Zhibei, I am quite aware of your intentions. However, I genuinely wish to build a team for the 361 project and have no desire to collaborate with other companies at this time. However, I do find a QQ project quite intriguing, and there may be room for future collaboration. Ma Teng's interest was piqued upon hearing Feng's words, prompting him to inquire. Oh, in that case, I must seek your guidance, Brother E. How can we collaborate? Feng narrowed his eyes, gazing at him intently, and asked, I have heard that your company has recently been encountering difficulties with financing. Ma Teng's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing. How could he possibly know? His countenance shifted as he pondered the implications. Could it be that there was a leak within his company? Did Zhibei inadvertently reveal this to him? Unable to fathom the source of Feng's knowledge, he opted for directness. Indeed, we have faced some challenges with financing lately. But how did you come to know about it, Brother E? Feng responded with a mysterious smile. Your recent version updates have been sluggish, and the product lacks monetization capabilities, leading to ongoing financial losses. That is my conjecture, and it seems I was correct. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Ma Teng's face, realizing that the company's plight had been apparent to others. Yet, whether it was merely observation or insider knowledge remained uncertain. Brother Feng, you mentioned there might be avenues for collaboration. Do you have any solutions? Zhang Zhibei, ever straightforward, inquired of Feng without hesitation, his urgency palpable. He genuinely wished to see QQ flourish, as it was the culmination of his and his team's hard work. Ma Teng, internally he shook his head, realizing that Zhang Zhibei's eagerness had disrupted the delicate balance of their relationship with Feng. This would inevitably diminish his leverage in the ensuing discussion. However, since Zhibei had voiced their request, he had no choice but to continue. Zhibei is indeed too impatient. Please do not take offense, Brother E. Feng chuckled it. I can empathize with Brother Zhibei's feelings. I did assert that there exists potential for collaboration, and I do indeed have a strategy to help QQ navigate through its current difficulties. Zhang Zhibei's expression turned animated, and he quickly pressed, What strategy? Ma Teng was also intrigued, leaning in to listen. Originally, he had come here hoping to find a way for the 361 project to generate revenue, thereby sustaining QQ through its hardships. Now, hearing that Feng had a solution, he was eager to learn more. Feng raised a single finger, stating calmly, First, financing. You must secure funding to continue expanding your servers, maintain company operations, and facilitate product development. Both Zhang Zhibei and Ma Teng paused, exchanging puzzled glances. What kind of solution was this? If they could actually secure funding, they would not be in this predicament in the first place. Brother, we are indeed seeking financing, but as you know, the current state of the American stock market is fraught with an internet bubble crisis, and the atmosphere is quite tense. The Asian financial crisis is barely a year past, making it exceedingly difficult for internet companies to secure funding. Private capital is exceedingly cautious. Given the current climate, financing is a daunting task. Where can we possibly find funding? Ma Teng sighed, recalling the many nights he had contemplated selling QQ and starting afresh. Feng similed. President Ma, there is a reason behind my statement. Ma Teng was momentarily taken aback, pondering Feng's words, when suddenly he exclaimed, Could it be that you, Brother E, can assist us with financing? Feng nodded, I can invest 1 million in your company, QQ. 1 million? Ma Teng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, realizing that such an amount would scarcely resolve their issues. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Feng. Mr. Ma, please don't rush. Allow me to finish. Feng's tone began to intensify, asserting his dominance in the conversation. Ah, very well. I admit that I'm a bit anxious. Please go ahead, you shall go, Mr. Ma replied with a wry smile, feeling as though he were firmly in Feng's grasp. I am not merely investing 1 million in Penguin Company. I can help it achieve revenue exceeding 10 million within a year. Feng declared confidently. Mr. Ma, along with Zhang Jibei, remained oblivious to the profit model of QQ. But Feng understood it well. A 10 million revenue within a year was entirely feasible, given the myriad of ways to achieve it. After all, QQ is currently the leading social media platform in the country, boasting 5 million registered users and 100,000 online users at any given moment. Yet, this year also posed the greatest challenges for Penguin Company, with the risk of collapse looming at any moment. What? 10 million in revenue? Zhang Jibei and Ma Teng exclaimed in unison, both equally astonished. They were perplexed by Feng's unwavering confidence, yet his demeanor suggested he was not jesting. This matter was far too serious for frivolity. Ma Teng took a deep breath to steady himself. The conditions laid out were incredibly enticing. While a 1 million investment was modest, the prospect of 10 million in revenue stirred his interest. He harbored no doubts about Feng's capabilities. Having independently developed the 361 software and initiated entrepreneurship at such a young age, he was certainly no fool. Yet to propose such terms, it was evident that he must have his own demands. Ma Teng regarded Feng with a calm expression and inquired, "You shall go. You must have certain expectations in return for this offer, correct?" Feng poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he responded, "Indeed. I mentioned earlier that I am quite interested in QQ and recognize its potential, especially since I use it myself. My investment of 1 million is merely a stepping stone. My true intention is to engage in the operations of Penguin Company and help it thrive. I do have conditions, and I prefer to be straightforward. For my 1 million cash investment, I seek a 10% equity stake. Should I achieve over 10 million in revenue within a year, I would require a 51% controlling interest." Upon hearing this, Ma Teng and Zhang Jibei fell silent, each lost in thought. Zhang Jibei, already holding a minority stake, was less concerned about equity and more focused on whether QQ could survive and generate 10 million in revenue to grow. Ma Teng, however, had a significant stake, holding 40%, with IDG and Telecom each owning 20% after investing $2,200,000 last year. The three parties collectively held 80%, with the remaining 20% divided among Zhang Jibei and 3 other co-founders. Ma Teng savored the tea poured by Feng, taking his time to contemplate. A 1 million investment for a 10% stake was not excessive, and for a cash-strapped Penguin Company, this sum could be a lifeline. However, the stipulation for absolute control upon achieving 10 million in revenue was something he could not unilaterally decide, as he lacked absolute control himself. Yet, the allure of Feng's projected revenue was compelling. If such a figure could be realized, Penguin Company would be revitalized. To survive was to inch closer to victory. A truth he understood well. The uncertainty of whether Penguin Company could endure the year made the situation precarious. Yi Shaoge, do you truly believe you can achieve 10 million in revenue within a year? Really? Ma Teng asked earnestly. Allow me to clarify, if you cannot meet this target, would you be willing to enter into a wager agreement? Feng readily grasped the concept of a wager agreement, which often accompanies investment negotiations, and he welcomed the idea. Certainly, Mr. Ma, we can draft a wager agreement. If I fail to achieve 10 million in revenue within a year, I will inject an additional 5 million in investment without seeking further equity. Conversely, if I meet the 10 million target within the stipulated time, I will require 51% controlling interest. I am willing to sign this wager agreement with all shareholders of Penguin Company, Feng stated with a confident demeanor. His expression calm. Ma Teng was intrigued by the prospect of an additional 5 million investment should Feng fail, without any increase in equity. If Feng could indeed generate 10 million in revenue within a year, granting him 51% control would not be out of the question. After all, a 10 million annual revenue would elevate the company's valuation to hundreds of millions, significantly increasing the value of each shareholder's equity. Zhang Jibei was exhilarated by this proposition, nearly ready to agree on the spot, but was interrupted by Ma Teng lifting his hand. Ma Teng narrowed his eyes, focusing on Feng, and remarked, Xiaoji's proposal is indeed appealing. However, this matter is of great significance, and I must confer with the other shareholders. May I provide you with a response in due time? Of course, Mr. Ma, you may take your time to deliberate, Feng replied. lifting his teacup with a gentle smile before drinking it all in one go. This time, it was Ma Teng who poured him another cup of tea, stating, "To be frank, I find your offer quite tempting, but you must understand that our company has previously undergone a financing round and has 2 venture capitalists as shareholders. We will need to convene a shareholders meeting upon our return to discuss this matter thoroughly." "I understand. Come, Mr. Ma, Brother Jibei, let us toast with tea in place of wine," Feng said, squinting with a smile as he raised his cup in invitation. The 3 clinked their cups together and drank heartily. Though each harbored differing thoughts, they maintained an amiable facade, engaging in lively conversation. In the end, Zhang Jibei and Feng delved into discussions about technical matters, both being enthusiasts in the field, which facilitated their dialogue. However, it was primarily Feng who spoke while Zhang Jibei listened intently. The more Zhang Jibei heard, the more astounded he became. He was impressed by Feng's profound technical expertise and insights, not just in desktop applications and computer security, but also in technical principles and future prospects. It was no wonder he had emerged as the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. He was a prodigy, a remarkable genius. The afternoon tea stretched from morning until 2 in the afternoon, concluding only when the 3 had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. After exchanging contact information, Zhang Jibei and Ma Teng prepared to return to Shenzhen. They bid farewell in the parking lot. "No need to see me off, Xiaoge. If you have the chance, do visit us in Shenzhen. I will ensure you are well treated," Ma Teng said graciously. "Hee. I suppose I shall have some time available when I receive news from Mr. Ma," Feng chuckled. "Indeed, we must take our leave now. It has been a pleasure conversing with you today, and I look forward to seeing you again in Shenzhen." Ma Teng shook his hand before getting into the car. "Goodbye, Feng Shun. We'll chat on QQ later tonight." Zhang Jibei waved from within the vehicle. "All right." Feng waved back as the car started and departed the parking space. Watching the sedan drive away, Feng couldn't help but smile. "Penguin Company, I shall surely secure it." Later that afternoon, while on his way home, Feng received a call from his father, Jianjun, who mentioned wanting to take Meng Xiaoyan for a stroll in the park to help her recover, suggesting that Feng could handle dinner on his own or dine with the Gu family. How can the food outside compare to what Gu Muxi's mother makes? Feng resolutely decided to dine at the Gu household. Inside the taxi, he called the landline at Gu Muxi's home. After a short while, the call connected. "Hello, Yishao." The melodious voice of Gu Muxi resonated through the phone. "Hello, dear Gu, it's me." "Surprised?" "Stinky Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't delay this Lord's television time." "Hey, Gu Muxi, how can you be like this? I warn you not to be too arrogant." "Hee, Stinky Feng. You're so annoying. Just get to the point." "All right, Gu Muxi, I'm coming over for dinner today. Could you cook me an extra bowl of rice?" "Hmph. I knew it. Your parents are away, so you're definitely coming to eat. My mom has already started cooking your meal. She even added extra dishes." Annie is so good to me." "Stinky Feng, your laugh is too smug. I can picture your face just by hearing it." "Gu Muxi, don't be infatuated with me. I'm merely a legend. If you must be infatuated, then I can only reluctantly offer you my sturdy shoulder to lean on." "Gu Muxi, Stinky Feng. Here, essay word for you. Scram." Beep, beep, beep. Feng listened to the busy tone on the phone, a smile creeping upon his face. Upon returning to the Gu residence, he found Li Wan and Gu Muxi in the living room, busy with vegetables. "Hello, Auntie." Feng greeted Li Wan with a warm smile. "Little Feng, you're back. You'll be having dinner here tonight. I've prepared extra dishes for you. Even bought half a kilogram of pork belly to make braised pork for you to try." Li Wan responda. "Great, thank you, Auntie." "Auntie, let me help you with the vegetables. You can go attend to other things while we handle this." Feng offered. "All right then. You two be sure to do a good job. I'll head to the kitchen to braise the meat," Li Wan said, wiping her hands and heading off. Gu Muxi squinted at Feng, huffing slightly. "Hey Yishao, when did you become so diligent?" "I've always been diligent, all right?" Feng grinned as he seated himself beside Gu Muxi. "I've never seen you take the initiative to help with vegetables before. Are you trying to curry favor with my mom?" Gu Muxi saw right through his intentions. Feng unabashedly admitted. "Yes, is there a problem?" "Hmph. No wonder my mom favors you so much. Yishao, you're quite cunning. Thank you for the compliment. I am most honored. Your skin is thicker than a cannonball. That makes it quite safe. I won to be ambushed." Gu Muxi huffed indignantly, unwilling to engage further. Feng chuckled and continued assisting with the vegetables. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be a green caterpillar wriggling beneath the leaves, its tiny body moving repulsively. Feng's mind sparked with mischief. If he were to toss the caterpillar onto Gu Muxi, would she jump in fright and cling to him? With that thought, Feng stealthily concealed the caterpillar in his hand. "Gu Muxi, Feng fixed his gaze upon her exquisite face, putting on an expression as if he had discovered something peculiar on her visage. Gu Muxi shot him a glare. "Stinky Feng, what are you up to?" Just trying to do something serious. What? What's wrong with my face? Muxi touched her cheek, finding nothing unusual. It seems you have a black dot on your face. I'm not sure what it is. Don't move. Let me help you wipe it off. Feng extended his right hand, leaning closer towards her cheek. In that moment, their faces were merely a fist distance apart, both feeling the warmth of each other's breath. Muxi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, yet she remained still. Feng brushed his finger against her skin, feeling its smoothness akin to that of tender tofu. Muxi's skin is truly remarkable. I wonder how she maintains it. Could it be natural beauty? He pondered before withdrawing. All right, it's gone. Must have been a speck of dirt. Muxi turned her head, somewhat flustered. Oh, thanks. Feng grinned. No need to mention it. He glanced at the caterpillar that he had just placed on Muxi. Oh no, Muxi, you have a caterpillar on you. How disgusting. Quick look. Feng feigned shock, rising and opening his arms, anticipating Muxi to leap into his embrace. Muxi looked down, only to burst into laughter. Wow, what an adorable caterpillar. Stinky Feng, do you think if I cut off its head it will still move? Feng, Chapter 116. Young boys must also protect themselves when out and about. Muxi pinched the little caterpillar with her fingers, swaying it in the air. Stinky Feng, look, its body still wriggles in the air. Isn't it adorable? Don't you think it's cute? Feng forced a smile, clearing his throat. I don't see what is so cute about it. Look how slender its body is, and it moves too. It just lacks hair. Given its length, it probably enjoys burrowing into holes. Are you kidding? Caterpillars can't burrow. Who says they can't? They probably prefer damp and warm burrows. Nonsense. Muxi dismissed his claims, placing the caterpillar on the table, watching it crawl. At that moment, she resembled a child discovering a new toy, gazing intently as it crawled. It's really so cute. Why not let it go? Feng suggested. Of course, such cuteness deserves experimentation. Does it navigate using its head? If I sever its head, can it still crawl? Muxi inquired, her curiosity piqued. How would I know? I've never tried. Feng shuruk. Muxi, you truly are no ordinary girl. So incredibly bold. I shall give it a try. As soon as the words left her lips, the flash of a fruit knife glimmered. The caterpillar's head plopped to the ground. A decisive stroke. The caterpillar lay motionless on the table. Muxi sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. So, it turns out that cutting off its head means it can't survive. Isn't that obvious? What creature can live after losing its head? Feng felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retracting his neck. Muxi emotionlessly disposed of the remains, then examined the fruit knife closely. This knife is a bit dull. I need to sharpen it. What do you think? Feng caught the glint in Muxi's eyes, swallowing hard. You're right. Ha! Look at how scared you are. You're hilarious. Muxi suddenly burst into laughter, her voice laced with mockery. Feng, I'll go wash the knife. You can continue with the vegetables. Muxi patted his shoulder, satisfied, and stood up to leave. Feng rubbed his nose, utterly exasperated by her antics. To prevent her from wreaking havoc in the future, it seems he must take it upon himself to keep her in check. As night fell, Feng dined at the residence, and alongside Muxi, tidied up the dishes and cleaned the place. After finishing their tasks, the two returned to their rooms, as usual. Muxi was engrossed in a novel, while Feng leaned against her headboard, casually flipping through a fashion magazine she had brought home. Muxi, you still read this sort of stuff? Feng flipped to a page featuring a strikingly provocative camisole dress. Muxi's cheeks flushed. She set down her novel, climbed onto the bed, and snatched the magazine from Feng's hands. What is wrong with me pursuing fashion? She asked, as if it were a matter of course. Of course. I allow it, but I believe you would look far more fitting in a JK uniform. Feng chuckled, his mind already conjuring countless images of Mu she adorned in such attire. The vision was simply breathtaking. Muxi, taller than most Southern girls, had benefited from a nourishing childhood, her skin fair and tender, seemingly capable of yielding moisture with the slightest pinch, coupled with her exquisitely charming oval face. As if crafted by divine hands, she was a paragon of beauty that could stir one's heart with just a glance. It was precisely due to her remarkable appearance that she was indisputably regarded as the foremost belle at Taoyuan No. 1 High School, with admirers circling the playground numerous times in secret adoration. How could such a stunning, youthful beauty not don a JK uniform? JK? What is JK? Inquired. Her face a picture of confusion. Is a type of attire. You may not comprehend it now, but you will in due course. Feng replied, licking his lips. Ugh, why do I sense a hint of lewdness in you? Muxi shot him a disdainful glance. Feng's earlier gaze had made her want to give him a playful knock on the head. She thought that, yet felt an inexplicable sense of pride within. Absolutely not. My gaze towards you has always been one of admiration. Do you not understand? It's akin to the way one beholds art at an exhibition. Feng insisted, vehemently denying any untoward intentions. Hmph, you are merely quibbling. Muxi retorted with a haughty snort. Noticing the novel she had been reading was penned by the esteemed Jean Lao Yi, Feng remarked, Muxi, you are quite enamored with martial arts novels. Are you not? Indeed, I find romantic novels utterly unappealing. Ancient stories are all about excessive declarations of love or heart-wrenching anguish. They are far too melodramatic. I prefer the thrill of martial arts narratives. Roaming the world with a sword, how exhilarating. Standing up for justice with a swift draw of one's blade. Jean Lao Yi's martial arts tales are exquisitely written. Perhaps I might glean a few techniques to defend myself against wrongdoers in the future, Muxi declared, striking a pose as if drawing a sword, her demeanor exuding confidence. I dare say the wrongdoers would fear you. I reckon most would not dare approach you. Feng wished it. Muxi patted him on the shoulder, saying, do not envy me, young man. Should you wish to learn, I could teach you. Her eyes narrowed, plotting some mischievous scheme in her mind. Me? What does a grown man like me need to learn for? Feng shot her a sidelong glance. Muxi replied earnestly, how could you not need it? Consider this. You are of delicate complexion. What if you encounter a few unruly girls on the street? Boys must learn to protect themselves, even when venturing out. Fear not. I shall teach you a few techniques of self-defense. Guaranteed to ensure your triumph should you face such miscreants. Feng. In truth, if he were to encounter unruly girls, he could simply lie down and surrender. After all, sacrificing his own charm for the sake of survival seemed a fair trade. Bang! Muxi raised her hand and playfully knocked him on the head. Feng, I grant you an opportunity to rephrase your words. Feng cradled his head, grimacing in pain as he drew in a sharp breath. I shall resist to the very end, preserving my innocence, resolutely refusing to yield. At last, Muxi bore a satisfied smile, patting his shoulder. Now that sounds like a man. Rest assured, I will teach you a few useful techniques, and it will be free of charge. Feng eyed her warily, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Chapter 117 Muxi. Elbow, come inside with me. Muxi, I've given it some thought, and perhaps I should decline. Decline? How could you possibly decline? Can a man utter such words? Shou, do not act like a coward. My limbs may not withstand such extravagance. Are you feeling weak? Shall I fetch you some goji berries? You are the one feeling weak. Feng retorted, just wait. I need to use the restroom. In a flash, Feng darted from the bed, yanking open the door, only to be halted by a hand gripping the back of his collar. Do not even think about escaping. Elbow, come inside with me. Muxi tugged on Feng's collar, dragging him back into the room. Feng. He had not anticipated that his attempt to flee would be thwarted. Returning to the bed, Muxi began to stretch her neck. What do you intend to do? If you continue like this, I shall scream. Feng varnit. I advise you to refrain from insulting my will. If you must insult, let it be my body. Feng clutched his clothing, adopting a tragic expression. Muxi rolled her eyes and said, I have no interest in your body whatsoever. My intention is to teach you self-defense techniques. Do you understand? Must you teach me? Feng asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Muxi, unwavering, replied. Absolutely not. Very well, but I must preemptively state that I shall not attempt any high-difficulty maneuvers, Feng said, shaking his head with a resigned smile. He realized that to advance beyond this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce to her demands. Rest assured, there will be no high-difficulty maneuvers involved. Muxi assured him, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. Yet as Feng beheld her smile, he sensed that this young lady was certainly up to no good. Stand up. We shall practice on the bed since there is insufficient space below, Muxi instructed, pulling Feng to his feet. I will first teach you a straightforward technique. If someone seizes your collar, you must swiftly extricate yourself and subdue them. I shall demonstrate. Grasp my clothing. Muxi placed his hand on the collar of her shirt above her chest. Feng's face flushed crimson. He found the collar of Muxi's shirt somewhat loose, and the thought of pulling it made him feel a twinge of discomfort. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Feng protested, though inwardly, he felt a growing anticipation. What is inappropriate about it? If I instruct you, then do it, Muxi admonished him with a glare. All right, I shall pull, Feng declared. With his right hand, he grasped her clothing and tugged at her collar. Oh my, as you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Feng stole agulance, momentarily intrangit. But in the next instant, Muxi pressed down on his hand, executing a swift reversal, tripping him and pinning him beneath her. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. However, Feng was entirely oblivious to her movements. He felt as though he had soared into the air, only to crash down moments later, now firmly held beneath her. Yet, it was quite worth it. Hee. How was that? Yishao, have you learned? Muxi beamed, triumphantly pinning him down. Hee. Feng chuckled foolishly, entirely lost in his reverie. What are you grinning about? Muxi peered down, momentarily taken aback. My heavens! Yishao, why are you bleeding from your nose? Muxi instantly feared she had exerted too much force, causing his nose to bleed, and panicked as she quickly released him. It was only then that Feng felt a warmth emanating from his nose and touched it. Wow, am I really this pathetic? Just from that, if this continues, I might as well perish. Are you all right? Muxi helped him sit up, hastily offering him a couple of tissues. Feng dabbed at his nose, revealing a bright red smear. Cough, no worries, perhaps the heat has just gotten to me, causing a bit of irritation. Feng stammered, his face tinged with embarrassment. Really? Muxi questioned, her brow furrowing in doubt. Really? Feng affirmed, no ding earnestly. Muxi sat on the bed, exclaiming with resignation, all right, go prepare a bag of herbal tea to cool off, and we shall practice again tomorrow. Stinky Feng, considering your nosebleed, I shall let you off the hook today. But mark my words, I will rigorously train you another day. Wait, we agreed that you would teach me a few moves today. How can we abandon our practice over such a trivial matter? Quitting halfway is not in my Feng's character, Feng declared, wiping away the blood from his nose. His expression earnest. When did you become so enlightened, young master Muxi asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Feng situd? Tal. His chest puffed out, exuding an air of righteous vigor as he proclaimed, our generation requires such enlightenment. Otherwise, how shall we uphold the integrity of our nation in the future? In truth, he mused, without another attempt, how could he truly comprehend the depths of the abyss? Muxi also rose, casting him a peculiar glance. Are we truly continuing? Absolutely. Feng nodded without hesitation. A smirk of satisfaction danced on Muxi's lips. Stinky Feng, since you are seeking punishment, do not blame me for what follows. She laughed. Let's try once more. You continue to grasp my collar. This time, I shall move slowly, so you must observe closely. Instructed. Feng chuckled. I will certainly focus intently. All right, be prepared. Muxi said with seriousness. Then, she placed Feng's hands back on her collar, a mischievous gleam flickering in her eyes. Stinky Feng, watch me train you well. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Muxi threw Feng onto the bed, pressing him down as he yelped in protest. Again, Feng could eat. Muxi, could you be gentler? In the living room, Liwan brought out a basket of apples and placed it on the coffee table. What on earth are those two children doing in there? Why did they retreat to the room right after dinner? She wondered, glancing curiously at Muxi's door. Probably playing video games. I'll let them be. Youth has their own ideas. As we grow older, we cannot concern ourselves with everything, Gu Xingzhong replied, shaking his head with a smile as he resumed reading the newspaper. Liwan began peeling an apple, smiling as she remarked, to be honest, it's rather nice that she and Xiao Feng get along. It saves us a lot of worry. Having grown up together, their personalities complement each other, almost like a match made in heaven. Ha. Gu Xingzhong set down the newspaper, shaking his head. Just the other day, I asked Shishi if she was dating Xiao Feng, and she firmly stated she was not. I believe we have misunderstood their relationship. So that's what happened last time, Liwan responded, slightly taken aback. Well, they are indeed dating. The last incident with the bedsheet was merely because Xiao Feng stained it, and Shishi asked him to wash it. Gu Xingzhong chuckled helplessly. I see. How unfortunate, Liwan said, realizing the misunderstanding, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Gu Xingzhong sipped his tea and remarked, these kids have grown up together. Perhaps they are just too familiar with one another to develop any romantic feelings. After all, relationships often blossom from that first spark of attraction. If they were meant to feel that spark, it would have happened by now. A trendy term for it is not having chemistry. Liwan smiled wryly. You have a point. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. It's all about fate. As they conversed, a sudden loud crash echoed from Muxi's room, followed by a cacophony of noise. Liwan's expression morphed into one of surprise. What mischief are they up to in there? Are they trying to tear the place apart? I will take a look. Chapter 118. Muxi, are you attempting to murder your husband? Liwan rose and walked to Muxi's room, and as she approached, she heard strange sounds emanating from within. Bang! Clap! Ouch! Muxi, be gentler. You must exert this kind of force. This is practice, not a real fight. Liwan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth are these two children doing? She swiftly opened the door, only to find Muxi pinning Feng down, his hands bound behind him, resembling a horse-riding position. Mom! Muxi exclaimed. instantly caught off guard at seeing her mother in the doorway. Li Wan's eyes widened. She, why are you bullying Feng again? Quickly get off him. What kind of behavior is this for a girl? Muxi hastily stood up, eager to explain. Mom, let me explain. I'm teaching young master some self-defense moves. We're just practicing. Li Wan turned to Feng and asked, is that so, Feng? Feng winced in pain, grinning through gritted teeth as he nodded. Yes, Annie, we're just practicing. Seeing his discomfort, Li Wan turned back to Muxi, urging, make sure to teach him well, but be gentle. Look at how much pain he is in. Muxi replied, all right, Mom, I understand. You go rest now. I will finish teaching him shortly. With a dismissive wave, Muxi brushed her mother off. Li Wan stepped out, closing the door behind her as she returned to the living room. So, my dear, what are they up to in there? Gu Xingzhong inquired curiously. She is teaching Feng judo, but it seems Feng is suffering quite a bit. Li Wan chuckled, shaking her head. Gu Xingzhong joined in her laughter. When we sent her to learn judo, it was merely to prevent her from being bullied. Now it seems to have made her quite formidable. Ever since she learned judo, no other boys have played with her aside from Feng. Sometimes I regret sending her. Li Wan smiled with resignation. The children have grown up. Regretting it now is futile. I just wonder if her future partner will be able to handle her fierce temperament. Gu Xingzhong waved his hand dismissively. They've grown up. As for relationships, let her decide for herself. It's getting late. We should wash up and get some rest. In Gu Muxi's room, Feng lay sprawled on the bed, feeling utterly drained. Not just his limbs, but every part of him felt fatigued. It felt as though every muscle and bone in his body had been dismantled. The sensation was something that only a few could truly understand. Now, Feng regretted it, thinking, what was the point of this practice? I hardly glimpsed the abyss, merely serving as a punching bag. Hey, young master, are you still with us? Gu Muxi prodded his thigh with her foot. Gu muyadanashche, I've learned it. Let us call it day. Feng replied, lying there, desperate to escape further punishment. Really, I've learned it. He insisted, utterly exhausted. If we do this a few more times, my legs will turn to jelly, and I want to be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Seeing his woeful state, Gu Muxi secretly reveled in her triumph, laughing heartily. Finally, I've had my revenge on Stinky Feng. What a relief. Learning is all that matters. I shall assess your skills another day, she declared, hands on her hips, exuding pride. Feng grimaced, preparing to turn over, when suddenly, he felt a sharp cramp in his calf. Ugh, a cramp. Feng gasped, instinctively clutching his leg. Haven't been busy with work lately, he and T exercised at all, and now, with just a bit of movement, his muscles were cramping. Seeing this, Gu Muxi's expression shifted, and she quickly knelt beside him. Relax, stretch your leg. I'll help you ease the muscle. As she spoke, she began to massage his right calf with quick, practiced motions. Having experienced cramps during her own judo training, she was well versed in alleviating them. Sure enough, under Gu Muxi's rapid ministrations, Feng's calf muscles finally began to relax. He let out a sigh of relief. That feels wonderful. Your massage technique is superb. The pressure is just right, and your touch is gentle. It feels amazing. How about it, young master? Are you feeling better? Well, it's better now, but I feel a bit sore and swollen in my shoulder and arm muscles. Will it damage my muscles? Feng had a worried expression on his face. Gu Muxi glanced at him helplessly and said, okay, I'll help you secretly. Gu Muxi started helping Feng relax his muscles. The soft little hand pressed down one by one, making Feng feel very comfortable and unconsciously sleepy. Gu Muxi's face turned black when he heard Feng's slight snoring. Okay, I'll help you press it. Did you feel so comfortable that you fell asleep? Watch me play with pearls and dragons. Gu Muxi copied his hands and pinched the soft flesh around his waist. Feng instantly woke up. Gu Muxi, what are you doing? Murdering your own husband? Husband, you big-headed ghost. Want to sleep? Go back to your room and sleep. Gu Muxi gave him a glare. Okay, then I'll go back to sleep. Feng got up from the bed and put on his shoes. Sooner or later, your bed will occupy half of my space. Feng grumbled and opened the door to leave. Good night, Gu Muxi. Good night, Yishao. Gu Muxi responded with a voice. The door closed, leaving Gu Muxi alone in the room. Stinky Maple, do you still want to occupy my bed? Well, thought of. Gu Muxi lay down and turned his head to see the pink pig leaning against the bed. He grabbed the pig's head and carried it over, hugging it. Pink pig, why do you look a bit like Stinky Maple? The same pig head and brain. But fortunately, you're not him. Look how kind I am to you usually. I'll wash your fur and spray you with fragrance. Gu Muxi muttered to himself, rubbing his hands against the face of the pink pig. Oh no, I forgot to take my bike to fix the chain this weekend. Gu Muxi suddenly sat up and remembered that he had to go to work tomorrow. But the bike chain was broken and he forgot to take it for repair. Never mind. Please ask Yishaozai for a ride tomorrow. She lay down again, punched the pink pig, and flew it out, landing it back at the head of the bed. Chapter 119. Sorry, I have already arranged a boyfriend. The next morning, Feng hasn't woken up yet, but he has already been awakened by the Muxi brand alarm clock. Dong 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 dong. Shall wake up. Feng subconsciously opened his eyes, and sunlight shone through the window, slanting into the room. He got up from the bed, walked to the window, and saw Muxi tying her hair across from him. Today she was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. Although the style was old, it had a unique charm on her, especially the tight jeans that outlined her perfect body shape, which was very eye-catching. Feng quickly took a sip of his saliva. Good morning, Muxi. Why are you calling me up when you're not going to work? Feng was still a little tired and yawned. Shall. My bike is broken and I forgot to take it for repair yesterday. Can you give me a ride to the office? I'm not far from your store either. Muxi requested. As long as you speak up, I'm happy, but you can't let me work for nothing, can you? Feng took advantage of the situation to gain an advantage. Muxi gave him a disdainful glance. This stinky maple actually wants to negotiate conditions. Tell me, what do you want? Isn't a meal of pig offal powder excessive? Okay, just one breakfast. I'll treat you to it. Okay, see you later. Feng freshened up and then waited for Muxi at the door. I'm coming. Muxi carried a small shoulder bag and bounced out. Obviously in a good mood today. Please, Mr. Gu. Feng chakdith. Zia Fengzi, lead the way ahead. Muxi raised his chin. The two of them went downstairs together, and Feng rode the bicycle she had given her to take Muxi to the architectural design company. On the road, during peak commuting hours, groups of bicycles surged towards the other end of the road like a tide. In this era, most people ride bicycles or choose to take buses to work, and there are not many cars on the road. The lanes do not appear crowded, but the auxiliary lanes are overcrowded due to too many bicycles. There are too many people today. Gu Xiaozhu, please hold me tightly. If you fall, it won't be bad for me. Feng smiled and said. Muxi sat sideways in the back seat, holding onto Feng's waist with his right hand and tightening it a bit. Hmph. If I fall, you won't be able to stay in the car. Muxi said arrogantly. Feng glanced at the small car whizzing past on the road and envied. Sooner or later, I'll have to buy a small car too. Buy it? Shao, are you crazy? How much does it cost to buy a sedan? Let's talk about it after you graduate from college. Muxi doesn't quite believe it. Feng smiled and said, a regular small car is not worth much. I have already registered for a driver's license exam. Once I get my driver's license, I will go buy a car. He already knows how to drive, so getting a driver's license is very easy for him, and he can get it done within a month. Okay. Can you bring me along when you buy the car so that I can also see the world? Muxi chuckled and still didn't quite believe that Feng had the money to buy a car. In her understanding, cars are things that only the wealthy can afford, and having a motorcycle for ordinary people is not bad. After riding for almost an hour, Feng finally rode to the Tianna Square commercial district and took Muxi downstairs to the company building. The two decided to find a nearby noodle shop and have a bowl of pig offal powder to fill their stomachs. Feng first went to find a place to temporarily park his bike, while Muxi waited for him in place. Suddenly, a young man in a suit walked towards her. Good morning, Muxi. You're here so early today. The young man in the suit greeted with a smile. His pair of phoenix eyes scrutinizing Muxi up and down, their eyes filled with a fiery gaze. Good morning, Senior Ding. Muxi replied indifferently. She was a little impatient with the senior in the company in front of her. Since the first day of work, she deliberately made various excuses to chat up, which was really annoying. Dingbo chuckled and said, today is another work day. It's great to see Muxi again. The first time he saw such a beautiful girl, he was shocked at first sight and secretly vowed to chase her down. He stroked his back and head, showing a confident smile, and asked Muxi, I know there's a new Western restaurant nearby. Can I take you to try it this afternoon? Muxi squeezed out a polite smile and said, sorry, Senior Ding. I have already arranged to go home with my boyfriend. What? Boyfriend? You have a boyfriend? Dingbo. Chapter 120. The eye dialogue between Muxi and Feng. Muxi's words seemed like a sharp arrow piercing Dingbo's heart. Wow. His heart was broken all over the place. The goddess actually has a boyfriend. Oh my god, why are you teasing me like this? Since she has a boyfriend, why did she arrange to appear in my world again? Dingbo held onto the position of his heart. Pain. It's really too painful. Do you really have a boyfriend? Dingbo confirmed again, wanting to cry, but unable to. Muxi nodded solemnly. Yes, Senior Dingbo. Upon hearing this, Dingbo suddenly thought of something. It seems like she has never seen her boyfriend come to the company to pick her up. Is it normal to have such a beautiful girlfriend and not watch and pick her up every day? No. Is it possible that Muxi deliberately made up excuses to reject me? Very likely. Dingbo suddenly realized this and thought it through. He squinted his eyes and stared at Muxi, asking, Oh, however, it seems that I have never seen your boyfriend come to pick you up. Gu Muxi was momentarily at a loss for a suitable excuse, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Once you utter the first lie, you are compelled to weave a multitude of others to support it. The most perilous deceptions are those concocted on the spot. Gu Muxi had hastily settled on an excuse, never anticipating he would persist in his inquiries. Gritting her teeth, she thought to herself that if this dingbo were not the boss's nephew, and a brilliant student at that, an individual of considerable standing within the company, she would have long since dealt him a swift throw. However, this internship had been secured through her mother's arduous efforts, and if she were to offend Dingbo and lose her position, all her mother's toil would be in vain. Therefore, Gu Muxi had no choice but to endure. Acting impulsively might bring her mother embarrassment in front of her peers. She was indifferent to how others perceived her, but the thought of her family suffering due to her actions was intolerable. Ahem, my boyfriend is usually quite busy, so he doesn't have the time to come pick me up, Gu Muxi replied dismissively. Yet, Dingbo had caught the hesitation and contemplative expression on her face, which only served to reinforce his belief that she was fabricating excuses. Oh, if your boyfriend doesn't have time to pick you up from work, does he not have time to take you to work? Ginkbo questioned skeptically. Gu Muxi was taken aback, just as she struggled to devise another explanation. She suddenly spotted Feng arriving on his bicycle from a distance. Ah, well, who says he doesn't? My boyfriend is actually the one who drove me to work today. Look, he's right over there, Gu Muxi exclaimed, turning to point at the approaching Feng. Dingbo followed her gaze and saw Feng. What? Him? Dingbo found it hard to believe, for although Feng had a refined appearance, he was neither tall nor robust, and certainly not as handsome as Dingbo himself. Clad in an exceedingly ordinary shirt and trousers, Feng lacked any distinguishing features. At first glance, it was evident that this young man was not affluent. How could someone as beautiful as Gu Muxi be with such an unremarkable boy? No, I refuse to believe it. I absolutely do not believe it. Dingbo regarded their relationship as implausible, convinced that he surpassed this young man in every conceivable aspect. Yes, that's him. He is indeed my boyfriend, Gu Muxi declared with utmost seriousness. Feng, I parked the bike. You owe me a meal of pig awful noodles now, Feng called out as he approached, only to realize the presence of an unfamiliar man. Gu Muxi. Who is this? Feng inquired, perplexed as he scrutinized Dingbo from head to toe. Dingbo, in turn, was assessing him, his gaze tinged with subtle animosity. Hello, I am Dingbo, Gu Muxi's colleague. So, you must be your boyfriend? Dingbo said with a feigned smile, extending his hand. Boyfriend? Feng was taken aback. Gu Muxi quickly linked her arm through his, interrupting his next words with a nervous chuckle. Yes, darling. Aren't we supposed to go home and cook dinner together this afternoon? As she spoke, she shot Feng a series of frantic glances. Feng, not being dull, instantly grasped the situation. Wow, so I'm being used as a shield. But it feels rather nice, huh? When he heard Gu Muxi call him darling, his heart soared with joy. Ah, yes, darling, I'll cook for you tonight and make something delicious. Feng suddenly wrapped an arm around her slender waist. The unexpected gesture caused Gu Muxi's cheeks to flush crimson like an apple. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. How infuriating! That scoundrel Feng is taking advantage of me. How outrageous! His hands seemed to carry a myriad of tiny electric currents, sending tingles through her waist, as if countless ants were crawling over her. Gu Muxi turned her head, casting a discreet glare at him. Yet, Feng pretended not to notice, secretly chuckling to himself. He remained thoroughly engaged, fixing his gaze on Dingbo, saying, So you're Gu Muxi's colleague, huh? Nice to meet you. I hope my girlfriend hasn't caused any trouble at the office? Dingbo's heart was pounding as he witnessed the man's hand gripping Gu Muxi's waist. His mind was reeling. My God, he is actually holding Gu Muxi's waist. Heaven help me. The fragile heart he had just mended shattered once more. The pain was excruciating. Though his heart ached as if it were being cleaved by a knife, he outwardly maintained composure. No, Gu Muxi has always performed admirably. That's great. Darling, it seems you're quite devoted. I'll make sure to reward you tonight. Feng winked at Gu Muxi, his words laden with double entendre. To Dingbo's ears, it struck like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. A reward tonight? A vivid image flashed through his mind. Oh, and no, I cannot accept this. How can my goddess be with such an ordinary boy? No, I will not give up. Gu Muxi, blushing and appearing coy, discreetly pinched Feng's waist. Feng. Hiss. Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Gu Muxi, are you out of your mind? I'm helping you. Gu Muxi's eyes conveyed. Couldn't you tone down your flirtation a bit? Feng's eyes replied. If I don't say it, will he back off? Gu Muxi's eyes insisted. Just act normal. The two exchanged fervent glances, their eyes communicating wildly. Yet Dingbo, observing from the side, mistook their interaction for a romantic exchange, publicly displaying their affection. The sweetness in their eyes felt like daggers piercing his heart. No, I will not give up. Since Gu Muxi's boyfriend is so ordinary, it implies that I still have chance. After all, I am far superior to this brat. Ahem, Gu Muxi, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Allow me to treat you both to a meal at the tea house nearby. Dingbo endeavored to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor, hoping to impress Gu Muxi and highlight the disparity between her and Feng. The tea house? Is that really appropriate? That place is quite expensive. Breakfast seems to cost dozens of yuan. No need for you to spend, Senior Ding, Gu Muxi declined politely. Oh, it's not a burden for me at all. Anyway, it's still early before work. I often eat breakfast at the tea house. If I'm not at home, I usually go there. It's more lively with more people. So let us go. Dingbo adjusted his attire, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. His words inadvertently revealed his comfortable living conditions, insinuating that he frequented the tea house for breakfast, an expense most families could hardly afford. This was a subtle display of pretentiousness. Gu Muxi, realizing how hard he was trying to invite them, was at a loss for how to refuse. If she turned him down too bluntly, she might face repercussions at the office, potentially even losing her job. What to do? Suddenly, Feng took her hand, smiling brightly. Since Mr. Ding is so gracious, it would be rude not to accept. Haha. Darling, let us go together. Gu Muxi was taken aback, staring at Feng in shock, unsure why he had suddenly agreed. Haha, great. Let us go together. Dingbo adjusted his suit, leading the way to the tea house. Gu Muxi and Feng follow behind. You idiot. Why did you agree? I don't want to eat with him. Gu Muxi whispered. Feng chuckled mischievously. Oh, my dear simpleton, it's obviously to enjoy a complimentary breakfast. Feng, you truly are insufferably shameless. Chapter 121. Of course, one must go all out when performing a charade. Fear not, Gu Muxi. With me around, what is there to be afraid of? Feng said with a grin. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. I'm not afraid of him. I merely find him exceedingly bothersome and would rather not lay eyes on him. She certainly did not fear Dingbo. She simply wished to avoid offending him unnecessarily. As long as his antics were not excessively outrageous, she could endure them. If it became intolerable, she would simply give him a throw and storm out. Well, adhering to the spirit of taking advantage of free opportunities, why concern ourselves with the details? Let us eat and drink to our heart's content, and then be on our way, Feng said with a mischievous grin. Gu Muxi pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, that is quintessentially you. Suddenly, she shot a glare at Feng, and next time, without my permission. You're not to wrap your arms around my waist. Feng, feign insidiousness, replied Gu Muxi. You must understand that when you're using me as a human shield, one must fully commit to the act. Without such, how could he possibly believe it? It would be all too easy for him to see through it. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she indignantly retorted. Hmph, regardless, it's simply not allowed. She recalled Feng's mischievous hands, still feeling a tingling sensation around her waist. All right, but we must be pragmatic when the time comes, Feng chuckled. If I'm to be your shield, I must receive some form of compensation. Actors have their appearance fees, after all. As a dignified leading man, shouldn't I receive some benefits? The duo followed Dingbo to a nearby breakfast tea house adjacent to the company, situated in the upscale Tina business district. The establishment was elegant, frequented by elite professionals and business owners from nearby enterprises. Once seated, a waitress promptly presented the menus. What tea would the three of you like? Our selection is quite extensive. Here is the list for your perusal, she said, offering each of them a menu. Dingbo, adjusting his hair, boisterously declared. Order whatever you wish to eat and drink. This breakfast is on me. He was intent on impressing Gu Muxi, hoping she would see him in a new light. Perhaps, in comparison, she would recognize that there were indeed men superior to her boyfriend. Dingbo's excitement grew with each thought. If he wielded his charm skillfully, there would be no wall he could not breach. Truly order whatever you like? Feng asked with a playful grin. Yes, feel free to choose whatever you desire. Dingbo replied with a grand wave of his hand. Feng promptly marked his selection on the menu. Waitress, I would like a pot of Chunshan Xiaozhong. He boldly ordered the most expensive tea at 288 per pot. What? Cough, cough. Dingbo nearly choked on his saliva upon hearing the price. Are you serious? I merely suggested you order freely out of politeness, yet you're being utterly unreserved. Seeing Dingbo's countenance darken, Feng feigned surprise. Oh dear. Is this tea perhaps too expensive? He then exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Muxi. Understanding his cue, Gu Muxi feigned persuasion. Darling, perhaps we shouldn't order something so extravagant. It It would be quite a burden for Senior Ding. Ding Bo, unwilling to lose face in front of his goddess, forced a smile and replied, "No burden at all. It's merely a pot of tea, over 200 cent tea too extravagant." Ah, indeed, Mr. Ding is quite affluent. Just by observing his demeanor and attire, one can tell he is a man of means. Yi Feng exclaimed, feignin admiration, flattered by the compliment. Ding Bo felt a surge of pride, attempting to downplay his wealth. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I often enjoy Chunshan Xiaozhong. It's quite a delightful tea." His words implied he frequently indulged in such expensive tea, but in truth, he usually only dared to order the $10 variety. No matter how wealthy, he could not afford such extravagance daily. Is that so? Then I shall have a pot as well. "Waitress, please bring me a pot of Chunshan Xiaozhong. Thank you." Muxi raised her hand. Ginkbo. Phew. Cough. He had just taken a sip of plain water and nearly spat it out. "No way. For breakfast, is this really necessary?" To his dismay, Muxi continued, "If Senior Ding enjoys it as well, then he should have a pot too." Ding Bo felt a pang of anguish in his heart, his face growing increasingly grim. Muxi blinked her large eyes at him and asked, "Senior Ding, you like a pot as well, wouldn't you?" "Oh dear, ordering 3 pots might be a bit much for you, wouldn't it?" The cost of those 3 pots of tea could easily amount to a month's salary for an ordinary person. Ding Bo wiped the water stains off his clothes, forcing a strained smile. No burden at all. It's just 3 pots of tea. It's not much at all." Feng continued to flatter him. "Ah, Mr. Ding is truly generous. Look at this. This is what we call having a grand vision. Mr. Ding is indeed a man of great stature. This mere tea is but a trifle for him. Right, Mr. Ding? It is my honor to encounter such a magnanimous benefactor." Feng nearly let slip his true feelings, but fortunately caught himself in time. "Ah, you're too kind. Please continue ordering. I shall step away for a moment." Ding Bo managed a strained smile, feeling as if he had swallowed something distasteful. "Go ahead, we'll order at our leisure," Feng said, grinning. After a while, once Ding Bo had wandered off, Feng chuckled and raised his right hand toward Muxi. She intuitively returned the gesture with a high five. "Oh yeah, you and I make a perfect team. Well done." Chapter 122. Feng, the Artful Deceiver. Muxi, have you ever tasted tea worth 288 yuan? No. Have you ever eaten sea cucumber? Oh, no. How about abalone? Still no. Congratulations. Today you shall have the opportunity to try them all. Xiao, what are you planning? Placing the order, what do you think? Feng scanned the menu, choosing only the most expensive dishes without regard for anything else. Items like red sauce, sea cucumber, abalone stewed with pig's trotters, and clay pot Buddha jumps over the wall were all selected. Feng was on a roll, checking off the pricey items. This high-end tea house in the city center certainly had a few qualities to match its upscale reputation, particularly in its pricing, which was quite lavish. After selecting nearly all the expensive options, he turned to Muxi. "What have you chosen?" "Rice rolls and chicken feet. Both are my favorites." Muxi replied with a smile. Don't select those. Add a portion of sea cucumber as well." Feng interjected, stopping her hand. "Huh? Didn't you already choose?" Muxi asked, puzzled. "Oh, my dear simpleton, we can take leftovers home. This way, we'll have lunch sorted for the day," Feng said with utmost seriousness. "Leftovers? You're joking." Muxi stared at him in disbelief. "Yi Shao, you truly have reached a level of shamelessness beyond compare. I am in awe. However, well done. I like it, haha." Feng chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment. Dear Gu, now, don't just stand there. Let us order before others return." "Okay, no problem." Muxi gave an okay gesture and entered into full-on ordering mode. Once they finished ordering, they handed the list to the waitress. Feng said, "Please serve according to what is written here." "Excuse me, sir. Are you 3 truly capable of consuming such a copious amount?" The waitress inquired, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the densely packed order. "Rest assured, should we find ourselves unable to finish, we shall take it to go. There will be no wastage," Feng replied with a smile. "Very well. I shall place the order now. Please bear with me for a moment," the waitress said before turning to depart. Feng poured himself a glass of cool water and remarked, "Muxi, I can guarantee that after this, he will never dare to invite you out for a meal again." In the restroom, Ding Bo splashed water on his face, inhaled deeply, and quietly admonished himself in the mirror. Stay calm, stay calm. This is the moment to showcase your prowess. It's merely 3 pots of 288 tea. I can certainly afford that. I must not disgrace myself in front of Muxi. Exhibit your gallant side, and let her see the disparity between men. You could do this, Ding Bo. Clenching his fist, Ding Bo bolstered his spirits. However, upon turning around, he found 3 men staring at him with peculiar expressions, as if he were a fool. Please continue," Ding Bo awkwardly chuckled while wiping his face. After he left the restroom, the three men exchanged bewildered glances. One idiot. Is he unwell? Returning to his seat, Dingbo saw Feng and Gumu she already sipping on the 288 Chunshan Xiaozhong tea. Huh. Have you both ordered breakfast yet? I've discovered that the char siu buns at this dim sum house are quite exceptional. I highly recommend them. Dingbo forced a smile, knowing he suggested the buns not for their taste, but for their affordability, hoping to prevent them from ordering excessively. Char siu buns, you say? Waiter, please add an order of char siu buns for this table. Feng called out, raising his hand. Certainly, sir, please hold on, the waitress responded promptly. Feng then turned to Dingbo. Hey, Mr. Ding, you haven't tea ordered yet. We've placed our orders. Now it's your turn. I didn't eat much this morning, so just a set meal one will suffice, Dingbo replied. The waitress looked at him in confusion. They've ordered so much already. And you want to order more? Well, as long as you're willing to pay, order as much as you like. Very well. The waitress promptly went to add his order. Dingbo took a sip of tea, feeling as though he had just consumed $10 in one gulp. This tea seems rather unremarkable. Why does it evoke a sense of heartache? He glanced at the alluring Gumu Shi and inquired, Gumu Shi, how did you two become acquainted? What is it about your boyfriend that captivates you? He aimed to extract Gumu Shi's preferences and discern Feng's characteristics, hoping to outshine Feng and win her heart. Dingbo felt a surge of excitement at his cleverness, knowing both friend and foe leads to triumph. Oh, Gumu Shi hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng swiftly interjected, that is a long story. He suddenly grasped Gumu Shi's hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Gumu Shi was taken aback by his boldness. Stinky Feng, what are you doing? It was a dark and stormy night when we found ourselves aboard a cruise ship headed to the other side of the ocean, Feng declared earnestly. Dinkbo? The other side of the ocean? A cruise ship? What on earth is this nonsense? Dingbo thought, bewildered by Feng's absurd tale. Then she jumped overboard, and I jumped in after her. Even in death, we must remain together. Feng continued, his throat parched, taking a sip of tea. Later, we were rescued by kind-hearted souls, and thus we came together. We vowed never to part for the rest of our lives. Isn't that right, my dear? Feng gazed at her with profound emotion. Gumushia, yes. She felt a bit dazed and could only respond with forced enthusiasm. Stinky Feng, you really have a knack for spinning tales. Dingbo thought, skepticism etched on his face. After hearing the story, he felt a sense of familiarity, but could not place it. Regardless, it sounded utterly ridiculous. Are you trying to fool a fool? Only a fool would believe your nonsense. Sir, your experiences are so touching that they have moved me to tears. Your love is so pure, so grand, so convoluted. I am an author, and I have decided to document your story. It will surely touch the hearts of countless readers. A stout man from a neighboring table stood up excitedly, offering Feng a business card. Dinkbo. Is it possible that someone actually believes such absurdity? Let us meet again sometime. Where do you write your books, my friend? Think, je suis l'invité. At Tomato, where the readers possess the finest taste, handsome men and beautiful women. It is the paradise of authors. Those readers are quite generous, often rewarding me, encouraging me, and frequently bestowing gifts, though the gifts tend to be a bit uniform. Just blades. My home is filled with them. The stout man lamented. Feng. All right, my friend, I understand. I'll come to support you next time, but for now, I have a date. Feng simidet. Good. Remember to come find me. I'll be waiting. The stout man winked at Feng before turning to leave. Feng shuddered at the encounter. Chapter 123. Spending my money while feeding me dog food. Is there no justice in this world? Dingbo squinted at Feng and suddenly remarked, Xiaoge, forgive my bluntness, but why do I feel as though you two are not actually a couple? He sensed that while Feng was weaving tall tales, Gumu Shi wore a completely bewildered expression. With such a profound love story, how could her demeanor be so unfitting? Thus, Dingbo concluded that Gumu Shi and Feng were not romantically involved. It was possible that Gumu Shi was merely acting to deflect attention. Yes, that is quite plausible. How could that be? Mr. Ding, you must be mistaken. We are an inseparable couple. Aren't we, my dear? Feng declared, lifting her hand with utmost seriousness. Gumu Shi felt a wave of frustration. It was his nonsensical tales that had drawn suspicion, yet now, she found herself unable to withdraw, mimicking Feng's earnest gaze. Indeed, my dear, we shall be together forever. As she uttered those words, Gumu Shi's cheeks flushed and goosebumps prickled her skin. Dingbo observed their interaction. Though it was difficult to fathom, they were holding hands rather tightly. The goddess had been taken. The pain was unbearable, just as he was about to voice his doubts. The waitress approached, pushing a cart laden with dishes. Sir, madam, your ordered dishes are ready. Allow me to serve them, the waitress smiled. Thank you, Mr. Ding. Let us partake in breakfast first. After all this talk, I am quite famished, Feng stated. Yes, Dingbo nodded, glancing again at the dishes on the cart. Surely, such an abundance of food must include orders from other tables. Yet the next scene left him completely flabbergasted. The waitress moved with astonishing speed, serving dish after dish. And before long, half the cart was emptied of its contents. Wait, hold on, this isn't right. Is there a mistake? The sea cucumber and abalone shouldn't be part of my order. I only requested set meal 1. Dingbo exclaimed in a panic. The young waitress cast a puzzled glance at him and said, It was this gentleman and lady who ordered. Yes, indeed, it was I who made the request, replied Muxi, her large, watery eyes glistening with a hint of pitifulness. I have never tasted abalone or sea cucumber, so I wish to try them. Is that all right? Dingbo's heart melted at her expression. Ahem, it's nothing really. I was merely inquiring. Since you wish to eat, then please do so. It's just a trifling amount of money, he stammered. I believe a man should possess a certain level of financial stability. Yishao Ge, this is your shortcoming. As her boyfriend, how could you not treat Muxi to abalone and sea cucumber? His words immediately drew a comparison between himself and Feng. He was affluent, albeit not excessively so, and leading a somewhat superior lifestyle was entirely feasible. However, Feng was woefully poor. Such a man could hardly offer a woman any sense of security. Muxi, do get a little annoyed and give Feng a disdainful glance, won't you? Hee. Feng nodded and smiled. Indeed, that's why today I've allowed her some leeway. Order whatever you like, indulge yourself. Muxi linked her arm with Feng's and sweetly remarked, Oh, darling, you are simply wonderful. Boom! Dingbo was instantly petrified. What the hell? This meal is on my tab, all right. What does it have to do with Feng? Muxi, this is my treat. Come, Mr. Ding. Don't just stand there. Please, eat to your heart's content. No need to be polite. Feng tossed a piece of sea cucumber into his mouth, savoring its flavor. Dingbo thought, how dare you? It's my money being spent here, and I should still be polite? No, that should be my line. Frustrated, Dingbo, with a sullen expression, grabbed a char siu bun and bit into it heartily. The young waitress had just finished bringing out a cart overflowing with over 20 dishes when another male waiter approached with another cart. Excuse me, sir, may I pass? I'm here to serve your dishes. Dingbo exclaimed, What? There's more. Ah, Mr. Ding, this is also my order. I've never tasted abalone or sea cucumber before, and I fear that the previous portion would not suffice, so I ordered a few extra servings. As for the other dishes, I simply wish to try them. Is that all right? Feng said with a smile, just as Dingbo was about to explode. Muxi interrupted, Darling, how can you say that about Senior Ding? He is so generous, so open-minded, and so affluent. Would he really mind such trivialities? By saying this, aren't you belittling Senior Ding? With that, she showered Dingbo with flattery. Dingbo's expression darkened significantly as he observed Muxi's eyes filled with a hint of admiration. He forced a smile. Ah, yes, just a trifle. Merely a small amount. Not a concern at all. Yet, despite his words, his heart was bleeding. No, it was gushing. He pressed a hand against his chest. It hurts. Truly hurts. Oh dear, I spoke out of turn. Here, let me toast Mr. Ding with a cup of tea instead. Mr. Ding is so generous, so grand. His stature is beyond my comparison. Come, let me toast you. Feng said earnestly, lifting his cup. Dingbo forced a smile and raised his cup in response. Gulping it down, the bitter tea slid down his throat. The table was too small to accommodate 2 carts of dishes, so the male waiter left 1 cart beside them. Still half filled with food, Dingbo glanced over, his heart aching further. How much would this cost when the bill came? Yet, given the circumstances, he steeled himself, determined to flaunt his financial advantage. Come, Muxi, eat a bit more. You seem a tad thin, Dingbo called, sweetly complimenting her. Knowing well that every girl relishes hearing others say, she is slender, it's a form of praise. Yes, darling, look, even Mr. Ding says you're thin. Here, let me feed you a shrimp dumpling. Feng picked up a shrimp dumpling and offered it to Muxi's lips. She, understanding the gesture, opened her mouth to accept it, smiling sweetly. This is truly delicious. Thank you, darling. She blew him an air kiss. Feng, reciprocated. The two basked in their sweet affection, showering each other with love. But Dingbo, witnessing this, felt his face darken further, as though struck by 1,000 daggers to his heart. How infuriating! They were spending my money while feeding me dog food. Is there no justice left in this world? This is outrageous. Dingbo, on the verge of tears, could only channel his sorrow into his appetite, devouring the char siu bun. He spotted a single piece of abalone remaining on a plate and was about to grab it when suddenly, a pair of chopsticks swooped in with alarming speed, snatching away the last piece of abalone. Oh, Mr. Ding, do you wish to partake as well? Would you like me to give it to you? Feng asked. his expression serious. Ding Bo set down his chopsticks, covered his face, and trembled as he replied, "You go ahead." "Oh, Mr. Ding, what's wrong? Are your eyes feeling uncomfortable?" It seems some sand got in earlier." Chapter 124, Stinky Feng. Do you wish to experience the feeling of being in heaven? Oh dear. I hadn't realized the environment here was so pleasant, yet still dusty. "Mr. Ding, perhaps you should wash your eyes in the restroom?" Feng feigned concern. "Oh, no. No need. I'll be fine in a moment." Ding Bo rubbed his eyes, wiping away his bitter tears. "Oh, Mr. Ding, why are your eyes so red?" "I've been burning the midnight oil." "Then why is your face green?" "My stomach isn't well." "Ah, then why is your face red again?" "I ate something spicy." "Then you enough. Can you stop asking already?" Ding Bo finally snapped. I was merely stating that your tea is spilled." Ding Bo felt a warmth below and realized that tea had been knocked over, soaking his pants. He hurriedly pulled out a napkin to wipe it, feeling utterly defeated. What a wretched day this was. Muxi, watching from the side, struggled to suppress her laughter. "Stinky Feng, you're truly naughty. But I like it. Ha ha ha." Half an hour later, Feng and Muxi were both stuffed, slumped in their chairs, patting their round bellies. "I'm full now, waiter, the bill please." Feng called out grandly, as if he were the one treating them. The young waitress approached with the bill and asked Feng, "Sir, is it you who wishes to settle the bill?" Feng grinned and replied, "Beautiful lady, widen your eyes a bit more. Our Mr. Ding is right here. Do you really think I need to pay? Wouldn't that be a slap in Mr. Ding's face? A gentleman as dashing and distinguished as Mr. Ding, clearly a wealthy heir. How could it possibly fall to me to pay? Isn't that right? Shishi?" Muxi nodded, continuing, "Indeed. We're truly grateful to Senior Ding for treating us today." Ding Bo fished out his wallet, forcing a ghastly smile as he chuckled awkwardly. Yes. It's my treat. Please bring the bill. How much is it?" He pulled out his wallet, preparing to count the cash. "Sir, your total comes to 2,892 yuan. We'll round it down for you to just 2,890 yuan, the waitress cheerfully announced. What? 2,890 yuan? Ding Bo's hand trembled as he held the wallet. A mere brunch had cost so much. The pain was unbearable. "Indeed, sir. You have ordered a total of 5 dishes featuring sea cucumbers. However, the prices for them have risen slightly of late." The waitress presented the bill. 5 dishes? We clearly only consumed 3. Ding Bo exclaimed in bewilderment. Feng waved his hand with a smile. "Oh dear, Mr. Ding. I completely forgot to mention that I ordered 2 extra portions, and to my surprise, they actually brought them out. But fret not. We are resolutely against wasting food. Waitress, please pack up all these dishes, including those 2 servings of sea cucumber." Ding Bo nearly choked on his indignation. What the heck? This person is utterly shameless. Not only did he eat excessively, but he also expects to take leftovers home. If you take them away, what shall I have for lunch? Surely, Senior Ding wouldn't mind. Would he? Why not pack some for yourself? Muxi inquired with her large, watery eyes. Upon hearing this, Ding Bo promptly swallowed his words. No, that's unnecessary. I usually don't take leftovers. You all can pack them up." He chuckled awkwardly. Yet at that moment, he felt a pang of regret. "Ah dear, I don't think Mr. Ding strikes me as someone who enjoys taking home leftovers. Allow us to handle this matter." Feng chocolate. The waitress then asked Ding Bo, "Sir, will you be paying in cash or by card?" "By card, I suppose." Ding Bo gritted his teeth, realizing this breakfast had cost him over a month's salary. The pain was unbearable. Before long, the bill was settled, and Feng and Muxi had finished packing. Feng carried the hefty bags in both hands, most of which contained dishes they had not sampled, intending to bring them back to the company for Tai Zi and Ping to taste. "Haha, many thanks to Mr. Ding for treating us. We must come again sometime," Feng jovially declared. Ding Bo retorted, "Next time? There will not be a next time in this lifetime." His face flushed with frustration as he chuckled dryly and turned to leave. Feng escorted Muxi back to the company while Ding Bo headed upstairs first. You really got to him, Feng. He looked like he might explode." Muxi laughed until her stomach hurt. If that old man dares to pester you again, I shall show him my more formidable methods." Feng replied with a smug grin. All right, thank you so much for today. Considering your commendable performance, I shall reward you another day." Muxi patted his shoulder. "A reward? What kind of reward?" "Okish, Feng pouted. You want to taste the heavens, do you?" Feng chuckled. "You wouldn't be ungrateful enough to do something like that, would you? Not to others, but to you I might." Muxi answered without hesitation. Feng, Muxi burst into laughter. "Look at your expression. All right, enough of this. I need to get to work, so you should head back." "All right, Miss Gu, don't forget about my reward." Feng replied cheerfully. After watching Muxi ascend the stairs, Feng returned to retrieve his bicycle, hanging the packed dishes on it, and set off for the company. The office was located on the 7th floor of the Civic Plaza, room 702. As he entered with the 2 large bags, the employees looked on with curiosity. Good morning, General Manager. Good morning, General Manager. The company had over 50 employees. Although it seemed bustling, many would soon be assigned to storefronts after completing their technical training. Very well, continue your work. Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He approached the workstations of Wang Tai and Hmph, whose desks were adjacent to one another. He placed the packed dishes on the table, leaving Wang Tai astonished. What the heck, Feng? How did you manage to pack so much food? Wang Tai exclaimed in disbelief. Here, take it and store it well. It's a treat for you both at lunchtime. Feng smiled. Thank you, Feng. Just the aroma is tantalizing. Wang Tai exclaimed, eagerly taking the food away. Feng then turned to Hmph and asking, Ping-in, how are the negotiations for the 3 internet cafe leases coming along? Hmph replied, Feng, I've secured the deals. Here are the rental prices for the 3 cafes. He handed Feng a document outlining the rental proposals and costs. These 3 establishments were locations Feng had personally scouted, strategically positioned near 3 universities, as the primary consumer base for internet cafes consists of the youth, with universities being their most abundant habitat. The annual rent for each cafe had been negotiated to 40,000, with each space covering approximately 300 square meters. One of the establishments is located next to Nanhua University, situated on the 2nd floor of a shopping mall. And Feng intended to develop this cafe as the flagship store. Each cafe would accommodate 200 gaming stations, and the more stations, the greater the profit. However, this also constituted a significant expense. Renovations and equipment purchases were estimated to require 3 million or even more. Feng planned not to utilize his own funds for this venture. Instead, he aimed to leverage bank financing. This year, due to the impact of the Asian financial crisis, the government had relaxed monetary policies to stimulate the economy and introduced numerous support measures for small and micro enterprises to secure financing, with many banks actively seeking clients for loans. The commercial loan interest rates hovered around 6, comparable to current mortgage rates. This level of interest was negligible compared to the lucrative internet cafe industry. Presently, internet cafes were generating profits that exceeded all expectations. The slogan to get rich, open an internet cafe, resonated loudly, especially during the golden decade for internet cafes, where those who ventured into this business typically found wealth, with annual incomes reaching hundreds of thousands being commonplace. As the saying goes, when the wind blows, even pigs can fly. Feng distinctly recalled a relative in his hometown who invested 500,000 to open an internet cafe back in 2001, equipped with 50 gaming stations, generating around 3,000 yuan daily. He recouped his investment within 6 months and subsequently expanded, amassing wealth effortlessly. During one New Year celebration, Feng received his first 100 yuan red envelope from that very relative. Thus, Feng's resolve to open an internet cafe was unwavering, no matter the challenges. He was determined to see it through. This monumental opportunity was one that he could not afford to miss. Chapter 125, Sudden Crisis. Return merchandise. The rental prices are acceptable. Ping-in, please follow up on this and secure the leases. Call me anytime if there's anything, Feng instructed Hmph. No problem, Feng. Hmph nodded earnestly. Feng smiled. Do a great job. Hmph was meticulous and reliable, although he was not particularly sociable. He possessed a tenacity that ensured he would not rest until he achieved his goals. I will, Hmph replied with a smile. After assigning Hmph tasks, Feng proceeded to the 361 Software Technology Department. Zhang Lei, how is the server expansion for 361 Manager progressing? Feng inquired of a bespectacled young man. He was a fresh graduate Feng had recruited from Huang, a quintessential tech enthusiast with a deep passion for technology, having won multiple awards during his studies, and possessing solid technical skills. Feng intended to cultivate him as a potential technical supervisor. Zhang Lei was engrossed in coding when he heard Feng's voice. He paused momentarily before responding awkwardly. General Manager, I am currently working on the expansion. I am on the 3rd batch now. Good. Your efficiency is commendable. Just follow the technical plan I provided and execute it freely. Once your expansion is complete, 361 Manager can begin to scale up, Feng encouraged. Yes, General Manager. I will do my best, Zhang Lei said, scratching his head sheepishly. I recently observed in the QQ group that Xiao Wu encountered a technical issue that he couldn't comprehend. Did you not respond to him? Feng inquired with a smile. Oh, is that so? I was just engrossed in coding and might have overlooked it. I shall reply to him right away. Zhang Lei, thinking he had erred, hurriedly opened the QQ group. Haha, no need for that. I have already provided him with an answer. I merely asked out of curiosity. Feng chuckled, gently patting his shoulder to soothe his anxiety. Apologize, Yizong. Zhang Lei replied, bowing his head like a child caught in a mistake. It's quite all right. Just remember, we are a team. At times, beyond focusing solely on your own tasks, it is beneficial to extend help to your colleagues as well. This will accelerate your growth. After all, the strength of one is limited, while the power of a team is boundless. No matter how capable an individual may be, their efficiency pales in comparison to that of a well-coordinated team. Feng imparted patiently. Yes, Yizong, I understand. Zhang Lei nodded earnestly. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you, Feng encouraged, giving his shoulder another reassuring pat. Zhang Lei possessed commendable technical skills, but he was still quite young and lacked experience in team leadership. Currently, Feng was still overseeing the technical team at 361. However, Feng was not anxious. Cultivating talent takes time. The primary prerequisite for a technical supervisor is a solid foundation in skills, followed by the ability to manage a team effectively. Clearly, Zhang Lei still had much to learn in terms of management experience, but in due course, he would surely mature. With the recent addition of a 10-member technical team, Feng felt a significant relief regarding the workload at 361, no longer needing to burn the midnight oil, allowing him to allocate time for other pursuits. Once the server expansion was completed, the 361 project would take off rapidly, surpassing even the growth rate of QQ, promising substantial cash flow for Hmph technology. Let us continue with our tasks, Feng remarked, patting Zhang Lei's shoulder once more. Zhang Lei chuckled and resumed his coding. Upon returning to his private office and opening his computer, Wang Tai knocked and entered. Brother Feng, trouble has arisen. Something has gone awry. Wang Tai rushed to Feng's side. Feng furrowed his brow, having never seen Wang Tai so flustered, and immediately inquired, TZ, what is the issue? What has happened? There is a situation at the store. Just now, Zhuo Qianqian called me, stating that a group of customers has arrived, causing a commotion and demanding refunds, even insisting on a compensation of threefold. There are quite a few of them. Wang Tai wiped his sweat, visibly anxious. What? Refunds? Feng's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. However, there was no time for contemplation. He promptly stood and said, let's go and check it out. Feng, accompanied by Wang Tai, exited the company and hailed a taxi straight to the computer store. Soon, they arrived at the storefront, where indeed, over 20 individuals were congregated outside, shouting vehemently, refund! I want a refund! This store is a scam. Exactly. The components I bought barely lasted and are defective. The owner of Hmph is a swindler. Absolutely reprehensible. Refund. And I demand threefold compensation. If not, I will take you to court. The graphics card I purchased was broken within a month. They sold defective products as if they were genuine. Utterly deceitful. Damn it, my motherboard has issues too. Hurry up with the refund and compensation. Threefold. Yes, we demand our rights. Scammers, show yourselves. The cacophony of over 20 voices raised an uproar, drawing the attention of curious neighbors who gathered to witness the spectacle. Feng's expression darkened. The situation was precarious. Brother Feng, let me handle them, Wang Tai proposed, eager to take charge. As he was the main manager of the Hmph computer store, Feng regarded him with appreciation, but gently held him back. This time, I will take the lead. You observe and learn. In the future, we will encounter various situations like this, and it is crucial to remain calm and composed, without haste or panic. All right, Brother Feng. I understand. Wang Tai nodded. Feng maneuvered through the crowd and approached the store entrance. I am Feng, the owner of Hmph computer store. Please, everyone, remain calm and take a breath, Feng called out to the crowd. The 20-odd individuals turned to face him, their gazes fixed upon Feng. You're the owner? Refund us and provide compensation. One agitated individual shouted, his face contorted with anger. Yes, refund. We demand threefold compensation. The others echoed, creating a chaotic uproar. In that moment, at the alley's entrance, Zhao Xingya and Nie Xian appeared outside a nearby cafe. Upon witnessing the tumultuous scene at Hmph computer store, they exchanged knowing smiles. Nie Xian chuckled and gave Zhao Xingya a thumbs up, saying, Zhao, your tactics are impressive. If this were mishandled, bankruptcy would be inevitable. Zhao Xingya took a sip of his coffee, scoffing dismissively. That Feng thinks he can compete with me? He has much to learn. Confronted by the agitated crowd, Feng maintained his composure, calmly observing them, opting for a cool-headed approach. He had previously navigated numerous brand crises and was well-versed in public relations strategies. When faced with enraged customers, the best course of action is to first diffuse the situation, allowing them to regain their composure. When a person is angry, it is difficult for them to listen to reason. This difficulty escalates when the group is collectively enraged. Therefore, it is imperative to first allow them to cool down. And the best method is to remain silent while maintaining sincere eye contact. As anticipated, Under Feng's steady gaze, the crowd gradually quieted, their shouts diminishing. Boss, what is your attitude? Speak up. A young man in a green shirt called out. Feng then inclined his head slightly and replied calmly. I sincerely apologize for the distress this situation has caused you. I fully comprehend your anger, but I kindly ask that you all take a moment to calm yourselves. Let us sit down and discuss this matter. Trust me, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Upon hearing Feng's words, the hostility on the faces of the crowd lessened considerably. They, too, sought a resolution and were not entirely unreasonable. You sold us defective components. We demand threefold compensation. A young man with a buzz cut shouted. Feng chose not to engage in further debate. His immediate priority was to understand the specifics of the issue at hand. Everyone, please remain patient and step inside for a moment. It is quite hot outside. You may have some water while we converse. I need to ascertain which components are malfunctioning and what issues have arisen. Once we thoroughly investigate and confirm, we can discuss a resolution. I can assure you that if the components are indeed faulty, I will guarantee a threefold refund on the spot. Feng stated earnestly. The customers exchanged glances, and most began to absorb Feng's message, particularly appreciating his willingness to offer immediate compensation. All right, let's discuss this inside. The young man in the green shirt nodded. The group followed him into the store, where Feng promptly hung up the closed sign, instructing Wang Tai and Zhuo Qianqian to serve the customers tea. Given the limited seating, Feng opted to stand alongside them. Please, kindly share the model numbers of the faulty components you are experiencing issues with, Feng calmly requested. I will have my colleague take note. For those who have brought along both the components and their receipts, it will be most beneficial if you could provide those as well, as it will aid us in discerning which batch of products is problematic. I have the Shuatai 694X motherboard. One customer declared. I possess a Kunting 30 hard drive. Another chimed in. And I have an MGA 220. Yet another customer added. One by one, the customer stepped forward to disclose their defective components, while Wang Tai meticulously recorded each issue. Among them, 8 customers submitted their receipts and components, which Wang Tai also documented. Feng glanced at the batch numbers on the receipts, a frown creasing his brow. All of them originated from Hmph Company. Furthermore, they were all discounted components. Internally cursing, Feng thought bitterly, how could I have been deceived? Damn it, that old scoundrel Nya Xin dared to swindle me. Those 2 batches of discounted products must be defective, essentially substandard. These were unsatisfactory items produced during manufacturing, having slipped through the cracks into the market via dubious channels. Hmph Company must have acquired a significant quantity of such defective goods. Fortunately, I had the foresight to limit my purchases to only 2 batches. Feng silently cursed Niexines lineage. Swindle me? Just wait until I rectify this situation. He took a deep breath to steady himself, realizing that the immediate priority was to address the current predicament. It was imperative to manage the crisis effectively. Otherwise, the reputation of Hmph Electronics will be tarnished throughout the internet community in Guang City. Once all customers had registered their issues, Feng also examined a selection of the components and confirmed that they indeed bore defects. Next, it was time to discuss compensation. Having gathered sufficient understanding of the situation, Feng addressed the crowd, and after inspecting the components, it is evident that the products we sold have encountered issues. This is a fact, and as the owner of Hmph Electronics, I shall not evade my responsibility. Though we are a relatively new company, we are one that bears its burdens with integrity. We have always adhered to a customer-first philosophy, and this incident is a result of our oversight in procurement. Therefore, on behalf of Hmph Electronics, I promise to provide each of you with a refund and triple compensation. Feng's words were impassioned and resonated with righteousness. The customers' expressions softened, and they nodded in agreement, acknowledging Feng's resolution. TZ, please bring out the cash from the store and immediately process the refund and triple compensation for these 8 customers who have brought their products, Feng instructed. The remaining customers may return to retrieve their components. And for any items belonging to these 2 batches, we shall unconditionally offer a refund and triple compensation on the spot. The customers, upon hearing this declaration, displayed expressions of astonishment. This boss is remarkably generous and takes full responsibility. A young man in green applauded and exclaimed, Bravo! The owner is forthright. It seems Hmph Electronics is indeed trustworthy. I have previously encountered defective components, and other owners would evade responsibility. Not only did they refuse refunds, but they were also unwilling to compensate. Hmph Electronics exemplifies the best attitude towards problem-solving I have ever seen. Other customers nodded in agreement. This approach to addressing issues was far superior compared to other stores. These components were valued at hundreds or even thousands of dollars, and reclaiming money was notoriously difficult. Pursuing legal action against the store would require considerable effort and resources, rendering it unworthy. Many had no choice but to endure the frustration of acquiring defective products. However, witnessing such promptness and willingness to provide triple compensation was a revelation of true integrity. Feng smiled gently. Thank you for your kind words, dear customer. It is our duty, and we ought to act accordingly. Wang Tai retrieved all the cash from the store and promptly refunded the 8 customers, providing them with triple compensation. The young man in green also received his compensation, beaming with delight. The owner is truly remarkable. I believe that if Hmph Electronics maintains this operational ethos, it will undoubtedly thrive, the young man asserted. Other customers who had not brought components looked on with envy, their admiration for Feng growing. This owner possesses great courage. Chapter 127, Perfect Crisis Management, Crisis Averted. Feng remarked, guaranteeing customer rights is a fundamental responsibility of any conscientious merchant. The distress you have experienced is indeed a failure on our part, and as a gesture of goodwill, I have decided to offer each of you a free new component. The customers gasped in astonishment. What? Free? You're giving us new components? My goodness. Owner, you are incredibly generous. Such courage. Hmph Electronics is truly worthy of trust. With this kind of attitude, I shall only purchase components from Hmph Electronics in the future. The crowd erupted in excitement, showering Feng with praise. Their perception of Hmph Electronics transformed drastically, shifting towards a much more positive outlook. They could even become loyal patrons. Feng, witnessing their reactions, smiled inwardly, realizing that the crisis management had been successful. It is through the vigilance and encouragement of our customers that we can improve. The growth of Hmph Electronics is inextricably linked to the trust and support of our patrons. On behalf of Hmph Electronics, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Feng bowed deeply. Applause erupted from the more than 20 attendees. This boss knows how to handle things. I will definitely support Hmph Electronics more. Indeed, we must support them. Feng responded with a smile. Since everyone is so supportive, I must reciprocate by extending a 1-year warranty for the new components provided to all present. The crowd was even more astonished, and another round of enthusiastic applause ensued. Subsequently, Feng distributed the new components to each of them and gifted them small tokens, such as headphones and mice, before they departed. Over 20 customers who had arrived in anger left with joyful expressions, engaging in warm exchanges with Feng at the door. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tai and the Zhu sisters were left speechless. My goodness, the owner's public relations skills are truly remarkable. Zhu Qingqing exclaimed. Of course, that is Feng good for you. Wang Tai replied with admiration. To turn potential detractors into loyal customers through such adept public relations is indeed impressive. Having noted Feng's techniques and methods, Wang Tai resolved to study and learn from them diligently upon returning home. After seeing off the customers, Feng returned to the store with a somber expression. Wang Tai, Zhu Qingqing, and the other employees, upon seeing Feng's countenance, were immediately stricken with fear. Realizing how terrifying the boss could be when angered, Feng turned to Wang Tai and instructed, TZ, immediately call the customers who purchased those 2 batches from Shengde and inform them one by one to retain their original components. We will arrange a recall and personally deliver superior new components to replace the defective ones. This must be done promptly, today, overnight. Qingqing and Qianqian. You 2 sisters will assist with this, and the rest will help with delivering components. Wang Tai understood the gravity of the situation. Having just agreed to compensate more than 20 individuals, alongside the new components being distributed, Hmph Electronics faced an impending loss of over 80,000 yuan. If the trend of retreating 1 step while compensating 3 continues, it will amount to a substantial sum. Yes, Brother Feng, I understand. I will take action immediately. Wang Tai nodded solemnly. By the way, Brother Feng, how shall we deal with Shengde Company? They have certainly deceived us. Wang Tai exclaimed with indignation. Feng sonorthet koldi, asserting that they must be held accountable for our losses, and they should compensate us 10-fold, 100-fold. Wang Tai pondered for a moment and replied, what if they deny having sent us these 2 batches of goods? All we possess are the delivery notes stamped with their official seal. There are no separate contracts for these 2 batches, only a cooperation agreement. Even if we were to sue in court, the complications would be numerous, and there is a significant chance of losing due to insufficient evidence. Feng responded calmly, pursuing legal action. In this era, seeking fairness and justice through the courts is exceedingly challenging. Legal recourse is not my choice. A gentleman avenges himself after 10 years. But I am no gentleman. I must retaliate immediately. TZ, I have ample means to bring down Shengde Company. To challenge me? That would be courting death. Wang Tai observed a powerful confidence in Feng's eyes, a confidence stemming from his own capabilities. He firmly believed that Brother Feng was unparalleled. Since he began working alongside Feng, he had witnessed his intellect and abilities, and he concluded that apart from Gu Xiaohua, no one could take advantage of Brother Feng. TZ, you all should proceed with your tasks. The product recall is a matter of urgency, Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng, I shall get to it immediately. Wang Tai nodded and hurried to the counter to start searching for customer information, making calls one by one. Feng stepped outside, squatting by the roadside to smoke, his mind racing with thoughts on how to deal with Xing Company. This matter undoubtedly ties back to Zhao Xingye. I have no vested interest with Nie Xian. That fellow would not target me for no reason. The only person who could instigate such actions is the old scoundrel Zhao Xingye. I have old grievances with Zhao Xingye and a direct conflict of interest, especially since, with the launch of the computer terminal, many of Zhao Xingye's previous clients have begun flocking here, effectively siphoning off a considerable amount of his resources. Given Zhao Xingye's petty and vindictive nature, how could he possibly let it slide? Thus, this situation is certainly linked to him. Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Damn it, since you want to play, then I shall engage with you thoroughly. Feng contemplated that to topple a company, the most crucial point is to sever their financial lifeline. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's source of income is akin to killing their parents. If I can dismantle Xing Company's profitable operations, it would surely deliver a heavy blow to them. Yet, that is still far from sufficient. Merely disrupting their profitable operations is not enough for Feng. He aims to drive them to bankruptcy. Otherwise, the resentment in his heart will not be alleviated. To bring about their bankruptcy, the most effective method is to force them into contract breaches, incurring exorbitant compensation. With this thought, Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. Nie Xian, Xing Company, since you dare to deceive me, prepare for your demise. As for Zhao Xingye, there are countless ways to deal with him. Meanwhile, at the Jelly Club, Zhao Xingye and Nie Xian were indulging in a massage together. Haha, Brother Zhao, I bet that today that little brat, Feng, is in quite the predicament. Nie Xian lay on the bed, a look of sheer contentment on his face. As the glamorous masseuse diligently worked on him, he is not merely in a predicament. Once the situation truly escalates, Hmph Electronics will face a barrage of business complaints and online denunciations. By then, his store should be on the verge of collapse. Haha. Zhao Xingye chuckled triumphantly. Indeed, Brother Zhao, your methods are impressive. Nie Xian praised him. Zhao Xingye turned to him, smiling, and said, that is also thanks to your assistance. Without you, it would not have been possible. I've arranged for 20,000 yuan to be transferred to your account. You can check it later. By the way, don't rush to leave. There are more projects upstairs. Upon hearing this, Nie Xian beamed with joy, exclaiming, oh, thank you so much, Brother Zhao. Chapter 128. My dear wife. In the evening, as the sun set, Feng completed the packaging of the last graphics card accessory, attaching an apology letter before sending it off with an employee to the customers. TZ, this is definitely the last one, right? Feng turned to Wang Tai and inquired. Yes, Brother Feng, it's the last one. All the customers on the list have been contacted and confirmed, Wang Tai replied earnestly. Feng sighed in relief, finally minimizing the impact of this situation. Had we not addressed it in advance, it would have been far more challenging to handle when these customers returned with malfunctioning components. Well, everyone has worked hard today, Feng said with a smile to the employees. With Feng's smile, the atmosphere in the store lightened considerably. Zhuo Qianqian admired. Boss, today we owe it all to you. Without you, we wouldn't have known what to do. Remain calm when faced with challenges. Do not panic or become anxious. If you cannot resolve an issue, you can reach out to your colleagues or report it to me. There will always be a solution. After all, the team and the company are your support. Feng similed. Yes, I understand. Zhuo Qianqian nodded emphatically. By the way, Qingqing, have all the accessories to be mailed been sent out? Feng turned to Zhuo Qingqing and asked. Boss, they've all been dispatched, a total of 34 accessories. Sent according to the orders on the website, Zhuo Qingqing replied. 34? Not bad. It seems our online sales are gaining momentum, Feng remarked with satisfaction. Although this quantity pales in comparison to the thousands or tens of thousands expected in the future, given the current scarcity of internet resources, achieving such online sales figures is commendable. These customers have all been converted from marketing activities, and once the 361 Butler server expands, the increase in users will surely further boost online sales. Feng checked the time. It was almost when Muxi would finish work. TZ, I'll take my leave. You all tidy up and clean before clocking out. Feng instructed Wang Tai. Understood, Brother Feng. Take care. Wang Tai replied. Feng rode his bicycle back to pick up Muxi. Standing at the foot of the company building, Muxi watched her colleagues leave for home one by one, craning her neck to scan the crowd for Feng's figure. Where's that scoundrel Feng? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Muxi pouted, talking to herself. Muxi, let me drive you home, Dingbo offered, waving his car keys to show he had a vehicle. Having a car is already a sign of affluence, a symbol of wealth. No, thank you, Senior Ding. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He'll be here shortly to pick me up. Muxi declined directly. Oh, all right then. Dingbo shrugged his shoulders. Each time he thought of Feng's smug face, he felt an urge to punch him. That brat made me spend over 2,000 yuan on breakfast. I will remember this for a lifetime. My dear, I'm here. Suddenly, Feng's voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing the voice, Muxi turned her head and saw Feng pedaling his bicycle furiously towards her. In no time, he was right in front of her. Scoundrel, my dear, you're finally here. After a long day of work, you still came to pick me up. You truly are a trooper, Muxi thought, nearly letting slip the derogatory term stinky maple. She quickly feigned a cute and playful demeanor. There were quite a few things to handle. Sorry for the delay. Have you been waiting long? Let us head home. Feng chuckled, feeling quite pleased to hear Muxi call him darling. Oh dear, Mr. Ding is also here, Feng remarked, turning to see Dingbo. Dingbo cast a glance at Feng's bicycle, instantly feeling a surge of superiority. I drive a four-wheeler. How can your two-wheel contraption compare to mine? Indeed. I was just about to go get my car, Dingbo said, tilting his head to flaunt his car keys. Wow, Mr. Ding has a sedan. You must be quite wealthy. Feng repeated. Oh, it's a Santana. By the way, I just saw a Santana in the parking lot with 2 scratches on its body. Is it yours, Mr. Ding? What? Someone scratched my car. Dingbo's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly dashed away. Seeing Dingbo run off, Muxi asked in surprise, was his car really scratched? You silly goose. I was just pulling his leg. Get in the car. Feng chuckled mischievously. Muxi covered her mouth with a laugh. Ha. Did you see how scared he looked just now? It's hilarious. Yishao, you truly have a way about you. She settled into the back seat, wrapping her arm around Feng's waist. All right, little Fengzi, let us get going. Okay, little mistress, hold on tight. I'm about to launch. Feng pedaled hard, and the bicycle shot forward. Muxi quickly wrapped her arms around him securely. Not long after, Feng suddenly braked hard, causing Muxi to bump into his back. What on earth are you doing, Stinky Maple? Muxi shouted. There are too many people on the road. I just needed you to hold on tighter, Feng replied with a smirk. Muxi adjusted her position, clutching his waist even more firmly, but the unexpected closeness made her cheeks flush. Stinky Feng, your back is surprisingly broad. Hold on tight. We're headed home. Feng laughed. As they rode, Feng inquired, Muxi, how was my acting today? Do I have a shot at being an award-winning actor? Don't flatter yourself. With your abysmal acting skills, you wouldn't even be chosen for a background role. Muxi rolled her eyes in disdain. Hey, Muxi, I was your boyfriend for a whole day today, and you're still throwing shade at me? Can't you show a bit of appreciation? You've dissed me plenty in the past. You're always throwing shade at me every few days. Is that true? I would never. I'll sue you for defamation. I've got all this noted in my heart. Come on, I'll just let you throw shade at me a few times in the future. No, you can throw shade as often as you like. Stinky Feng, why does your speech sound so peculiar? By the way, where did you learn that term throw shade? Online. Haven't you encountered internet slang while surfing the web? I've only seen terms like bamboo leaves, noob, big shrimp, and 9494. Hearing these archaic terms made Feng chuckle inwardly. As the internet became more widespread, internet culture would certainly continue to evolve. By the way, Muxi, if you find Dingbo bothersome, why not give him a good throw? I guarantee he wouldn't dare to harass you again. If only it were that simple. If it weren't for my mom, I'd have gladly thrown him and put him in a death lock. Well, no worries. I can be your shield. I'll continue to be your boyfriend for a day, but you'll have to pay for an extension. Extension? What extension? Membership services require renewal, you know. You'll have to renew monthly. Stinky Feng, do you really think you can negotiate with me? Do you want me to give you a special training session next time? No need for special training. I shall grant you a special membership with lifelong benefits. However, you must answer a membership question to assess your intelligence before becoming a permanent member. What question? Your dad calls mine Old E, calls the downstairs neighbor Old Wong, and calls the doorman Old Wu. What does he call the barber, Old Gong? Muxi shot him an exasperated look, Old Gong. Hey, wifey. Muxi. In chapter 129, this version of Muxi is truly captivating. Her cheeks flushed. She pinched Feng's soft waist. Stinky Feng, how dare you take advantage of me? Ouch. Muxi, be gentle. You're pinching me too hard. That's what you get for being so slick-tongued. How can you accuse me of being slick-tongued? Have you ever tried it? Try? What do you think I am, a fool? Muxi's cheeks reddened further, and in a fluster, she glared at him. However, Feng was riding the bicycle, and couldn't see her adorable expression. Well, we could try when we get home. I'm indifferent as long as you have needs. Hee. Feng grinned mischievously. Muxi's face turned as red as an apple, and she pinched him again. What do you need? Just ride your bicycle. Feng yelped in surprise. This girl truly has a violent streak. But I like it, hee. This version of Muxi is indeed charming. Upon arriving home, Muxi opened the door, only to find the house empty. Huh, where are my parents? She asked, turning back. Feng opened the door and peeked inside, chuckling. They're all in my place. Muxi dashed over, poking her head inside, and indeed, her parents were at Yi's home. Cici Xiaofeng is back. Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron. Hello, Auntie, Muxi greeted sweetly. Meng Xiaoyun smiled warmly. Cici, don't linger at the door. Come in. We're having dinner here today. All right. Muxi walked inside, taking off her shoulder bag. Meng Xiaoyun took her bag and turned to Feng. Xiaofeng. Go put Cici's bag away. Mom, she has hands and feet. Feng replied, pulling awre simile. Meng Xiaoyun shot him a glare and said, when I tell you to do something, just do it. Why do you have to be so chatty? Then she turned back to Muxi with kindness. Cici, you must be tired after a long day. I made chicken soup for you, the coconut chicken you love. Annie, you're so sweet. Muxi said, linking arms with Meng Xiaoyun and smiling sweetly. Feng, Mom, you're so biased. Meng Xiaoyun ignored Feng's mournful gaze as she led Muxi inside, exchanged pleasantries, and then returned to the kitchen to cook. Feng placed the bag down and passed by Muxi. Muxi shot him a smug glance. Yishao, don't be sulky. Annie has always been good to me since I was little. She enjoyed seeing Feng's disgruntled expression, feeling quite pleased. Muxi, look. There seems to be a UFO over there. Feng pointed out the window. Huh, where? Muxi instinctively turned her head to look. Feng slyly tugged at her bra strap from behind. Slap. It had some elasticity. Muxi quickly realized she had fallen for his trick. Blushing as she shot him a glare. You scoundrel. Stinky Feng. She pretended to hit him, but Feng dashed into the living room, calling out, Uncle Gu, Andy. Liwan saw Feng and waved with a smile. Xiaofeng is back. Come here, I bought some fruit. Have some to whet your appetite. Seeing her parents present, Muxi quickly held back her anger, her face flushed with embarrassment. Stinky Feng, just wait. All right. Feng replied, sitting beside Liwan. Muxi pouted, sitting on the other side of Liwan. Mom, why did you come over for dinner today? I wanted to discuss some matters regarding the factory with your dad. She replied, our factory is undergoing restructuring, and I fear we may all face unemployment. Liwan sighed. Really? Didn't they say the results would only be available in October? Muxi was taken aback. This is a rather lengthy story, largely due to the situation at Hugang. In short, the current economic climate is not particularly optimistic. Liwan shook her head. She then handed Muxi 2 apples, saying, She, peel one with the fruit knife and enjoy some fruit. Mom, 1 is enough for me. I don't need 2. Muxi replied with a sweet smile. Liwan rolled her eyes and said, 1 is for Xiaofeng. I need you to help peel it. Mom, you're actually making me do this for that brat. Exclaimed. Liwan turned to Feng with a warm smile, asking, Xiaofeng, how's business at the store lately? Is work tiring? Seeing Muxi pouting like a spoiled child, Feng reluctantly began peeling the apple, secretly delighted. It's a bit exhausting lately, but it's worth it. Business is decent. He replied. Liwan, upon hearing this, felt quite satisfied and praised him. As long as business is good, Xiaofeng, you truly have potential, first in the exams and now in business. With your talents, your parents will surely enjoy a comfortable life. Make sure to teach Shi more in the future. Her gaze resembled that of a mother-in-law regarding her son-in-law. Muxi noticed her mother's look, her cheeks reddening as she quickly retorted, Mom, I don't need him to teach me. She hastily peeled an extraordinarily ugly apple and handed it to Feng. Here, Yishao for you. Feng didn't mind. As long as it was edible, that was sufficient. Thanks, Guxiaozhu, he said, taking the apple and biting into it with a proud expression. Muxi glared at him through gritted teeth, while Feng wore a nonchalant look that suggested he was unfazed by her annoyance. Liwan observed the two as they bickered like a pair of little rivals. Feeling quite exasperated, these 2 children had grown up together, playing and frolicking side by side. Why did they still act this way now that they were older? Couldn't they coexist harmoniously and affectionately? It was rather frustrating. Perhaps, as Shishi's father said, their familiarity with one another made it unlikely for them to become romantically involved. Shaking her head, Liwan took a sip of her tea. The children had grown up, and she could no longer manage everything. Whether there was fate between them would depend on the heavens' arrangements. The meal is ready, Shishi, my son. Please wash your hands and prepare to eat. Meng Xiaoyan called out as she brought out the dishes with a smile. Okay, I'm going first. Yifeng immediately rose and dashed towards the bathroom. I'm going too. Muxi followed closely behind. At the bathroom door, just as Yifeng was about to close it, he said, Muxi, you need to be mindful of taking turns. Why should there be a sequence for washing hands? If you're not going to wash, then step aside. Muxi squeezed past him. Hey, I still need to use the toilet. Don't come in. I'm about to take my pants off. Yifeng shouted hurriedly. Muxi shot him a glance and haughtily huffed. So what if you do? It's not like I've never seen it before. Chapter 130. Muxi's embarrassing childhood incident. Muxi, if you say that, then I might just take them off. Yifeng pretended to undress. If you don't mind, then neither do I. Hee. Muxi was taken aback, her face flushing red at his audacity. She retorted, You shameless brat. After saying this, she quickly retreated and slammed the door shut. Inside, Yifeng chuckled triumphantly. This girl still had a sense of modesty at times. But when had she ever seen him undress? Oh no, she wouldn't still remember that incident from her childhood, would she? Back then, public restrooms weren't as developed, and children playing downstairs would often relieve themselves by any large tree. Once, while Yifeng was urinating at the base of a tree, she came running over, tilting her head and asking in her childish voice, Feng, why are you peeing standing up? Wiping his nose, Yifeng replied, Aren't we all standing to pee? Not at all. Hey, what is that? You have worms. She exclaimed, picking up 2 twigs to poke at him. At that moment, Li Wan rushed over, quickly stopping her and scolding her severely, which led to she bursting into tears. Amidst her sobs, she cried, I didn't bully him. I saw worms growing there and wanted to help him get rid of them. This incident later became a topic of conversation between their families, and every time it was brought up, it would elicit laughter, while she would always run back to her room in embarrassment. After washing his hands, Yifeng stepped out and spotted she waiting at the door with her arms crossed. Hey, she, it's your turn, he said with a light chuckle as he sauntered away. She shot him a glare from behind, thinking, you better not get too smug, brat. At the dining table, Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianjun sipped drinks and chatted. Hey Lao Yi, if you end up unemployed, what do you plan to do? Gu Xingzhong inquired. I haven't made any plans yet. My wife hasn't fully recovered, so I intend to stay home and accompany her for a while before deciding. Yi Vianjun sikit. Well, with Xiaofeng doing well, you aren't in such a hurry, Gu Xingzhong remarked with a smile. Mentioning Yifeng brought a sense of pride to Yi Jianjun's face. Yifeng was not only the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but also adept in business, having recently saved up 100,000 yuan for his mother. 100,000. His annual salary, including bonuses and benefits, was only about 9,000. That was equivalent to 10 years' worth of his earnings. He had hoped Yifeng would earn money through business, but hadn't anticipated him doing so well. With a son like that, who excelled academically and thrived in business, what more could one ask for? Feeling immensely grateful, Yi Jianjun thought life had been worthwhile. Xiaofeng has indeed succeeded, but I don't wish for him to be excessively wealthy. Health and safety are what truly matter, Yi Jianjun said, affectionately patting Yifeng's head. Yifeng felt warmth in his heart and replied, Dad, can't we aim a bit higher? We should aspire for both wealth and health. Ha, you little rascal, quite the greedy one, aren't you? Yi Vianjun laughed heartily. As Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianjun discussed the impending layoffs of the factory, Yifeng listened attentively. Due to the poor performance of the steel mill, it was set to be merged with Hu Gang, which had proposed conditions that included significant layoffs, expecting to reduce the workforce by 90%. These employees would soon become part of the wave of unemployment. Yifeng wished to contribute and help by establishing labor-intensive enterprises, creating job opportunities for more people as a way to give back to society. After all, every laid-off worker represents a family without income. How many households would fall into hardship? Yifeng adhered to the philosophy of when in poverty, keep to oneself, when prosperous, help others, for this land was his homeland. However, that was a matter for later consideration. First, he needed to ensure that the 3 main operations of Feng Company were on track before contemplating establishing a factory. After dinner, Yifeng and she washed the dishes before heading to the neighborhood convenience store for some old popsicles. They arrived at the Orchid convenience store. Aunt Lon, 2 old popsicles. She shouted into the store. Shishi, have you eaten? Wang Lanhua asked with a smile as she retrieved 2 popsicles from the freezer. Yes, but it's too hot. I wanted to have some old popsicles. She replied with a sweet smile. Wang Lanhua handed the old popsicle to her, and just then, she spotted Yifeng sitting at the doorway, his expression radiant with joy. Xiaofeng has come too. Come here, Annie has some snacks for you, she exclaimed. This child is truly excelling in his studies. Wang Lanhua retrieved a pack of spicy strips from the counter and placed it into Yifeng's hands. Here, this is for you. Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find himself a minor celebrity in the neighborhood. Thank you, Aunt Wang, he replied with a smile. Oh, no need for thanks. You're bringing pride to our community. Now the whole neighborhood knows we have a top scholar among us. Wang Lanhua continued, her curiosity piqued. Xiaofeng, how did you manage to achieve such excellent results? Do you have any secrets? Feng pondered for a moment before responding. The secret lies in memory. It all depends on memory. Huh? My son has the worst memory. No wonder he always performs poorly. Wang Lanhua shook her head. Feng chuckled it, remarking that if someone were to sell a memory training course now, they would likely make a fortune. He recalled how years ago, such courses generated millions annually, though he found them somewhat deceptive and had no interest in such business ventures. Goodness, I never expected our Feng to become a celebrity. Muxi chimed in with a grin, plopping down beside Feng and handing him another popsicle. Celebrity? I'm just an ordinary person. Feng smiled modestly. Suddenly, the streetlights and the lights of the convenience store extinguished. Oh no, another power outage? Muxi scanned the surroundings and noticed that the entire neighborhood and street had plunged into darkness. Initially, there was a bit of commotion when the power went out, but people seemed accustomed to it, spilling out into the coolness beneath the trees. Power outages had become a common occurrence for them, happening once or twice a month, sometimes not for several months, random and unpredictable. Yet, as Feng stared into the encompassing darkness, he found himself momentarily frozen. A power outage? Those words felt strangely foreign to him. It seemed that since entering university, he had seldom encountered such an event, as electricity had become a given in this country. In that moment, Feng realized that this was not merely a given. It was the result of the tireless efforts of the people of this land. Xiaofeng, hurry and eat. Why are you dawdling? The popsicle will melt. Muxi said, shoving the popsicle into her mouth while quickly waving her right hand. The popsicle went in and out her mouth. Feng raised an eyebrow. Muxi, where did you learn to eat like that? On TV. What's wrong with it? You're such a buzzkill. Muxi replied, spitting out the popsicle nonchalantly. Feng smirked. Why do you only learn the bad habits? Where's the bad in it? I'm just feeling a bit unwell. Why are you feeling unwell? Muxi continued munching on the popsicle, her brow furrowed in confusion. Cough. Cough. It's nothing. Feng chuckled awkwardly, unwrapping his popsicle and beginning to savor it slowly. On a hot summer day, indulging in a popsicle felt utterly delightful, and he didn't have to worry about encountering any unexpected ice cream thieves. In this era, popsicles and ice creams were generally affordable. Savoring the popsicle while listening to the laughter of the elderly and the playful sounds of children nearby, a sense of peace enveloped him. Although the power was out, the neighbors continued to engage in warm conversation, their smiles radiating warmth. There were no heads bowed in the streets, no signs of indifference. Technology had transformed life, making it more convenient, yet it had also severed the connections between individuals. Feng couldn't help but reflect on how living in such an era wasn't so bad after all. Xiaofeng, those spicy strips in your hand. Muxi suddenly exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the spicy strips, licking her lips. Did you finish your popsicle already? Feng asked, surprised. Yes. I just took a few bites and it was gone. She shrugged, looking helpless. Noticing her gaze on the spicy strips, Feng teased. What's this? Do you want some? If you want it, just tell me. How would I know if you don't say anything? If you want it, just say you want it. Muxi attempted to reach for the spicy strips, but Feng's hand wobbled in front of her, his incessant chatter nearly overwhelming her. What on earth does this Xiaofeng think he's doing? Xiaofeng, I want to eat it, okay. Muxi finally snapped, glaring at him. Feng unwrapped the bag, pinching out a piece and asking, which one do you want? The one you have. Muxi licked her lips, looking very much like a cat eyeing its prey. Oh, so you're quite particular, noticing that mine is longer. Huh? Here, take it, Feng said with a doting smile. Hee, Feng, you're quite perceptive. Muxi accepted the spicy strip and took a hearty bite. Delicious, she mumbled, her lips stained red. Feng couldn't help but find her alluring, wishing he could steal a kiss. Yet, he figured that if he did so now, Muxi would probably retaliate fiercely. Plus, his mouth would be filled with the taste of spicy strips, which reminded him of a much more pleasant experience. He couldn't help but reminisce about the courage he had during their school days. Feng, look, are those stars up there? Can we still see stars? Where are they? She pointed excitedly. The two of them sat at the convenience store's entrance, in the pitch blackness, enjoying spicy strips and the cool evening breeze, looking up to count the stars in the sky. 3 days later, on a Monday morning, Feng and Wang Tai arrived at Shengde Company with the termination of cooperation agreement in hand. This time, it was Nie Xian who greeted them. Entering the meeting room, Nie Xian laughed heartily. Haha, welcome. Feng, such a busy businessman, It's a rare honor to see you here. He gestured, come, have a cigarette. With a feigned smile, Nye Xin pulled out a pack of Furong Wong and offered 2 cigarettes to Feng. However, Feng, with an indifferent expression, raised his hand in refusal. Manager Nye, I can't afford your cigarettes. After saying that, Feng produced a pack of softer zhong from his pocket, handing one to Wang Tai while lighting one for himself. Nye Xion's face turned slightly awkward. He had offered Furong Wong, while Feng opted for softer zhong, clearly indicating his disdain. Sensing the shift in Feng's demeanor, Nye Xion decided to drop the pretense, smirking as he lit up his own cigarette. What brings you to the company today, Boss E? He asked lazily, exhaling a plume of smoke. His tone had lost its earlier warmth. Feng, Sumoking Kuyuti, narrowed his eyes and fixed a cold gaze on him. Manager Nye, you intentionally sold me those 2 batches of defective goods, didn't you? What 2 batches? I don't know what you're talking about. Nye Xion feigned ignorance, acting oblivious. Those 2 batches of discounted goods. You deliberately sold me flawed products, didn't you? Feng snapped, losing his patience. Hey, bossy, you can't just accuse someone without evidence. I haven't sold you any defective products. We sell only genuine goods, do you understand? Nye Xion retorted with a cold smirk. Feng composed himself, having anticipated that Nye Xion would never admit to it. Even if he reported him, the likelihood of insufficient evidence leading to failure was high. Moreover, the lengthy processes of litigation and mediation could stretch for years. Nye, are you trying to swindle me? Enjoying your little game with Zhao Xingye, huh? Feng remarked calmly, blowing out a smoke ring. Nye Xion had not anticipated that Feng would implicate Zhao Xingye, and a fleeting glimmer of panic crossed his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Mr. I'm unsure of what you are referring to. What pitfall are you speaking of? I have no knowledge of it, Nye Xion asserted, shaking his head defiantly, embodying an attitude of unwavering denial, as if to say, what can you do to me? Yet Feng had already discerned that fleeting hint of distress in his expression, solidifying his suspicions. Indeed, the old scoundrel Zhao Xingye was orchestrating something behind the scenes. Wang Tai, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, damn it. So you dare to act yet refuse to admit it, huh? Although those 2 batches of goods were genuine, they were still defective. You've caused us a significant loss. Are you still going to deny it? Unable to contain his anger, Wang Tai confronted Nye Xion head-on. Nye Xion cast a scornful glance at the 2, sneering. Do not slander me. Be cautious, or I shall sue you for defamation. You claim I deceived you. Do you have any evidence? What about those batches? Can you prove they are ours? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, those 2 batches never existed in our possession. How dare you? Wang Tai erupted, rising from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Nye Xion, barely restraining the urge to land a fist on his insufferable face. Feng grasped his arm, maintaining a calm demeanor. It matters not if you refuse to acknowledge it. We are well aware of the truth. We have plenty of time ahead of us to take our time with this. I can play this game with you for as long as it takes. Opportunities abound. With a cold smirk, Feng turned and retrieved a document from his bag. This is a notice of termination of cooperation. Hmph Electronics and Hmph Company are hereby officially ceasing their partnership from this moment forth. Upon concluding his statement, Feng stood and flung the document at Nye Xion's face, knocking his cigarette to the ground. How dare you? Nye Xion cursed, feeling the sting of the burning tobacco on his lips. When he looked up again, Feng and Wang Tai had already exited the meeting room. Chapter 132, Alliances and Strategies. Once outside Hmph Company, Wang Tai quietly inquired, Brother Feng, where to next? Should we report Hmph Company? No need for that. First, we shall visit Nanjiao Commerce to seek out General Manager Feng Zhe. Feng replied with a smile. Fengsha, what do we need him for? Wang Tai asked, puzzled. Nanjiao Commerce is a competitor of Hmph Company. I believe he would be quite pleased to see Hmp's downfall, as that would eliminate one of his rivals in the electronics field. Feng stated with certainty. There are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. When interests align and goals coincide, that is when true friendships form. To dismantle Hmph Company, Feng required the assistance of Nanjiao Commerce. Wang Tai nodded in understanding. Brother Feng, I see. I will call General Manager Feng to see if he is in the office. If he is, we should bring him a gift. Feng took out his phone and dialed Feng Zhe. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, is this Xiaoga? Yes, indeed, General Manager Feng, it is I. Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Hey, Xiaoga is calling me. What business do you have to discuss with your elder brother? Fengshi inquired jovially. General Manager Feng, you jest. I'm in need of your guidance. Actually, I have no pressing matters today and would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Feng suggested. Sure, I'm currently at the office. Please come over. I will have the tea prepared for you in the tea room. Feng Zhe responded. Great. I will arrive in about half an hour. Feng concluded before hanging up and turning to Wang Tai with a smile. Let us go buy some items. Meanwhile, in Feng Zhe's office, he set down his phone and wrapped an arm around the nearby Lan Sai, his hands exploring. Hey, wait a moment. Did Feng just call you? Lan Sai, seated on his lap, questioned, attempting to restrain his wandering hands. Yes, it was indeed Feng, Feng Zhe replied, stroking her leg adorned in black stockings, swallowing hard. Did he call you for something specific? Lan Kaizi Inguit? He mentioned wanting to come over for tea, Feng Zhe said, releasing her leg, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the desk, and lighting one. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Feng's visit must surely be for something significant, he added, blowing a smoke ring toward her. Amidst the smoky haze, Lan Sai's delicate features took on an ethereal beauty. She waved away the smoke, whispering, what could it be? Brother Zhe, his business has been thriving lately. He likely earns over 500,000 in pure profit monthly just from the parts supplied by our company. Feng Zhe nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette, smiling indeed. Feng is truly a business prodigy. I am curious as to the purpose of his visit. We shall soon find out when he arrives. It also presents an opportunity for me to subtly inquire about his intentions. I am quite interested in his electronics chain store venture. If he agrees to collaborate, we could establish a chain throughout the city, leveraging my supply advantages to offer lower prices on parts compared to other stores, ensuring substantial daily profits. As he spoke, a spark of ambition glimmered in Feng Zhe's eyes. Lan Sai chuckled. It seems you have quite the interest in him. No, my only interest lies with you. Feng Zhe smiled, placing a hand on her body. Lan Sai's cheeks flushed, and she playfully swatted his hand away, shyly chiding, we are in the office. Behave yourself. Feng will be here soon. Reluctantly, Feng Zhe withdrew his hand, chuckling, business comes first. We shall have our fun later tonight. Lan Sai dismounted from his lap, adjusting her disheveled clothing, pouting, aren't you supposed to head home tonight? It's Monday. Feng Zhe smacked his forehead, realizing, I almost forgot today is Monday. I must return to spend time with my son. When he looked up again, he noticed a hint of disappointment on Lan Sai's face and offered comfort. No worries. I can accompany you tomorrow. Lan Sai forced a smile, calmly asking, when do you intend to come clean with your family about us? Soon, I promise. This matter requires careful handling, Feng Zhe replied, gently embracing her to soothe her concerns. Yet Lan Sai felt a chill within. Such evasive answers, and the promise of soon had become monotonous to her ears. Suddenly, Feng Zhe grasped her hand, smiling, Sai, just give me a little more time. All right. Lan Kaizi Ziluten not that. Feng Zhe then contentedly released her hand, straightening his attire. I will head to the tea room to prepare tea. Please compile the inventory data for sheathing electronics in the meantime. Understood, Lan Sai acknowledged, watching Feng Zhe leave the office, her expression tinged with melancholy. She picked up a cigarette from the desk, lighting it as she leaned against the window, observing the bustling street below, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow and longing. Feng and Wang Tai arrived at Nanjiao Commerce with a box of tea leaves. Greetings, Mr. E. General Manager Feng is already in the tea room waiting for you. He said you could head straight there upon arrival. The receptionist, a long-haired young woman, greeted them. Thank you, I appreciate it, Feng replied warmly, nodding at the receptionist as they entered the company. Upon reaching the door to the tea room, Feng paused, turning back to give Wang Tai a knowing glance, signaling him to be cautious. Wang Tai chuckled and nodded in understanding. Feng knocked on the tea room door. General Manager Feng? Haha, Xiaoga has arrived. Please come in. The door swung open, revealing Lan Sai. Hello, General Manager Feng, and hello, Secretary Lan. Feng Beamit, warmly greeting them as he entered and shaking hand with both. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they settled into their seats. Feng took out a pack of cigarettes, offering them around, including to Lan Sai, who accepted without hesitation, first lighting a cigarette for Feng Zhe. Feng observed the scene before him with a subtle smile, noting the extraordinary intimacy between the two individuals, which appeared to surpass that of ordinary lovers. Come, brother E, have some tea and savor this exquisite Gaoshan Hmph. Feng Zhe warmly invited, pouring tea for both Feng and Wang Tai. Hearing that brother E was coming, I made sure to brew my treasure collection of Gaoshan Hmph. This tea grows at high altitudes in Nanyuan province, and its annual yield is extremely limited. Sometimes, even with money, one cannot procure it, Lan Sai remarked with a smile. Her words underscored Feng Zhe's esteem for Feng. Oh, how precious! I must truly savor this. Feng feigned astonishment. Wang Tai, eager to partake, recalled Feng's tea-drinking method, first inhaling the aroma, then taking a sip. The fragrance is refreshing and the aftertaste delightful. What exquisite tea! Wang Tai exclaimed in admiration. Feng chuckled, thinking that even this rough character had finally begun to appreciate tea. Indeed, the aroma is rich, is truly a fine selection, he echoed. Feng, with narrowed eyes, discreetly sipped his tea. This is indeed one of my favorites, Brother E. I am pleased that you and Brother Tai enjoy it. He refrained from inquiring about Feng's intentions, trusting that Feng would disclose them in due time. After a leisurely exchange among the four, Feng's gaze shifted, and he casually inquired, "By the way, Mr. Feng, are you familiar with the Shunda company downstairs? Their range of parts seems quite extensive." Feng Zhe recognized Feng's probing nature. Could this matter be connected to Shunda? "Oh yes, I know of Shunda. In fact, it might better be termed like a virtue company. A considerable amount of dubious goods flows from them, refurbishing parts that are sold at exorbitant profits, 3 times the original cost at least." Feng Zhe scoffed, clearly disdainful of Shunda. Upon hearing this, Feng noted Feng Zhe's attitude aligned with his expectations. As the saying goes, competitors are adversaries. The fewer there are, the better. Indeed, they're a blight upon the industry. "Mr. Feng, to be candid, I intend to eliminate Shunda Company," Feng remarked with a slight smile, succinctly outlining the circumstances surrounding his intentions. Feng Zhe, visibly incensed, declared with righteous indignation, "How outrageous! They dare to exploit my brother. Rest assured, Brother E, I shall support you in this endeavor. Just tell me how you wish to proceed." Feng internally chuckled, recognizing Feng Zhe's cunning nature. His apparent concern was more self-serving than altruistic. The demise of Shunda would allow the competing non-Jiao commerce to capture a larger market share. Nevertheless, their objectives regarding Shunda's downfall were aligned. After a moment of contemplation, Feng smiled. "Mr. Feng, once I dismantle Shunda's current operations, I would appreciate your cooperation in staging a grand deception to ensnare them." Feng Zhe, taken aback, asked in astonishment, "Brother E, are you truly capable of dismantling Shunda's current business?" Feng responded with a mysterious smile and a nod, withholding further details. After a brief pause, Feng Zhe tapped the table and inquired, "Very well, but what role do you wish me to play in this performance?" Feng moved closer, whispering a few words in Feng Zhe's ear before offering him a cigarette. Feng Zhe nodded thoughtfully, though a hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. This young man possesses a sharp intellect. In the event that Shunda were to collapse, would that not mean a substantial market share for Mr. Feng? Feng exhaled a smoke ring, smiling. Feng Zhe's expression betrayed his intrigue. Indeed, Feng's strategy seemed feasible. "Yes, Brother E, your approach is certainly viable. It is high time to rid ourselves of this scourge. Moreover, they have the audacity to exploit you. I shall ensure you regain your honor," Feng Zhe proclaimed with conviction. "Ah, I am truly grateful for your gallant assistance, Mr. Feng. My appreciation knows no bounds." Feng feigned deep emotion. "Not all is the least I can do. You are a good man, Mr. Feng." After exchanging pleasantries, the 4 individuals harbored myriad thoughts within the tea room. Once the serious matters were concluded, Feng shifted the conversation to a lighter topic, fishing, a shared hobby. Although Feng was not well versed in fishing, he seized the opportunity to inquire from Feng Zhe. The mention of fishing animated Feng Zhe, who spoke with enthusiasm and eloquence, thoroughly enjoying the discourse. Feng played the role of an attentive listener, occasionally offering affirmations to keep Feng Zhe in high spirits. Engaging in topics that interest others can indeed be an effective conversational strategy. After more than an hour of lively discussion over tea, Feng Zhe, parched, took a sip before asking, "By the way, brother, how is the preparation for your chain of stores coming along? We're currently in the process of selecting locations for 1 repair center and 5 stores, but we are short-staffed, so progress is slow," Feng replied vaguely, providing no specifics on the status of the endeavor. Feng Zhe raised an eyebrow, secretly astonished by the rapid development of sheathing electronics, which exceeded his expectations. "Ah, well, should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to voice them. If it's a financial issue, I could invest around 100 to 200 million. Feng Zhe subtly indicated his interest in investing. Feng, recognizing the implication, feigned ignorance and expressed gratitude. "Mr. Feng, your generosity is commendable. It is truly an honor to have you as a friend." He neither directly addressed Feng Zhe's inquiry nor committed to considering any investment. After further conversation, Feng took his leave, with Feng Zhe extending an invitation for dinner, which Feng gracefully declined, citing other engagements. Once outside non-Jiao commerce, Feng's smile vanished as he hastened toward the elevator. Wang Tai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Feng, that Mr. Feng is truly a man of integrity and loyalty. Such a person is worth befriending." Feng glanced back, ensuring no one else was around, and quietly remarked, "You think he's a good person?" "Indeed, Mr. Feng is quite admirable." Wang Tai paused, then nodded in agreement. Irony. Let me impart a principle. In business, one must prioritize commerce over sentiment. Do you believe he is acting out of loyalty and a desire to assist us? Had I not mentioned my capability to handle Shengda's business, would he have been so eager to assist? His motivations are purely self-serving, driven by profit rather than principle. Feng spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. Now I understand, Brother Feng, he said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his earlier naivety. Feng smiled. Glad to hear that. Now let us return. As the elevator doors opened, the two stepped inside. Brother Zhe, what role does Feng wish you to play? Lan Sai inquired while tidying the tea room. Feng Zhe, smoking thoughtfully, replied, we are to create a contractual trap for Shengda Company. Should they breach the agreement, they will be on the brink of bankruptcy. Wow, Lan Sai gasped, taken aback by the ruthlessness of the plan. She hadn't anticipated that Feng was genuinely intent on bringing about Shengda's demise. Such a vengeful and merciless approach. Isn't it better to be decisive? If Shengda falls, our part sales could potentially double. Feng Zhe chuckled lightly. Lan Sai nodded, acknowledging that the downfall of Shengda indeed eliminated a competitor for non-Jiao commerce, resulting in substantial gains. Zijie, do you think he can dismantle Shengda's current operations? What methods might he employ? Lan Sai inquired, her brow furrowed in contemplation. I cannot ascertain, but given Feng's temperament, his approach may be rather direct and resolute. We shall observe closely, Feng Zhe replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. However, when I earlier mentioned my intention to invest in Hmph Electronics, did he fail to grasp my implication? Feng Zhe's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. Or is it that he feigned ignorance? Lan Sai hesitated for a moment before murmuring he likely did not comprehend. After a brief contemplation, Feng Zhe remarked, is that so? Then let us arrange a meal together next time and broach the subject again. I believe he is a perceptive individual and would not decline my goodwill. Chapter 134, Manipulating Public Opinion. Upon returning to Hmph Company, Wang Tai inquired of Feng, Brother Feng, will you be conducting training for them this afternoon? No need. After a week of orientation, they are ready for their positions. Prepare to take them to the maintenance center to acclimatize to the work environment, and ensure they bring along the technical documentation I compile for their continual study. Feng smiled. All right, I will attend to that. Wang Tai nodded in agreement. About to depart when Feng stopped him. Wait a moment, do not rush. What is it, Brother Feng? Is there something else? Tomorrow, secure the rental agreements for the 5 designated storefronts and hand over my design plans to the renovation company for execution. Additionally, open a store right across from Zhao Fatty's establishment. Let him experience firsthand that wherever Hmph Electronics is present, his business will falter. Feng Sukofut. The true retaliation begins now. Understood, Brother Feng. I am eager to get started. Wang Tai responded enthusiastically, rubbing his hands together. Now go about your duties. Hmph Electronics operations rely on your vigilance. Feng patted his shoulder. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I will handle everything diligently. Wang Tai grinned broadly. I will take my leave now. With that, Wang Tai turned and commenced another busy day. Feng chuckled, returning to his private office and powering on his computer. It was time to deliver a significant blow to Shengda Company. As a distributor of computer components, it was imperative to sever the ties of lower-tier distributors and stores with them, including facilitating returns to Shengda. The most effective and swiftest method was to tarnish Shengda's reputation. Once their name is sullied, business opportunities would evaporate. Thus, Feng's specific tactic was to orchestrate a campaign of public opinion online. This strategy of manipulating public sentiment had proven effective in the past. To tarnish a brand, one merely needed to continuously deploy online operatives to disseminate negative narratives. Over time, the whispers would amplify into a cacophony, solidifying the brand's blemishes. Even if these accusations were unfounded, to the public, they would ring true. This phenomenon is what one might call the power of collective opinion. A classic example of online opinion warfare occurred between joint venture vehicles and domestic brands, where both factions engaged in orchestrated attacks through online operatives and influential figures. Yet, the operatives supporting joint venture vehicles were notably more aggressive, steering narratives that highlighted the technological shortcomings of domestic models, leading many consumers to favor the former despite superior performance from the latter. The reality is that when users conducted online research or sought advice from fellow netizens, they were often interacting with operatives or individuals influenced by such narratives. Once they adopted a particular viewpoint, it became entrenched, and the belief that domestic vehicles were inferior would be perpetuated. Feng had extensively studied online public opinion and had engaged in numerous battles of sentiment against competitors, rendering him adept in this arena. In this current digital wilderness, Discrediting a company was exceedingly simple. The vast majority of new internet users are easily swayed to follow trends. After all, most seek not the truth, but merely a platform to vent their frustrations online. Feng promptly began drafting a post titled, Revealed, the dark underbelly of the computer components industry. A personal account, beware. In this article, he adopted the persona of a victim wronged by Hmph company, detailing how Xin had sold substandard parts to both individual users and distributors through unscrupulous means, even offering refurbished components as new, delivering a heartfelt denunciation. After articulating the core grievances, Feng embellished the narrative, emphasizing how Hmph scorned individual users, exposing the capitalist's grotesque face. This latter portion was designed to incite outrage, allowing readers to empathize with the victim's plight. At the conclusion of the post, Feng included dubious photographic evidence, some genuine, others manipulated, alongside a list of stores and secondary distributors that collaborated with Hmph, all readily available public information. Under the pressure of countless internet users, it was anticipated that these partners would sever ties with Hmph. After completing the article, Feng smiled with satisfaction, confident in his eloquence. He believed this post would create a significant stir. With his water post software, no post was destined to remain unnoticed. He changed his IP address and account, promptly posting the article on Guangshi Tianya, subsequently using the software to mimic netizen comments to elevate the post. Within half an hour, there were thousands of comments supporting the post, with tens of thousands of views, quickly becoming a featured post pinned by the moderator. Simultaneously, Feng replicated the original post across Guangshi, Guang Province, and even major national BBS forums, employing the water post software to systematically uplift the post, masquerading as supportive netizens alongside fellow victims of Hmph's malfeasance. Public opinion, once ignited, would perpetuate itself as countless users continued to fuel the flames. This embodied the theory of trending topics. Once a topic gains traction, if the event is sufficiently captivating, it will draw the attention of countless netizens. The post had begun to circulate widely, becoming a hot topic across various forums, and now it was merely a matter of waiting for the public sentiment to ferment. The following morning, Xin and Zhao Xingye were enjoying breakfast at Taji Tea House. Damn, Zhao Ge, you have no idea how arrogant those two are, especially that Feng. He threw documents right in my face. You can't imagine, I truly wanted to slap him, Xin exclaimed, puffing on a cigarette in frustration. Zhao Xingye poured him another cup of tea, smiling. Do not be upset. That Feng is not long for this world. I wager that in the coming days, someone will surely confront them at their store. With so many flawed products sold, their reputation at Hmph Electronics is destined to be tarnished. Xin took a sip of tea and spat. They deserve to go under. But, Zhao Ge, do you think they might see a Zhao Xingye wave his hand and chuckled? There's no need for concern. What tricks could those two youngsters possibly have? Even if they were to report us to the Industry and Commerce Bureau or the courts, let them be. It would yield no results in the end. Xin nodded in agreement. Upon further reflection, it seemed that Feng had no effective means of retaliation either, which eased his mind slightly. Haha, come on, Brother Zhao, let us enjoy some tea. Xin raised his cup and said, feeling quite pleased with the substantial gains he had made assisting Zhao Xingye. Cheers. Zhao Xingye replied with a triumphant smile. As the two indulged in their tea, suddenly, Xin's phone rang. Upon checking, he was startled to see it was his boss, Pan Xingfu. Hello, boss. He answered. Xin, what on earth have you done? The company's phone is nearly being bombarded with calls. Pan Xingfu bellowed. What? What is happening? Xin was utterly bewildered. Get your ass back here right now. With that, the call ended, leaving Xin in a state of shock. What was going on? Why was his boss so furious? What is wrong, Lao Nia? Who called you just now? Was it President Pan? Zhao Xingye inquired, puzzled. Yes, he told me to rush back. It seems something major has occurred, and he sounded quite angry. Xin's heart sank, and he lost all desire for his morning tea, hastily grabbing his coat. Brother Zhao, I'm afraid I can't join you for tea today. I must head back to the company. Zhao Xingye was taken aback. Oh, all right then, take care. If anything comes up, feel free to give me a call. Xin nodded in acknowledgement and was about to turn to leave when his phone rang again. It was his colleague, He Rao Wang. Hello, Lao He, what is the matter? Lao Nia, you've really messed up. He Rao Wang exclaimed. What? What exactly happened? Xin was still in a daze. Haven't you seen the posts online? You're going to ruin the company. What posts? Xin's confusion deepened. The things you've done, and you don't even know? A customer who received defective parts has exposed you online. That post is going viral. The company's phone is being inundated with calls, most of which are complaints directed at you and the company. You're going to ruin everything. What? Xin's mind exploded as he stood there, utterly stunned. Chapter 135. The power of public opinion, what on earth is happening? At that moment, all Xin could think was this phrase echoing in his mind. I must return immediately. He dashed out the door, racing back to the company. Upon his arrival at Hmph company, chaos reigned. People were frantically answering phones. Many were shouting in anger, and the atmosphere was as tumultuous as a market in disarray. Boss, Xin is back. Someone shouted upon seeing him enter. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Xin, filled with wrath. Pan Qingfu, the owner of Hmph, strode towards him, his round face darkened with fury. Lao boss, Xin began, but was met with a resounding slap. Smack! Pan Qingfu's strike sent Xin crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Dazed and disoriented from the blow, Xin remained clueless about what had transpired, only to be greeted by such a violent welcome. Silence enveloped the company as employees watched him, some even wishing they could kick him while he was down. Pan Qingfu crouched down, gripping Xin's collar tightly, his face contorted with rage as he hissed. Look at the mess you've created. I've told you time and again to keep a low profile and be humble. Yet what have you done? Who told you to act so arrogantly towards customers? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xin stammered, B-boss, what on earth is going on? What's going on? Come with me, and I'll show you. Pan Qingfu yanked him up from the floor and dragged him into the office. He brought Xin to his desk and turned the computer screen towards him. On the screen was a viral post with nearly 100,000 replies. Take a good look at this post. Pan Qingfu kerst, lighting a cigarette. Xin focused on the screen, where a post titled Exposing the Dark Side of the Computer Parts Industry. A personal account, beware, was displayed. The post was authored by a user named Shuangmu, a computer enthusiast who recounted how he had purchased numerous computer parts from a sales manager named Xin at Hmph company, only to find that the supposedly brand new parts were riddled with issues. After testing, it was revealed that they were either defective or refurbished. The post was a lengthy lament against Hmph and Xin, complete with various screenshots, including images of the parts, text messages, and chat records. In the comments following the post, readers expressed their outrage, with sentiments such as, unbelievable. This disgusting company must be exposed, and this post raises my blood pressure. How could this Xin be so despicable? Does he think no one can hold him accountable in this country? Complaints. I'm going to report them to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. As Xin read through the comments, his heart sank further. He knew he had never uttered such words. Absolutely not. Boss, this post is slander. It's a slander. I never said those things. Nor did I insult the customer. I swear, he pleaded desperately. Pan Qingfu tightened his grip on Xin's collar, scolding, you fool. Does it even matter whether the post is true or false now? It's gone viral across the entire internet. Tianya, Guangshi Forum, and Suhu, everywhere. Do you think anyone will believe a clarification now? You idiot. If those matters are investigated, can the company escape unscathed? Xin was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he were plummeting into an abyss. He was acutely aware that the company had indeed been involved in selling defective and refurbished parts, which were highly profitable. Hmph had been selling them for 2 years, usually mixed in with genuine products and occasionally sold in bulk to lower-tier distributors. While issues occasionally arose, they could generally be managed, as most individual buyers, unfamiliar with computers, would simply chalk it up to bad luck. However, over the past 2 years, Hmph had sold a considerable number of defective parts. If this were to be exposed, it would spell disaster. Xin, tell me, whom have you offended out there? You must have upset someone, and now they're targeting you. Damn it, and look at how it's affecting the company too. Pan Qingfu, a seasoned veteran in the realm of commerce, found himself bemused by the peculiar turn of events, sensing the unseen hand of manipulation at play behind the scenes. According to the post's contents, the individual in question was acquainted with Xin, who stood as the primary target of the accusations, indicating a deep-seated enmity between the parties involved. If it were not for some transgression on Xin's part, would the adversary resort to such alarming tactics? A sudden realization struck Xin, conjuring the image of a certain individual in his mind, Feng. At that moment, a female secretary burst through the door, exclaiming with urgency, Boss, something has gone awry. The industrial and tax authorities have arrived. Instantly, Pan Qingfu's countenance darkened. Chapter 136. Muxi. Even if I were to starve, I would refuse to consume your old popsicles. News of Hmph Company's investigation spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of the electromechanical building within a single day. Inside the offices of Nanxiao Trading Company, Lan Sai entered, cradling a cup of coffee, and paused at the door upon hearing the laughter of Feng Zhe emanating from within. She stepped inside to find Feng Zhe on the phone, his face aglow with mirth. Haha, splendid. Rest assured, General Manager Li. My components are guaranteed to be brand new and authentic, devoid of any defects or refurbished goods. Yes, yes, all in stock. Come by whenever you wish to collect them. I am at your service. Upon ending the call, Feng turned to see Lan Cai and remarked with a smile. Feng truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Lan Cai offered a gentle smile as she placed the coffee on the table. I have heard that Shengda Company is currently in dire straits. Not only are they under investigation, but many of their partners have also terminated their collaborations. Feng approached and closed the door, then returned to wrap his arms around her waist, chuckling. You seem well informed. Indeed, I have received several calls from former collaborators of Shengda Company who are now reaching out to us. Ha! I believe we should take the initiative and seize all those contracts from Shengda. Lan Cai squirmed slightly in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she disentangled herself, saying, We should certainly capitalize on this opportunity, but shouldn't we first extend our gratitude to Feng? I wonder how he managed to uncover Shengda Company's vulnerabilities and publicize them online, igniting a wave of outrage. Had those posts not gained traction, the effect might have been negligible. After a moment's contemplation, Feng replied, You are correct. We ought to express our appreciation to Feng. Please purchase a few gifts to convey my sentiments to him. I trust you know how to handle this matter. Lan Cai nodded. Understood. Shekha. Do you think Feng possesses some adept means of generating online buzz? Generate buzz? I find that unlikely. I reviewed those posts, and they appear to have been organically promoted by netizens. It can only be said that the writing is exceptionally compelling and evocative. Nonetheless, it does reflect Feng's talents. Feng chuckled. By the way, Cai, please inform the business department that Feng's goods should be prioritized for shipment. With a playful smile, Lan Cai responded, Certainly. I shall take care of it. At noon, within the Shifeng electronics store, Feng was instructing the technicians on computer repairs. I have outlined various common component issues in the document. Take this graphics card, for instance. If the capacitor voltage is incorrect, you must first check these 3 pins to see if current is flowing. If so, under normal circumstances, proceed to inspect this chip. If it appears abnormal, you will need to resolder it or replace it altogether. Zhou Ping, you need to delve deeper into the documentation, Feng stated with a serious demeanor. The young man named Zhou Ping lowered his head, feeling sheepish as he replied, Yes, yes. Zong, I will definitely strengthen my studies. Continue your work. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, send it to the repair center. We have promised our clients that repairs will be completed within 42 hours, as stipulated by our deadlines. Do not delay, Feng instructed. Understood, I will recheck everything. Zhou Ping nodded earnestly. Feng patted his shoulder, then turned to seek out Wang Tai. Teasy, how are things progressing? He inquired. The stores have all been leased. Once the renovation company commences, everything will proceed simultaneously, and we should be finished within 2 weeks. Wang Tai replied. Feng commended, Well done. Your efficiency is commendable. Once the chain stores are renovated and opened, I will also be preparing for university. With the computer repair business now operating smoothly, he felt a sense of relief. The subsequent expansion of stores and staff training would follow a comprehensive SOP, with clear delineations of responsibilities among all personnel, allowing the company to function like a finely tuned machine. Yet, while systems may be rigid, human nature is dynamic. Unforeseen events and complications often arise outside of established protocols, thus testing the managerial experience of the overseers. Feng had emphasized the development of management skills in both Wang Tai and Han Ping'an, providing them with technical documents capable of addressing the majority of emergencies. Ultimately, should they find themselves at an impasse, they would not hesitate to consult Feng for guidance. Nevertheless, Feng felt a distinct lack of mid to senior level management within the company. Acquiring some exceptional talent would undoubtedly bolster Shifeng Company. Just as he was lost in thought, a melodic voice echoed from the entrance. Ishao, are you busy? Feng turned to see Muxi standing at the door. Clad in jeans and a white shirt, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an endearing charm. Muxi, what brings you here? She pouted slightly, responding, Do you think I came here of my own volition? My mother specifically sent me to deliver lunch to you. She lifted a large bag containing meal boxes. Feng chuckled. I knew Annie had a soft spot for me. Haha. Muxi placed the bag on the table and glanced around the store, noticing that even at noon, 3 customers were still browsing for computer components. Ishao, it seems business is thriving, she remarked in surprise. Despite her unfamiliarity with the business world, she recognized that having customers during lunch hour was a positive sign. Moreover, Shifeng Electronics stood apart from the chaotic computer stores, boasting cleanliness, brightness, and a pleasing decor, complemented by exceptional service. Miss, would you like a glass of water? A uniformed female staff member approached with a smile, offering a cup of water. Thank you, Muxi replied, momentarily taken aback. No matter how many times she visited, she was always greeted with a warm gesture. Gu Muxi, how long will you be interning at the company? Feng inquired, his mouth full as he spoke. Perhaps another 2 weeks, in a month. I will be heading off to university, and I want to give myself a fortnight to properly rest, Gu Muxi said, resting her chin on her hands as she sat beside him. What have you learned during this time? Feng asked with curiosity. I've learned the fundamentals of architectural design theory, as well as the design and work processes. Oh, and I also learned 2,000 Canadian dollars. But that software is exceedingly complex and gives me a headache, Gu Muxi confessed with a frown. The mere thought of using CAD to draft designs felt like a daunting task, far more challenging than sketching by hand, primarily because she was still unfamiliar with the software. Feng chuckled, silly girl, you'll get the hang of it in due time. Would you like to try some dried tofu? He picked up a piece and offered it to her. Gu Muxi obligingly opened her mouth, and he skillfully delivered the morsel. My mother's cooking is simply delightful, she exclaimed, savoring the flavors. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Wang Tai and Zhuo Qianqian, who were both taken aback. Zhuo Qianqian covered her mouth in astonishment and whispered, Tizi Gu, that beauty can't possibly be our boss's wife, can she? She must be our boss's wife. She observed how effortlessly Feng and Gu Muxi interacted, as if they were an old married couple. Indeed, that was precisely the sensation. Just moments ago, witnessing Feng feed Gu Muxi, she had caused her heart to flutter. How sweet. She was utterly enchanted. What about the boss lady? The illustrious Gu Schoolbell? Naturally, that is undeniable. My brother Feng is exceptionally charming, dashing, and exudes charisma. It is only fitting that he would choose the esteemed Gu Schoolbell as his girlfriend. Wang Tai chuckled softly. Zhuo Qianqian wore a look of realization. No wonder. I always said our boss lady is stunning. Feng pushed his food aside and inquired, Gu Muxi, will you eat the remaining dried tofu? No, I won't. I am currently on a diet. Seriously? Gu Muxi replied with a serious expression. Feng chuckled. Really on a diet? You, a little glutton on a diet? I find that hard to believe. Shao, do not underestimate me. I have always possessed unwavering resolve when it comes to delicacies. Gu Muxi retorted, slightly sheepish. Feng squinted and asked, is that so? Are you truly that resolute? He then turned to Wang Tai, calling out, Tai Zi, please bring me a popsicle. Wang Tai was taken aback. Brother Feng, are you sure you only want one? Of course, someone claims to be on a diet, so she won't eat it. Feng simulkit. Gu Muxi interjected, you rascal, are you attempting to challenge my steadfast will? Feng turned to her, grinning, Gu Muxi, do you genuinely not wish to have one? On such a scorching day, indulging in a popsicle would surely be delightful. No. Even if I were to starve, I would not take a single bite of your popsicle. Chapter 137. Farewell, boss lady, until we meet again. All right, that is your claim. Just be careful not to snatch mine later. Feng raised an eyebrow. I have no intention of stealing yours. Hmph. Feng finished his meal and asked, Gu Xiaozhu, you seem quite slender. Why the sudden desire to diet? Isn't it your fault? The last time we had dim sum, I ordered so much that I gained a whole pound. A pound. Gu Muxi lamented, resting her chin on her hands. Feng replied, pond. Really? Is that necessary? Perhaps you were just maturing? Maturing. What do you mean? Feng chuckled, gesturing with his eyes. She looked down, her face turning crimson as she glared at him. You scoundrel, what are you implying? Do I still need to mature? I think you were just being cheeky. As Gu Muxi prepared to pounce on him, Feng quickly dodged, exclaiming, Gu Xiaozhu, please be mindful of your ladylike demeanor. Gu Muxi turned to discover that the other patrons were staring at her and Feng, their expressions peculiar. She retracted her hands, halting her advance. You scoundrel. Just wait. Once we return, we must practice some new moves. New moves? What kind of moves? Feng was taken aback. Gu Muxi clenched her fists and smiled. Don't worry. They're all moves you will adore. You will surely be satisfied. Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What mischief was she plotting now? It certainly wouldn't be anything good. Ahem, Gu Muxi, what are you scheming? Shao, you wouldn't want to be bullied by others outside, would you? Gu Xiaozhu, calm down. Please remain composed. The two were playfully bickering when Zhuo Qianqian observed them from behind, wearing a motherly smile. The boss and the boss lady are so sweet. They truly are a perfect match. How wonderful it is to have a partner to play with. I must seize the opportunity to express my admiration while the boss lady is here. At that moment, Wang Tai returned, holding a single popsicle. Hey, brother Feng. Here, that's your popsicle. He presented it to Feng. Feng accepted the popsicle and waved it in front of Gu Muxi. Her gem-like eyes followed the popsicle's movements, her gaze never leaving it. Wow, it's so icy and refreshing, Feng exclaimed, tearing open the packaging, revealing the smooth popsicle before her. Muxi's mouth watered at the sight, feeling as though the popsicle was beckoning her. No, I must not let this rascal underestimate my willpower. Hmph, I want to eat it. She turned her head away. Feng took a lick and exclaimed, "It's truly sweet, both icy and sugary. Muxi, don't you want to try a bite?" "No, I'll let you have a bite." Without warning, Muxi turned and snatched the popsicle from Feng's hand, taking a hefty bite. "Oh my goodness, it's so sweet." Feng burst into laughter. Indeed, Muxi was no match for the irresistible allure of the popsicle. She took another large bite, and before long, only half of the popsicle remained. "Hey, Muxi, don't eat so much. That's my popsicle. What's wrong? Can't I have a lick of yours? You told me to eat it. This isn't just a lick. If you take a few more bites, it will be gone. Get it back." "No, no, no. Hmph." Feng watched in disbelief as Muxi finished the popsicle in a few bites, licking her lips in satisfaction. "Ah, popsicle, éternelle divintrice." Feng chuckled, knowing well that this girl had no defenses against such temptations. "Remember, you owe me a popsicle. All right, I'll repay you later." Muxi waved her hand dismissively. She glanced at the time and suddenly froze. "Oh no, it seems work hours have begun. I must be off. Goodbye." Just as Muxi stood up, Zhuo approached her. "Oh, boss lady, are you leaving so soon? Here, try some mango I bought this morning. It's delicious." Zhuo offered her a plate of diced mango. "Sure." Muxi reached for a toothpick, but suddenly froze. "What? Boss lady?" Her cheeks flushed as she stared wide-eyed at Zhuo. "Yes, boss lady, what's the matter? Don't you like mango?" Zhuo asked, puzzled. "What on earth? I'm not a boss lady. I have things to attend to. I must leave now." Muxi denied vehemently, her face crimson as she hurriedly exited. Huh? Zhuo was left bewildered. Had she truly made a mistake? But that was what Tai Zi had said. "All right, boss lady, take care. Goodbye." Zhuo called after Muxi as she dashed away. Feng witnessed this scene, laughing heartily, thoroughly amused. This girl truly lacked the audacity. At the entrance, Muxi, her face flushed, muttered, "What kind of gaze is that? Can I truly be Feng's boss lady?" Just then, she spotted a stunning woman approaching, dressed in a professional skirt suit, her figure graceful and her demeanor mature. The woman held a beautifully wrapped gift box and smiled as she walked toward the Feng electronics store. Muxi turned her head, watching her enter the store. Is this beauty here to see Feng? Chapter 138. Muxi. Why do you seem to have a hint of jealousy? Muxi stood frozen in place, contemplating whether she should take a look. But why should it concern her? Pouting slightly, she took a few steps forward, only to halt once more. Surely, that beautiful woman wasn't genuinely looking for Feng, was she? Arriving with gifts and wearing such a gentle smile. Why should I care so much? Never mind. I should just return to work. A minute later, Muxi, with her bag slung over her shoulder, stealthily approached the shop's entrance, peering through the glass window. She observed Feng engaged in lively conversation with the beautiful woman, both radiating joy as if they were quite familiar with one another. The woman even presented a gift to Feng. Huh, she really is here for Feng. Muxi bit her lip, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulsive urge to deliver a fierce crosslock to Feng. Yes, that was precisely the impulse. "Hey, what are you doing, boss?" Suddenly, the door swung open, and Zhuo emerged, catching sight of Muxi, who resembled a thief. "Ahem, I was just casually browsing. Ah, this glass is so smooth, ha! Oh dear, the sun is quite fierce today." With that, Muxi awkwardly bolted away. Zhuo looked up, perplexed, as a thick cloud obscured the sun. What on earth is happening with her? Meanwhile, Muxi was hurriedly exiting the alley, an inexplicable chill emanating from her. Feng, how impressive, receiving gifts from beautiful women. Just then, two tattooed youths approached her. "Wow, pretty girl, are you here all alone?" They blocked her path, leering at her with a predatory gaze. Muxi halted, raising her head to meet their gaze with icy eyes. "I'm in a foul mood today, scram." Her tone was chilling enough to send shivers down their spines. The two tattooed youths felt an unsettling chill wash over them, uncomfortable under Muxi's piercing stare. Yet, one of them mustered the courage to speak up. "Hey there, don't be so hostile." He reached out, as if to place a hand on her shoulder. "Get lost." Muxi swiftly seized his arm, executing a perfect whirlwind throw. Thud! The youth collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Holy cow!" The other tattooed youth exclaimed, stunned. "What kind of woman is this? She looks cute and innocent, yet is capable of such violence. Terrifying." Muxi fixed him with a glare, cracking her knuckles as she approached him step by step. "Ahem, pretty girl. Oh no, big sister. No, beautiful, please calm down. Soda. I want to do it again. I promise." In the next moment, his pleas were abruptly silenced, followed by the sounds of punches and anguished cries. 3 minutes later, amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by, Muxi dusted off her hands and departed with an air of confidence, leaving behind 2 bruised and battered tattooed youths sprawled on the ground. One passerby murmured, "Did that beauty just take a dose of gunpowder? Secretary Lan, President Feng is being exceptionally courteous, even sending you to deliver gifts," Feng remarked with a smile. Feng, just accept it. As the saying goes, reciprocity is a part of human relations. President Feng insisted on this gift. You wouldn't want me to take it back, would you? I'd be scolded for being unprofessional. Lan Sai replied with a radiant smile. Well then, I'll accept it. It would seem pretentious not to, Feng shrugged. Taking the gift box from the table, Lan Sai glanced around the shop, noticing the presence of customers, and complimented, "Business seems to be thriving for you lately, Feng." "It's decent, just enough to sustain the staff," Feng replied casually. "You're quite the joker, Feng. I can see your order sheets. It must be more than that, right?" Lan Sai giggled, puzzled as to how a single shop could sell so much merchandise. "Surely, there must be some hidden sales channels?" "Well, it largely depends on President Feng's support," Feng replied, maintaining an air of mystery. Lan Sai secretly shook her head, realizing it would be quite difficult to extract any information from this sly character. "All right, my task is complete, and I should head back. Feng, do come by the company for tea sometime," she said with a smile. "Sure, Secretary Lan, I'll see you off," Feng replied. "No need. You carry on with your work. There's no need to be so polite." Lan Sai declined gracefully as she took her leave. Wang Tai observed her departure and inquired, "Feng, why did President Feng suddenly send her to deliver gifts? Perhaps President Feng has secured some favorable terms from Shengda Company. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so invested." Feng speculated as he opened the gift box, revealing smaller packages inside. Recognizing the Cartier emblem, he surmised it must be a watch. This was quite thoughtful of Feng Zhe. Though he had little interest in watches, he understood their significance as symbols of status. This timepiece, valued at around 5,000 to 6,000, was a fine piece he could wear with pride. "Wow, President Feng is really generous," Wang Tai exclaimed, his eyes shining at the golden watch. After all, he was a big boss. Money was no object. Feng donned the watch, raising his wrist for a glance. Although the gold plating appeared somewhat ostentatious, it was certainly better than having none at all. He could always upgrade later when he earned more. That evening, Feng returned to the neighborhood after a long day at work, just as Muxi was strolling back, licking an ice cream. "Hey, Muxi, still enjoying ice cream this late?" Feng teased as he approached her. To his surprise, Muxi turned away, coldly huffing, avoiding his gaze. "What is it to you?" Feng was taken aback, sensing that she sounded somewhat irritable, perhaps even angry. What was up with her? Did she have a family visit? "Muxi, what is wrong? You seem quite upset over your ice cream. Are you afraid it will melt?" Feng leaned in, scrutinizing her expression. Indeed, Muxi appeared genuinely displeased. "Well, if it could melt, I'd prefer to melt you first," she retorted. "Why are you back so late? Out with a beautiful woman, perhaps?" Muxi shot him a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Beautiful woman? What beautiful woman? I was just working late." Feng scratched his head, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Muxi caught sight of the gleaming watch on his wrist and froze. Oh my, that beautiful woman even gifted Feng a watch. Their relationship seems rather intimate. "Still pretending? I saw it. You're wearing her gift." Muxi huffed, biting into her ice cream. Upon hearing this, Feng suddenly realized. Was this girl truly feeling jealous? Watching Muxi pout, tilting her head and gazing at the sky with a displeased expression, his heart stirred. Muxi's jealous demeanor was undeniably adorable. It is truly reminiscent of childhood, indeed, exactly the same. The little tsundere, with her sulky expressions, is utterly adorable. Feng wrinkled his nose and leaned closer to her. "You smell rather peculiar, Muxi," he remarked, feigning seriousness. "Yuck, Feng, you creep," Muxi retorted. Her face twisted in distaste as she recoiled. "Is it just me, or do you have an odd scent?" Feng continued, maintaining his pretense of innocence. "Huh, really? What scent?" Muxi raised her hand to sniff her clothes. "Yes, indeed, Muxi, there seems to be a hint of vinegar on you," he teased. "Vinegar? What vinegar? I don't smell anything." Muxi sniffed at her collar again, finding nothing amiss. Suddenly, she caught sight of Feng's mischievous expression, and her cheeks turned crimson. You must be joking. Who is jealous? I couldn't care less," she declared, puffing out her chest proudly. Feng chuckled. "Oh, really? Aren't you curious about the identity of the person who gifted the watch?" "Who?" Muxi instinctively asked, then quickly added, "Why would I want to know?" She took a big bite of her half-eaten popsicle to distract herself. Feng secretly laughed, thinking how endearing Muxi's demeanor was. "All right, I shall enlighten you." It was a gift from our partner, General Feng. That woman is a secretary, and yes, a mistress of sorts. It has nothing to do with me, he explained. Mistress? Is she really that kind of person? Muxi was taken aback, surprised that such a beautiful woman could be a secretary and a mistress at that. Indeed, you guessed correctly, Feng nodded. For some inexplicable reason, Muxi felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if all the pent-up frustration had suddenly dissipated. Oh, well, what does that have to do with me? Xiao, you don't need to explain. I couldn't care less, she declared. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. With that, she devoured the rest of her popsicle, tossed the stick into the trash, and headed upstairs. Feng hurried after her, asking, Muxi, don't go. Tell me, were you just a tad jealous? Xiao, who do you think you are? You're overthinking this. I have no such leisure. Hey, Muxi, don't be like this. Is it really that hard to admit? Xiao, you're quite annoying. Just go away. I'm serious. Keep your distance. Admit it. You're just being stubborn. I see you're a tough nut to crack. Call me stubborn? Do you believe I'll bite you? Come on, come on. Do you think I fear you? Bring it on. Arg. Muxi, you really are biting. Are you a dog? Stop. Yikes. Feng, your breath is atrocious. The two playfully tussled their way upstairs, preparing to part ways. Muxi, tomorrow is the weekend. Shall we take a break? What do you want? Let us go have breakfast together. Pig organ noodles my treat, all right? Forget it. What? Forget it? No way. Muxi flung the door open, only to slam it shut again. Feng chuckled in disbelief. This girl, is she still sulking? She is not easy to appease. But seeing her demeanor, it seemed her anger had subsided. He shook his head and returned home. In the dead of night, after finishing her evening routine, Muxi lay in bed, lost in thought. She turned over and pulled her plush pig close, tugging at its ear. Oh, plush pig, why do you resemble Feng so much? Hmph, with that pig-headedness. She playfully pinched its face. But why should I even care about Feng? Whoever he chooses to date is none of my concern. I couldn't care less. It's none of my business, so why should I be angry? Muxi muttered to herself, giving the plush pig a playful kick. Speak up, plush pig. Why should I be upset? That's right, I'm not angry at all. Who cares? I don't care, she insisted, kicking again. If you agree, nod your head. If not, shake it. The plush pig nodded slightly, and Muxi couldn't help but smile. That's right. I've shown you so much affection. She hugged the plush pig close, gently stroking its head. Oh right, tomorrow is a day off, perfect for giving Feng a little extra training. He can't fall behind on his self-defense skills against wolves. A glint of mischief sparkled in Muxi's eyes as she pinched the pig's cheeks. The next morning, Feng was still lost in slumber when a loud knock at the door jolted him awake. Who is it? Xiao, it's me. Oh, Muxi. Let me sleep a bit longer. It's too early. Feng yawned, turning over to continue his dream. Bang! The door was flung open with such force that it slammed against the wall, startling Feng fully awake, thinking an explosion had occurred. He shot up bewildered and stared at Muxi. Muxi, what do you want? Muxi stood at the threshold, clad in athletic wear, her hair tied in a ponytail, hands firmly on her hips. Xiao, what a splendid day. Why waste it sleeping? Let us do some exercises, maybe some morning calisthenics, she declared earnestly. Morning exercises? Feng kuishnet, perpliet. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Young people shouldn't waste their mornings sleeping. By the time you realize it, you'll be too late. Muxi declared. Feng felt a wave of annoyance. Muxi, are you cursing me? Cough, cough, of course not. The early bird catches the worm. Let us eat breakfast and then exercise. Muxi raised her fist confidently. Let us skip the exercise. The worm gets eaten by the bird. Let me sleep a bit longer, Feng said, turning back to his bed. Muxi's eyes sparkled with determination as she rubbed her fingers together ominously. Not getting up, huh? Bang! Her fist struck the door with a resounding thump, showcasing her strength. Feng jumped in surprise, quickly sitting up. Muxi, you're not actually going to use violence, are you? I warn you, my mother is home. You wouldn't dare. Immediately, Muxi donned a sweet and innocent smile. Xiao, why would I ever lay a hand on you? We've grown up together. No need to worry. Feng, confronted with her benevolent grin, felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard and said, all right, I yield. I'll get up in a moment. Not in a moment. I'll help you. Muxi thought he was stalling and lunged forward to yank the covers away. Wait, I'm not dressed, he protested. But before he could finish his sentence, the covers were already gone.